Chapter 1. Traversing the Pirate World, Gaining Unmatched Insight. In the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, surrendered to the Navy, meeting his end in the place where his dream began, Logtown. It was believed that with his demise, the epitome of evil had fallen, ushering in an era of peace. However, following an investigation, the Navy discovered that Roger had a wife who was pregnant. In a bid to sever the lineage of wickedness entirely, the Navy, under the directive of the world government, initiated a fervent campaign worldwide, indiscriminately eradicating all children born within the past year and all pregnant women. In an instant, every expectant mother across the globe lived in terror, hiding from the authorities. Among them was Mina, who was 9 months pregnant. At that moment, Lay Yuga's consciousness awakened, yet he was enveloped in a profound sense of confusion. He felt a warm sensation surrounding him, an extraordinary feeling unlike anything he had ever experienced. Did I not perish from overwork? Where am I now? Heaven? Hell? As Lay Yuga pondered these questions, a gentle female voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on entering the world of One Piece. It has been detected that your physical constitution is significantly weaker compared to the inhabitants of this world. You have received the supreme blessing, unmatched insight. The soothing voice in his mind left Lay Yuga momentarily stunned. The world of One Piece. This meant that he truly had died from overwork. But did this imply that he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece? Realizing he had crossed over, Lay Yuga felt a mix of joy and sorrow. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly became aware of a profound sensation surging within his mind. His hearing became astonishingly acute, allowing him to perceive a cacophony of strange voices entering his ears. Search this village immediately. Inspect all women, any child born within the past year, and any pregnant woman must be captured. Leave no one behind. We cannot allow the wicked bloodline of Pirate King Roger to persist in this world. Lay Yuga distinctly heard someone shouting. Then came the sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps. The bloodline of Pirate King Roger? So the Navy is hunting down pregnant women and newborns across the globe? Is that what I am? As Lay Yuga's mind raced with uncertainty and speculation, he suddenly heard another voice, a melodious female voice. I will not allow anything to harm my child. Absolutely, I will not let these Navy officers capture us. As he listened to this voice, he also felt a hand gently caressing his body, yet it felt as though there was something separating them. Could it be that I am still a fetus? Realizing he was still within his mother's womb, Lay Yuga also understood that the perception he had just experienced was the observation Haki. Moreover, the level of his observation Haki was quite advanced, enabling him not only to hear the sound around him, but also to discern the thoughts of others. Indeed, as Lay Yuga grasped these insights, he heard even more voices echoing in his mind. These Navy officers are truly outrageous. Our village has no ties to Pirate King Roger, so why are we treated like criminals? It's infuriating. The pregnant women in the village have been taken. They even spare no newborns. It's despicable. I wish I could kill them. These thoughts belong to the villagers, expressing their inner turmoil. Among those voices were others intermingling within. How cruel! However, to eradicate Roger's wicked bloodline, such measures are regrettably necessary, all for the sake of the Navy's justice. Though what I am doing is for the Navy's absolute justice, I hope my wife, who is newly pregnant, remains unaffected. She is truly innocent. Being single is indeed better. I have no ties. It would be best if all these pregnant women and their children were eliminated. The evil bloodline must not endure. Killing 1 million of them would matter, not the bloodline of the Pirate King, must be eradicated. These mingled voices further confirmed to Lay Yuga that the ability he had just comprehended was indeed observation Haki. He even began to sense his mother's movements as she ran and hid. It can't be that I just crossed over and am already doomed. Please do not let me be captured. Listening to the clear and urgent footsteps approaching, he felt his mother's heartbeat and breath quickening, filling him with anxiety. The Navy was scouring the globe for pregnant women, leaving no room for even newborns. Their determination to obliterate the bloodline of Pirate King Roger was unmistakably resolute. If they were to capture him in this unborn state, survival would be impossible. As Lei Yuga fretted inwardly, he suddenly heard his mother's heart skip a beat. Oh no. He sensed her coming to a halt, surrounded by footsteps from both ahead and behind. There's one here. A heavily pregnant woman thinks she can escape. Seize her at once. Stand still and do not act foolishly. Otherwise, we will open fire. A chorus of shouts erupted around him. Following that, Lei Yuga heard the ominous sound of guns being cocked. You shall not. I will not allow you to harm my child. He is innocent. He is not a product of any wicked bloodline. His mother was fiercely defiant, unyielding in the face of the encircling Navy officers. At that moment, Lei Yuga felt his body sway gently in the warm liquid surrounding him. Then came the Navy's threatening shouts, followed by gunfire. Damn it! This woman must be hiding something. She cannot escape. After her. We must catch her. The Navy's voices echoed from behind him. Lei Yuga could distinctly hear his mother's rapid heartbeat and breath. Additionally, he caught her thoughts. I'm sorry, my child, but I may not be able to be there for your growth. I'm so useless. Thankfully, those brutes have not harmed you. I will endure. I will persist until I bring you into this world. Upon hearing his mother's thoughts, Lei Yuga felt a surge of anger. He longed to rush out and help her fend off the pursuing Navy soldiers. He desperately craved power. Just then, a flood of information suddenly filled his mind. Chapter 2. The Wrath of Conqueror's Haki. The newfound information in his mind was both strange and unfamiliar. Simultaneously, a powerful urge surged within him, as if an energy was awakening inside his being. This energy was formidable, coursing through his meridians. Although this mysterious force did not automatically enhance his physical body as described in the web novels of his previous life, Lei Yuga could sense its wildness. In just a few seconds, he realized that he had comprehended Conqueror's Haki. So this is the sensation of Conqueror's Haki, he mused. If I can unleash it. As Lei Yuga contemplated, he heard his mother's voice once more. I must escape. I need to get away from here. There is a boat over there, thankfully. I had prepared in advance. His mother sprinted to the dock by the sea, struggling to leap onto a small boat. Meanwhile, the Navy officers were hot on her heels, continuing to fire their weapons. Everyone shoot. The seeds of evil must not be allowed to spread. Immediately sink that boat. We cannot let that wretched woman escape. The shouts rang out, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. Rockets struck the sea, causing the boat to sway perilously. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour from behind. In an instant, several new wounds appeared on his mother's body. Yet, Lei Yuga felt an unprecedented strength radiating from her, her indomitable will driving her to paddle the boat with all her might. The small vessel rocked as it moved farther away from the shore. However, just as they had traveled barely 20 meters, another bullet whizzed through the air. In an instant, his mother fell face down onto the boat. I'm sorry, my child. Did I hurt you? She struggled to rise, instinctively cradling her belly and soothing him gently. This moment, the Navy pursuing from behind had reached the coastline, forming a line on the dock. Gazing out at the sea, not far ahead, the naval lieutenant Naka, who was in charge of this operation, immediately raised his hand upon seeing the woman in the small boat. The wicked bloodline must be eradicated completely. I regret to inform you that if blame is to be placed, it should be directed at your ill-timed existence, and you, for your untimely pregnancy. Prepare. Naka commanded his subordinates in a deep voice. As they prepared to fire and sink the small boat, condemning both Mina and her unborn child, a sudden cry of an infant echoed from the boat, mere dozens of meters away. They have given birth. Upon hearing this sound, Naka's brows furrowed in disbelief. The surrounding Navy soldiers turned to look at him, evidently feeling a pang of compassion. After all, it was a newly born life. Could they truly extinguish it so mercilessly? Each soldier felt a moment of hesitation within. The heinous crimes of Pirate King Roger are beyond measure. His death symbolizes the triumph of the Navy. Absolute justice must not be desecrated. The evil bloodline must be wholly eradicated. Open fire at once. Naka, who initially harbored a flicker of sympathy, became enraged upon witnessing the hesitant expressions of his men and decisively issued the command. Crack! Crack! The muzzles of the dart guns were all aimed at the distant small boat, targeting the woman and the newly born child. At that very moment, an unfathomable and terrifying force erupted from the small boat, radiating outward in all directions. Simultaneously, a shot rang out with a resounding bang. One of the Navy soldiers had fired first. The Conqueror's Haki, unleashed in fury by Lei Yugao, instantly affected all the Navy personnel. The front row of soldiers fell as if they had been struck into slumber, plunging one by one into the sea. Following them, the soldiers behind began to collapse in succession, their eyes rolling back. Even Naka, the lieutenant commanding the operation, could not escape this fate. Naka felt as though a massive hammer had struck his head, his vision darkening as he lost his balance and fell to the ground. What is happening? In disbelief, Naka gazed towards the small boat. Before he could finish his sentence, his vision faded to black, and he collapsed completely. On the boat, Mina, who had just been struck in the back by a bullet, was on the brink of death. Tears of joy mixed with reluctance glimmered on her face as she looked at her newborn baby, softly whispering, "Be brave, my child. From now on, your name shall be Leo. Mother will always be by your side." With those final words, Mina's breath ceased entirely. Until her last moment, her body remained steadfastly protective of Lei Yugao. In that instant, Lei Yugao's heart blazed with fury, reaching an extreme boiling point. His observation Haki could still perceive the heartbeats and breaths of the Navy soldiers. These men, in the name of a so-called pirate king bloodline, were committing heinous acts of slaughter. Across the world, they had mercilessly slain countless pregnant women and infants. Just moments ago, they had taken the life of his mother in this world. Lei Yugao felt as though he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. He desperately attempted to unleash his conqueror's Haki once more, striving to eliminate these murderers. However, after releasing his Haki earlier, his energy felt utterly depleted, and he could not summon it again. Mother? The newly born Lei Yugao could not speak, yet his heart called out for his mother. Yet, there was no response. His observation Haki no longer detected her heartbeat or breath. Damn it, how despicable. Lei Yugao realized that this great mother had left this world entirely to protect him. He fought desperately to open his eyes, but it was a futile endeavor. He tried to emit a cry of rage, but all that escaped him was the wailing of an infant. He clenched his fists tightly, yet was unable to release his conqueror's Haki once more. After struggling for a while, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. The powerful heartbeat of the approaching figure drew nearer. Finally, the footsteps halted beside him. To think they would attempt to kill a newly born infant, how cruel. Little one, from this day forth, you shall accompany me. A rugged voice of a man resounded. Chapter 3. This child is extraordinary. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. Lei Yugao, he was now called Leo. Leo had transitioned from being unable to open his eyes to being capable of doing so now. Simultaneously, he learned the identity of the man who had rescued him that fateful night. This man was Maddox, a bounty hunter renowned in this region. That day, he had fortuitously passed through Orchid Village, only to stumble upon the Navy's manhunt for pregnant women and newly born infants. Having witnessed the horrific acts firsthand, Maddox felt a deep-seated dissatisfaction within. It was precisely at the seaside that he stumbled upon Leo. Moreover, he was a first-hand witness to the astonishing moment when Leo unleashed his conqueror's Haki, rendering all the naval soldiers unconscious. It was this very incident that compelled Maddox to take in Leo, who had just lost his mother and was in dire need of care. Thanks to Maddox, Rio was fortunate enough not to be discovered by the additional naval soldiers summoned for support. Otherwise, he would surely be on the path to reincarnation by now. Lying in a cradle, Rio gazed up at the azure sky and fluffy white clouds, as well as the profile of a man sporting a cowboy hat and a short beard. This man was Maddox, a serious-looking fellow in his 30s. His beard, hat, and attire bore a striking resemblance to another renowned swordsman, one known as Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. It appeared that Maddox had been emulating the famed Hawkeye Mihawk. Even after 3 months had passed, the reverberations of that incident had yet to subside. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot take you out to sea with me. Rest assured, Annalena will take good care of you, and I will return to check on you regularly, Maddox said, noticing Rio's gaze upon him. They were ascending a mountain, and soon he brought Rio to a wooden cabin at the summit. Awaiting them outside was Annalena, Maddox's wife. This child is a survivor of that operation. He is no ordinary child, but rather exceptional. I leave his care in your hands, Annalena. It is imperative that the Navy remains unaware of his existence. After briefly explaining the situation to his wife, Maddox entrusted Rio to her. I have traced a group of pirates and must deal with them. Once I have eliminated them, I will return with a substantial reward, Annalena. You and this little one should remain at home, anticipating my good news, Maddox declared to his wife. Casting one last glance at Rio. Little one, you must grow swiftly, for I long to impart all my skills to you. Your talent is truly remarkable, Maddox remarked to Rio before hastily departing. Leo gazed at the sword hanging from his waist, swaying gently as if engaged in a dance, embodying an indescribable and enchanting essence. The sensation was akin to the sword revealing to him the profound mysteries of its art. As he watched, a surge of information suddenly flooded his mind, insights pertaining to the art of swordsmanship. Absorbing the newly acquired knowledge, a flicker of delight sparked within Leo's heart. Is this the effect of an extraordinary comprehension? Once the opportunity arises, I can attain enlightenment in a particular skill. Alas, this body is still too young. As Leo pondered, Enlightenment led him into the room and gently closed the door behind them. Do not worry, little one. You must be hungry, am I right? I shall prepare something for you, she said, placing the tiny Leo upon the bed before turning to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Leo revisited the swordsmanship knowledge he had just grasped in his mind. His body was too small. He could not stand, let alone speak. Leo can now only practice these sword techniques in his mind. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Leo has now mastered the art of crawling independently and has begun to utter his first words. His understanding of swordsmanship has also reached an impressive level of proficiency. Were it not for his inability to walk or run, one could easily imagine him wielding a sword with grace and vigor. Observing Leo's nascent speech brings immense joy to Alina. However, beneath her happiness lies a shadow of concern. Her husband, Maddox, had promised to return within a month. Yet it has now been over 7 months with no word from him. This uncertainty weighs heavily on her heart. Each day, Alina stands at the threshold of her home atop the mountain, gazing out at the distant sea below, lost in thought as she waits for her husband's return. Time passes slowly, and before she realizes it, nearly a year has slipped away. Leo is approaching the tender age of 2. He is now capable of walking independently. However, Maddox has yet to return. Little Leo, over a year old, has not only mastered the art of walking but has also begun to speak. At this moment, his sweet, childish voice calls out as he stands behind Anina. As usual, Anina waits by the door for her husband's return, and upon hearing the sound behind her, she turns to look at Leo. Are you hungry? I apologize for losing track of time. I shall prepare something for you immediately. Anina discreetly wipes away the tears from the corners of her eyes and turns to head into the house to prepare a meal. Yet just then, she abruptly pauses in her steps and gazes down at the little Leo at her feet. Leo tugged at her skirt and, looking up with a childlike voice, exclaimed, Maddox has returned. And Lena, upon hearing this, found it somewhat hard to believe and furrowed her brow. Yes, he is coming up the mountain. Leo extended his hand towards the foot of the mountain. Over the past year, his mastery of observation Haki had grown remarkably. At this moment, Leo could hear the familiar sounds of Maddox's heartbeat and breath, and even catch a glimpse of his figure. And Lina, filled with skepticism, quickly turned to look down the mountain. Before long, she indeed saw a familiar silhouette striding up the slope with great vigor. Maddox, how did you know he would return? And Lina's body quivered slightly, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty as she gazed at Leo in disbelief. It was only at this moment that she finally recognized the extraordinary nature of the boy. Unfazed by Lina's astonished gaze, Leo, merely a year old, calmly reassured her, Do not be afraid, Lina, I am not a monster. Just as he finished speaking, Maddox returned to the mountaintop. Chapter 4. The Comprehension of Armament Haki. Maddox happened to overhear the exchange between Leo and Lina. His expression shifted to one of astonishment in an instant. Oh, you can already speak? Upon seeing her husband before her, Lina seemed to be dreaming, disregarding Leo's earlier words as she rushed forward to embrace her husband tightly. The couple exchanged warm greetings, pouring out their hearts to one another. Lina recounted the strange incident to Maddox while casting a glance at Leo. This child is quite extraordinary, Maddox. He was able to anticipate your return. Hearing his wife's words, Maddox turned his gaze towards Leo. Haki, you say? After a moment of contemplation, he murmured to himself, That night, when I encountered him by the sea, I sensed this child was exceptional. In that fleeting moment, all the naval soldiers attacking him and his mother inexplicably fainted. It appears my initial judgment was indeed correct. This child possesses innate Haki. Maddox spoke softly, a hint of excitement in his voice. Upon hearing her husband's words, Lina shook her head in confusion. What is Haki? I have only heard whispers of it in taverns, powerful beings in the sea wielding a force known as Haki. It is categorized into 3 types: Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki enhances physical defense and augments the power of attacks, while observation Haki allows one to sense the sounds around them. Conqueror's Haki, however, is remarkable. It is said to be an exceedingly rare power, one that exists in only 1 out of a million. Conqueror's Haki is innate and cannot be acquired through training like the other 2 forms. Maddox shared his experiences from his adventures at sea. As he spoke, Enlightenment's gaze towards Leo transformed into one of heightened wonder. Maddox, my name is Leo. The young boy looked up at Maddox and reminded him. Incredible! Is this the name your mother bestowed upon you before her passing? Maddox asked, astonished as he regarded Leo. Leo nodded thoughtfully. He was truly exceptional. Not only could he remember everything, but he also possessed a clarity of thought that belied his tender years. Maddox, I believe you can commence teaching him swordsmanship now. Alina suggested. I concur. Maddox exclaimed, directing his gaze at young Leo. So, little Leo, are you willing to study swordsmanship under my tutelage? Leo responded with a resolute nod, prompting Maddox to erupt into joyous laughter. Incredible. The Navy has subjected this child to such treatment. He will undoubtedly upend the world in the future. Upon hearing Maddox's words, Leo's eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity. He remained silent, yet the events of that fateful night, when the Navy wronged him and his mother, were etched indelibly in his memory. He had never forgotten those moments. One day, the Navy and the world government would face the consequences of their actions. Maddox crafted a small weapon suited to Leo's current stature. Each day, he personally guided Leo in his sword training. Unbeknownst to Maddox, Leo's swordsmanship had already reached a level that rivaled his own. However, due to his physical limitations, he was unable to fully unleash the true potential of his abilities. Yet, as Leo grew day by day, his progress accelerated. Each day brought new insights into his existing capabilities. Before anyone realized, 2 years had swiftly passed. In a blink, nearly 4-year-old Leo had reached a height of 1 meter. He was now not only capable of articulating his thoughts with clarity, but could also run freely. That morning, as was his custom, Leo practiced swordsmanship in the open space in front of his home. After a while, he contemplated the Armament Haki, one of the 3 types of Haki in the world of One Piece. Utilizing Armament Haki in attacks could significantly amplify their power, while its defensive applications could greatly enhance resilience against blows. Moreover, Armament Haki could even allow one to touch the physical forms of Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Leo gazed at the diminutive weapon in his hand, lost in contemplation. I have now mastered the Conqueror's Haki and the Observation Haki. Therefore, it stands to reason that I should also be able to grasp the Armament Haki. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Leo's focus began to waver. He looked at his arm, as if a layer of Armament Haki were beginning to manifest upon it. This self-hypnotic method of training was derived from Leo's reflections on previous experiences, where he had comprehended the Observation Haki, the Conqueror's Haki, and swordsmanship, identifying the common threads among them. Although his vision began to blur, Leo's mind seemed to engage in accelerated gear, becoming exceptionally vibrant. His cognitive abilities whirred into action, a myriad of thoughts and ideas flashing through his consciousness at lightning speed. These were not random musings, but rather various possibilities concerning the cultivation of Armament Haki. In the span of a fleeting moment, countless thoughts had already surged through Leo's mind. Suddenly, he perceived a crisp sound echoing within his consciousness. In that instant, a stream of clear and coherent information emerged from the chaos of his thoughts. A wave of delight surged within Leo as he delved into the newfound, comprehensive, and profound information in his mind, discovering indeed the cultivation method for Armament Haki. Moreover, upon grasping the techniques for mastering this formidable power, Leo distinctly sensed a novel energy manifesting within him, reminiscent of the moment when he first awakened Conqueror's Haki. Although this newfound energy was modest in quantity, there was no mistaking its presence. With the complete cultivation method for Armament Haki now understood, he realized that he had finally attained mastery over all 3 forms of Haki. Leo's heart raced with excitement as his hazy vision gradually refocused, becoming clearer. Once more, he beheld his arm. To his astonishment, a layer of deep black armor began to materialize upon it, resembling a dark aura enveloping his limb. The hardening and enveloping of the armor exuded an aura of power. Leo followed the information that emerged within his mind. He unleashed all the Armament Haki residing in his body, enveloping himself in a protective layer. In that instant, it was as if he had donned a suit of darkened armor. Chapter 5. It is time to depart. Rio gazed with exhilaration at the manifestation of his Armament Haki, repeatedly retracting and enveloping it. It was only after he had completely exhausted his Haki that he finally ceased his efforts. I am not yet 5 years old. As long as I persist in my training and continue to grow, there will come a day when I surpass everyone and reach the pinnacle of this world. Leo silently clenched his fists and raised his head to gaze at the distant sea. Just then, a slight frown creased his brow as he spotted 3 enormous 3-masted ships, adorned with flags bearing skulls, swiftly sailing towards him. Pirates. In an instant, Leo sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He swiftly turned around, intending to return and inform Alina and Maddox, who had just emerged from his room after rising. Leo's observation Haki flowed effortlessly, aiding him in deftly evading a near collision with Maddox. What troubles you, Leo? Maddox inquired, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Leo. Pirates have arrived. Leo pointed behind him. Upon hearing this, Maddox glanced towards the distant sea beneath the mountain, and his expression instantly changed to one of alarm. This is troubling. Maddox muttered to himself, his demeanor grave. Are you unable to deal with them? Leo inquired. The pirate crew, Maddox squinted in disbelief. After a thorough observation, he ultimately confirmed he was not mistaken. They were the infamous Axe Pirates, notorious across the seas. With a membership exceeding 500, their captain, the Maddox, boasted a bounty exceeding 130 million berries. The first mate, Blood Foxbeck, had a bounty of 85 million berries. If it were indeed them, confronting them would likely necessitate a fleet of the Navy. Leo, you and Anina must hide at once, Maddox said gravely, speaking to himself before suddenly turning to Leo with urgency. And what about you? Do not worry about me. I must inform the villagers below to evacuate immediately. Otherwise, many lives will be lost, Maddox exclaimed, hastily making his way down the mountain. At this moment, where was the righteous Navy? Suddenly, Leo inquired, causing Maddox to pause in his tracks. He turned in astonishment to face Leo, a flicker of surprise crossing his expression. Maddox approached him and earnestly remarked, if you seek vengeance, Leo, you must do everything within your power to survive. Until you possess the strength to protect yourself, cling to life by any means necessary. His decision to risk saving Leo and concealing him stemmed from his disdain for the Navy's actions. Maddox had no intention of hindering or interfering with Leo's resolve for revenge. However, he was acutely aware that, given Leo's current abilities and condition, such aspirations were unattainable. After speaking, Maddox turned to leave once more. At that moment, Leo spoke again. They merely wish to relax here, having recently plundered several towns and amassed a wealth of treasures. They will not target any town for the time being. As long as we do not provoke them, they will depart after indulging in their feasting. This insight was gleaned from his observation through the use of Haki, allowing him to hear the thoughts of those pirates. Upon hearing Leo's words, Maddox was momentarily taken aback, incredulously turning to him. Leo, did you hear that with such ability? Indeed. Leo nodded, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Maddox shook his head in incredulity as he stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the three colossal pirate ships anchoring at the shore. A throng of pirates swaggered from the dock, just as Leo had asserted. They indeed refrained from pillaging the town, opting instead to make their way directly to the tavern for libations. You were absolutely right, Leo. They are not here to wreak havoc and plunder. Maddox, utilizing his observation Haki, found it almost unfathomable. What are you doing? He inquired, turning to see Leo already shouldering a pack, preparing to descend the mountain. Bewilderment etched across his face. He stared at Leo in confusion. I am profoundly grateful for the care you and Alina have extended to me over these years, Maddox. It is time for me to embark on my journey. Where are you headed? If revenge is my aim, I must evolve more swiftly. Besides, remaining here may only bring you trouble in the future. Leo said little. The intelligence organization of the world government is not to be trifled with. If they were to discover the connection between the Maddox couple and himself, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for them in the future. Thus, Leo chose to depart at this juncture. He felt he had nothing to repay them with. The only thing he could do was to avoid bringing them trouble. Maddox wished to intervene, but upon observing Leo's resolute figure and contemplating Leo's exceptional nature, he abandoned that thought. Leo's talent is extraordinarily exceptional. I find myself devoid of anything further to impart to him. In fact, Maddox has come to the realization over the past 2 years that he may no longer be a match for Leo. Therefore, allowing him to depart may indeed be a beneficial decision. Leo arrived alone at the tavern at the foot of the mountain, where the members of the Wild Axe pirate crew were already reveling in boisterous merriment, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol. At that moment, they were in the process of packing the remaining liquor to bring aboard their ship before setting sail. As a group of burly pirates hoisted large barrels to exit, they were suddenly confronted by a small boy blocking their path. Hey, you little rascal, step aside and don't obstruct our way, they jeered. Heh. Today we are in high spirits. We don't want to spill blood. Just don't make us change our minds. The raucous pirates chuckled heartily, their eyes fixed on Leo, standing resolutely at the door. Leo cast a sweeping glance, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a robust figure seated at the bar, engrossed in his drink, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The man bore a massive, gleaming axe upon his back. Beside him sat another individual, whose shifty demeanor and cunning expression suggested a treacherous disposition. It was evident that these two were the unmistakable leaders of this pirate crew. Sensing Leo's approach, the burly figure known as Maddox shifted his gaze, casting a brief glance in Leo's direction. What do you want, kid? Maddox inquired in a low, menacing tone as he observed Leo making his way toward him. I wish to join your pirate crew. Leo responded with a hint of surprise, causing the surrounding pirates to fall silent momentarily. However, in the next instant, they erupted into raucous laughter. Haha, are you still half asleep, kid? You want to join our pirate crew? Haha, do you even know who we are? The cacophony of laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a series of thuds as bodies hit the ground. Chapter 6, A New Enlightenment, The 6 Forms of the Navy. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. In the blink of an eye, apart from the formidable axe and the blood-red foxback, All the other pirates lay incapacitated, their eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. Even Axe and Beck felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, their blood surging in their veins. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they exchanged bewildered glances with Leo. What have you done, kid? Axe questioned, incredulity etched across his face. Although he had no idea what had transpired, he surmised it was undoubtedly connected to the boy before him. Just moments ago, they had been drinking merrily, when this individual barged in, declaring his desire to join their crew. Then came the laughter, and suddenly, everyone had collapsed. Are you really a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries? You hardly seem impressive. Leo cast a peculiar glance at the raging Axe and calmly spoke. You audacious little brat. How dare you look down upon our captain? Blood Fox Beck had regained his composure, though he still felt a tumult of energy surging within him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of unease. However, he could no longer afford to dwell on such feelings. He seized the large blade resting on the table and swung it fiercely towards Leo. The speed of his attack was astonishing. Moments earlier, Leo had unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, causing the other pirates to collapse, leaving only this individual and the raging Axe still standing. It was evident that they were no ordinary foes. Leo's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on the descending blade. He pondered whether it would be wiser to evade the strike or to employ his Haki defensively, thus instilling fear in his adversary's heart. At that moment, however, everything within his field of vision began to slow down. Was it happening again? This familiar sensation was not new to Leo. Every time he gained insight into a particular ability, a similar phenomenon would manifest. The world around him seemed to be caught in a languorous flow of time. In this altered state, Leo perceived things that were typically invisible. A wondrous and enigmatic scene unfolded before him. Before his eyes, he beheld luminous points suspended in the air or resting upon the ground and furniture, resembling the epicenters of rippling waves. They radiated outward in concentric circles. Simultaneously, a profound understanding blossomed in Leo's mind. He realized that if he could swiftly and precisely step upon these glowing points in the air more than 5 times, he could not only evade the strike, but also launch a counterattack from his opponent's blind spot. With fingers as unyielding as steel, he could deliver a lethal blow. Was this the 6 styles of the Navy? Leo's heart was filled with uncertainty, while his body, under the guidance of his subconscious mind, began to move in accordance with the instructions. His feet flashed rapidly, alternating in the air, tapping it more than 5 times in a mere 36 seconds. Immediately, Leo's figure surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, his right toe landing on the first point of light. With a natural grace, he propelled himself towards the second, then the third. His form seemed to transform into a fleeting shadow, darting swiftly through the tavern's hall. In less than 5 seconds, Leo had circled behind his opponent, and with a vigorous push from his feet within a slightly larger circle visible only to him, he launched himself forward. Rising swiftly, Leo positioned himself behind his adversary. At that moment, Blood Fox Beck finally sensed the impending danger, glancing around frantically in search of Leo's whereabouts. Behind you. The watching berserker observed the entire scene with keen clarity. When he witnessed the remarkably young Leo closing in on Beck with a speed that even he could not fathom, his eyes widened in astonishment. Unfortunately, the berserker's warning came too late. Blood Fox Beck fell victim to Leo's piercing strike, a gaping wound appearing on the back of his neck in an instant. He collapsed on the ground, crashing heavily, his eyes rolling back and mouth agape, utterly devoid of consciousness or sound. Although this ability was newly acquired, it proved to be remarkably effective against such minor foes. Leo gazed at the defeated adversary sprawled on the ground, lost in silent contemplation. He then turned to face the bewildered Maddox, who was staring at him in shock. You, Leo addressed him, as Maddox snapped back to reality, hastily seizing the massive axe at his side, eager to retaliate. Yet, Leo coldly remarked, I require some skilled sailors. For today, I shall spare your life. Should you wish for death, feel free to attempt it. At Leo's words, Maddox's grip on the colossal axe faltered momentarily. A look of incredulity washed over his face, his eyes shimmering with doubt. Observing the few formidable moves displayed by this young man, it was evident he was not an easy opponent. Moreover, the boy's demeanor was strikingly calm, almost chillingly so. Maddox found himself hesitating, pondering the possibility of meeting the same fate as his first mate, lying lifeless on the ground. After a fierce internal struggle, Maddox's primal instincts ultimately triumphed over his reason. What a jest. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 130 million berries. He bellowed. Today, you shall witness the prowess of Maddox, you insolent brat. With a maniacal laugh, he resolved to unleash his full strength to vanquish this foe. As he cackled, he abruptly sprang from his seat, seizing the hefty axe weighing several hundred pounds and hurling it fiercely towards Leo. In Leo's line of sight, the luminous points were rapidly fading away. Simultaneously, a continuous stream of consciousness emerged within his mind, encompassing thoughts on how he ought to react and the potential counterattacks and evasive maneuvers his opponent might execute. As these streams of awareness unfolded in his mind, Leo's body instinctively began to move. He adeptly employed the recently grasped techniques of the 6 forms of the Navy, skillfully combining the shave and moonwalk to evade to the side. In that fleeting moment, the colossal axe, weighing several hundred pounds, crashed down upon the very spot where Leo had just been standing. A resounding roar echoed, shaking the earth, as dust and debris billowed forth. The entire tavern was left in ruins, sustaining over half of its structure's devastation from the onslaught of the mighty axe. Chapter 7. From this day forward, I shall be your leader. The ground continued to tremble, fissures widening beneath. Meanwhile, the formidable axe was raised once more, launching another assault toward Leo, who had circled around to his left. Astonishingly, this foe was able to perceive Leo's trajectory, remaining undeterred by the cloud of dust stirred up by the previous upheaval. Leo felt a surge of astonishment within. Indeed, he was worthy of the bounty exceeding 100 million berries. If such a value were to be placed a decade or so into the future, it would undoubtedly mark him as a true supernova. Thus, the prowess displayed by the Maddox came as no surprise whatsoever. The figure of Leo flickered once more, his speed intensified, and in an instant, he vanished before the eyes of the furious axe. Seeking death, with a low growl, the furious axe abruptly swung his massive weapon to the left. Thud. Leo's fist struck forcefully against his opponent's massive axe, the tremendous impact causing the wild axe to stagger backward repeatedly. Does this fellow possess observation, Haki? Leo was somewhat taken aback. However, he quickly came to the realization that it was not as he initially thought. The inner voice of the mad axe resonated in his ears. Fortunately, this fellow was indeed remarkably swift. Thankfully, my reflexes are also quite sharp. How infuriating. How could such a formidable little brat exist here? The mad axe was continually astonished within. His inner monologue revealed that he had yet to master the observation Haki. Nevertheless, this individual must be on the verge of awakening it. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to evade the punch I had just thrown. Leo struck once more, his speed surpassing that of the previous encounter. However, his intention was not to ambush the berserk axe, but rather to create distance between them. Upon perceiving this situation, the berserk axe mistakenly believed Leo intended to flee, and with a sinister grin, he gave chase, exclaiming, "Heh, thinking of escaping now, are you, brat? It won't be that easy. I shall see you perish here today, reduced to mere pulp." Though the brute was undeniably robust, he exhibited remarkable swiftness. As he pursued with a malevolent grin, his enormous axe raised high, he aimed a deadly strike at Leo's head. However, just when the berserk axe thought victory was within his grasp, he suddenly witnessed Leo pivot and halt his retreat, a cryptic smile illuminating his face. Humph. Leo chuckled with a hint of mischief. In that fleeting moment, the frenzied axe sensed impending doom. Yet, he remained oblivious to the source of his dilemma. His colossal axe already beyond the point of retraction, its force fully unleashed. As he bore witness to Leo's unwavering stance, it seemed inevitable that the axe would strike true. However, at that critical juncture, Leo's body twisted in an uncanny manner. He swayed like a resilient reed in the wind, narrowly evading the lethal blow of the frenzied axe. It was over. Leo chuckled softly once more, simultaneously lifting his right foot to deliver a swift kick. The rapid strike created an astonishing vacuum pressure in the air, unleashing a crescent slash comparable to a sword's edge, which accurately struck the chest of the berserk axe. With a cry of agony, the berserk axe was hit by the immense crescent-shaped vacuum strike, causing him to spew forth blood and be violently propelled backward. Concurrently, blood gushed from his chest, where the armor lay shattered. After collapsing to the ground, he struggled to lift his head, gazing at Leo with incredulity. "You. How is it possible that you are still alive?" Truly tenacious. Leo was somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that his opponent, having endured a vacuum slash from his gale kick and sustaining such grievous injuries, could still be alive. At that moment, a surge of information suddenly flooded his mind. He recalled the precise sequence of events when he had executed the gale kick, recognizing certain flaws and deficiencies. So that was it. That move should have claimed this fiend's life, but my kick was somewhat sluggish, and my angle and timing were not adequately calibrated. This directly impacted the potency of my attack. Moreover, a more significant reason lay in the inadequacy of my current physical constitution, which was insufficient to fully unleash the true might of the Marine 6 styles. Through a thorough review of the recent combat, Leo swiftly attained enlightenment. As he discerned the source of his shortcomings, he also gained a deeper understanding of the Marine 6 styles. It was not merely the gale kick. He found himself enriched with insights into other techniques such as the finger pistol, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, and soaring. It felt as though he had been training and employing these abilities for several years. "Who on earth are you, little brat?" The Mad Axe gritted his teeth and glared at Leo, clutching his bleeding chest in disbelief. However, Leo chose not to engage in any further banter. This man was a ruthless pirate. By his own admission, since setting sail, he had pillaged numerous towns, committing countless atrocities. Given his heinous nature, there was no moral quandary in executing him. Rio executed a swift kick, employing the gale leg technique once more. However, unlike the initial execution marked by inexperience, his recent profound comprehension of the Navy's 6 style significantly amplified the potency of the strike. The crescent-shaped vacuum propelled forth at an astonishing speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, the head of the berserk axe was severed from his body. After dispatching this foe, Rio brushed off his hands and surveyed his surroundings. The other pirates, previously rendered unconscious by his conqueror's Haki, were now stirring, roused by the commotion of the battle. As they regained their senses, they were met with the harrowing sight of their captain and vice-captain lying lifeless in a pool of blood. The scene transformed their expressions in an instant. The Berserk Axe and Captain Beck, they were dead? Dead? Surely, it seemed they truly were. Foolishness. Is this merely an appearance? It is undoubtedly a grim reality. The pirates gazed around in terror, each one dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. At that moment, someone finally noticed Rio. It was this young man responsible for the carnage. In unison, all eyes turned towards Rio. He slowly pivoted to face them, a disarmingly innocent smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I am the one who has taken their lives. From this day forth, you shall follow me, Leo proclaimed. A pirate. Upon hearing this, furiously brandished his cutlass and charged towards Leo, exclaiming, "Damn it, I shall avenge our captain." Just as the words left his lips, he noticed Leo raising his hand, his finger aimed directly at him. In the next moment, with a soft thud, a hole appeared where his heart once resided. Chapter 8. Encountering the Navy outside. What Leo had just employed was the Navy's sixth-style finger gun technique. By thrusting his fingers forward at an astonishing speed, he generated a vacuum shockwave akin to a bullet, capable of inflicting damage comparable to that of a firearm upon impact. His velocity was so extraordinary that to an onlooker, it would appear as if Leo had made merely a gesture of shooting with his fingers, effortlessly eliminating a comrade. In that moment, all the pirates were left in a state of sheer astonishment. None dared to approach Leo again, with some even fleeing in terror, as if they had encountered a monstrous apparition. Soon, the remaining pirates scattered in disarray, hastening towards the shore in a desperate bid to escape this dreadful place by boat. Leo turned with a smile, calmly following behind. Although he appeared to be strolling leisurely, in the blink of an eye, he had tracked the pirates to the seashore, where 3 enormous ships were anchored. Just as the pirates were about to set sail and flee, they were taken aback by Leo's swift approach, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Infuriated, they resolved to confront him. A few audacious pirates, gritting their teeth, attempted to fight Leo with all their might. However, before they could even make a move, they were swiftly dispatched by an unseen assault. In their eyes, Leo now resembled a devil, an invincible and unbeatable fiend. After witnessing the fall of countless pirates, the remaining ones finally ceased their defiance. No longer did they resist. Instead, they knelt upon the ground, pleading for Leo's mercy. We are willing to submit to you. We beseech you, spare our lives." Leo, of course, would not harm them. He still requires some assistance for menial tasks to help navigate the vessel. "Set sail," Leo commanded. While at Maddox's residence, he had come to understand that this location was situated atop the Grand Line, with the island positioned precisely at the starting point of this legendary sea. However, it was not the same route taken by the Straw Hat crew in the original tale. The geography here bore resemblance to the region of Whiskey Peak. Thus, it was evident that the Axeman pirates had just arrived, preparing to venture into the Grand Line. Yet, for some, their journey would conclude here. Leo's purpose was straightforward. He sought to enhance his prowess through the trials along the way, aiming to elevate his strength to a higher level before reaching the Sabaody archipelago. Only then could he exact his revenge. As for the rest, Leo was indifferent. He cared not for the identities of those aboard the vessel, nor did he concern himself with the name of the pirate crew. Dominating these pirates was merely a means to facilitate his own endeavors. At that moment, approximately 3 nautical miles from the 3 ships of the Axeman pirates, 4 naval warships appeared to be stationary upon the ocean's surface. On the deck of one of these ships stood a man, appearing to be in his 40s with a weasel-like visage, holding a telescope aloft to observe the scene. I never expected to find such a prize here." The Axeman pirates. This naval captain, reminiscent of the original's mouse colonel, grinned maliciously as he retracted his gaze and handed the telescope to a subordinate nearby. He then commanded, "Prepare the cannons. Aim them at those pirate vessels. They are approaching swiftly. This is a golden opportunity we cannot afford to miss." With that, he displayed a cunning smile. Simultaneously, under Leo's directive, the 3 ships of the Axeman pirates were hastily departing from the port, heading towards the open sea. Soon, they spotted the 4 naval warships encircling them on the water. The lookout shouted loudly to the crew on deck, "It's the Navy. 2 nautical miles ahead. Naval warships are in position. They have us surrounded." At the sound of the warning, panic ensued among the pirates on deck. A burly pirate, missing several teeth, rushed to Leo's side and exclaimed, "Lord Leo, the Navy has surrounded us." "I am aware," Leo replied. Leo's gaze turned icy. He had never anticipated that his first venture onto the seas would lead him to encounter the Navy. These scoundrels were truly despicable. The mere thought of having faced the specter of death even before his birth, shortly after his arrival in this world, sent shivers down his spine. And his mother, the woman he had never met, had met a tragic end at the hands of the Navy. At this very moment, Leo is engulfed in a profound sense of disgust. The so-called absolute justice, if it necessitates the sacrifice of countless innocent lives for its preservation, is justice unworthy of pursuit. Moreover, regarding that operation from years past, it is likely that the world government and the Navy were primarily concerned with instilling fear in other factions upon the seas. They exhibited little regard for the bloodline of the Pirate King. In their quest to intimidate other pirate forces, they unleashed a catastrophic tragedy upon the world, resulting in the slaughter of millions of pregnant women and newborns. Such acts are utterly unforgivable. Even if the world government endeavors to rewrite history and obscure certain truths, that dark chapter will never fade from memory. My lord Leo, what shall we do? The voice of a subordinate interrupted Leo's reverie, drawing his attention back as he gazed towards the horizon. There, he could discern the silhouettes of Navy warships, lined up with their cannons aimed directly at them. At that moment, another subordinate called out urgently, My lord Leo, a small vessel is approaching us. Leo cast his gaze over the surface of the sea and indeed spotted a small vessel gently swaying as it approached. A few naval officers stood aboard, one of whom appeared to be a commanding officer, dressed in the faint remnants of a naval uniform. Shall we sink them, my lord? One of his subordinates inquired. Let us observe their intentions first. Leo disregarded his subordinate's suggestion and commanded the ship to approach the opposing vessel. Soon, both sides began to make contact. Where's your captain? Tell him that Colonel Shuashu has arrived. The tall, slender Colonel Shuashu, with a face marked by cunning and a sinister smile, introduced himself to the pirates on deck. Just as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from a throng of pirates, coming into view. Upon seeing Leo, Colonel Shuashu was momentarily taken aback. How could a pirate crew have a child of such tender years among them? Is he also a pirate? Although surprised, Colonel Shuashu did not dwell on it and inquired, Where is your captain? Chapter 9. An open bride? Before Colonel Shuashu could finish his sentence, Leo interjected. I am the captain. Leo gazed down from his elevated position, responding, You? Colonel Shoshu was momentarily taken aback, staring at Leo in disbelief. I remember quite clearly that the captain of the Maddox pirates is Maddox himself, and the first mate is Blood Foxbeck. I demand to see both of them. Not some insignificant brat like you. Bring them forth at once, or I shall not hold back. Colonel Shoshu threatened. His words left the pirates on the deck flabbergasted and seething with anger. You scoundrel! Do you even comprehend what you're saying, you foul Navy dog? Seeking death, are you? Ha ha ha, you truly do not know the heights and depths of this world. Captain Maddox and Captain Beck have long since been vanquished by Lord Leo. It is Lord Leo who leads us now. The pirates roared with laughter, ridiculing Colonel Shoshu. Hearing their taunts, Colonel Shoshu was once again struck dumb. Lord Leo? His gaze faltered as he looked back at Leo. The Lord Leo you speak of is this brat? Truly. You are courting death to dare address him in such a manner. Colonel Shoshu's expression shifted slightly. Is it he who defeated the notorious Maddox with a bounty of 130 million berries? And Beck, with a bounty nearing 90 million berries? He scrutinized Leo. Incredulity painted across his features. Despite his inner turmoil of shock and disbelief, Colonel Shoshu sensed that Leo was indeed different. Primarily, the pirates exhibited an unmistakable reverence towards him. How could ordinary folk possibly show such deference to a mere child of 5 or 6 years? Soon, the raucous laughter and brash responses of the surrounding pirates revealed the truth. This little brat was indeed Leo, and he had indeed dispatched both Maddox and Beck. After a brief moment of astonishment, a flicker of apprehension crossed Colonel Shoshu's eyes. Regaining his composure, he inhaled deeply and refocused on Leo. It matters not who leads your crew. I am not here to cause you trouble, but rather to propose a collaboration. He concluded with a sinister, cunning grin. Upon hearing this, Leo coldly surveyed him and inquired, What sort of collaboration? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. However, Colonel Shoshu remained oblivious to the menace. Noticing that Leo was indeed intrigued, he promptly replied, I can pretend that today's events never transpired. We have never crossed paths on this sea. However, as a condition for your release, you must. Colonel Shoshu paused, rubbing his fingers together in a universally understood gesture. Instantly, everyone comprehended his implication. This rogue was daring to extort them in broad daylight. A pirate beside Leo furrowed his brow with a grave expression. The other pirates also displayed disdainful glances. Although they were notorious criminals, capable of taking lives without a second thought, they had never encountered a Navy officer who directly demanded a bribe from them. Today marked the first such experience. It was truly surprising to discover that individuals like this existed within the Navy. How enlightening this is. Hey, do you even realize what you're saying? Aren't you a Navy colonel? Isn't it your duty to apprehend pirates? How is it that you are the one asking for a bride? It was evident to all that this man was no upstanding character. On the deck, the pirates exchanged barbs, each mocking Colonel Shoshu or questioning his actions. However, Colonel Shoshu remained unfazed by their derision. His skin was remarkably thick. Colonel Shoshu continued, casting a glance at Leo. What do you think? If you pay me 50 million berries, I shall allow all of you to leave unscathed. I assure you that no one will ever know of this transaction, nor will any Navy personnel pursue you. He chuckled. 3 ships and hundreds of you. This is quite the bargain. Wouldn't you agree? After saying this, Colonel Shoshu looked at Leo with anticipation. Yet, for the first time, he noticed a fierce glint of murderous intent in Leo's eyes. This aura of hostility sent a chill down Colonel Shoshu's spine, causing him to instinctively recoil. He quickly added, If you find the price too steep, we can certainly negotiate. Let us consider this a friendly arrangement. How about 40 million berries? He extended 4 fingers. The pirates on the deck, initially ready to retort when the colonel quoted his price of 50 million berries, erupted into laughter upon hearing his revised offer. What a joke. If we had that much money, would we even need to be pirates? Haha. What a fool to dare ask for a bride. Lord Leo, let us simply eliminate them. They mocked, clearly seeing him as blind to the reality of their situation. Leo let out a soft snort. Given the circumstances, it seems you truly deserve to die. Upon hearing Leo's words and catching another glimpse of the murderous intent in his eyes, Colonel Shashu's pupils constricted slightly. However, it was evident that he was no stranger to setbacks. His skin was thicker than a fortress wall. Instead of retreating, he grinned and said, "The Navy is merely a profession for us. It is a job we undertake out of necessity to support our families. Just as you engage in piracy to pillage and plunder, I serve in the Navy to save enough for retirement. Thus, what we do is not so different. You give me the money, and I'll let you go. You can continue your delightful raids on other towns, reaping substantial rewards. Why must we resort to such cruelty against one another?" As soon as Colonel Shoshu finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Leo raising a finger at him. Chapter 10. Quickly notify Marineford. Seeing Leo's gesture, Colonel Shashu's smile vanished, his expression turning serious as he squinted. "You?" He hesitated, scrutinizing Leo, uncertain of his intentions. "You are quite noisy. Prepare to die here." Upon concluding his statement, Leo decisively unleashed a piercing attack. The vacuum bullets, elusive and swift as lightning, shot forth with remarkable velocity. With a sharp whoosh, they were aimed directly at his opponent's vital points. Yet, in that critical moment, Colonel Shuashu unexpectedly changed his expression and evaded to the side. This mere sidestep allowed him to narrowly escape disaster. The vacuum bullet struck his left ribcage, dangerously grazing his heart's vital region. This is the Navy's 6 styles. Who are you? Despite lacking in strength, Shuashu was not without insight. He understood that after reaching a certain stage in their training, Navy recruits would begin to learn the Navy's 6 styles. Thus, he immediately recognized the technique following the assault. No wonder that movement felt so familiar. Yet, how could this be possible? Colonel Shuashu was filled with uncertainty. He had practiced the Navy's 6 styles for many years. Yet he had barely scratched the surface. Yet here stood this young man, who had managed to wound him with a single strike. Had he not reacted swiftly enough, he would have met his demise. At this moment, Colonel Shuashu was engulfed in fear. Leo's ruthless and decisive nature instilled in him a profound sense of impending death. He sought to unravel the circumstances surrounding the peril and endeavor to devise a solution. If necessary, he would even consider paying these pirates, as long as his life could be spared. However, at that moment, Leo offered him no opportunity. Just as Colonel Shashu intended to inquire further, a fierce gust of wind struck him. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, the small vessel beneath his feet shattered into 2. It was as if it had been suddenly assailed by an invisible blade. Colonel Shashu and his 2 trusted subordinates plummeted into the depths of the sea. At that instant, a barrage of gunfire rained down upon them. These assaults were unleashed by Leo, with his vacuum-like finger gun strikes wielding power akin to genuine bullets. In an instant, Colonel Shashu's 2 men were slain, their blood staining the surrounding waters. The scent of blood drew forth the sea beasts and aquatic creatures lurking below. From a distance, a naval lieutenant aboard one of the 4 warships, peering through his telescope, bore witness to this harrowing scene. Observing the ambush on his commander, Colonel Shashu, and the demise of his 2 companions, he was further horrified to see Colonel Shashu himself devoured by a colossal sea monster. Instantly, the expressions of the naval personnel on the deck shifted dramatically. The lieutenant, quick to react, darkened in countenance and commanded, "The pirates have attacked us. Colonel Shashu is deceased. Initiate a counterattack immediately. Open fire at once." In a synchronized motion, the cannons aboard the 4 warships discharged simultaneously, unleashing a volley of black projectiles that cut through the air with a piercing wail. The pirates under Leo's command were equally undeterred, launching a fierce counterattack. At that moment, Leo suddenly unleashed a kick. In an instant, the air shimmered with the outlines of crescent-shaped slashes, which vanished just as quickly as they appeared. Simultaneously, the incoming cannonballs erupted mid-air, posing no threat to this location whatsoever. Witnessing Leo's intervention, the incoming projectiles were effortlessly shattered. On the decks of the 3 colossal pirate ships, hundreds of pirates erupted into unified shouts of exhilaration and cheers. Rio's strength far surpasses that of their previous captain. Now, every pirate genuinely feels admiration and reverence for Rio. What? How is this possible? From a distance, the 4 naval ships were rendered speechless at this sight. They could hardly believe that someone could achieve such a feat. "Fire! Open fire immediately! Sink those pirate ships!" commanded the naval captain on the deck once more. However, just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly stiffened. A bloodstain appeared at the center of his face, and in an instant, he was split in 2. Simultaneously, the naval warship beneath him erupted with a deafening sound. Splitting from bow to stern, the massive vessel was swiftly cleaved in 2. Amidst the thunderous cacophony and the sounds of snapping masts and the violent friction of metal and wood, the warship rapidly sank into the depths of the sea. The soldiers on the remaining 3 naval ships were left dumbfounded at this sight. "Incredible! That ship harbors a master swordsman. Retreat at once. No one is allowed to flee. Open fire immediately. We must eliminate these pirates and avenge our brothers and Colonel Shuashu." Other naval ships saw their lieutenants and captains stepping forward to take command of the battle. Yet, just as these naval officers issued their commands, their vessels were suddenly attacked. Numerous naval soldiers distinctly perceived a tremendous pressure surging rapidly from the distant sea. The ocean seemed to be cleaved by an invisible colossal blade, creating deep chasms in its surface. Before the soldiers could comprehend what was happening, their ships began to split apart. With a thunderous roar, the damaged naval warships quickly sank beneath the waves, and many naval soldiers fell into the water. Only at this moment did they realize they had provoked a force they could never hope to contend with. Many naval personnel clung to fragments of their vessels, floating atop the sea. Just as they caught their breath, they suddenly witnessed another onslaught from the enemy. An invisible, powerful vacuum slash cut through the waves, striking a group of naval soldiers who had just surfaced. In an instant, they were all annihilated, their blood staining the ocean red. Simultaneously, more attacks followed. The remaining naval soldiers finally understood that the enemy had no intention of sparing them. Rather, they sought complete extermination. A naval captain urgently shouted to his subordinate in charge of the transponder snail, "Quick! Notify Marineford and the branch about the situation here. These pirates are absolutely insane. Insane." As he finished speaking, he watched in horror as another group of surviving soldiers, less than 50 meters away, were engulfed by the massive waves stirred up by the terrifying vacuum slashes. Chapter 11. Waiting for them to deliver themselves. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the office of the Admiral, Sengoku felt a throbbing headache. He had initially believed that the public execution of the notorious pirate Roger would quell the chaos on the seas and restore peace throughout the world. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, that cunning man had, with his dying breath, ignited an even more tumultuous era of piracy. His final words proclaimed that he had left behind countless treasures in some corner of the world, inciting a frenzy among pirates worldwide, all harboring dreams of wealth. These myriad pirate crews wreaked havoc across the globe, causing countless tragedies. Their existence severely diverted the Navy's attention, preventing the headquarters from focusing all its resources on dealing with the new pirate crews formed by former members of the Rocks Pirates, such as the Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, Kaido Pirates, and the Golden Lion Pirates, among others. As these pirate crews grew stronger and more formidable, they became increasingly difficult to manage. The Holy Land Mariewa continued to exert pressure on Marineford. Over the past few years, Sengoku had been increasingly troubled by these issues. Though still under 60, his hair had already turned gray. Recently, he had heard that the Whitebeard Pirates had seized several islands in the New World, further expanding their influence. Sengoku pondered how to counter the Whitebeard Pirates and sought ways to diminish their power. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He snapped out of his reverie and looked up, startled, at the entrance. "Come in." Admiral Sengoku, a naval colonel, entered, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. "We have just received notification from the intelligence department regarding a serious incident at the starting point of the Grand Line, harassing, where pirates have attacked our personnel. For warships led by Colonel Shuashu have been assaulted by the Maddox pirates, and they are currently all unaccounted for." Hearing this report, Sengoku's already chaotic mind felt an additional pang of pain, as if his temples had been struck. However, being a seasoned admiral, he did not display excessive alarm at the situation. The Maddox Pirates, the group that amassed over 500 members in just 3 years and had been issued a bounty of 130 million berries for their attacks on multiple towns. Correct? Sengoku recalled this crew, as he had personally authorized the bounty against them. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku. His subordinate nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Sengoku pondered for a moment. As the admiral, he was acutely aware of the Navy's grassroots condition. While some personnel showed potential, many were ineffectual. In particular, Colonel Shuashu often faced disparaging rumors. Sengoku was aware of this, yet had yet to find the opportunity to address the matter. Moreover, the Navy was currently understaffed, making Shuashu's presence somewhat valuable. At least under his jurisdiction, pirate attacks on towns were infrequent. Thus, Sengoku had no choice but to turn a blind eye. After all, many in the Navy were not dedicated to their duties. If Colonel Shuashu were to encounter the Maddox pirates, he would indeed be in grave danger. With this in mind, Sengoku looked up at the naval colonel and asked, "Is there still a way to contact Colonel Shuashu?" "I apologize, Mr. Sengoku. Our last communication with them occurred half an hour ago, during which they reported that all 4 warships had been destroyed. The enemy is suspected to be utilizing the Navy's Type 6, and thus far, this is all we know." Communication subsequently ceased, leaving us without further intelligence. Given the gravity of the situation, considering that 4 warships have been annihilated, I felt compelled to deliver this news to you personally. After my subordinate finished speaking, he felt the need to clarify. Sengoku, unperturbed by the interruption, acknowledged that his troubles were already plentiful and this incident was but a drop in the ocean. Upon hearing the report, Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. "I am aware of these circumstances. Please arrange for the nearest rescue vessel to search that maritime region promptly. Expedite assistance to any survivors encountered." With that, Sengoku lowered his head, one hand pressed against his forehead, wearing an expression reflecting his struggle against the throbbing pain. "Mr. Sengoku." The subordinate hesitated. "Is it not necessary to dispatch forces to eliminate the Crazy Axe pirates?" "Unnecessary," Sengoku replied curtly. "A bounty will be placed on their heads in due course." He offered no further explanation, as he believed such elaboration was superfluous. The intelligence previously indicated that the Crazy Axe pirates were situated at Harushing Island, one of the starting points of the Grand Line. Since they have entered the Grand Line, they will inevitably follow a fixed route, regardless of how distant or convoluted their journey may be. As long as they continue their voyage, they will eventually arrive at the Shambodi archipelago. The Navy is currently severely understaffed, making it impractical to mobilize forces against such a minor pirate faction. After all, it is the New World that genuinely demands the Navy's presence to maintain order and exert greater force to intimidate the audacious sea marauders. However, Sengoku's intent was not to overlook the Crazy Axe pirates entirely. Rather, he planned to deploy intelligence vessels to closely monitor their movements. When the time comes, once they reach the Shambodi archipelago, it will be far easier to dispatch naval warships to deal with them. After sending his subordinate on his way, Sengoku pondered for a moment. Ultimately, he produced a blank bounty notice and inscribed the sum of 180 million berries in the reward section. He then proceeded to contact the intelligence department, instructing them to procure one or several photographs of the captain and vice-captain of the Crazy Axe pirates. Once all was arranged, Sengoku disseminated the bounty notice. To this day, he still believed the captain of the Crazy Axe pirates to be the one adept in wielding axe and sword, entirely unaware that the current leader of the Crazy Axe pirates was, in fact, Leo. Chapter 12. Enlightenment at every moment. Surrounded by hundreds of pirates, Leo stood as if a triumphant deity, revered by the masses. These pirates cheered exuberantly for Leo's previous remarkable feats. However, Leo did not exhibit any semblance of joy. After all, he had merely dispatched a single naval colonel, a scoundrel hidden amongst the ranks of the Navy. This accomplishment brought him no sense of achievement, nor did it fulfill his desire for perfect vengeance. The fury that burned within him remained as intense as ever, perhaps even more so than before. The sole source of his contentment at this moment was the newfound insights blossoming in his mind. Following the recent battle, Leo had gained a deeper understanding of the Navy's 6 styles, the application of Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and Observation Haki. Moreover, additional revelations emerged in his mind, illuminating a crucial realization: the effective utilization of his muscular strength to achieve greater explosive power, enhanced speed, and more adept evasion of opponents' attacks. He also perceived further hypotheses. If he adhered to these conjectures in his physical training, his physical prowess would flourish exponentially. Although Leo could not articulate the significance of these insights, he was certain they would greatly contribute to his growth and strength. Now, he found himself eagerly anticipating his next combat performance. 3 colossal pirate ships sailed swiftly across the ocean, their crew well prepared for their journey to the New World, equipped with navigational compasses, provisions, and fresh water. The navigator skillfully commanded the vessel, alleviating Leo of much responsibility. At present, he needed only to devote himself to mastering the martial techniques, Haki, and swordsmanship he had just comprehended, thereby accelerating his strength enhancement. All other matters were of no concern to him. Yet, a sense of perplexity nagged at Leo. Under normal circumstances, the Navy, having endured such a significant assault, would undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements to assist or even pursue them for retribution. Yet, 3 days had elapsed, and not a single trace of them had appeared. Could it be that my swift actions have left them unable to relay the news? Leo reflected on the events of that time. He vividly recalled the sound of his observation Haki, capturing the shouts of the naval commander, who proclaimed his intention to notify the nearby naval branch and the Marine headquarters at Marineford through a din mushy. Initially, he had expected an intriguing individual to arrive, someone with whom he could hone his skills and expedite his progress. However, after waiting in vain, he was met only with disappointment. As Leo pondered the inexplicable actions of the Navy, one of his subordinates suddenly voiced a question nearby. Is this the latest bounty notice? Why does it feature our former Captain S wanted poster? Shouldn't it be Lord Leo S? Upon further inspection, they confirmed it was indeed their old Captain S image. What on earth happened? Haha, his bounty has skyrocketed to a staggering 180 million berries. If that Maddox man knew, he would surely die laughing. It seems the Navy is quite oblivious. They still believe our crew is the same old Maddox pirates. They must not realize that our current captain is Lord Leo. On the deck, the burly pirates, in addition to engaging in brawls, found great amusement in reading the daily news. Today, the newspaper brought forth the latest updates, including the Navy's newly issued bounty notices. Yet, from the conversations among these men, Leo gleaned valuable information. The Navy remained unaware that he was now the captain of the Maddox pirates, not the deceased Maddox. They even issued a higher bounty for someone who had been dead for days. Realizing this might be the reason they had not dispatched pursuers to hunt them down, Leo narrowed his eyes. However, upon reconsideration, he found it advantageous. This afforded him more time to grow and improve. Although Leo had already mastered the 3 forms of Haki and acquired formidable skills in physical combat and swordsmanship, his overall strength was not particularly formidable. He could easily handle minor adversaries, but when faced with true powerhouses, he felt he still fell short. His observation Haki had reached a profound level. Yet his Armament and Conqueror's Haki remained strong, yet not fully developed. His mastery of Armament Haki was still in the stage of wrapping, lacking the capability for external release and internal destruction. As for Conqueror's Haki, he had yet to achieve a tangible destructive effect on his surroundings. In the depths of his heart, Leo silently assessed all of his current abilities. He then meticulously compared each of them to the prowess of the formidable pirates he was familiar with. There was no need to mention the top-tier combatants such as the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters. With his iron fists and the mastery of Armament Haki, Garp could effortlessly reduce several mountains to rubble in a single strike. Such combat power was undeniably beyond Leo's reach at present. As for the elite pirates of the vast seas, their casual punches could unleash their Haki to create devastating internal damage. The Conqueror's Haki could impose a formidable threat on their opponents from a distance. These were capabilities that Leo currently lacked. Thus, how should I enhance my mastery of Armament Haki? How can I further augment the power of the 6 forms of the Navy? Rio reclined on a beach chair, lost in thought, and before he knew it, he had drifted into a deep slumber. Even in this dreamlike state, he did not forget his training. He experienced a lengthy dream, though it was more akin to a vivid recollection, a carousel of memories. These memories traced Rio's journey from the moment of his birth. When he first wielded the Conqueror's Haki against pursuing Navy soldiers, through 5 years of growth that culminated in his current state, not every detail was recalled, rather. It was the significant fragments of life, moments that fostered his development or altered the trajectory of his destiny, that took center stage. For instance, he remembered the first time he grasped observation Haki, the initial practical effects of using Conqueror's Haki, and the awakening process of Armament Haki, alongside his reflections on its evolution over the years. Each crucial moment replayed in his mind multiple times. Unbeknownst to him, these vital memories coalesced like a gentle stream merging into the ocean, beginning to brew and meld into new insights within Rio's consciousness. Chapter 13. An Unconscious Strike. Though enveloped in this ethereal state that felt dreamlike, Rio's mind rapidly replayed snippets of the past. At this moment, however, his awareness was keen. He could vividly and intensely perceive the significance of recalling and synthesizing those pivotal experiences. Gradually, he began to comprehend new concepts. His understanding of observation Haki deepened, enhancing his predictive capabilities and allowing him to discern the thoughts of others. This expansion of perception increased his range, while the demands on his focus with observation Haki diminished. Concurrently, he could adeptly track more agile targets. Even when faced with an opponent employing the Navy's 6 powers, he could effortlessly anticipate their trajectory. As his comprehension of Armament Haki grew, Rio felt that in due time, he could attempt to externalize this power, while the refinement and application of Armament Haki remained secondary. What truly delighted Rio was his newfound awareness surrounding it. This enhancement in understanding made him feel as though his Armament Haki was evolving with every passing moment. Those familiar with the world of One Piece know that Armament Haki has a finite capacity. It resembles stamina, akin to a health bar or energy gauge, and is subject to depletion during combat. Once exhausted, its effects vanish, necessitating time to replenish. This implies that the outcomes one achieves with Armament Haki in battle largely depend on their level of understanding and proficiency with it, as well as the quantity of their Haki. It is evident that an individual possessing a greater amount of Armament Haki, capable of externalizing it, will likely outperform someone with only a scant supply, unable to fully harden or envelop their body in Haki. At this juncture, Rio's insights into the cultivation of Armament Haki allowed him to feel as though he was growing with each moment. This inevitably would lead him to a higher realm of mastery. In the near future, becoming a master of Armament Haki akin to Carp, or even surpassing him, would not pose a challenge. In addition to observation and Armament Haki, Rio's comprehension of Conqueror's Haki was also on the rise. This type of Haki grows in tandem with one's strength. However, for Rio, the process was less arduous. His Conqueror's Haki now passively strengthened on its own, becoming more potent with each passing day. This meant that when he next employed Conqueror's Haki, it would not only have a broader range but also exhibit greater power. Previously, he could merely incapacitate ordinary Navy soldiers and captains. Now, he believed he could easily stun a Navy colonel. Beyond the 3 forms of Haki, Rio's mastery of swordsmanship and martial arts was also advancing. For the ordinary individual, the concept of swordsmanship is quite simple. They do not require overly elaborate techniques. As true masters of the blade often determine the outcome of battle the moment they draw their weapon. One decisive strike is the essence of their art. Thus, for the majority of ordinary people, genuine swordsmanship equates to a lethal blow delivered swiftly and unexpectedly. This notion emerged in Rio's mind as he reflected on swordsmanship and the way of the sword, born from his past experiences and insights. Across the vast world of One Piece, true sword masters, particularly those of exceptional caliber like Mihawk, often strike with simplicity. One cut is sufficient. Whether facing a mountain or a battleship that seems to move like one, they can obliterate it in an instant. This represents the pinnacle of what an ordinary person can achieve in swordsmanship and serves as a guiding principle for Rio's current training. Leo, fully attuned to the thoughts swirling in his mind, was completely immersed in his unique perception of the world. Unbeknownst to him, they were presently facing a dire threat. The pirates on the deck had begun to exhibit signs of panic, for 5 colossal naval warships had appeared on the horizon. It was evident that these vessels had hastened from a nearby naval outpost, likely not only to rescue the Navy personnel they had vanquished days prior, but also to seek retribution against them. The pirates were anxious, however. Upon observing Leo reclining on a beach chair, seemingly in slumber, none dared to disturb their esteemed leader's repose. They could only brace themselves, readying the cannons and aiming them at the approaching adversaries, all the while remaining prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Ultimately, whether to fight to the bitter end or to retreat was contingent solely upon the command of their chief, Leo. Leo has attained a novel realm of understanding in swordsmanship. In a surge of enthusiasm, he abruptly rose and approached a subordinate, effortlessly drawing a 2-meter-long blade from his waist. "My lord Leo, what are your intentions? Are you about to employ your swordsmanship?" "Everyone, step back." The pirates on the deck watched in astonishment as Leo strode forward. Wielding the massive blade with an almost somnambulant demeanor, his eyes closed and lips sealed. A moment of trepidation swept over them, prompting instinctive retreats in all directions. At that very instant, they beheld Leo, with both hands gripping the great sword, directing it towards the distant sea and unleashing a strike. In an instant, it seemed as though the heavens and earth had lost their color. A fierce gale howled past, and the ocean was cleaved open as if by some supernatural force. The invisible sword energy surged forth, precisely aimed towards the approaching naval vessels. The swiftness of this blade was astonishing. The pirates merely glimpsed its departure, yet could not discern its target. Only when they witnessed the 5 Navy warships in the distance being cleaved in twain did the realization dawn upon them. Their leader, Leo, had indeed unleashed his prowess. It severed. The Navy's top warships, astonishingly, have been split in half. Such formidable swordsmanship. Their leader, Leo, is a grand swordsman? Truly remarkable. With a single stroke, he annihilated so many naval vessels. How extraordinary. Chapter 14. How simple it is to grow stronger. As Leo inadvertently unleashed his sword strike, the formidable energy not only instantaneously sliced through the ocean but also, by a twist of fate, obliterated the 5 Navy warships that had been sailing directly towards them. In mere moments, the 5 vessels were rendered asunder, vanishing beneath the waves amidst the astonished cheers of the pirates. They witnessed the entire spectacle with clarity. At this moment, the pirates on the deck were left utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Leo possessed not only exceptional physical prowess and heightened perception but also such astonishing swordsmanship. This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary swordsman. A grand swordsman. Our leader is indeed a grand swordsman. How incredible! Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it to be true. The naval warships that once posed a formidable challenge to our leader are now effortlessly dismantled by Leo, as if slicing through vegetables, showcasing a stark contrast between the two. Fortuitously, we stand alongside Leo. Indeed, it was a wise decision to follow him. 3 massive pirate ships, filled with hundreds of ecstatic pirates, erupted in jubilant cheers. Their discussions and praises grew louder, gradually rousing Leo from the depths of his introspective reverie. Leo slowly opened his eyes and first glanced at the enormous sword in his grasp, which was nearly twice his height. Subsequently, a realization dawned upon him, prompting him to lift his gaze toward the distant sea. The tranquil surface appeared devoid of anything remarkable. Yet, Leo's keen eyesight discerned something amidst the stillness. It was the naval soldiers, floating upon the ocean's surface, engaged in a mutual rescue of one another. Witnessing this scene, along with the jubilant cheers and praises of the surrounding pirates, filled the air with an unsettling dichotomy. Leo essentially understood what had transpired. Was it my doing? Leo unconsciously glanced at the weapon in his hand once more. Indeed, he had unwittingly unleashed that sword strike just moments ago, leaving him uncertain as to whether it was truly his own action. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that it was indeed I who executed it. Thus, my swordsmanship. Leo pondered silently within, swiftly retrieving the knowledge stored in his mind regarding the newly comprehended swordsmanship. He adhered to the information coursing through his thoughts, his body instinctively executing the corresponding movements. The initial stance was thus. The great swordsman emphasized a single, decisive strike to swiftly conclude the battle. Leo contemplated silently, casually rotating his wrist to raise the long sword once more, striking towards the vast ocean ahead. With a swift motion, he perceived the unfolding scene clearly. He distinctly observed that, in accordance with the swordsmanship principles he had grasped in his mind, his actions harmonized seamlessly with the weapon in his hand. In an instant, he felt as though the weapon had become one with the universe itself. Each movement, whether lifting or slicing, flowed with an effortless grace, devoid of any hindrance, as if existing in an absolute vacuum. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable strike harbored an astonishing power. As the sword cleaved through the air, an instantaneous vacuum pressure emerged, generating a sword aura of extraordinary compression. This formidable pressure wielded a might comparable to divine weaponry, capable of effortlessly severing steel and cutting through jade. The overwhelming force cleaved the surface of the sea once again. Leon was taken aback, failing to comprehend that a formidable surge of sword energy had already descended upon the distant cluster of naval soldiers struggling to save themselves. The sound of thunder rumbled as the sword energy pulverized the ocean, conjuring a terrifying tsunami. The towering waves, reaching heights of several dozen meters, resembled the aftermath of a colossal explosion beneath the sea, instantly engulfing the desperate naval personnel. Indeed, it was as such. Leo gazed in astonishment at the weapon in his hand and his own hands. Is this truly the essence of swordsmanship? How astonishingly simple it is. Leo chuckled softly. The extraordinary understanding bestowed upon him had accelerated his growth, although it did not directly grant him any overwhelmingly formidable power. The speed of his development and comprehension was immensely satisfying to him. As long as he lived long enough, he would continue to grasp and evolve with each passing moment. And he could only wonder what he would ultimately become. However, Leo's desire for revenge had intensified. At the Navy's 25th Division, Colonel Agley, who had been hastily promoted to replace the recently eliminated Colonel Shuashu, was currently feigning authority in his office. His pretentious display of power was surprisingly effective in instilling fear among the personnel at the base, as all Navy officers treated him with utmost respect, which delighted Aegli. Unlike Colonel Shuashu, who was notorious for his idleness, Aegli had diligently honed his skills over the years, waiting for his opportunity. Now that the chance had arrived, he was determined to make a commendable impression. He was about to issue orders to inspect the troops, intending to enforce a rigorous training regimen that would increase their training time by a third, thereby forging them into the most formidable combat force in his division. At that moment, however, Aegli received an urgent communication. Colonel Aegli, we have a situation. What? Speak clearly. Aegli's expression darkened at the frantic tone of the voice on the other end. It's the pirates. One of our warships and 4 rescue boats have just been attacked by pirates. The entire fleet has been annihilated. The urgency in the voice only heightened Aegli's alarm. Damn it. These pirates seem increasingly audacious. Which crew was responsible? It appears to be the Maddox pirates, his subordinate hastily replied. The Maddox pirates? That's the crew that took down the previous division commander. A nearby captain interjected, his demeanor shifting to one of concern. Aegli was well aware of this fact. After all, it was due to the demise of the former commander that he had ascended to his current position. Despite his eagerness to achieve merit and showcase his abilities to Marineford, he was not naive. The captain of the Maddox pirates was currently bounty hunted for a staggering 180 million berries, a considerable sum even in the New World. To date, the Maddox pirates had destroyed over 5 Navy warships, along with 4 rescue vessels. Such strength suggested that even with his entire division, a successful pursuit was highly uncertain. Immediately report this incident to Marineford. Furthermore, summon all personnel for immediate deployment. Aegli commanded, regaining his composure. Chapter 15. A re-evaluation of the adversary. Though he understood the formidable nature of the Maddox pirates, with their more than 500 members, Aegli still felt compelled to maintain an image of a brave and unyielding commander before his subordinates. Regardless, given the current speed of their warships, catching up to the Maddox pirates was improbable due to the vast distance separating them. He resolved to inform Marineford and leave them to contend with the ensuing chaos. At Marineford headquarters, a sudden exclamation pierced the office. What? Sengoku turned, astonished, as he faced the subordinate delivering the report. Is it the Maddox pirates again? Despite his extensive experience, Sengoku could not suppress his surprise. Just days prior, he had received word that the rising stars of the past 2 years, the Maddox pirates, had attacked 4 Navy warships near the starting point of the Grand Line. This engagement had resulted in numerous Navy soldiers going missing, injured, or dead, including their commander, Colonel Shuashu, who had met a similar fate. Consequently, Sengoku had ordered heightened surveillance on the Maddox pirates, issuing a more substantial bounty for their capture. However, the primary strategy was to remain passive until they arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, at which point they would coordinate efforts with the station marines to eliminate the pirates. Yet Sengoku was utterly unprepared for the audacity of the Maddox pirates to strike the Navy once more. Damn it. That scoundrel Roger has left us with a true mess. Sengoku muttered through clenched teeth, fists tightly balled. At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru entered the room, having also just received news about the Maddox pirates and coming to discuss the matter with Sengoku. Sengoku, have we underestimated the Maddox pirates? It seems prudent that we reassess our strategy against them. Tsuru, now the chief of staff at Navy headquarters, was renowned for her intellect, rivaling even Sengoku's. Hearing her words, Sengoku quickly composed himself and began to contemplate the issue seriously. After a moment, he nodded gravely. Given the current circumstances, it is indeed evident that the Maddox pirates should not be underestimated. We must approach this situation with the seriousness it warrants. In the past, no matter how rampant the pirates had been, most fled when confronted with a Navy fleet. Few dared to engage the Navy head-on. The Navy's warships, enhanced by Dr. Vegapunk, were top-tier vessels, boasting exceptional speed, defense, and firepower that far surpassed those of ordinary pirate ships. Thus, the mere fact that a pirate crew could not only withstand assaults from elite Navy warships but also emerge unscathed while sinking them was a rarity. With Sengoku aware of no more than 10 such crews, those crews were not mere newcomers but rather infamous pirates of significant renown. Sengoku pondered gravely. Given that the Maddox pirates could accomplish such feats repeatedly, it was clear that their strength had been significantly underestimated. Tsuru, anticipating this conclusion, handed Sengoku a stack of documents. This is the latest information from the intelligence department. Following the news of the Maddox pirates attacking the 25th Division's commander, Colonel Shuashu, I initiated an investigation. Sengoku looked up in surprise at Tsuru's meticulousness. You have truly outdone yourself, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Zhangqua nodded thoughtfully, beginning to examine the materials in his hands. On the deck, Leo, lounging on a sunbed, suddenly felt a tickle in his ear. As he reached up to scratch, he lifted his head and noticed a group of pirates gazing at him with intense interest. The moment he caught their gaze, Leo's expression darkened. Just then, one of his subordinates approached with a grin, obsequiously inquiring, Captain Leo, I've heard the next town we're heading to is exceedingly prosperous. Hee. This time we must make a substantial profit. Indeed. Under your leadership, Captain, we shall plunder that town entirely, eliminate all the men and seize every woman aboard our ship. They cackled. It's been 2 whole months since I last indulged. What a thrilling battle awaits. Gold, beauties, we shall claim it all, ha. The Mad Axe pirate crew is the mightiest. These pirates had fixated on him merely to express such sentiments. Hearing their coarse words made Leo feel somewhat uncomfortable. Not because he harbored any naive ideals, but because he adhered to a principle, to repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. He would never arbitrarily harm innocent strangers. As the raucous laughter of the pirates echoed around him, Leo's expression hardened, and he commanded, "From now on, we shall only target the Navy and scoundrel pirates. No raiding of towns, no harm to ordinary people." Upon hearing Leo's sudden declaration, the entire crew fell silent, each pirate staring at their captain in disbelief, as if their minds were momentarily clouded. "Captain, you can't be serious? That town is incredibly wealthy, filled with countless treasures and numerous beautiful, voluptuous women." One pirate blinked hesitantly, reminding Leo of the island's allure, fearful that he might be unaware of its riches. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he stumbled and fell to the ground, clutching his leg and howling in pain. The others looked on in bewilderment, only to discover that his knee had been pierced by some unseen force, a bloody hole gushing forth. Witnessing this, the remaining pirates fell silent, too intimidated to mention the earlier topic. "Does anyone need me to reiterate our principles?" Leo inquired coldly. Rio inquired coldly, his piercing gaze sweeping across all the pirates around him. The pirates instinctively took a substantial step back, each one fervently shaking their heads and waving their hands. "No need. No need. Captain, we have already understood clearly. Indeed, we will only target the Navy and the detritus of the sea. We will absolutely never rob ordinary people again." Chapter 16. The Navy's elite forces mobilize. 3 days later, Rio and his fleet arrived at a small island known as Drunken Dreamland. Despite its combined length and width being less than 10 kilometers, the town established on the island thrived with vitality. It boasted not only a bustling commercial district but also a variety of entertainment venues, just as the compass needle required several more days to gather its magnetic energy. The food aboard the ship was nearly depleted. Leo instructed his subordinates to procure provisions on the island while allowing the rest the freedom to explore. He himself meandered about the island, embracing the opportunity to immerse in the local customs and culture. After all, having arrived, one must savor the essence of this world. Life encompasses not only the distant struggles, but also the tranquil moments that grace the present. As Leo had just set foot on the island, he strolled into a bustling commercial street. He selected a restaurant, settled down, and ordered an array of delectable dishes, preparing for a sumptuous feast. However, at that very moment, his observation Haki picked up on some distant sounds. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they originated from the direction of the dock. "Hey, boss. This time we've struck gold. There's a lively town up ahead." A coarse voice boomed. "Ha. Have we stumbled upon yet another island? Relay the orders, advance at full speed. Seize all the women and treasures, and eliminate anyone who stands in our way." As Leo gazed at the lavish spread before him, he had yet to take a single bite when the specter of chaos threatened to descend upon the town. Leo's gaze instantly grew cold. At that very moment, a large group of pirates sauntered in, laughing and joking. They were none other than Cetus, the captain of the second ship of the Wild Axe pirate crew. And his crew. As Cetus and a few of his men entered, he immediately spotted Leo sitting in the center of the hall. A look of respect swiftly crossed his face. "My lord Leo, what a surprise to see you here." Cetus approached with a courteous greeting, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "There are some troublesome fellows at the docks. You and your men should take care of them," Leo commanded. Upon hearing this, Cetus was momentarily taken aback. "Understood. Lord Leo, leave it to us." He refrained from inquiring further about the nature of the trouble. However, given that it was a direct order from Leo, no one dared to be negligent. Soon, Cetus hurriedly led his subordinates away. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, after a thorough discussion and investigation, the Navy had ascertained the origins and societal background of the captain of the Mad Axe pirates, as well as their overall strength. Under the directive of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, 2 formidable colonels, both of whom were on the brink of becoming brigadiers, were dispatched to confront the Mad Axe pirates. They were Aliski and Shuin. One was a master of armament Haki, proficient in swordsmanship and the Navy's 6 techniques, while the other possessed the powers of the rust fruit, boasting equally formidable abilities. These 2 Marine colonels each commanded 3 of the Navy's most advanced and powerful warships toward the Mad Axe pirates. According to intelligence provided by the Navy's information department, they had confirmed the enemy's location, as the 6 colossal warships sailed into the dawn, disappearing over the golden horizon. Vice Admiral Tsuru, standing beside Sengoku, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Though he uttered no words, his actions undoubtedly revealed his inner concerns. Were it not for the current unavailability of troops at Marine headquarters, Sengoku would not have resorted to sending merely 2 colonels to tackle the Mad Axe pirates. Rest assured, Sengoku. Both of them are esteemed pupils of Zifa. Although they appear youthful, they are trustworthy and exceptional Marines. I am confident they will accomplish the mission successfully, Vice Admiral Tsuru reassured him. Sengoku merely nodded in silence, while her words held truth. It was precisely their youthfulness that made them susceptible to mistakes. He hoped this was merely an overabundance of caution on his part. Sengoku took another deep breath. At that moment, neither he nor Vice Admiral Tsuru knew that this misjudgment would trigger a comprehensive counterattack from Leo against the Navy. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Leo leisurely strolled through the town streets. Suddenly, a throng of residents rushed back from the seaside, their expressions filled with panic and fear. Quick, flee! The pirates are coming. The pirates have landed and are engaged in fierce slaughter at the docks. Help! Wait for me! The local inhabitants appeared as if they had seen a ghost, each one wailing and frantically fleeing towards the rear of the town. The once bustling street descended into utter chaos. News spread rapidly, one person telling 10 telling 100, and in no time, the vibrant commercial avenue that had been alive just moments ago transformed into a desolate scene. All the shops lining the streets had shuttered their doors. The road was devoid of any pedestrian presence, save for Leo himself. Unperturbed, Leo continued his stride towards the seaside. At this moment, there was no need to employ the observation Haki. He could distinctly hear the thunderous cries of battle and the clamor of conflict emanating from the direction of the dock. The origins of the approaching pirate crew were unknown, yet the volume of their voices suggested they were numerous. At that very moment, these pirates were embroiled in a fierce skirmish with the members of the Maddox pirate crew, clashing violently on the dock and the adjacent shore. Leo held no concern for the fates of these individuals. After all, he merely deemed the members of the Maddox pirate crew as expendable laborers, utilizing them for menial tasks such as sailing and steering the ship. Before long, Leo arrived at the dock. Surrounding pirates recognized his identity and erupted in jubilant cheers. Our Captain Leo has returned. He is finally back. Wonderful. The enemies are doomed now that our Captain Leo is here. Listen, everyone, let us put on a good show. We cannot let Captain Leo look down upon us. Let us vanquish these scoundrels. Charge. Leo never imagined that he would become the spiritual pillar of this group of pirates. When he appeared, it was as though a blazing totem bestowed boundless strength upon the brave warriors. In an instant, the members of the Maddox pirate crew erupted with astonishing combat prowess, swiftly decimating their rivals on the dock and beach, leaving no survivors. The remaining pirates began to flee in panic. Leo? How had that young lad become the leader of the Maddox pirate crew? Wasn't their captain that brute named Maddox? At that moment, on the deck of a massive pirate ship docked nearby, a burly man stood at the bow, his arms crossed, coldly observing Leo while muttering to himself. Chapter 17. The man with a bounty of nearly 400 million. This man, with long green hair and appearing to be in his 30s, was remarkably robust, towering over 3 meters. He wore a floral shirt and tight white jeans that accentuated the powerful muscles of his thighs. Even his arms, thickly muscled, were more substantial than the thighs of an average adult man, exuding an air of formidable strength. Captain Gareth, those fellows are simply too formidable. We cannot defeat them. The crew members who had retreated to the ship gathered behind the imposing figure of the man. In response to his subordinates' ineptitude, Gareth displayed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, he merely scoffed contemptuously before leaping into action, propelling himself from the ship's bow, which was at least 100 meters from the shore, to the dock with astonishing force. Without hesitation, Gareth unleashed a powerful punch at a group of enemies attempting to obstruct his path. A thunderous boom echoed as his fist struck the air, causing it to ripple as if it had turned to liquid. Simultaneously, a resounding crash reverberated as the dozen or so pirates from the Maddox crew were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed to the ground, unconscious. After effortlessly dispatching the obstructing pirates, Gareth grinned wickedly and turned his gaze toward Leo, who had been observing the confrontation with clarity. Witnessing such formidable strength in his opponent left Leo somewhat astonished. This man was undoubtedly the most powerful adversary he had encountered thus far, and he did not seem to be a mere minor character. Yet, Leo had no recollection of him. Heh, little brat, though I know not why you have become the leader of the Maddox pirate crew. It would still be prudent for you to kneel and beg for mercy, Gareth taunted, completely turning around and tearing off his shirt, revealing even more imposing and muscular arms, their bronze hue radiating an aura of terrifying strength. Seeing the tension between the two and recalling Gareth's earlier display of power, the surrounding pirates instinctively began to retreat to a safe distance. Before long, within a radius of 500 meters, only the two of them remained. Leo stretched his neck slightly. Who are you? He inquired calmly. Huh? You don't even recognize me? Gareth initially widened his eyes in astonishment. However, his expression quickly darkened. Given your age, it's understandable that you wouldn't know me. I am Shaybait Gareth. Surrender the treasures aboard your vessel and leave quietly. Or perhaps I may grant you a chance to escape. Gareth menaced with a sinister grin. Indeed, it was a name that had not been heard before. Leo shook his head and muttered to himself. Upon hearing his words, Gareth felt profoundly insulted, and his expression darkened once more. At that moment, a pirate from the Maddox pirates, recognizing Leo, shouted, Boss Leo, this man is Shaybait Gareth. Shaybait Gareth? The one known as the hellish murder maniac? Indeed, he is the captain of the Gareth pirates. He gained notoriety after ruthlessly slaughtering his own village and seizing all its treasures as his venture capital. Over the past 2 years, his fame has soared, eclipsing even our former captain, Maddox. As of now, He is a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 390 million berries. It is said that just last month, he and his crew plundered several towns, leaving countless casualties, and even the Navy is powerless against him. The surrounding chatter finally enlightened Leo regarding the man before him. It appeared that Gareth was quite intrigued by the pirate's opinions of him, as a smug grin continuously adorned his face. Indeed, I am the hellish murder maniac. If you're frightened, kneel and beg for mercy, ha ha ha. Gareth sneered at Leo. Yet, Leo remained expressionless. His calm demeanor ignited Gareth's fury, causing his smile to vanish. You little brat. It seems you are intent on courting death. Do not blame me for being merciless. With that, Gareth forcefully stomped his feet on the ground. Instantly, the dock's surface shattered beneath him, revealing a web of cracks. Simultaneously, a sharp sound sliced through the air, akin to a projectile moving at great speed. Gareth vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared before Leo, towering over him, and swung a fist downwards. However, at that critical juncture, Leo effortlessly raised his fist to collide with Gareth's in a thunderous clash. Leo's feet suddenly plunged into the ground with great force. Simultaneously, his body was violently propelled backward by Gareth's powerful punch. His feet, like two iron stakes, carved out 2 half-meter deep furrows in the earth. What an immense strength! Leo was astonished. No wonder this fellow was so arrogant. He indeed possessed some skill. Humph. Are you afraid now? It's too late to plead for mercy. Gareth's fist continued to collide with Leo's, and as he glanced down, he caught a fleeting glimpse of surprise on Leo's face, which instantly made him sneer. Little did he know, at that moment, Leo's lips curled into a scornful smile. Suddenly, his arm was enveloped by a layer of dark, ominous energy. Upon witnessing this eerie black aura and the strange cold smile on Leo's face, Gareth felt a shiver run down his spine, and his expression shifted slightly. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion, thinking to himself that it was merely a trick. However, just as he prepared to unleash a powerful punch to drive Leo into the ground, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense force emanating from Leo's seemingly small arm, one that far surpassed his own current strength. In that instant, Gareth realized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and swung his left fist directly at Leo's head. Yet, it was too late. The seemingly infinite surge of power erupted at that moment. With a thunderous boom, Gareth's massive frame was sent flying like a cannonball, hurtling over 100 meters away. Chapter 18. The Experienced Baby. With a single, forceful strike, Leo sent Gareth hurtling hundreds of meters away. This left all the pirates present utterly astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They could never have anticipated that such a formidable power lurked within Leo's seemingly diminutive frame. Captain Gareth had been repelled? Surely, this is a jest. Who on earth is that boy? It is inconceivable. Absolutely impossible. The crew members of Gareth were visibly shaken, their faces a portrait of shock. No one wished to believe the extraordinary scene unfolding before their eyes. Conversely, the members of the Maddox pirates were erupting with cheers for Leo. Ha 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 ha. Truly, Leo is magnificent. Such prowess. Remarkable. Not only can our leader stand against Gareth, but he even seems to hold the upper hand. Indeed, Leo is unparalleled. This battle is surely ours. Gareth has amassed a considerable fortune over the years, and now all of it will belong to us. Hundreds of pirates were filled with exuberance, as if victory was already within their grasp. At that moment, Leo hastened to catch up with Gareth, determined not to let his opponent escape. Although that previous punch appeared effortless, Leo understood all too well that Gareth would not be easily vanquished. Just as Leo caught up to Gareth, the latter snapped back to reality, shaking off his daze. Upon seeing Leo before him, Gareth grinned menacingly. Little brat, your strength is truly astonishing. Would you care to join my ship as my first mate? I could certainly use a right-hand man. Shut your mouth, Leo retorted. Without hesitation, Leo unleashed a powerful punch toward his opponent. This time, he refrained from employing Armament Haki, as he had not yet mastered the art of wielding it effectively in battle. At this moment, Leo executed the Navy's 6 styles finger pistol, substituting his fist for his fingers. His understanding of the Navy's 6 styles had deepened significantly, allowing him to wield it with remarkable proficiency. Whether it be a finger or a fist, the principle of force exertion remained unchanged. As he launched this punch, the air was instantly filled with at least a dozen vacuum punches, striking simultaneously from various directions, resembling genuine fists aimed at his adversary. Gareth could scarcely fathom that Leo possessed such a technique. Despite his extensive experience, he was unprepared for such an eventuality to unfold before him. Caught off guard, Gareth was once again struck by Leo's assault. The barrage of vacuum punches landed heavily upon him, producing a series of dull thuds as bone met flesh. Gareth's immense form crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous sound as dust billowed around him. In that moment, he sustained injuries and coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, Leo appeared to have underestimated this opponent. Despite being wounded by a single strike, Gareth seemed entirely unfazed. On the contrary, he sprang back to his feet with fervor, counterattacking Leo with renewed vigor. Now it's my turn. Taste the might of my fist. Gareth snarled, launching a fierce punch toward Leo. Unfortunately for him, facing Leo, who possessed nearly top-tier observation Haki, rendered any of his attacks utterly futile. Leo required neither paper nor pencil. Instead, He relied solely on the formidable foresight granted by his advanced observation Haki, enabling him to effortlessly evade his opponent's attacks. Gareth's devastating punch, a culmination of nearly all his strength, not only failed to strike his target but instead resulted in considerable trouble for him due to his excessive force. His fist, propelled through the air with tremendous momentum, could not be reined in, and both fist and body crashed violently into the ground ahead. A resounding boom echoed as the earth fractured, creating a crater over 30 meters in diameter. Meanwhile, a cloud of dust billowed forth, obscuring Gareth's vision. "Curse it! You little brat! Where are you? Show yourself!" Gareth evidently had not awakened his Haki. Despite possessing formidable physical prowess, he found himself utterly at a loss against Leo, who seemed to be toying with him effortlessly. "Are you searching for me?" Leo's voice suddenly resonated behind Gareth. The latter, quick to react, swiftly turned around and delivered a powerful punch in the direction of the sound. However, this strike ultimately met with nothing but air. Gareth, infuriated, was on the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Leo regarded this individual merely as a source of experience points for his own advancement. It turned out that once mastered, the true application of the Navy's 6 styles was remarkably effortless and exceedingly effective. Against an opponent devoid of Haki, it was akin to a slaughter. In the depths of his thoughts, Leo contemplated the ongoing battle with his opponent. As the conflict progressed, he naturally began to glean insights that had previously eluded him. For instance, when employing the moonwalk technique, he realized there was ample room for enhancement in muscle engagement, the point of impact in the air, and the variation of angles. Such refinements would enable him to achieve greater speed, deliver more unexpected strikes, and conserve energy. Moreover, he recognized that the vacuum punch he had unleashed could be executed with less exertion while simultaneously amplifying its power significantly. The crux lay in mastering more effortless and advanced techniques of force application. There existed a plethora of other skills as well. For instance, understanding how to balance speed and strength under physical constraints was paramount. Gareth's current approach served as an excellent counterexample. In his pursuit of greater power, he recklessly sacrificed speed and precision. His previous attack could have been executed with greater ease and energy efficiency, providing him with a higher probability of striking Leo. Yet, he had entirely overlooked the essential techniques, resembling a brute force bull, incapable of landing a blow on his opponent. These myriad insights emerged naturally during Leo's confrontation with his adversary, indelibly etched in his mind. Beyond the practical application of martial arts, he also gained a deeper understanding of the use of the 3-color Haki. These revelations would undoubtedly facilitate Leo's further growth. After toying with his opponent for a while, Leo discerned that Gareth had reached his limit. There was nothing left to learn from this fellow. Leo resolved to deliver the final blow, thereby concluding the battle once and for all. Chapter 19. I have no interest in money. Determined to end the conflict decisively, Leo boldly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, Gareth, who had just been vociferously seeking Leo's whereabouts to deliver a lethal strike, was suddenly struck by a violent tremor. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks as he incredulously turned to look behind him. Remarkably, he had not fallen. Leo stood calmly, arms crossed, gazing at the other. It was during his initial awakening that he first wielded the Conqueror's Haki. After that initial release, he found himself unable to summon it again, leading him to believe that it had been depleted. However, through rigorous training over the years, Leo came to understand that the Conqueror's Haki is not bound by a quantitative measure. It does not diminish with repeated use. The reason he could not unleash the Conqueror's Haki a second time back then was merely due to his lack of proficiency in wielding it. At that time, his mastery over the Conqueror's Haki was nascent, and he could not control it at will, typically releasing it only during moments of extreme emotional upheaval. Now, however, Leo has attained the ability to consciously unleash the Conqueror's Haki at will. Although he has yet to reach the level where he can directly utilize it to shatter surrounding objects or inflict lethal damage upon a target, using it to intimidate someone like Gareth seems no longer a formidable challenge. As Leo unleashed the Conqueror's Haki, a wealth of insights regarding this formidable power flooded his mind. Gareth appeared visibly shaken, questioning in disbelief. "What have you done to me? You are quite loud." "Just fall here," Leo replied. Leo, with his arms enveloped in Haki, leaped gracefully, aiming a decisive strike at his opponent's head. With a resounding thud, what appeared to be an unremarkable punch sent Gareth reeling, his eyes swirling with stars as he coughed up blood and fell backward. In an instant, Gareth's eyes rolled back as he completely lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the Conqueror's Haki continued to grow stronger with each passing moment. It seemed that during battle, my understanding deepened, and I garnered a greater wealth of experience. Leo silently reflected on the recent battle, contemplating the invaluable lessons it had bestowed upon him. Beyond mastering swordsmanship, he had garnered significant insights into both dominance and physical prowess. After vanquishing Gareth, Leo nonchalantly returned to his ship, where the members of the Crazy Axe pirate crew were already awaiting him with deference. "Captain Leo, the bounty on Shabak Gareth is nearly 400 million. If we hand him over to the Navy, we stand to gain a substantial sum." One pirate approached him with a flattering smile, offering a reminder. Another chimed in, "Their ship must be laden with treasures as well, Captain Leo. Shall we pursue it? Is it truly necessary for me to instruct you in such matters?" Leo coldly retorted, and in that instant, the pirates understood, their faces lighting up with joy, resembling fierce beasts. "Hey, Did you all hear that? Captain Rio has commanded us not to spare the Gareth pirates. With that, they charged forward, determined to eliminate them entirely and claim all the gold and treasures. Haha. Chaos erupted once more in battle, faced with the intimidating members of the Maddox pirates. The Gareth crew was already at a disadvantage. Having just witnessed their leader being defeated, with his fate uncertain, these scattered soldiers, devoid of their backbone, stood no chance against the Maddox pirates. Soon, they were thoroughly dispersed. Some pirates leapt into the sea to escape, swimming away into the open waters, while others knelt in surrender, and many more were dealt with on the spot. The combat quickly concluded. As anticipated, the Gareth pirates had spent the past 2 years marauding towns, amassing an abundance of gold and jewels. Lacking territory, these rogues had kept their treasures aboard their ships. At this moment, all these spoils rightfully belonged to Rio. The pirates hummed and sang as they swiftly transported box after box of gold and jewels to their captain. Meanwhile, Rio sat leisurely in his chair, calmly observing the scene. He held little interest in the riches. What captivated him more were the insights he had recently grasped. A more comprehensive and refined method of cultivation, along with intricate combat techniques, these were invaluable assets that would expedite his ascent in power, far surpassing the worth of any treasure. The magnetic force of Dream Island was too weak, resulting in an unusually prolonged time for the recording pointer to charge. During these days of waiting, Rio's strength had significantly improved. That morning, just as he had done in the preceding days, he arrived on deck early to warm up and practice. However, the alarm from the lookout tower abruptly shattered their peaceful slumber, warning all hands. The Navy is approaching. The sudden toll of the bell roused everyone from their dreams. The rough and tumble pirates sprawled across the deck quickly scrambled to their feet. Rio, however, merely lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon. A thick fog blanketed the morning sea, obscuring the view, yet amidst the haze, it was evident that several warships were indeed heading their way. Lord Rio, there are a total of 6 warships. They appear significantly larger than those we encountered previously. Moreover, they are heading straight for us. The lookout reported loudly, raising his telescope for another confirmation. At that very moment, the naval fleet, led by Rear Admiral Schuen and Colonel Aliski from the Marine headquarters, had also spotted their target. Report, Colonel Aliski. We have confirmed our target ahead. The Maddox pirates are docked at the island shore. There are 3 pirate ships, and it seems they have noticed us as well. The naval lookout relayed his observations to Colonel Aliski, a young man appearing to be just in his early 20s, who stood with a stoic expression, arms crossed. Beside him stood an even younger figure, likely around 17 or 18 years old, an elite Marine, Colonel Schuen, a user of the rust fruit. Relay the orders. Do not engage them. Prepare the long-range cannons. Fire as soon as we are within range. Schuen calmly issued his command. Chapter 20. These pirates sure know how to have fun. The naval warships not only boasted a larger tonnage than the pirate vessels, but they also featured superior defensive capabilities and more robust propulsion. Their cannon systems possessed greater range and firepower than those of the pirates. Thus, Schuen's decision was undoubtedly a prudent one. The lookout observed their warships pivoting, rows of ominous cannon muzzles aiming towards them, prompting a drastic change in his demeanor. Lord Rio, fire. Fire the cannons. What are you panicking for? Have you ascertained who is approaching? Rio inquired calmly. If an admiral or the formidable Vice Admiral Garp had arrived, it might have posed a significant challenge. However, if it were merely a minor character, there was no cause for concern. No, I didn't see clearly, the lookout gulped. Beads of cold sweat adorning his brow as he replied. What a useless fool. Hand me the telescope. Leo, with a hint of impatience, approached the other party and took the binoculars from their hands to glance into the distance. With the aid of the binoculars and his elevated position, Leo finally gained a clear view of the deck of the naval warship across the sea. He recognized 2 commanders on the opposite side as somewhat familiar. Yet their youthful appearance rendered him unable to identify them immediately. At this moment, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Leo, and a playful smile graced his lips. He descended onto the deck and approached the cannons. The pirates, who were poised and ready to retaliate against the Navy, looked at Leo's actions with confusion. They watched him curiously as he casually picked up a black, round cannonball, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. Then, before the astonished eyes of all the pirates, he hurled the cannonball towards the distant warship, which was shrouded in thick fog, as if he were tossing a shot put. The sight left all the pirates dumbfounded. Moments later, a thunderous boom echoed across the sea. Before the pirates could comprehend what had transpired, Leo picked up another cannonball and repeated his earlier feat, launching it towards the ship. The black projectile whizzed through the air with a piercing sound and accurately struck the deck of one of the naval vessels. Thud. The cannonball embedded itself in the deck without detonating immediately. The naval soldiers on deck stared in disbelief at the cannonball. Everyone, be careful. Get away, they shouted. Damn it. How could their cannon fire with such range? The soldiers snapped back to reality, hastily attempting to evade the impending danger. Just then, the cannonball embedded in the deck erupted with a violent explosion, sending countless naval soldiers flying into the sea. Meanwhile, a gaping hole was created on the deck. Colonel Aliski. Colonel Schuen, that's not a cannonball fired by the enemy. That's one they threw over here. A naval soldier, tasked with observation, raised his telescope, confirming the extraordinary situation before reporting back. What? They threw a bomb with their bare hands? Shun found this notion utterly unfathomable. However, at that moment, a series of sharp sounds sliced through the air. They looked up to see 3 cannonballs ignited and flying towards them. If they were hit, their ship would meet the same fate as the others. In the nick of time, Escalating swiftly drew his sword, moving like lightning. The sword energy sliced through the air, accurately striking the 3 airborne cannonballs. With a thunderous explosion, the 3 cannonballs detonated simultaneously, posing no threat to their vessel. Yet, before they could catch their breath, more cannonballs descended upon them. Is this never-ending? Escalating exclaimed, leaping into the air and swiftly wielding his sword. In an instant, the sky was filled with flying sword energy. Shun, not to be outdone, unleashed his own strikes with his weapon, creating an invisible defensive barrier that successfully thwarted all incoming cannonballs. After considerable effort, Shun and Escalating managed to neutralize the threats posed by the cannonballs. Just as they began to relax, they suddenly spotted 3 pirate ships advancing directly towards them. These fools truly do not understand their own limitations. Are they intending to confront us head-on? Shun remarked, his expression a mix of suspicion and alarm. Intelligence indicated that the Maddox pirates were ruthless and merciless. They would not show any mercy, and thus, neither should they waste words. Prepare the cannons. Fire as soon as the enemy is within range. Escalating commanded loudly. However, at that moment, a figure leaped from the distant pirate ship, swiftly traversing the air towards them. Escalating and Shun exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. The Navy 6 styles. Moonwalk. Both recognized that Leo was employing the moonwalk technique from the Navy's advanced combat styles. As he rapidly advanced and was soon at the bow of their ship, Leo delivered a powerful kick towards Shun, who stood at the bow of the ship. In an instant, the unsuspecting Shun was sent hurtling backward, colliding forcefully with the metal bulkhead more than 30 meters away. The impact left a noticeable dent in the metallic barrier, and Shun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Leo did not pursue further, or else Shun would have sustained even graver injuries. Meanwhile, a multitude of naval soldiers raised their weapons in unison, aiming precisely at Leo. Leo, seemingly oblivious to the situation, regarded Escalating with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Who are you? Escalating inquired, his brow furrowing deeply upon encountering such a formidable young foe. The intelligence reports had not indicated that within the ranks of the Maddox pirates lurked a child of such exceptional prowess. Chapter 21. Leo shall not engage in unjust slaughter. Leo naturally would not respond to such trivial inquiries. He coldly scrutinized the figure before him, Haki, and calmly remarked, 5 years ago, Pirate King Roger was executed. The Navy initiated a brutal purge across the globe. That operation resulted in the deaths of millions of newborns and pregnant women worldwide. Now, I ask you to respond. Upon hearing Leo recount this erased history, now deemed forbidden by the world government, Escalating's countenance shifted dramatically. Before Leo could elaborate, he incredulously inquired, Who are you? How do you know this? Given Leo's apparent age of merely 5 or 6 years, Haki was bewildered at how such a young child could possess such knowledge. A troubling hypothesis uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. His gaze toward Leo became increasingly astonished. Yet Leo paid no heed to Hariski's reaction and continued to inquire. Did you participate in that operation back then? The atmosphere seemed to plunge into silence, save for the sound of swallowed saliva. At that moment, Shun, who had just been sent flying by Leo's kick, angrily scrambled to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grasped his weapon, and charged at Leo, exclaiming, You, it seems, are also a remnant of that operation. Or perhaps you are the very bloodline left behind by the nefarious Pirate King Roger. Regardless, prepare to meet your end. In a fit of rage, Shun swung his blade toward Leo while simultaneously unleashing the power of the rust fruit. This paramecia-type devil fruit not only corroded all inanimate objects but could even rust the human body, leading to significant impairment of bodily functions. This was merely the beginning of its potential. When developed to its fullest extent, it represented a formidable ability. Upon hearing Shun's words, Leo's expression darkened. So, do those innocently slain individuals also qualify as remnants in your eyes? The offspring of the Pirate King Roger, along with his wife, numbering in the hundreds of thousands? As he spoke, the armament Haki enveloped Leo's hand. He stood immobile, neither evading nor flinching. At the very moment his words concluded, he extended his hand and deftly seized the blade that Shun had swung at him. Instantly, Shun felt as if his weapon had been ensnared by an unyielding iron grip, rendering him utterly unable to extricate it. He attempted to wrench it back with all his might, yet to no avail. Furthermore, Leo's utilization of armament Haki suppressed Shun's devil fruit abilities, preventing him from inflicting any corrosive effect upon Leo. Shun's countenance shifted drastically, astonished beyond measure. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Leo delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing backward, blood gushing from his mouth. This time, Shun sustained considerable injury. As his back struck the distant iron barrier with a resounding impact, darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Yet, the thought nagged at him, how infuriating, these cursed pirates. Reluctantly, Shun endeavored to rise once more, only to realize that his entire body ached. As if numerous bones had shattered, even the slightest movement rendered him weak, stripping him of any considerable strength. Enough of this farce. At this moment, Alexei finally emerged from his stupor, raising his voice to draw Leo's attention back to himself. He hastily continued, 5 years ago, we were mere recruits at the Navy headquarters, still enduring the grueling training of Mr. Zephyr. That operation was far beyond the reach of novices like us who had yet to graduate from the recruit camp. Leo had long suspected such a situation, for both Aliski and Shun before him appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. 5 years prior, they were merely a group of youths who had recently enlisted in the Navy. Such an intricate operation, one that spanned the globe, could hardly be entrusted to inexperienced recruits. It was this realization that prompted Leo to inquire whether they had any involvement in that particular mission. His focus was primarily on those who had participated in that operation years ago. He would not indiscriminately target innocent naval soldiers. He adhered to a clear distinction between right and wrong, a principle he held dear. Observing Leo's silence as he gazed intently at him, Aliski mustered the courage to ask, "So, who exactly are you? Were you also a victim of that operation?" Victim? Upon hearing Elsky employ this term, Leo's gaze shifted slightly. It was evident that his counterpart harbored an internal dissent towards the brutal actions that had impacted the entire world, resulting in the tragic demise of countless innocent infants and pregnant women. Otherwise, he would have resorted to terms such as criminal, suspect, or malevolent lineage to describe the victims. Rather than referring to them as mere victims, Leo cast a profound glance at Aliski, refraining from responding to the inquiry, and instead turned to survey the other naval soldiers aboard the vessel. He observed that the majority of the personnel on this warship, as well as on others, were youthful visages, predominantly not exceeding the age of 25. It appeared that the operations from 5 years prior had little bearing on them. Following the brutal campaign, the world government, in an effort to obscure the truth from the global populace, launched a campaign of historical revisionism with an iron fist. All individuals privy to the details were sternly cautioned against spreading rumors, or were simply eradicated. Meanwhile, those within the Navy and affiliated with the world government were often promoted, sometimes by several ranks. Thus, they became a vested interest group, certainly disinclined to divulge the truth to outsiders. In other words, the naval officers who participated in that operation years ago now held at least the rank of lieutenant. The number of lieutenants aboard these warships was unmistakably evident. "Allow me to offer you a word of caution." Leo slightly tilted his head, casting a glance at the still-dazed Aliski. The latter, upon hearing his words, stiffened, watching him with a wary expression. "If one wishes to survive, it is advisable to distance oneself from the Navy. Moreover, remember my name. I am Leo." After Leo finished speaking, he leaped back onto his ship. Subsequently, amidst the watchful gaze of several naval warships and hundreds of sailors, he sailed away. "Colonel Aliski, shall we open fire and pursue them?" inquired a naval lieutenant stationed beside him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an astonishing vacuum semicircular shockwave struck, slicing through the air like a blade, instantly cleaving their warship in two. All the sailors aboard, including Aliski and Shun, were cast into the water. The lieutenant who had just consulted Aliski was tragically bisected on the spot, meeting his demise. Following this, more vacuum blades assailed them, utterly obliterating the remaining warships. Chapter 22, a long-awaited emergency meeting. Leo merely destroyed the warships, inflicting minimal casualties on the naval soldiers. At this moment, countless sailors, having fallen into the water, clung to the shattered deck, floating on the surface. Alexei, feeling a chill of apprehension, gazed at the receding pirate ship and then at his surviving subordinates, as if comprehending the gravity of the situation. Yet, he seethed with indignation. How dare this individual be so audacious? Contact the nearby naval base immediately and request their warships for support to eradicate these pirates. Shun angrily swam over and shouted to his subordinates in the distance. "Stop." Alexei interjected. "What?" Shun looked over in confusion. After a brief silence, Alexei calmly replied, "Can't you see? This individual is here for revenge against the Navy." "Revenge? You mean him?" "Indeed. If I am not mistaken, he is one of the survivors from that operation 5 years ago. His question about our involvement in that incident serves as irrefutable evidence. Had we participated, we would likely have met the same fate as those naval officers who were previously attacked. Yet, it is astonishing that such a young individual possesses such formidable strength. Furthermore, it is even more troublesome." Alexei paused, not continuing his thought. The world government, in collusion with the Navy headquarters, had endeavored to obliterate the truth of that tragic event from existence, erasing all traces of its occurrence. Even within the Navy, few of the new recruits were aware of the incident. Among civilians, even fewer dared to speak of it, for should the world government discover any leaks, the consequences would be akin to a ruthless purge. Such occurrences were more frequent in the 2 years following that incident, but now, no one would dare to utter a word. Thus, the individual earlier, Leo, is fully aware of what transpired back then. This revelation is exceedingly grave. If mishandled, it could not only jeopardize the Navy, but also impact the world government. As a mere naval colonel, Alexei had always harbored doubts about the Navy's actions from that time. Yet, he felt he could not act independently. This matter must be promptly reported to Marineford. Alexei regained his composure and informed Shun. At this moment, Shun and Lane's expressions also grew considerably grave, feeling fortunate to have narrowly escaped with their lives. "Revenge against the Navy?" he murmured, staring blankly at the pirate ship. now merely distant specks in his line of sight. At Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku received grim news relayed by Alexei and Shun. Sir Sengoku, I apologize for the interruption. We have just encountered the Axe Gang pirates and engaged in combat. There are two serious issues to report. First, all 6 of our warships have been destroyed, and we are now stranded in the water awaiting rescue. Second, we have discovered that the captain of the Axe Gang pirates is no longer the original Axe. Sengoku, who had been anxiously awaiting news regarding Alexei and Shun, felt the weight of his concerns confirmed upon hearing that 6 top naval vessels had been annihilated by the enemy. This indicated they had underestimated their opponent's strength. The captain of the Axe Gang is no longer Axe? What does that mean? After a brief moment of shock, Sengoku quickly pressed for clarification. We encountered a boy named Leo, around 5 or 6 years old. Alexei recounted the events in detail over the transponder snail, with Shun providing appropriate supplementary information. Upon hearing that even a formidable devil fruit user like Shun had been effortlessly defeated, Sengoku's brow furrowed deeply, and his expression grew even more somber. When he learned that Leo was suspected to be a survivor from the incident 5 years ago, his face paled dramatically. What did you say? Sengoku sprang from his chair, eyes wide. After confirming the information multiple times, he felt a wave of dread wash over him, leaving him cold and clammy. At this moment, he had no interest in questioning how his subordinates had obtained such information. He was intensely focused, urgently ordering the assembly of all naval officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above for an emergency meeting. Even the 3 admirals stationed at the headquarters were summoned back. Approximately 5 hours later, the port of Marineford was filled with warships from the Navy's top commanders. Even Karp, who was far away in the East Blue on a mission, had been summoned back. All hurried to the conference room. On the way, Karp encountered Akiji. An emergency meeting? It's been a while since we've had one of those, hasn't it? Karp chuckled. Yes, I wonder what has transpired, Akiji replied lazily. Soon, the two arrived at the conference room, where nearly all the seats were filled, with only Karp and Akiji arriving late. Sengoku, you're personally presiding over the meeting? It's been ages since that happened. Karp laughed heartily. Enough with the nonsense, Karp. Sengoku shot him a glare. The news of Roger's surrender had been kept under wraps by the Navy. The world believed that the Navy had apprehended the man. Sengoku feared that Karp's loose lips might divulge too much. I've just received a confirmed but extremely troubling report. The operation 5 years ago to eradicate Roger's lineage has left a survivor. That child now openly declares his intent to take revenge on the Navy. Sengoku stated gravely. This revelation ignited a buzz among the assembled commanders, leading to a cacophony of murmurs. I'm not here to hold any of you accountable. None of us desired this outcome. However, regrettably, the news is true, and you all understand the severity of the situation. I have yet to notify the world government. Sengoku's implication was clear. He intended to resolve this issue before it escalated further. Summoning all the commanders was a means to address this matter head-on. Chapter 23. The Yellow Monkey Moves. The events of that year had a profound impact. Had the world government not erased all traces of its existence, it would undoubtedly have incited widespread chaos. After 5 years of tranquility, it was unexpected that such a situation would arise. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, all the commanders, including the 3 admirals Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, wore grave expressions. Is his name Ryo? How did that child come to know of this matter? If he was born at that time, he should not be able to recall such events. A naval vice admiral furrowed his brow and mused. It is widely understood that humans typically cannot remember occurrences from before the age of 3, a commonality shared by nearly every individual across the globe. This implies that someone must have informed that child of those events. Immediately, others began to realize the implication and echoed the sentiment. Sengoku responded solemnly. This is precisely the reason you have all been summoned. Clearly, there are forces behind Ryo that are opposing our Navy. This secret must not be leaked, otherwise it poses a grave threat to both our Navy and the world government. At his words, silence enveloped the room, save for Karp, who laughed heartily. Will the errors of the past finally meet their reckoning? Ha ha ha, the world government must be having quite the headache now. As he chuckled, Karp tore open a package of senbei and began to eat. Do not eat during meetings. How many times must I remind you, Karp? Sengoku sighed, casting a glance at his old comrade, taking a couple of deep breaths in exasperation. How to deal with Ryo now? At that moment, a naval rear admiral inquired. Sengoku turned to the individual and replied, I will personally issue a bounty for Ryo. Additionally, I have dispatched reconnaissance ships to track their movements. We shall resolve this matter at Sabaody Archipelago or another suitable location. Hearing this, there were no objections. They had pressing tasks at hand. Otherwise, a mere admiral could have easily dealt with the inconvenience. Just as the commanders fell silent, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected. Given the gravity of the situation, it is imperative that we prioritize dealing with Ryo, who possesses such significant secrets. Ideally, we should capture him alive to ascertain how many others are aware of this matter. It is crucial to extinguish the source of the information. Sengoku had indeed contemplated Tsuru's suggestion. However, the Navy's combat capabilities were evidently lacking at present. In the New World, several notorious pirate crews were causing considerable unrest: the Beast Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Big Mom Pirates. Additionally, The increasingly prominent red-haired pirates were vying for territory and creating disturbances for the Navy. Consequently, the Navy headquarters was compelled to allocate more resources to handle these troubles. Should the Navy show any sign of negligence regarding the New World, it would only serve to grant opportunities to those top-tier pirate crews. Otherwise, they could dispatch an admiral to confront Rio. At this juncture, Sengoku was lost in thought. "Mr. Sengoku, allow me to take care of this." A somewhat languid voice suddenly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Sengoku looked up to find Kizaru, Borsellino. The mention of Kizaru stirred something within Sengoku. "Rest assured, the issue will be resolved swiftly," Borsellino confidently asserted. Sengoku was well aware of Kizaru's prowess, one of the highest combat strengths within the Navy. Possessing the abilities of the Pika Pika no Mi, with his direct involvement, the matter would likely be handled with ease. "Kizaru." Vice Admiral Tsuru called out as Borsellino prepared to leave. He turned to face her. "Please make every effort to capture him alive. We need to uncover how many others are aware of that secret," Tsuru cautioned. "Understood," Borsellino nodded, and in an instant, he transformed into a golden beam of light. Vanishing from sight, Leo stood upon the deck, gazing out at the shimmering expanse of the sea, his mind flooded with myriad thoughts. As he observed the undulating waves, a sudden realization struck him, and he unleashed a powerful stroke with his sword. In an instant, the ocean erupted into a tumultuous frenzy. A colossal, unfathomable chasm appeared before him, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Witnessing this spectacle, the pirates on the deck were rendered speechless. "Incredible, Captain Leo. The sea has been cleaved asunder in an instant. It is simply astonishing," they marveled, showering Leo with praise for his unparalleled swordsmanship. However, at that moment, Leo's blade suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, breaking into two pieces. The pirates were taken aback, falling into an eerie silence. Leo furrowed his brow, staring at the remnants of his weapon. "Captain Leo, take mine," a quick-witted pirate exclaimed, hastily offering his weapon. Yet, Leo merely cast a cursory glance and chose to ignore the gesture. With the enhancement of his physical prowess and the advancement of his swordsmanship, had ordinary weapons become insufficient to bear his strength? Leo silently contemplated to himself. It appeared that he needed to acquire a more suitable weapon. With this thought in mind, the first person he considered was the master craftsman of Wano. At that moment, the lookout above called out loudly, "Captain, we have spotted an island ahead." This exclamation brought Leo back to his senses, prompting him to lift his gaze forward. Indeed, he beheld a faint silhouette of an island on the distant horizon. "What lay ahead?" Rio inquired. The navigator, Ford, promptly retrieved the map, yet after a brief glance, he hesitantly replied, "My Lord Rio, I sincerely apologize, but I am unfamiliar with this area," as it was their inaugural venture into the Grand Line, apart from the log pointer in hand. They were utterly ignorant of the destination island's whereabouts. Everything appeared to be a blank slate. Leo was naturally aware of this principle and chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, his sole desire was to discover some exquisite items within the weapon shop on the island, akin to the renowned swords Snow Walk and Sand Iketetsu that Zoro had acquired. Chapter 24, The Selection of Swords. Three colossal pirate ships gradually approached the shore. To avert any unnecessary complications, Leo commanded that the vessels dock at a distance from the pier. Simultaneously, he opted to disembark alone, leaving all the other crew members aboard in readiness. Once ashore, Leo made his way directly towards the town, swiftly arriving at the bustling thoroughfare. "Excuse me, sir. Could you direct me to the weapon shop?" Leo approached a passerby to inquire about the location of a weapon shop. The individual regarded Leo with a hint of confusion before responding, "It's just ahead. Walk approximately 500 meters, take a left, and then cross 2 streets." Grateful for the directions, Leo successfully arrived at the weapon shop described. The establishment was impressively large, covering several thousand square feet, from the entrance to the expansive hall within. The weapon racks were adorned with an array of samurai swords, a veritable feast for the eyes. However, Leo merely cast a cursory glance before making his way directly to the counter. The shopkeeper, a woman in her 50s, bore an intimidating expression. Her eyes squinted as if in a state of drowsiness. "Hello, where might I find your most expensive weapon?" Leo inquired. Rio inquired with a calm yet assertive demeanor. Upon hearing his voice, the proprietress opened her eyes, glanced around, and finally lowered her gaze to meet Rio, who stood level with the counter. Are you interested in purchasing weapons?" she asked, her expression one of surprise as she scrutinized him. "I have the funds." Leo casually tossed a large bag of money onto the counter. The shopkeeper glanced into the bag and was instantly taken aback. It was filled to the brim with stacks of crisp, new bills. All of them were in the universally accepted currency of the world government, berries. And it appeared to contain no less than 8 million. This shopkeeper was certainly not inexperienced in the ways of the world. Operating a weapons store stocked with hundreds of various arms, she had undoubtedly encountered sums like 18 million berries before. However, she had never seen a young man like Leo come in with such a substantial amount of money for weapons. After a brief moment of astonishment, the shopkeeper regained her composure and scrutinized Leo anew. A few seconds later, she remarked, "With this amount, you may not be able to afford our most expensive weapon. However, feel free to show me what you have, and if it suits, I may consider adding more." Leo spoke. Upon hearing this, the proprietress fell silent, gazing intently at Leo. as if trying to penetrate the mystery of his origins. However, after a brief moment, she refrained from inquiring about his background or the reason for his solitary venture with such a substantial sum of money to purchase weapons. Instead, she turned and ascended the stairs. "Please wait a moment," she remarked before hastily making her way upstairs. After a considerable interval, she finally returned. Accompanying her was a burly man, robustly built. This man bore an impressive array of weapons, following the proprietress as they approached Leo. "These are the most exquisite weapons we have in our establishment. Please take your time to select, esteemed guest," the stout man courteously addressed Leo. Without a hint of hesitation, Leo reached out and grasped a black-handled katana from the man's hands. Merely casting a glance at it, Leo's brow furrowed in discontent. Upon subtly activating his observation Haki, his expression soured further. "These blades possess no soul." Leon spoke indifferently. Following his words, he casually waved his hand. In an instant, a colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, the nearby weapon rack was cleaved in two, and a narrow fissure appeared in the wall. This was the result of Leon exerting restraint over his own strength. Otherwise, the entire building, perhaps even the whole town, would have been severed in half. The proprietress and her assistant were momentarily stunned at the sight. They had initially perceived Leon as merely an ordinary young man, never anticipating the extraordinary prowess of his swordsmanship. Even skilled swordsmen, renowned for their expertise, would find it challenging to replicate such a feat. Yet, Leon treated it as a trivial matter, seemingly unfazed by the astonishment of the proprietress and her assistant. He lifted the sword he held, examining it closely. It was satisfactory. Although it was neither an unparalleled great blade nor even a standard great blade, it surpassed the quality and craftsmanship of ordinary swords significantly. "How much is this worth?" Rio lifted his gaze to inquire of the proprietress. 600,000 berries. The proprietress appeared somewhat taken aback, perhaps startled by Rio's earlier actions. Or perhaps she was simply a person of genuine business integrity. At this moment, she willingly revealed the actual price. "Are these prices all the same?" Leo gestured towards the heap of weapons cradled in the assistant's arms. "Not quite, dear guest. The sword you hold is valued at 600,000 berries, while the others range in price from 800,000 to 2 million berries. There are indeed more affordable options, with the ones in the hall priced at 50,000 berries each. However, considering your remarkable swordsmanship, I assume such weapons would not pique your interest," the proprietress remarked, casting a wary glance at the weapon in Leo's possession. "Are there truly no superior weapons available?" Leo inquired, and after a moment of hesitation, the proprietress shook her head, stating that all the finest weapons in the establishment were indeed present. However, Leo had keenly observed the subtle nuances of her hesitation. At that moment, he chose to disregard the proprietress and closed his eyes to activate his observation Haki. Renowned swords often possess unique characteristics, and some legendary blades can only be wielded by those truly deserving. Take, for instance, the cursed sword, Kichigai. It remains unusable by ordinary swordsmen, and even the most skilled can scarcely harness its true power unless it deems them worthy. This phenomenon resembles the bond of a sword recognizing its master. Although it may appear mystical, such occurrences are indeed real. While the average person cannot perceive these extraordinary traits, Leo's observation Haki might discern them. The proprietress and her assistant exchanged puzzled glances at Leo's actions. Suddenly, Leo turned and ascended the stairs. Upon witnessing his movement, the proprietress's expression shifted slightly, prompting her to hastily follow him. After using his observation Haki to meticulously scan his surroundings, Leo sensed a peculiar aura emanating from upstairs. This essence was not of human origin, yet it resonated with the vitality of life itself. Ascending to the upper floor, he discovered a modest armory, where the distinctive aura he had perceived lay quietly upon a prominently positioned shelf at the center. Chapter 25, The Centenary Demon Blade, Blue Rain. Upon beholding the weapon radiating with a mesmerizing blue sheen, Leo recognized it as the source of the extraordinary aura he had sensed earlier. He immediately approached the weapon. But at that moment, the voice of the proprietress echoed behind him, filled with alarm. "No, you mustn't." Rio paid no heed to his counterpart and continued his approach towards the weapon. As he walked, he complained, "There are clearly more formidable weapons here. Why aren't you showing them to me? Are you afraid I can't afford them?" By the time he reached the weapon, the proprietress hastily interjected, "No, it's not that. This weapon is quite special. It cannot be wielded by just anyone." Before she could finish her sentence, Rio had already seized the blade from the rack. The proprietress's expression changed dramatically, and her assistant stared wide-eyed, both bracing themselves for an impending calamity, unable to bear witness to what might transpire. Meanwhile, Admiral Kizaru, sailing aboard his personal warship, was traversing the seas. Having received advance intelligence regarding Rio and his vessel's whereabouts, he was now heading directly towards the island where Rio resided. All unbeknownst to the latter, while Rio was preoccupied selecting weapons in the town, Kizaru's fleet had already encircled the island. "Admiral Kizaru, we have spotted ships belonging to the Axe Pirates off the northern coast of the dock. There were 3 pirate ships confirmed to belong to the Axe Pirates, though it remained uncertain whether Rio was aboard." One of his subordinates reported the findings to Kizaru, who coolly commanded, "Sink them all." Despite his confidence in their inability to escape his grasp, Kizaru had meticulously analyzed the previous encounters between the Axe pirates and the Navy during his journey. He noted a crucial detail. In past engagements, Navy warships had failed to fire upon the enemy at the earliest opportunity, or, if they did, their firepower had proven insufficient to pose a threat, resulting in counterattacks from the adversaries. Such miscalculations, however, would not occur aboard Kizaru's ship. For years, he had adhered to the principle that if a target could be sunk with cannon fire, there was no need for close combat, unless it was purely for amusement. Upon receiving Kizaru's orders, 10 Navy warships swiftly advanced towards the target and opened fire decisively. It was only upon their appearance and assault that the 3 pirate vessels finally realized the dire situation they were in. Alas, it was too late. They found themselves surrounded by 10 Navy warships along the shore, with no hope of escape. In a contest of cannon range and might, they stood no chance against the Navy. In an instant, the 3 pirate ships fell into a state of helplessness. The Navy is back. Quick, notify Captain Rio. Hurry, cried a pirate. We're doomed. Our ships will be utterly destroyed. We must inform Captain Rio. Recognizing the gravity of their predicament, some pirates decided to alert Rio. Immediately, a couple of them leapt from their ship, intent on reaching Rio with the news of the Navy's arrival. However, just as they touched land, 2 beams of golden light shot from the sea, striking them down in an instant. Oh dear, a playful voice chimed nearby. Admiral Kizaru strolled leisurely along the shore, clad in his justice cloak. He glanced at the fallen pirates and smirked. I can't allow you to raise the alarm now, can I? Leo extended his hand to grasp the enigmatic weapon, a gesture that instilled fear in the shopkeeper and her assistant. They presumed he would meet the same fate as the previous swordsman who had laid eyes upon this blade, falling victim to its lethal allure. Thus, they dared not witness the anticipated gruesome spectacle. However, after a prolonged silence, the duo grew increasingly curious and cautiously turned their gaze back, only to be met with an astonishing sight. At that moment, Leo held the weapon, radiating a mesmerizing azure glow, with an expression of deep fascination upon his face. The formidable blue blade, known for its malevolence, would unleash deadly carnage even with the slightest touch. The shopkeeper, the proprietor of the establishment, would never dare to approach it lightly. The weapon's ominous presence had led to a decline in business over the past 2 years, with many aspiring swordsmen meeting their demise at its hands. The shopkeeper was distraught, constantly seeking a way to deal with this weapon, yet unable to find an appropriate opportunity or method. Yet now, in Leo's grasp, it appeared as docile as a lamb. It not only refrained from attacking Leo, but also allowed him to caress its blade gently. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented for the shopkeeper. How peculiar. Blue Rain did not attack you? The shopkeeper gazed at Leo, bewildered. So, its name is Blue Rain? Leo turned his head to gaze at her. Indeed. This formidable blade was crafted by the renowned Master Wu, a master blacksmith from a century ago. It is said that this weapon possesses a sinister nature. Anyone who comes into contact with it is destined to meet a grim fate. The proprietress elaborated on the origins and characteristics of the Blue Rain. A cursed blade. You say? How intriguing. The corners of Leo's mouth curled into a playful smile. At this moment, holding the Blue Rain, he could indeed sense a certain unique power emanating from its blade. However, regarding the aggressiveness mentioned by the proprietress, Leo did not perceive it. Instead, he felt an overwhelming friendliness from the Blue Rain towards himself. It seemed that this blade had chosen me, and I, in turn, had chosen it. Leo smiled as he slowly sheathed the blue blade. He then turned to the proprietress and inquired, how much for this sword? Since it has chosen you, and if you truly cherish it, then I shall simply gift it to you. The proprietress was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. Over the past 2 years, she had exhausted every means possible, even spending a considerable sum to hire renowned swordsmen in an attempt to tame this formidable weapon and remove it from her establishment, hoping to spare her shop from further losses. However, nothing had proven effective. Now, with the rare opportunity of encountering someone capable of mastering this cursed blade, she was overwhelmed with gratitude and felt unworthy to accept payment. Are you truly not charging me? Leo was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, it's complimentary. Consider it a gift. The proprietress reiterated. Chapter 26, a surprisingly formidable opponent. Since it was a free offering and a magnificent blade at that, Leo naturally could not refuse and gladly accepted the weapon. Thank you very much, he said with a smile before turning to leave the weapon shop. With this enchanted sword, Blue Rain, he could undoubtedly elevate his swordsmanship to new heights. Observing the young man's retreating figure, the proprietress and her assistant remained in a state of astonishment. Who would have thought that this young lad could master such a mystical blade? Indeed, it is said that enchanted swords choose their own masters, and it appears that all the legends hold true. The two stood at the staircase, whispering to one another. Meanwhile, downstairs, as Leo stepped out of the weapon shop, he sensed impending danger. Instinctively, he turned his head to the left and beheld a tall, slender man clad in a yellow and white striped suit, donning a pair of brown sunglasses, leisurely sauntering towards him. In that moment, Leo recognized the man's identity with a mere glance. To his surprise, it was him. Leo's gaze instantly darkened. At that moment, Borsellino, the yellow monkey, also came to a halt, standing approximately 20 meters away. With his hands tucked into his pockets and draped in the cloak that symbolized the absolute justice of the Navy, he regarded Leo with a sidelong glance. The intelligence merely mentioned that Leo was a boy around 5 or 6 years of age, without any description of his appearance, not even a photograph. Consequently, Borsellino found himself uncertain whether the individual before him was indeed his intended target. Leo quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He averted his gaze and nonchalantly moved in another direction. Borsellino, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, was one of the highest combat powers. Not only did he possess the formidable abilities of the natural-type devil fruit, the Pika Pika no Mi, but his mastery of both martial arts and Haki had reached an exceptionally advanced level. Engaging in combat with him at this moment was far from prudent. Just as Leo was poised to slip away undetected, a pirate suddenly dashed towards him. The fellow appeared alarmed and in a frantic hurry, and upon spotting Leo, he immediately raised his voice in a frantic shout. "Leo! Captain Leo! The Navy is coming! A vice admiral from the Navy headquarters has come to hunt us down." This fool's loud exclamation utterly betrayed Leo's presence. Leo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At that moment, the sound of polished shoes echoing against the cobblestone path reached his ears. Borsellino approached leisurely from behind Leo. "Are you Leo? The infamous pirate captain responsible for the assault on the Navy, resulting in the sinking of over 10 warships? The youth of today is truly formidable," Borsellino remarked with a sardonic tone, halting his steps just under 5 meters away from Leo. After coming to a stop, he slowly raised his hand, aiming his fingers at Leo. "So, will you return to me obediently, or shall I take it upon myself to capture you?" Borsellino inquired with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Leo swiftly turned around and flashed a grin at his adversary. "Neither, thank you." No sooner had he spoken than a golden laser shot forth from Borsellino's fingertips, streaking towards Leo's left shoulder with the swiftness of lightning. Rio had long since detected his opponent's impending strike through his formidable observation Haki and had prepared himself accordingly. Despite a mere half-second difference, he narrowly evaded Borsellino's attack. With a hair's breadth escape from this lethal blow, Rio swiftly drew his enchanted blade, Blue Rain. In one fluid motion, he unleashed a powerful slash towards Borsellino. The formidable blade's aura, invisible yet imbued with terrifying destructive force, surged forth. Borsellino, unwilling to underestimate the threat, swiftly dodged this assault and continued his advance towards Rio. Lightspeed kick. He launched a swift kick aimed at Rio, a blow that could prove catastrophic if it connected. Leo swiftly adapted, leaping to evade Borsellino's assault. Yet, at that moment, Borsellino unexpectedly materialized behind him. "You've lost," he declared with a grin, raising a finger aimed at Leo's back, poised to unleash a laser attack. However, in a critical instant, Leo chuckled, not necessarily. As his words lingered in the air, he launched his counterattack, sweeping his blade backward. Simultaneously, the armament Haki enveloped the edge of his sword. Even if Borsellino resorted to elemental transformation, he could not escape the onslaught of the strike. Observing Leo's use of armament Haki, Borsellino's eyes subtly shifted, a glimmer of surprise flickering within them. "Oh, armament Haki," he exclaimed, astonished. Yet, his feet remained unyielding. As he raised his long leg high, preparing to stomp down upon Leo's enchanted blade, Blue Rain, with a resounding thud, Leo's weapon was firmly pressed to the ground beneath Borsellino's foot. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Leo suddenly felt a revelation. He gazed at Borsellino in astonishment, his mind racing through the images of the earlier encounter when Borsellino suppressed his attack, as if his brain had hit the replay button. When the scene looped for the 60th time, Leo experienced an epiphany. So that's how it can be used. Leo has just grasped that Borsellino's preceding kick seamlessly integrated the strength and skill of the Gale kick, complemented by the explosive power generated through his leg muscles. Consequently, both the velocity of his strike and the force produced are remarkably formidable. This explains why he was unable to evade the pressure exerted upon him in a timely manner. "Humph," Leo smiled with a playful glint in his eyes. "Little brat, you can still laugh?" Despite his tender age, Leo possessed an extraordinary combat prowess. Not only was he adept with the sword, but he had also mastered the art of Haki. This astonishing capability left Borsellino, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, utterly astounded. At that moment, Leo's mischievous grin only deepened Borsellino's confusion. How could this young lad still find amusement in the face of his relentless assault and pressure? Unbeknownst to Borsellino, Leo regarded him merely as an opportunity for experience. Through their ongoing clashes, Leo quickly grasped a myriad of techniques and profound insights. "You may appear disheveled, old chap, but your strength is commendable. However, I have yet to inquire your name." Reo responded with a smile. "Indeed, I am Admiral Borsellino of the Navy headquarters, commonly known as Gazara. So, having understood all this, do you intend to obediently return with me?" Chapter 27. Continuously comprehending and growing through battle. Borsellino gazed at Reo with an expression of delightful anticipation. This look left Reo feeling quite awkward, thinking to himself, surely he cannot genuinely believe that? "Who said anything about going back with you? I merely inquired about your name. I did not slay nameless specters beneath my blade." Leo responded with a playful smile. "Oh my, today's youth is truly fearsome." As soon as Borsellino finished speaking, he suddenly launched a kick at Leo's chest, executing a move at the speed of light. Rio swiftly adjusted his stance, concentrating his entire armament Haki at his chest. He was acutely aware that in a contest of speed, he could not possibly rival Borsellino. This fellow's velocity was undoubtedly among the finest in the entire One Piece universe. Faced with such an opponent, the only recourse was to endure. Borsellino's lightning-fast kick struck Rio's chest with unerring precision, showing no mercy. Leo was struck by an overwhelming force. Sent sprawling with a single kick. In an instant, he felt a tumultuous upheaval within, as though his very organs and bones had been shattered. Ultimately, he sensed liquid rising in his throat, and uncontrollably, blood began to trickle down from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the disparity was rather significant. Leo pondered, realizing that today, he could only retreat for the time being. Continuing the battle would only lead to his own detriment. Seizing the opportunity as he was propelled backward, he swiftly adjusted his direction and executed the Navy's 6 styles, combining the shave and moonwalk, shattering the air as he hastily departed. Oh, the Navy's 6 styles? In the distance, Borsellino witnessed this scene, his expression instantly shifting to one of astonishment. The Navy's 6 styles are powers reserved for officers of the rank of captain and above, typically not divulged to others. How could such a young rogue, a pirate at that, possibly possess knowledge of such techniques? The Navy's 6 style of Leo has long surpassed the realm of mere beginners. His speed is astonishingly swift. In just a fleeting moment of hesitation, Borsellino has already lost sight of Leo. Oh dear, he is about to escape. Coming to his senses, Borsellino emitted a peculiar cry, and in an instant, his form transformed into a golden radiance, vanishing rapidly. Leo fled to the seaside, where he beheld his 3 pirate ships, 2 of which were engulfed in fierce flames. The remaining vessel had also sustained considerable damage. Scattered along the shore were the lifeless bodies of the members of the Maddox pirate crew, strewn about in a harrowing sight. The ship still capable of sailing had ventured hundreds of meters away from the coast, striving to breach the blockade formed by 10 naval warships. However, it was evident that such an endeavor was futile. Without uttering a word, Leo continued to employ the Navy's 6th style moonwalk, traversing the air over the expanse of several hundred meters across the sea. Just as he was about to land on the deck of his vessel, his observation Haki sensed an imminent danger approaching. Leo executed a deft aerial maneuver, akin to a nimble fish gliding through water, swiftly evading a barrage of golden laser attacks that surged from behind. In one fluid motion, he retaliated with a fierce slash aimed at the pursuing Borsellino. Almost instantaneously, he unleashed a pair of tempestuous kicks. However, these strikes were not directed at Borsellino, but rather at several naval vessels on the distant sea. The blade's energy failed to pose any significant threat to Borsellino, merely slightly impeding his movements. In contrast, the vacuum slashes from the tempestuous kicks yielded remarkable results, as the 4 naval warships were nearly cleaved in twain simultaneously. With a resounding crash, they slowly descended into the depths of the ocean. At this juncture, Leo turned to face Borsellino. Yada no Kagami. Borsellino wasted no time, launching his formidable technique against Leo. His intent was straightforward, to swiftly dispatch Leo amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, as the latter had no means to leverage his surroundings, rendering him incapable of maintaining altitude. Of course, Borsellino himself was also bound by this limitation. Leo scoffed dismissively, suddenly launching a counterattack against Borsellino. A powerful gale kick surged forth, its vacuum pressure striking directly towards Borsellino. It was evident that this attack was far more formidable than any Leo had previously unleashed. The astounding force of it left even a professional like Borsellino astonished. You certainly broaden one's horizons. The youth of today are truly formidable, he remarked. Though he effortlessly evaded Leo's retaliation, thanks to his formidable observation Haki and remarkable speed. Simultaneously, a lightsaber materialized in his hand. Moving at the speed of light, Borsellino glided through the corridor, transforming into a photon, propelled by the brilliant reflections created by his glint fruit. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside Leo, his lightsaber mercilessly sweeping towards Leo's feet. There are few pirates capable of battling me to this extent, especially a newcomer like you. Come along quietly, Borsellino declared as he attacked Leo. However, the next moment, he froze in surprise. His eyes caught a glimpse of Leo's form, which appeared to contort oddly, as if influenced by some complex force. Suddenly, Leo darted to the right, his speed so astonishing that even Borsellino's observation Haki failed to anticipate it. By the time his eyes registered the event, his mind was just beginning to process it. At that moment, Leo had already evaded his strike and was 100 meters away. Yet, Leo was not retreating. He activated Moonwalk and launched another counterattack against Borsellino. Witnessing this, Borsellino's astonishment intensified. What is this kid capable of? His feelings of surprise morphed into profound shock and a strong sense of incomprehension, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Throughout his years, Borsellino had encountered many notorious pirates and had even experienced their prowess firsthand. They were undeniably strong, but none had exhibited such strength from a young age. Leo, in particular, was a first for Borsellino in decades of life. At that moment, he recognized that Leo had surpassed him in the application of the Marine 6 styles. When Leo employed Moonwalk, his speed was so breathtaking that even Borsellino's observation Haki could not keep pace. As he observed Leo fearlessly retaliating, Porcelino's expression turned gray for the first time, not from fear, but from an unsettling intuition. Chapter 28. Minor setback, major gain. What truly unsettled Porcelino was not Leo's current display of power, but rather the astonishing potential he exhibited. At such a tender age, possessing such terrifying strength, if he were to continue growing, what would become of him? From whom did you learn the Marine Six styles? Porcelino could no longer restrain his curiosity. What Marine Six styles? I know not. This is the essence of martial arts I have comprehended on my own. As Leo responded, he had already approached Porcelino, striking at an exceptionally acute angle with the demon blade, Blue Rain, launching an offensive against him. The formless and potent sword energy instantaneously enveloped Porcelino, as if it could shatter this opponent into oblivion in the blink of an eye. Porcelino, now fully alert, began to mount a counterattack. In a flash, he evaded all of Leo's sword strikes and, in the next moment, appeared behind him, raising a finger to unleash a golden laser from between his fingertips. However, just as the golden laser was fired, Leo's figure vanished as well. Impossible. For the first time, Porcelino displayed a look of shock. Until now, he had concealed his astonishment deep within, but at this moment, he could no longer mask it. He sensed that Leo had employed the Navy Six styles, utilizing moonwalk and shave, significantly enhancing his speed. Now, he found himself unable to land a hit on his opponent. This was a first for him. What manner of creature are you, boy? Porcelino exclaimed in astonishment, turning to gaze at Leo, who had appeared a short distance away. Guess. As Leo responded, he gripped the enchanted sword, Blue Rain, and unleashed a formidable slash of sword energy towards his target. Unfortunately, his mastery of Armament Haki had not yet reached the level required for external offensive capabilities. Had it been otherwise, these powerful sword energies could have been entwined with Armament Haki, posing a direct threat to Porcelino. At this moment, however, it was not possible. As expected, Porcelino remained entirely unfazed by the assault of these ordinary sword energies. Effortlessly entering his elemental form, he evaded all attacks. In a flash, he executed a light-speed kick towards Leo, while simultaneously employing his hands in a cross formation to unleash his signature move, the Yada no Kagami. During the battle, Leo continuously gained new insights, his speed accelerated, his strength intensified, and his swordsmanship became increasingly formidable. However, ultimately, it was the top-tier powerhouse, Porcelino, who held the upper hand. In terms of stamina, combat prowess, and battle experience, Porcelino surpassed Leo significantly. The two engaged in combat upon the surface of the sea for over 3 hours, until Leo, narrowly defeated by a single move, was subdued by Porcelino. Observing Leo, who had sustained considerable injuries and was cast into the water, Porcelino offered a commendatory remark. You are the most formidable newcomer I have encountered in many years. It truly required considerable effort to bring you down. At that moment, his subordinates arrived aboard a warship. Meanwhile, during the confrontation between Porcelino and Leo, the remaining pirates of the Maddox pirates had been completely overwhelmed and subdued by 10 naval warships. The last pirate ship was sunk. And aside from those who were missing or killed, over 100 pirates were captured. Several naval soldiers leaped into the water, using hooks to snag Leo's clothing and drag him onto the deck. Rio, still yearning for resistance, found himself pinned to the ground by a single foot of Porcelino, rendering him immobile. In swift succession, the surrounding naval soldiers shackled him with specially crafted handcuffs and leg irons made from sea stone. Let us return to Marineford, Porcelino commanded. However, he soon noticed a cryptic smile gracing the corners of Rio's lips. It appeared that instead of despairing or fearing his capture, Rio was rather elated. This peculiar scene piqued Porcelino's curiosity. Unbeknownst to him, Rio's mind was awash with profound insights. The intense battle against Porcelino over the past few hours had not only exposed the disparity between him and the world's elite but also imparted invaluable lessons from his formidable opponent. Confronted by the swift abilities of the light fruit, Rio recognized his own shortcomings. Through deductive reasoning, he discerned methods to elevate his speed, building upon the foundations of the Marine Six styles. Simultaneously, in the face of Porcelino's light-speed assaults and formidable sword techniques, Rio experienced significant growth in his skills, including his spear strikes, tempestuous kicks, and swordsmanship. Most crucially, however, was Rio's burgeoning understanding of Haki. His observation Haki was already nearing its pinnacle, surpassing even Porcelino's, enabling him to perceive others' thoughts. Following this battle, he had gleaned how to transform his Armament Haki from mere wrapping into an outward offensive technique. Now, he merely required a practical engagement to test whether he could project his Armament Haki onto his sword strikes for a counteroffensive against adversaries. Meanwhile, his Conqueror's Haki continued to intensify with every passing moment. Even in moments of inactivity, its potency would only burgeon. Thus, being captured by Porcelino, a representative of the world's paramount strength in the Pirate King's realm, did not dishearten Rio in the slightest. In fact, he felt a sense of joy. For compared to the wisdom he had gained, this minor setback was utterly inconsequential. Leo disregarded the curious gaze of Porcelino directed towards him. Instead, he simply closed his eyes, immersing himself in the vast array of information swirling in his mind. He aimed to fully assimilate this knowledge, transforming it into wisdom that truly belonged to him. Subsequently, he planned to engage in some practical training to refine his skills appropriately. Leo exuded a profound confidence, eagerly anticipating his next encounter with Borsalino, fully expecting to astonish his opponent. However, there lay another reason behind Leo's lack of vocal resistance. He was shackled by chains of sea prism stone binding his hands and feet. These chains, renowned for their formidable restraint on those endowed with devil fruit powers, proved equally effective against non-devil fruit users. Although Leo had not lost his strength entirely, the unique nature of these chains rendered escape exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the pain from his physical injuries temporarily incapacitated him, hindering any attempts at liberation. As Leo closed his eyes to meditate, meticulously processing the information swirling in his mind, he suddenly felt a profound realization dawning upon him. Chapter 29, The Comprehension of Self-Healing Power. At Marine Headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku harbored a measure of concern, not over Borsalino's ability to complete the mission, but rather over the potential dissemination of certain sensitive information. To avert any leaks, he had ordered the Intelligence Division of the Marines to initiate a covert investigation on a global scale. Additionally, for the sake of prudence, Sengoku had informed the Holy Land of Mariehua about the situation. Steelbone Kong, who had recently ascended from the position of Fleet Admiral to Commander-in-Chief and was now residing in Mariehua, enjoying a semblance of retirement, displayed a grave expression upon receiving Sengoku's message through the transponder snail. Such circumstances were indeed unexpected. Had they truly apprehended that young man named Leo? Steelbone Kong inquired urgently. Borsalino had already been dispatched to capture the lad personally, and they anticipated favorable news shortly. Commander Kong, Sengoku replied. Upon hearing this, Steelbone Kong scratched his head. I must relay this information to the Gorosei immediately. If a worldwide investigation is warranted, no entity is more adept than the CP organization. With that, Steelbone Kong hastily ended the call. No sooner had he hung up than Sengoku received new intelligence. The transponder snail buzzed again, interrupting his thoughts, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. He answered the call, hearing Borsalino's voice. Mr. Sengoku, I have successfully captured the young man Leo, although it took some time. I am currently en route back to Marineford. Sengoku had intended to call Borsalino shortly to inquire about the mission's progress, as a considerable amount of time had elapsed since their last agreement to return promptly. His concerns had begun to mount. However, upon hearing Borsalino's report, a flicker of joy and relief crossed Sengoku's face, with a sigh of relief escaping his lips. At last, they had seized the young man. You've done exceptionally well, Borsalino. Your bonus for this month will be doubled. Sengoku thought to himself, feeling elated. They had successfully captured Leo, and now it was crucial to interrogate him thoroughly to extract the secrets he possessed. They needed to ascertain who had divulged the particulars of that incident from years past. The information that surged through Leo's mind was entirely distinct from what he had previously comprehended. Earlier, his insights were solely focused on combat techniques and strategies. Yet, at this very moment, he realized that he had grasped the methods for swiftly rejuvenating his body and mending its injuries. Leo remained impassive, following the thoughts that coursed through his mind as he initiated the flow of vital energy within him. Simultaneously, the muscles of his entire body began to undulate. However, these were merely superficial manifestations, either visible or imperceptible. On a more microscopic level, Leo was endeavoring to exert control over the cells within his body, urging them to operate at an enhanced capacity. At this moment, beneath the veil of the naked eye, Leo's megakaryocytes were rapidly dividing and proliferating, shedding a considerable number of platelets. These platelets swiftly congregated around his wounds, aiding him in staunching the bleeding with remarkable expediency. Following suit, other cells embarked on a similar process, collectively assisting Leo in recuperating from his injuries. The damaged tissues of his internal organs were also regenerating rapidly through this accelerated cellular division. At this juncture, none of the naval soldiers on the deck, including Borsalino, were paying attention to Leo, resulting in his bodily transformations going unnoticed for the time being. Thus, what I have just comprehended is the ability to harness one's own strength to facilitate rapid healing of wounds. Rio gazed in astonishment at the wounds on his body, healing at a visibly remarkable pace, his heart overwhelmed with shock and delight. His extraordinary comprehension indeed seemed to defy the heavens. After a fleeting moment of wonder, Rio swiftly regained his composure. With an air of calm, he continued to meticulously control every type of cell and tissue within his body, guided by the methods echoing in his mind. It felt somewhat akin to a return to life, yet not entirely so. In any case, it was nothing short of extraordinary. As Leo recuperated from his injuries, he simultaneously absorbed and comprehended the myriad of combat information swirling in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, over half an hour had elapsed. At this moment, his wounds had completely healed, and his depleted stamina was nearly replenished. Leo gradually opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered within his gaze. Standing at the bow of the ship, Pausalino, with his arms crossed, gazed intently at the surface of the sea, and suddenly voiced his bewilderment. He evidently sensed something amiss and instinctively turned his head to look in Leo's direction. Upon this glance, a slight furrow appeared on Pausalino's brow. You rascal, he thought, noticing that the injuries on Leo's face had completely healed. At that moment, Only faint scars remained visible, and astonishingly, those scars seemed to be fading. This miraculous sight rendered Pausalino utterly dumbfounded, filled with disbelief. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, Leo suddenly broke into a grin. Kizaru, you shall regret your actions today. Rio let out a sinister laugh, and suddenly, his muscles erupted with power. With overwhelming strength, he forcibly broke free from the sea prism stone chains and shackles that bound him. This was dire. Upon witnessing this, Borsalino's expression darkened instantly. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant, reappearing before Rio in the blink of an eye, delivering a lightning-fast kick aimed at Rio's midsection. However, just as Borsalino lifted his foot, Rio unexpectedly disappeared as well. Boom. Borsalino's kick shattered the cabin of the entire naval warship, creating a cacophony of destruction. His gaze followed Rio's rapid movements. Trying to escape? It would not be so simple. Borsalino leaped into action, pursuing Rio, who was already over 200 meters away and swiftly traversing the air. Yet, as he closed the distance, a tempest of sword energy surged toward him. This sword energy was unlike anything he had encountered before. Each strike was entwined with black Haki, glimmering with a peculiar luster against the backdrop of the setting sun over the sea. Borsalino, taken aback by the sight, felt an overwhelming shock. What on earth was this young man capable of? While his heart raced with astonishment, he uttered his habitual exclamation, "The youth of today is truly terrifying." No sooner had he spoken than he was engulfed by the sword energy unleashed by Rio. Chapter 30. Mr. Sengoku, Rio has escaped. Faced with the onslaught of sword energy wrapped in Haki, Borsalino dared not be complacent and had to free his hands to counter the attacks. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Yada no Kagami, releasing a torrent of golden lasers to combat the incoming strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The sea erupted as if under cannon fire, with powerful shockwaves crashing against the surface, stirring tumultuous waves even in the previously calm waters. Once the dust settled, Borsalino looked up only to find that Rio had vanished without a trace. His observation Haki rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire sea. Although he sensed Rio's presence, the distance was too great. Even Borsalino knew he could not catch up. His Mera Nomi abilities could not sustain him for long-distance movement, and the Navy's 6 styles would merely match Rio's current speed, rendering pursuit futile. Borsalino could only resignedly accept the fact that a mere pirate had escaped right under his nose. He swiftly returned to the ship. They were now far from land. Even with mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, Rio could not maintain long-distance movement. Immediately pursue. Borsalino calmly commanded his subordinates. As long as Rio exhausted his stamina and fell into the water, or could no longer use the Navy's 6 styles to walk on air, they could still capture him. Just then, Borsalino's din-din mushy rang. It was Sengoku calling. Kizaru, where are you now? I have sent reinforcements to assist you. They will be responsible for transferring Rio to Impel down, while you head directly to the New World. I have just received news that the Whitebeard pirates have taken another island. Sengoku's voice was grave, laced with urgency, despite the seemingly casual manner of his words. Borsalino understood that the situation in the New World was far from simple. Mr. Sengoku, I have bad news to report, Borsalino replied. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's heart tightened. What bad news? He sensed something amiss but still harbored a glimmer of hope. However, Borsalino continued, not long before you called, Rio escaped. What? Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically upon receiving this information. Kizaru, how could this happen? His tone carried an undercurrent of reproach. How could a high-ranking admiral of Marine headquarters let a pirate escape right under his nose? Such an occurrence was utterly absurd, leading one to question whether Borsalino had acted with intent. That young man is unlike any other, Mr. Sengoku. In any case, he is far more troublesome than we anticipated. Borsalino reported the details he had observed, including Rio's ability to heal his injuries and forcibly break free from the sea prism stone restraints. After hearing this, Sengoku's expression grew increasingly severe. This brat is that formidable? Kizaru, do not concern yourself with this matter for now. Immediately head to the New World to deal with the situation regarding the Whitebeard pirates. As for Rio, I will find a solution. With that, Sengoku hung up the din-din mushy. He slumped into his chair, feeling as though his head was spinning from the whirlwind of events. Leo escaped from Borsalino's grasp, feeling a sense of freedom akin to that of fish soaring through vast oceans and birds soaring high in the sky. After this battle, he has come to a clear understanding of his current strength. In a one-on-one confrontation with an admiral of the Navy, he would ultimately face defeat over time. However, as long as he does not engage with an unwavering resolve to fight to the bitter end, even an admiral cannot hold him back. If only he could grant himself a little more time to continue his growth, the moment for his comprehensive vengeance against the Navy and the world government would eventually arrive. Leo glided across the surface of the sea with a moonlit stride, gradually sensing a heaviness enveloping his body. The 6th style of the Navy, after all, extracts physical strength to achieve its effects, proving to be ill-suited for prolonged movement over great distances. Leo glanced around, hoping to find land to anchor. Just at that moment, he spotted a vessel approaching from the left side of the sea. It arrived just in time. Leoton's lips curled into a smile as he hastened towards the vessel. It was an ocean liner, resplendent in its golden grandeur. Laughter and merriment echoed throughout the opulent ship, where the affluent reveled in extravagance, singing and dancing with abandon. Meanwhile, atop the deck, a figure descended effortlessly, unnoticed by any onlookers. After Leo disembarked from the vessel, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, employing his formidable observation Haki to evade the gaze of all present. He soon slipped into the kitchen, where a sumptuous and extravagant dinner was being prepared, perfectly timed for the evening meal. Without a care for the consequences, Leo seized the opportunity to indulge himself in a lavish feast, undeterred by the absence of onlookers. The battle with Porcelino had drained considerable energy from him. Although he had subsequently grasped the ability to heal himself, his energy reserves could not be replenished through cellular division. After a thorough ravaging of the provisions, Leo, sated and content, strolled leisurely from the kitchen, exuding an air of confidence. Given his rather distinctive appearance at that moment, the passing crew members of the cruise ship mistakenly regarded him as merely the child of a guest. Rather than obstructing his path, they treated him with utmost deference. Rio had initially intended to depart, but now he found himself wavering. This luxurious cruise ship, with its exquisite service staff far surpassing the brutish demeanor of pirates, offered unparalleled attentiveness. Most importantly, as a vessel catering exclusively to the affluent and even nobility, it sailed the seas without attracting the attention of the Navy. This provided him with an ideal sanctuary for repose, considering that he had already drawn the attention of the Navy headquarters, and that Sengoku had dispatched a high-ranking admiral to pursue him. Rio decided it prudent to take a respite, allowing his strength to further develop. As Leo pondered, he suddenly beheld a group of enchanting women clad in rabbit costumes, joyously singing and dancing ahead of him. Surrounding them, elegantly dressed guests adorned in exquisite gowns and opulent evening attire reveled in the breathtaking spectacle. In that moment, Leo found himself captivated once more. For within his diminutive frame resided the soul of an adult. A subtle smile graced Leo's lips as a resolution began to take shape within him. From this day forth, this vessel shall belong to me. With a smile, he stepped forward into the crowd. Chapter 31. Too expensive. Reduce it by $1 billion. Leo strode directly towards the crowd, approaching the jubilant ladies dressed in rabbit costumes. Instantly, he captured the attention of the surrounding guests. Whose child is this? How utterly impolite. Hey, make way. Do not obstruct my view of the ladies. What an insufferable brat, move aside. Whose child has strayed? Come forth and claim him. The merciless rebukes from the guests caused the smile that once adorned Leo's face to vanish in an instant. In its place emerged a chilling demeanor laced with mockery. I had intended to be somewhat courteous with you. However, it appears that such decorum is no longer warranted. So, why don't you take a leap from here? Rio spoke with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. Upon hearing his words, everyone fell silent, clearly caught off guard, unable to grasp the true meaning behind his statement. Do you not understand? Allow me to enlighten you. He approached a corpulent man, round and plump, with a pair of exaggerated mustaches. This was the very individual who had just moments ago displayed a fierce demeanor towards him, his gaze filled with disdain, exuding an air of superiority, akin to a ferocious dog barking aggressively. What do you intend to do to me, little rascal? The overweight man glared down at Rio, his expression reminiscent of an affronted boar. Rio paid him no heed, engaging in no idle chatter. With a swift motion, he seized the man's collar and hoisted him effortlessly into the air. This spectacle was witnessed by all, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The corpulent man, resembling an inflated balloon, struggled desperately while shouting, "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do? Put me down at once." No sooner had he uttered these words than Rio flung him overboard with a flick of his wrist. With a resounding splash, the rotund figure was cast into the sea, bubbles rising vigorously to the surface. The onlookers were once again rendered speechless as they witnessed Rio's audacity in tossing the man into the ocean. Buck, are you all right?" cried a lavishly adorned woman, her voice piercing through the air toward the water. Moments later, the portly man resurfaced, gasping for air, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Rio. "You vile brat, do you have any idea who I am? How dare you treat me this way? I am a noble duke of the Ababa kingdom." Still bobbing in the water, the man continued to hurl insults at Rio, while more individuals on deck found themselves hurled into the depths as well, those who had been disrespectful upon Rio's arrival. Such impolite souls were not to be coddled by Rio. After successfully casting dozens into the water, he finally ceased this seemingly mad endeavor. He dusted off his hands and turned to face the throng of terrified guests and crew members aboard the vessel. At last, the disrespectful and unappreciative had been dealt with. Leo nonchalantly clapped his hands and, upon finishing, offered a faint smile to the remaining individuals before him. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Leo. From this very moment, this vessel belongs to me. You may continue to remain here, savoring your journey, but should anyone dare to show me disrespect again, they shall meet the same fate as those before them." As Leo smiled and finished speaking, a tall, slender man with tousled brown curls, dressed impeccably and exuding an air of distinction, suddenly emerged from the crowd. Approaching Leo with an expression of uncertainty, he exclaimed loudly, "What are you saying? This vessel belongs to us. Oh, are you the owner of this ship?" Leo gazed at the other party. "Indeed, I am Duke Alec, the proprietor of this vessel, the traveler. Upon hearing this, Leo nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the earlier incident when the Duke had unceremoniously cast numerous individuals into the sea over a trivial disagreement. The Duke's countenance quickly shifted to one of concern and apprehension. The onlookers mirrored this sentiment, their expressions betraying a shared anxiety. They were apprehensive that this seemingly youthful yet remarkably strong individual might unleash his wrath once more. Fortunately, their fears were merely excessive. Leo did not behave as he had moments ago. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Alec and offered a faint smile. Rest assured, I have no intention of seizing what is yours. I shall compensate you. What is the price of this vessel? Leo inquired. The other party was momentarily taken aback and then couldn't help but chuckle. Are you jesting? This vessel was constructed with the authorization of the world government, and its worth is beyond measure. Even if you insist on purchasing it, it would cost no less than 5 billion berries. How much? Leo gazed at the other person with a hint of astonishment. 5 billion berries. I will not sell for a single coin less. Alec extended 5 fingers, clearly displaying his disdain for Leo, utterly unconvinced that Leo could muster such a sum. In truth, Leo indeed could not procure that amount of money. Leo nodded with an air of understanding. Witnessing his nonchalant demeanor, Alec was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't help but ponder, repeatedly scrutinizing Leo. He had merely spoken in jest. Surely he did not genuinely intend to sell this luxurious cruise ship. Could this young man truly possess such wealth? The onlookers around them were equally perplexed, their gazes fixed intently upon Leo. 50 billion was exorbitantly steep. At that moment, Leo spoke again. Upon hearing his words, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd, and Alec's expression transformed into one of ease. That is precisely why I assert that this cruise ship is a privilege granted by the world government, exclusively serving the nobles of its member states, and it is under the protection of the Navy. Acquiring it is simply out of the question. 50 billion berries is far too extravagant. Let us settle for a mere 50 berries. Leo interrupted Alec's voice. What did you say? 50 berries? Are you jesting? Seeing Leo's earnest demeanor at that moment, Alec felt an urge to leap up. Leo, however, nonchalantly replied, I am not joking. Did I not mention a modest sum? 50 berries is just right. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket. Earlier, aboard the ship of the Maddox pirates, he had brought along some money to purchase weapons. Although he had lost most of it during the battle with Admiral Kazuru, a small amount still remained. At that moment, he truly took out 50 berries, approached Alec earnestly, and handed the money to him. Chapter 32, Under Navy Protection? Then you may report it. Alec gazed at Leo, now completely convinced that this young man was indeed seeking trouble. Just then, a man dressed in a tailcoat, resembling a butler with a small mustache, approached Alec while holding a thick tome. The butler respectfully addressed him. Duke Alec, we have checked, and this young gentleman is not on the guest list. Oh. Upon hearing this, Alec was momentarily taken aback, redirecting his gaze to Leo. Initially, he had perceived Leo's striking appearance, sharp features and bright eyes, as that of a significant figure as family member, mistaking him for a notable guest aboard the ship. Now, it appeared he had misjudged the situation. Instantly, Alec's expression darkened. How infuriating. I thought you bore a handsome visage, seemingly not a troublemaker. It seems I was mistaken. He continued, I apologize, but this premier cruise ship is exclusively reserved for esteemed guests. Those without an invitation are prohibited from boarding. Since you are not a guest aboard our vessel, I kindly ask you to leave. Alec closed his eyes, adopting a condescending posture. He endeavored to maintain politeness while issuing a dismissal to Leo. So, you intend to expel me? Leo feigned ignorance and retorted, Indeed, bring him to me. Evict him from the ship at once. In an instant, over a dozen burly bodyguards clad in black suits surged forward, encircling Leo. I have already stated that I purchased this vessel, and you consented to it, Leo remarked nonchalantly, meeting the fierce gazes of the encroaching guardians. Nonsense. Who agreed to anything with you? Hurry and cast this insolent brat overboard. Additionally, fetch our esteemed guest. Alec, losing his patience, bellowed at his subordinates. The bodyguards rushed towards Leo, appearing as though they intended to devour him whole. However, at that very moment, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. The bodyguards all suddenly collapsed. The deck was filled with the resounding thuds of their heavy bodies hitting the ground, accompanied by the sounds of friction as they skidded to a halt. Rio's expression was one of utter indifference as he observed the terrified Alec and his accompanying butler. The guests aboard the ship, along with these individuals, were rendered speechless by fear. Even the most oblivious among them finally grasped the unsettling reality that this young man was likely a pirate, and a particularly ruthless one at that. They were, in essence, facing a pirate's robbery. A pirate? A pirate? What has happened to them? Why has everyone suddenly collapsed in shock? Hey, I am a world noble. The consequences of offending me are severe, boy. We are nobles protected by the world government. You have attacked us, and the Navy will not let you go unpunished. How outrageous. Alec, didn't you assure us that the ship was safe? Why are we now being assaulted by pirates? Witnessing Rio's ferocity and realizing he might indeed be a pirate, the surrounding guests fell into complete disarray. Some boldly proclaimed their identities in a desperate attempt to intimidate Rio, while others invoked the Navy, hoping to deter him from proceeding further. There were even those who outright blamed Alec for the predicament they found themselves in. Leo paid no heed to the reactions of those individuals. In any case, I have purchased this vessel. Since you have displayed such a lack of courtesy, I suggest you vacate the ship at once. Upon concluding his remarks, Leo advanced and seized the small mustachioed steward beside Alec, promptly casting him into the vast ocean. You little rascal! Do you have any notion that this vessel has been sanctioned by the world government and is under the protection of the Navy? Even pirates would not dare to plunder us. What do you think you are? How audacious of you to board my ship and attempt to impose your will. Alec found himself the target of scorn from the surrounding guests, his frustration simmering within. With a facade of bravado, he pointed at Leo, vociferously threatening him. Yet, upon hearing Alec's words, Leo felt not an ounce of trepidation. Instead, he was almost amused. Would the Navy truly extend its protection over this ship? Leo smiled with a playful curiosity. Indeed, Alex replied loudly, his eyes darting with excitement. He was convinced that Leo, upon hearing him mention the Navy, felt a sense of trepidation. Perhaps he could further leverage the Navy to intimidate his counterpart into retreat. Oh, Leo nodded. Then you should promptly call the police. Call the police? Yes, quickly inform the Navy to come and rescue you. Leo nodded gently. As soon as Leo finished speaking, one of Alec's subordinates eagerly brought over the telephone bug. Your Grace, the telephone bug, the subordinate announced, casting a glance at Leo. At that moment, Leo was also scrutinizing the other man, a benign smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of harmless friendliness. However, the subordinate felt a shiver run down his spine, a sense of unease creeping in. Alec, undeterred by such sentiments, took the telephone bug and began dialing a number with determination. Are you truly going to make the call? Leo fixed his gaze upon his opponent's every movement and coldly inquired, You insolent brat. I shall notify the Navy to come and apprehend you, under the charge of assaulting a world noble. No, not merely a charge. You have indeed assaulted a world noble. The formidable figures of the Navy headquarters will not let you escape. As Alec spoke, he decisively dialed the number of the transponder snail. Moshi Moshi. A languid voice answered from the other end. However, before Alec could utter a word, Leo had already seized him. What a lack of manners. You should reflect on your actions in the sea, Leo remarked, and with a casual toss, he hurled the man into the ocean. Subsequently, Leo turned to address those so-called world nobles. I have a question for you. Leo once again wore an innocuous expression. The pampered nobles were already rendered speechless, staring blankly at Leo, too intimidated to utter a word. 5 years ago, the Navy orchestrated an operation that resulted in the deaths of millions of pregnant women and newborns. Did this operation also receive your approval or endorsement? Leo gazed at the corpulent individuals before him and coldly inquired. Upon hearing his words, every noble present, with the exception of the ship's attendants, exhibited expressions of profound astonishment. How does this little brat know about that matter? Questioned one bald, rotund nobleman. His eyes filled with suspicion as they darted toward Leo. Chapter 33. This is far more comfortable than a pirate ship. The very nature of the bald man's query revealed that, even if they had not instigated the Navy's actions, they were certainly aware of the information. After all, the so-called world nobles encompass not only the celestial dragons but also the rulers of the allied nations under the world government, along with their royal relatives. The blades that fall upon the common folk never graze their skins. They merely observe the spectacle from a distance. How I came to know is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the questions are now posed by me, not by you. This is your final opportunity, the same question as before. Leo's gaze gradually turned frigid, and his tone began to reveal a hint of waning patience. The surrounding nobles fell silent, each expression marked by shock and uncertainty. If memory serves correctly, the world government had erased that incident from history. How could this young boy possibly be aware of it? It remains unclear, yet considering his age, he might very well be a survivor of that event. If that is the case, could he be here to seek revenge? Hush, speak no more, lest he overhears us. If he discovers our involvement in that incident, we would all be doomed. A throng of noble members whispered among themselves, oblivious to the fact that every word and action was entirely under Leo's control. Leo not only overheard their every lucid conversation, but he could also discern their innermost thoughts with remarkable clarity. When Leo realized that this group had indeed participated in that event years ago, and that they had conspired with the world government to issue such orders to the Navy, he was taken aback. The world government, in making that fateful decision, had summoned the rulers of all member nations to convene in Mariewa for deliberation. In essence, they were the indirect puppeteers behind the scenes. At this moment, Leo's gaze turned utterly frigid. Although his mother had perished at the hands of the Navy, this group of individuals was equally culpable. The members of the world aristocracy remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. They continued to whisper amongst themselves, with some even expressing inexplicable grievances about who had leaked information to Leo. Unrepentant, they stubbornly shifted the blame onto others, fully aware of their own wrongdoing. Thus, I decree that you all shall disembark from this vessel at once." Upon finishing his words, Leo unleashed his formidable Conqueror's Haki with unrelenting ferocity. In an instant, an astonishing shockwave seemed to materialize within the very air, an invisible force that collided with the atmosphere, creating a series of visible, undulating ripples. The members of the world aristocracy, situated in every direction, were abruptly swept away by this powerful wave, sent soaring through the air, one after another. Like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, they plummeted from the deck of the towering cruise ship into the depths of the sea. In the blink of an eye, the vessel was left with nothing but the innocent crew members. Leo cast a sweeping glance over them. At this moment, they regarded Leo with considerable trepidation. Noticing the intensity of his gaze, each attendant instinctively took a significant step back. A beautiful woman pleaded, "No, it has nothing to do with us, my lord." Another chimed in, "Indeed, my lord, we are merely employed by them. We did not partake in that matter." Although they were oblivious to the specifics of the incident from 5 years ago that Leo had inquired about, they had overheard his conversation with the members of the world's aristocracy. They had also witnessed the entire sequence of events that led to Leo's assault on those who had responded. Thus, at this moment, this large group of attendants collectively asserted their ignorance of the situation. Leo undoubtedly believes what they say. If they truly possessed knowledge of the history that has been deliberately erased, they would likely have met their demise long ago. From now on, continue to work diligently aboard this vessel. I shall not bring harm to you. However, should anyone dare to betray me, Leo's gaze swept across the tall, graceful figures of the enchanting women clad in rabbit costumes, their fair skin and long legs captivating his attention. Ultimately, his focus settled upon a group of waitstaff. These attendants, once again, fervently assured him of their unwavering loyalty and commitment. "Please arrange a room for me. I wish to rest. Do remember to summon me when dinner is ready." Rio commanded a lady who appeared to be a butler. "Very well, my lord, please follow me." The beautiful butler immediately led the way respectfully and courteously. "What is your name?" Leo gazed at the alluring sway of the woman's hips and inquired, "My lord, are you addressing me?" The beautiful housekeeper turned her head, pausing momentarily, and replied with hesitation, "Yes, my lord. I am called Danis." "Danis, a lovely name," he responded. "From now on, you shall be solely responsible for my daily sustenance and well-being." Leo spoke, "Very well, my lord." Danis immediately responded with respect and continued to lead the way ahead. She swiftly guided Leo to an opulent guest room, a suite exceeding 1,000 square meters in area. It was replete with all the amenities one could desire. Truly, the world's aristocrats possess an exquisite talent for indulgence. Leo cast a glance around the room, marveling at the layout and furnishings. Is this not far more comfortable than the rough-hewn pirate ships? He mused to himself. Danis remained by the doorway, awaiting Leo's command. "You may leave for now. I shall summon you should the need arise." Leo gazed at the other person and spoke, "Very well, my lord. I am Leo." "As you wish, Lord Leo," Danis replied. "I am always at your service." With that, Danis turned and gently closed the door behind Leo. Leo approached the edge of the grand bed and reclined upon it, feeling the plush softness beneath him, as if he were lying upon a pristine, fluffy cloud. He began to reminisce about the insights he had just grasped in his mind. Leo vividly recalled the moment when he unleashed his armament Haki, sending the members of the world aristocracy flying into the depths of the sea. Prior to that moment, his Conqueror's Haki had never exhibited such formidable power. At most, it could merely render someone unconscious. However, in that fleeting instant, the sudden eruption of his Conqueror's Haki began to inflict direct damage upon targets within a certain radius. This signified a significant advancement in his understanding of this formidable power. It was imperative for Leo to consolidate this newfound strength. Yet, at this very moment, he remained unaware that one of the fallen members of the world aristocracy had produced a transponder snail from their person and dialed a certain number. Chapter 34. The sin second only to attacking the celestial dragons. At Marine headquarters in Mariehua, the transponder snail suddenly rang in Admiral Sengoku's office. Sengoku, now seemingly afflicted with a form of PTSD induced by the incessant ringing of transponder snails, felt an inexplicable shiver run through him at the sound. Despite his profound reluctance, he instinctively grasped the transponder snail and connected the call. "This is Sengoku," he stated in a grave tone. "Admiral Sengoku, this is the intelligence department. We have just received a call from the Minister of Finance of the Abababa Kingdom. They claim to have been attacked by pirates at sea." Upon hearing the report from the transponder snail, Sengoku's expression darkened. Indeed, each time the transponder snail rang, it heralded nothing but trouble. A member of the world government? Sengoku mused to himself. He then replied, "If I recall correctly, the Abababa Kingdom is situated near the Marine's 77th branch. Such matters should be resolved by the 77th branch. Why are they contacting me?" His instincts warned him that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. As anticipated, the voice on the other end responded, "Admiral Sengoku. They were attacked aboard the Traveler Super Cruise ship. Among those assaulted are ministers and royal members from over 60 allied nations of the world government." "What is it?" Sengoku felt a tightening in his chest as he sensed the hesitance in the voice of the transponder snail operator. "The pirates who attacked them according to their accounts. Claimed to be named Leo, the head of the intelligence department promptly replied. Rio, a name now synonymous with notoriety at the Navy headquarters, has become a figure of universal recognition. He has launched attacks on numerous naval vessels, decimating the fleets of various naval branches, and even defeating ships dispatched by Marineford. Remarkably, even Admiral Kizaru's personal intervention proved futile against this formidable adversary. Rio resembles a monstrous entity, evoking trepidation merely at the mention of his name. Sengoku felt a tightening in his chest as he muttered, Rio, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Kizaru Borsalino has been reassigned to the New World to address the turmoil instigated by the notorious pirate crews, a decision that aligns with the directives from Mary Geos. Currently, Marineford is grappling with a severe manpower shortage, leaving no one available to tackle this pressing issue. What is the current location of the traveler? Sengoku inquired after a moment of reflection. Our intelligence unit is closely monitoring their movements. The cruise ship is presently navigating along the 5th route. Based on this course, it is expected to reach the Soaring archipelago, although its original itinerary included a visit to Fishman Island, responded the snail communicator. The Soaring archipelago, Sengoku squinted. Understood. Keep a vigilant watch on that vessel's movements and ascertain if Rio is indeed responsible. If confirmed, exercise utmost caution to avoid alerting him. With that, Sengoku hastily ended the call, rising decisively to exit his office. As he stepped out, he encountered Vice Admiral Tsuru ascending the stairs. Sengoku, where are you headed in such haste? Tsuru asked, taken aback by Sengoku's urgency. I must urgently journey to Mary Geos. Tsuru, I entrust the matters of Marineford to you. Sengoku replied. Is there yet another crisis? Tsuru's expression turned grave, sensing the weight of the situation. Indeed, Sengoku inhaled deeply, his demeanor profoundly serious. I have just received a report from the intelligence unit that after escaping Kizaru's grasp, Rio has unleashed chaos once more. This time, he has attacked the nobles of the world government's allied nations. Sengoku conveyed the dire news to Tsuru. Her expression hardened upon hearing that the cruise ship was under siege. With over 60 nobles from the allied nations now cast into the sea as Rio seized control of the vessel, the allied nations provide significant annual tributes to the world government, trusting in their protection against pirate assaults. Should any allied nation fall victim to piracy, the Navy headquarters is compelled to deploy rescue forces, not only to safeguard their safety, but also to exact punishment on the offenders. Such stipulations are clearly outlined in the treaty. Consequently, the responsibility now falls upon Marineford. Are you planning to seek reinforcements from Mary Geos? Tsuru inquired, her brow furrowing with concern. This matter must be reported directly to the Gorosei to hear their counsel, Sengoku stated succinctly. The Gorosei have mandated that the Navy's primary forces concentrate on the New World to manage the conflicts instigated by those top-tier pirate crews. It appears they do not regard Rio as a significant threat. Thus, Sengoku intends to personally present his report to the Gorosei, hoping to convey the gravity of this new menace. Whatever decisions the Gorosei may reach thereafter is beyond his influence. Rest assured in your journey to Mary Geos. I will manage affairs at Marineford, Tsuru assured him. Having partnered with Sengoku for many years, she understood his intentions without further inquiry. She nodded and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Tsuru. Sengoku, burdened with concern, hastened down the stairs. Prior to embarking on his journey to Mary Geos, Sengoku contacted his mentor and former superior, Steelbone. He relayed the alarming news regarding Rio's audacious assault on the world's aristocracy. Upon hearing this, Steelbone adopted a serious demeanor, recognizing the gravity of Rio's actions, which rank among the most egregious offenses, second only to attacking the celestial dragons. Sengoku, you must come here. You shall personally report to the Gorosei. I am confident they will make a judicious decision, Steelbone declared. After a moment's hesitation, he added, if manpower is truly insufficient, I remain available to assist the world government. Steelbone's voice resonated with authority. Chapter 35. This is also my era. Leo was in his room, absorbing the newfound insights regarding the growth of his Conqueror's Haki. He had now ascertained that his Conqueror's Haki could be unleashed from a distance, inflicting tangible harm upon targets within a certain radius. However, this was merely the threshold of entry into this realm, in comparison to Whitebeard and Shanks, whose Conqueror's Haki clashed with such ferocity that it tore the very sky asunder. Leo's current mastery of this ability had yet to reach such dramatic heights. As for the further advancement of his Conqueror's Haki, he was still far from that level. It was simply a matter of time. Leo silently pondered to himself as he arose from his bed and made his way out of the room. Perhaps it was due to his newfound understanding of the ability to heal his body or the consequence of excessive cell division. He now found himself feeling particularly ravenous. Although he had just enjoyed a hearty meal in the kitchen not long ago, his stomach was already growling once more. Leo ascended directly onto the deck, where he observed a group of attendants engaged in hushed whispers. He chose not to disturb them, but instead listened intently to their conversation. It's true. Just take a look. Even the bounty list has been released, with a staggering reward of 500 million berries. One of the attendants quietly remarked, producing a newspaper and a wanted poster from his pocket. It's really him. Leo has indeed been placed on the Navy's wanted list with a bounty of 500 million berries. Indeed, it's astonishing, yet he hardly resembles a pirate. And he seems rather too young for such a reputation. Regardless, we now know that this individual is a fierce and dangerous character. We must not provoke him. Should we notify the Navy? One inquired. I think it's best not to. He poses no threat to us. And if we were to secretly inform the Navy and got caught, it would spell our doom. The attendants continued their quiet deliberations, initially assumed to be gossiping. But it turned out they were discussing the matter of his bounty. Am I truly being sought after by the Navy with a reward of 500 million berries? A smile of amusement flickered across Leo's face. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. My Lord Leo, how is it that you have come out? The speaker was Danis, who was currently dedicated to overseeing Leo's daily needs. She had just finished organizing the chefs in the kitchen to prepare a feast for him. Upon stepping out, she was surprised to find Leo standing there. Meanwhile, the staff who heard Danis's voice were taken aback, turning in astonishment to see Leo not far from them. Instantly, they were engulfed in embarrassment. Their expressions filled with panic as they were at a loss for how to react. My Lord Leo, we. Yet Leo paid no heed to them and instead turned to Danis. I am hungry. Is the food ready? Leo inquired. My Lord Leo, please wait a moment. I have arranged for the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner exclusively for you, Danis promptly replied. Tell them to hasten their efforts. By the way, is there anything available to eat immediately? Bring it to me, Leo said as he turned to walk away. He headed towards an open-air dining area, perched atop the cruise ship, offering the finest vantage point to behold the breathtaking seascape. Certainly, my Lord Leo, Danis responded, not daring to delay, and hurried off to make the necessary arrangements. Just then, Leo suddenly returned to stand before the group of service staff, who were still shaken by the earlier incident. Upon seeing Leo approach, their expressions changed dramatically. Can I have this? Leo gestured towards the newspaper in the other person's hand, along with the accompanying wanted poster. Please. There is no need for formality. The waiter promptly handed both the newspaper and the wanted notice to Leo. Thank you. After Leo finished speaking, he turned and continued towards the outdoor restaurant. He casually chose a seat and opened a newspaper to peruse its contents, while his bounty notice lay beside him. The front page of the newspaper reported on the movements of the New World. The Whitebeard pirates had seized 17 islands, and the Navy was amassing considerable forces in an attempt to encircle them. Kaido of the Beasts, along with the Beast Pirates, had forcefully occupied Wano country and was gradually expanding his influence, posing a significant threat to the safety of the Navy and the world government. The Big Mom Pirates were also mentioned. Indeed, this era is dominated by the rise of the former members of the Rocks Pirates. Leo gazed at the contents of the newspaper, unable to suppress a faint chuckle. Simultaneously, his expression gradually sharpened. When I was absent, you were mere legends upon the vast sea. Now that I have arrived, I have witnessed it all, and I, too, shall etch my vibrant mark upon this era. Contemplating these thoughts, Leo cast a sidelong glance at the bounty notice resting on the table. Without hesitation, he seized the notice and crumpled it into fragments, releasing his grip to let countless shards dance in the wind, dissipating into nothingness. 500 million berries. Such a trivial estimation of my worth. Leo squinted as Danis delivered the food, casting aside his thoughts and indulging in the exquisite delicacies reserved for the world's elite. Upon arriving at the holy land of Mariehua, Sengoku promptly joined Steelbone Kong to meet with the 5 elders. The 5 venerable men, all past their 60s, still radiated vitality. Sengoku, we are already aware of the matter. The CP organization is addressing the related issues, so why the urgency to see us? Do you not realize the critical nature of this time? You should be stationed at the Navy headquarters. The 5 elders questioned Sengoku without inquiring about the reason for his visit. To them, dealing with the remnants of the Rocks Pirates was as significant as eliminating the Pirate King, Roger. With Roger deceased, the seas remained tumultuous. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, these former officers of the Rocks Pirates had ascended to unparalleled power. As long as they lived, the world government would know no peace. In contrast, a mere child left over from an incident 5 years prior posed no real threat in the eyes of the 5 elders. A boy of 5 or 6, no matter how formidable, could hardly turn the world upside down. The other elders shared similar sentiments, and their gazes towards Sengoku were rife with dissatisfaction. Chapter 36, A Test for Carp. Upon hearing the elders' reproach, Sengoku felt a tinge of displeasure but maintained his composure, patiently explaining, esteemed elders. We recently dispatched Kazara to apprehend Leo. However, en route, that boy managed to free himself from the sea prism stone chains and fled under Kazara's very nose. Just half a day ago, we received word that Leo attacked the traveler cruise ship, assaulting over 60 nations' nobles. We have since received distress calls from these attacked nobles. That is why I have come to the Holy Land to personally inform you of this situation. Previously, when reporting to Mariehua, Leo had yet to confront Kizaru, leaving the elders unaware of the boy's threat. Upon hearing Sengoku's account, the elders' expressions darkened simultaneously. Such a situation? Their astonished reactions filled Sengoku with trepidation, fearing they would place the blame on him for not reporting sooner. At this moment, Steelbone Kong interjected, "Esteemed elders, the Navy, in its pursuit of absolute justice, sought to eradicate the evil lineage of the pirate King Roger. This secret, now at risk of exposure due to Leo's emergence, places an undeniable burden of responsibility upon the Navy. To uphold the Navy's absolute justice, safeguard the interests of the world government, and protect the safety of all esteemed leaders, I am willing to personally confront Leo." Kong's assertion eased the tension on the elders' faces, their thoughts gradually settling. One elder, observing the imposing figure of Steelbone Kong, muscular and seemingly ageless, remarked, "Kong, you are now the supreme commander of the military. Dealing with a mere child pirate is not your concern. Who else remains in Mariewa?" The bald elder with a W-shaped mustache, Topman Vachali Saint, a legal warrior of the world government, turned to Sengoku. "Currently, the only forces we can deploy are myself and Oshiryu," Sengoku replied. Both were high-ranking command personnel, one the fleet admiral and the other the chief of staff, making it implausible for the elders to send them directly into battle. After a moment of silence, the bespectacled bald elder, Zambalin V. Najiru Saint, the financial warrior, inquired, "Where is Carp now?" Sengoku's heart sank slightly at the question, but responded, "He is en route to the New World." Sengoku understood that in the eyes of the elders, Carp was a rather contentious figure. Carp had played a pivotal role in the defeat of the Rocks pirates, and despite Steelbone Kong's attempts to promote him to an admiral, Carp had consistently declined, even resisting the elders' persuasion. Over the years, Carp's conduct had also become a source of concern. Sengoku knew the elders were well aware of this. However, with the seas in turmoil and the Navy in need of personnel, Carp had not committed any grave errors, remaining loyal and reliable, which allowed the elders to overlook his past actions. Now, they sought to send Carp to confront Leo, a clear test of his resolve. Given his previous vehement opposition to such actions, Sengoku sighed inwardly, yet maintained his outward composure. "I understand, esteemed elders. I will inform Carp immediately to proceed with the mission against Leo." The elders nodded in approval. Then, the mustachioed elder, the environmental warrior, Marcus Moss Saint, asked, "You mentioned that Leo was able to break free from the sea prism stone chains. How is that possible?" "The shackles crafted from sea prism stone bind only those with devil fruit powers, rendering them powerless. However, Leo is not a devil fruit user, esteemed elders," Sengoku replied. "How old is he?" asked the elder in a black hat with a heavy beard, Jagarsha Satin Saint, the scientific defense warrior of the world government. "Currently, he appears to be between 5 and 6 years of age." Buddha of War Sengoku answered swiftly. His words caused the 5 elders and Steelbone Kong to share a moment of trepidation. At merely 5 or 6 years of age, possessing the remarkable ability to effortlessly break free from chains, and that too under the watchful gaze of Admiral Kizaru, was indeed astonishing enough to send ripples of shock throughout the world. In that moment, both Steelbone Kong and the 5 elders began to draw parallels to the notorious pirates currently wreaking havoc across the seas, unsettling the world and leaving the Navy in disarray. Many of these pirates had exhibited extraordinary abilities from a young age. Take Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, for instance. Her giant lineage combined with innate strength allowed her to easily overpower her fellow giant warriors at a similar age. Then there were the likes of Kaido of the Beast Pirates, Whitebeard, and Captain John. Even the legendary Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, and the formidable Roxy Zebek evoked a sense of dread at the mere mention of their names. The emergence of Leo, displaying such formidable prowess at such a tender age, could not be underestimated. Was another mighty pirate about to rise from the depths? The countenances of the 5 elders grew serious. Nonetheless, while they were internally shaken and concerned, they maintained an air of composure befitting their status. The recently spoken scientific defense god, Jagarsha Saturn, turned to Sengoku and said, "You may proceed to instruct Garp to take action. I shall provide you with something shortly, Sengoku." As the scientific defense god, Jagarsha Saturn commanded all technological advancements under the world government, including the brilliant scientist Dr. Vegapunk, who was obliged to heed his orders. In their quest to forge a more formidable navy to combat those malicious entities, they had been diligently researching and developing effective weaponry over the years. Now, it appeared that these technological advancements would be necessary to deal with an extraordinary entity like Leo. After a brief interval, the items mentioned by the scientific defense god were indeed brought forth. There lay a set of chains and shackles, gleaming brilliantly, unmistakably not ordinary objects. Alongside them was a vial of clear, transparent liquid that resembled water. "What is this?" Sengoku inquired, perplexed, glancing at Jagarsha Saturn. "This is one of the research outcomes of the Scientific Defense Force. Crafted from special materials, these chains and shackles possess a resilience 100 times that of standard ones. They are specifically designed to restrain those criminals endowed with extraordinary strength, coupled with a tranquilizer that induces rapid sedation and nullifies all power. Even the mightiest of pirates can be effortlessly captured," Jagarsha Saturn explained with confidence. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with understanding. Clearly, This invention was not solely aimed at Leo, but likely intended for formidable beings like Kaido or Big Mom. Yet, fortuitously, it could now be put to use. I shall take my leave then, Sengoku stated, bidding farewell to the 5 elders and Steelbone Kong. Armed with these specially crafted shackles and potent tranquilizers, it seemed Leo was indeed facing an unavoidable fate. Meanwhile, Garp, having just arrived at Sabaody Archipelago aboard his dog-headed battleship, was preparing to venture towards the Red Line and then cross the mountains into the New World. At that moment, he received a call from Sengoku via the Den Den Mushi. Garp, where are you at this moment? Sengoku inquired urgently. I just crossed Sabaody Archipelago. What's the matter? Sengoku? You sound quite anxious, Garp replied with a light-hearted chuckle. The 5 elders have personally ordered you to abandon your current task and turn back. Sengoku commanded gravely, disregarding Garp's jest. Turn back? Where am I to go? Garp paused, the smile fading from his face. To apprehend Leo. He has just attacked a cruise ship belonging to a world government allied nation and assaulted nobles from over 60 countries. The 5 elders are furious and have specifically designated you for this mission. Sengoku conveyed the directive from the 5 elders. Upon hearing that the 5 elders had directly requested him for this task, Garp's brow furrowed. Though reluctant and somewhat displeased, he did not express it outwardly. Understood, Sengoku. Since the 5 elders have called upon me, I shall make my way there personally. With that, Garp ordered his ship to turn around. I will send you the intel shortly, Sengoku replied through the Den Den Mushi. A couple of seconds later, Sengoku added sternly, Garp. Leo has now engaged in acts of piracy. He has not only assaulted the Navy but also threatened the lives and properties of the world's nobles. The Navy cannot tolerate evil and allow wicked individuals to exist. Though Sengoku did not articulate it explicitly, the implication was clear. He was reminding Garp not to show leniency towards Leo out of any moral obligation. Garp was well aware of the underlying message. Sengoku, the signal here is poor. I will hang up now. With that, Garp terminated the call and gazed out over the vast, tumultuous sea, his expression a blend of complex emotions. The Navy's substantial bounty placed on Leo soon ignited a frenzy across the globe. The name Leo, along with his innocent, unassuming visage, rapidly spread throughout the world. Discussions regarding Leo ensued fervently. Who is this Leo? Why has the Navy placed a bounty of 500 million berries on his head? I recognize the name Dark King Rayleigh, but could this lad be related to him? He appears quite youthful. Has he truly turned to piracy at such a tender age? What a nefarious individual. Yet, to be given a bounty of 500 million berries at such a young age, what heinous acts could he have committed? Not only the residents across various regions took notice of this news, but renowned pirate crews also became aware of the situation. Somewhere in the New World, on an island belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick was docked. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, laughed heartily while drinking. It seems a number of unruly youngsters have emerged upon the seas recently. Gula la la la, the white-bearded captain chuckled heartily after taking another sip of his drink. Meanwhile, the immortal Marco, Diamond Jozu, and Flower Sword Vista, among other captains, gathered nearby, engaged in discussion. Leo? I have never heard that name before, Diamond Jozu remarked casually, glancing at the newspaper in Marco's hand. Of course, it's an unfamiliar name. That lad looks no older than 10. Vista smiled slightly, studying the youthful face depicted on the bounty poster. He appears to be around 5, at most 6, Marco concurred with a smile. What extraordinary abilities does this child possess to warrant such a high bounty from the Navy? Izang approached, casting a curious glance at the wanted poster. It was astonishing that an unknown child could attract a bounty higher than many of the captains aboard the Moby Dick. Indeed, I too am perplexed by this matter. What could that boy have done to incite such fury from the Navy, leading to this unbelievable decision? Diamond Jozu shook his head in confusion. Marco remained contemplative, silent. 5 years prior, Roger had surrendered to the Navy, meeting his end in public execution at Logtown. Following that event, the Navy embarked on a worldwide hunt for Roger's widow and offspring. If one were to calculate the timeline, if that child had survived, he would now be around this age. After a brief moment of reflection, Marco thoughtfully analyzed the situation. His words stirred the hearts of all the captains aboard the ship. Whitebeard's eyes flickered with intrigue. Is it Roger's bloodline? He mused internally. Chapter 38. The varied attitudes of the sovereigns. Not only did the Whitebeard pirates take note of the unfolding events, but at that very moment, on the other side of the New World, in the land of Wano, Kaido of the Beasts, who had recently taken control of the region, was in a particularly jubilant mood. Having amassed an army exceeding 20,000 men through various black market dealings and recruitment efforts, he was hosting a grand feast on Onigashima. However, amidst the revelry, Kaido's gaze fell upon a bounty poster beside a newspaper on the table. It featured a boy named Leo, whose bounty was astonishingly set at 500 million berries. It should be noted that even the calamities under his command had bounties only slightly surpassing this amount. Where did this kid named Leo come from? Kaido's voice boomed like thunder, silencing the raucous celebration. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, as confusion and bewilderment spread among his subordinates. It seemed no one had any information regarding this child. A dark aura enveloped Kaido. Oh no, Kaido is likely drunk again. His men exchanged anxious glances. Sensing the impending chaos, the Calamity's expressions also shifted slightly, cold sweat beading on their brows. Sure enough, moments later, Kaido erupted into tears, simultaneously raising a flask of alcohol to his lips. Damn it, that bunch in the Navy has placed such a high bounty on a nameless child. Why? Why? As he continued to bellow his confusion, he gulped down the liquor, finishing an entire flask before muttering to himself. All my officers are formidable pirates. One stomp from them could make the Navy tremble, yet their bounties aren't even close to that unknown childess. Curse it. Is the Navy looking down on my beast pirates? It's your fault for not being strong enough to earn their respect. Kaido blamed his subordinates. Drinking deeply from another 2 flasks, his inebriation intensified, and he commanded all his men, from this day forth, cause a ruckus. Eliminate anyone from the Navy on sight. I want your bounties to exceed 10 billion berries. Remember that. With that, Kaido soared into the sky, transforming into a massive azure dragon, bursting through the roof and vanishing into the heavens. Meanwhile, on Cake Island in the land of Tado, Charlotte Linlin was also orchestrating a grand feast to celebrate the recent addition of another island to her territory as part of the Big Mom Pirates. The preparations for the banquet were in full swing, with the Candy Minister and the sweet 3 generals accompanying her, indulging in sweet treats while reporting on recent developments at sea. Charlotte Linlin's primary concern was the movements in the New World, as they were not only contending with the Whitebeard pirates led by Edward Newgate but also with Kaido's beast pirates and numerous other ambitious pirate crews eyeing their territory. Mother. Whitebeard's faction and Kaido's have both been active lately. Whitebeard has expanded his territory by 3 islands, while Kaido has completely dominated Wano. Though there is no further news on them, Parasparrow informed her. Ha ha ha. That Whitebeard is determined to compete with us to the end. That scoundrel Kaido as well. If I lay eyes on him, I will surely eliminate him. Charlotte Linlin declared fiercely, her eyes glinting with malice as she bit into a dessert. After devouring her treat, she suddenly inquired, what of the other pirate crews? Anyone daring enough to encroach upon our territory will face annihilation. After Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, a fierce glint flickered in her eyes once more. Her eldest son, Parasparrow, immediately responded, indeed, many new pirate crews have ventured into the New World. But the Navy is also taking action against them. So far, we have not received any news of pirate crews daring to attack us, Mother. However, as Parasparrow spoke, he suddenly paused, hesitating whether to share additional news with Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin noticed her son's reluctance. What is it? It concerns the news from the first half of the Grand Line, Mother. I believe that individual may become a formidable rival in the future, Parasparrow replied cautiously, his voice tinged with uncertainty. At that moment, the malevolent glare from Charlotte Linlin sent shivers down his spine. The consequences of inciting her wrath were unimaginable. Was there someone remarkable emerging in the first half of the Grand Line? Perhaps due to the target's appearance in that region, Charlotte Linlin surprisingly exhibited little reaction. Mother. There is a kid named Leo, who has been issued a bounty of 500 million berries by the Navy. Leo? Charlotte Linlin paused mid-bite, her eyes darting. Yet, she could find no recollection of that name in her memory. However, being targeted by the Navy with such a high bounty at his first appearance was indeed noteworthy. What makes this boy so special? Charlotte Linlin inquired. The information we have is limited for now, but Mother, anyone whom the Navy regards with such importance must be extraordinary. I have already dispatched individuals to gather more intelligence on Leo, Parasparrow hurriedly responded. Well, if he is only operating in the first half of the Grand Line, that is one thing. But if he dares to encroach upon our territory in the New World, he shall face dire consequences. Charlotte Linlin's eyes gleamed with a vicious, sinister light as she grinned wickedly. Chapter 39. The seas will become increasingly unstable. On the other side of the New World, the recently renowned red-haired pirates had just engaged in a fierce battle with another notorious pirate crew. Though they emerged victorious, the struggle was far from easy. At this moment, Shanks and his crew were resting on a deserted island, preparing for a feast. Suddenly, a newsbird swooped down from the sky. First Mate Ben Beckman, after paying a fee, received a newspaper along with a bounty notice. Shanks, who had been enjoying a drink, immediately turned his gaze upon it. Although he maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes conveyed his keen interest in the recent events unfolding at sea. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. They have all been expanding their territories and recruiting new followers in the New World, Ben Beckman remarked after glancing at the newspaper. Hearing this, Shanks chuckled lightly. After all, those are just their usual antics. However, I imagine the Navy is quite troubled by it. After speaking, Shanks took another swig from his jug. They will indeed be troubled. But perhaps not solely because of the chaos caused by Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, Ben Beckman replied. Upon hearing his seemingly suggestive remark, Shanks's eyes narrowed, and he looked back at Ben. Many eye-catching new pirate crews have begun to enter the New World. The Sabaody archipelago has transformed into an unsettled place. Consequently, the Navy's operations in the New World have become increasingly commonplace, which may have also led to significant troubles emerging in the first half of the Grand Line. Ben Beckman continued. Shanks mused with a knowing smile, What remarkable newcomer has emerged this time? The other officers, including Lucky Roo and Yasop, also looked on with curiosity. Ben Beckman then approached Shanks, raising the bounty notice in his hand. This kid named Leo, although we do not know what he has done. The newspaper has made no mention of him. Yet, the Navy has placed a bounty of 500 million berries on him. As Ben Beckman spoke, everyone present, including Shanks, widened their eyes in disbelief. Each one wore an expression of incredulity. A newcomer pirate, without any media coverage, had received such a substantial bounty? After a brief moment of shock, Shanks's expression grew serious. Based on past experience, it was clear that the world government and the Navy must be concealing the young man's actions. But what could he have done to warrant such attention from the Navy? Shanks pondered with furrowed brows. The other officers echoed his confusion. At this moment, Ben Beckman added, he appears to be merely a 5 or 6-year-old child. Considering his age and the Navy's focus on him, perhaps we might find our answer. Ben Beckman's words stirred something within Shanks and the other officers. Are you suggesting? Shanks inquired, surprised at Ben's implication. Just a hypothesis. However, it is unlikely that everything is mere coincidence, Ben Beckman replied. Ha ha ha, 5 years ago. The Navy launched a campaign to eradicate the bloodline left by Roger, killing countless newborns and pregnant women worldwide. Surely, they haven't just realized that the Pirate King's bloodline still exists. Lucky Roo laughed, having grasped Ben Beckman's insinuation. This statement sent a chill down Shanks' spine. So, you mean to say that this Leo, who has a bounty of 500 million berries placed on him by the Navy, is a descendant of the late Pirate King? Roger? Yasop exclaimed incredulously, staring at Lucky Roo, Ben Beckman, and Shanks. Yet, no one could provide a definitive answer. I mentioned, it is merely a conjecture. Of course, things are not always coincidental. That possibility certainly exists, Ben Beckman replied calmly. After a brief moment of solemnity, Shanks smiled once more, raising his jug. He took a sip and remarked, it seems this world will not move toward peace with Roger's demise. Instead, it will become increasingly troublesome from this day forth. Leo resembled a white fish, swiftly gliding across the vast expanse of the deep blue sea. A chain was fastened around him, leading back to the colossal Voyager cruise ship, towering at least 20 to 30 stories high. In this moment, Leo propelled himself forward through the ocean with fervent determination, simultaneously dragging the immense vessel along with him. This method served as a rigorous training regimen, honing his physical strength, endurance, and willpower. It is undeniable that the results of such training were markedly evident. Leo's physique had transformed to a state far more robust than it had been just 2 days prior. Moreover, he had gained a deeper comprehension of his own martial arts, distinct from the Navy's 6 styles, embodying a unique form of physical technique. For the past 2 days, thoughts of martial artistry had lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. This morning, an epiphany struck him. It was as if his mind projected a film, showcasing countless figures practicing various profound martial arts techniques. Each movement was grounded in reality, emphasizing the importance of striking with precision and achieving victory in a single blow. Leo was uncertain about the name of this martial art. However, through diligent practice and thoughtful contemplation of the information, he gradually assimilated these techniques, transforming them into his own skills. Over time, he mastered a martial prowess that might surpass even the formidable 6 styles of the Navy. He was truly eager to encounter a worthy opponent, longing to test the fruits of his recent insights and discover what he had truly attained in the past few days. Rio turned over in the ocean, lying on his back, drifting amidst the surging waves. Gazing up at the azure sky, a thought crossed his mind. How wonderful it would be to encounter Kazoru again. He would make an excellent sparring partner. Leo pondered once more. Subsequently, he began to contemplate whether he should bestow a name upon the martial arts technique he had just comprehended. The technique in his mind encompassed traits of offense, defense, and explosive power. Even without exerting force, merely employing the series of movements could yield remarkable training benefits for Leo. With such an array of characteristics, what name would be most fitting? As Leo pondered, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Chapter 40, Archenemy or Ordinary Opponent. Rio turned over in the sea and gazed into the distance. At that moment, his observation Haki detected a formidable presence encroaching upon his awareness. The powerful heartbeat, the steady and smooth breaths, along with an overwhelming aura of pressure signified the arrival of a true master. Utterly distinct from the minor characters he had encountered in the preceding days. This individual undoubtedly possessed combat prowess, at least on par with a Marine admiral. Had they arrived? A flicker of emotion stirred within Leo, and his gaze brightened. Simultaneously, he began to concentrate more intently, honing his senses to perceive the distant sounds and movements. Before long, he discerned some voices, remarkably clear. Admiral Karp, our reconnaissance vessel has reported the sighting of the traveler cruise ship, located 10 nautical miles ahead. The voice was that of a robust man. Upon hearing this, Leo's heart raced. He realized who had arrived. Could it truly be Karp? Leo's lips curled into a playful smile. At that moment, the voice of Garp echoed in his mind. At last, we are about to meet. Proceed at full speed. We must not let the pirates escape, Garp commanded loudly. However, he quickly followed up with a question. By the way, how many have I eaten so far? Admiral Garp, you have consumed your 592nd donut. Leo leaped gracefully back onto the deck from the sea. Although he was completely unclothed at that moment, Danis approached without a hint of hesitation, draping the towel that had been prepared in advance over his shoulders. My lord Leo, your garments are ready, Danis respectfully reminded him. Leo casually nodded, drying his body with a towel before donning his attire. He then proceeded to the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. At this moment, the scent detected by his observation was drawing ever closer. Before long, a warship became discernible on the horizon, approaching steadily. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance vessel mentioned by the Navy earlier was now trailing not far behind the cruise ship. Leo has always been aware of the situation. He merely chose to disregard it. Although Garp's performance has waned considerably in recent times, he is still a decade younger than he was back then. Both his stamina and spirit are nearing their peak. How thrilling. As the prospect of facing Garp draws nearer, Leo feels not an ounce of fear or hesitation. Rather, he is filled with excitement and anticipation. Moments later, Garp's doghead warship becomes clearly visible, swiftly cutting through the waves towards them. Lord Leo, it's a Navy warship, Danis remarked, unable to contain her observation of the approaching vessel. Upon hearing this, Leo slightly turned his head to regard the other person. Shouldn't you feel pleased? Such a statement was difficult to respond to, though this was true for the average individual. However, Danis, having witnessed grand spectacles, was a seasoned steward who had long served the world's aristocracy. At this moment, Danis shook her head and replied, My lord Leo, since you have granted me the opportunity to serve you, I shall cherish it dearly. Although she spoke little, her response took Leo by surprise. It appeared that not everyone held a fondness for the Navy. Leo did not pursue further inquiries into why Danis exhibited such unusual behavior, for at that moment, Garp's warship had arrived before him. Oh, were you specifically waiting here for me? Garp observed Leo, who stood at the bow in a prominent position, arms crossed, gazing intently at him. He could not refrain from asking, I knew you were coming, so I waited here. Rio responded with a hearty laugh. Ha, how amusing. Young one, do you know who I am? Garp gazed at Rio with keen interest. Unlike the others, Garp was well aware that Rio could not possibly be the descendant of the Pirate King, Roger. The true lineage of the Pirate King was, at this very moment, flourishing under his protection. Furthermore, it was quite evident that Roger's heir, that young lad, was even younger than Rio standing before him. I am uncertain, but it appears your spirit is commendable. You should prove to be a worthy opponent. Leo chuckled in response. Ha, you truly are quite the character. My name is Cap. What do you say? Would you like to obediently return with me? Cap inquired, still smiling at Leo. It appeared he had no intention of resorting to violence, which was quite in line with his character. Cap, a rather ordinary name, nothing particularly remarkable about it. Allow me to pose a question to you. Leo gradually withdrew the smile from his face and gazed at Garp, inquiring, What seems to be the problem? Garp, too, ceased his smiling and regarded Leo with a serious expression. What is your perspective on the Navy's actions across the globe 5 years ago? This inquiry posed by Leo struck Garp with remarkable acuity. Upon hearing the question, Garp's expression shifted ever so slightly. Ha ha ha, young one, why pose such a question? Because it is of paramount importance. This will determine whether you are my sworn nemesis or merely an ordinary adversary. Leo replied, and at that moment, Garp's expression grew increasingly solemn, even his gaze revealing a hint of gravity. Trust me, kid. These matters are not something you can resolve on your own. Rather than harboring such a vengeful mindset against the Navy and the world government, it would be wiser to heed my advice and come with me. Let us return together. I assure you that as long as you follow my guidance, nothing adverse will befall you. Garp crossed his arms, his eyes calmly fixed on Leo's proposition. His inner thoughts revolved around concocting a plausible excuse, claiming he had dealt with Leo or some other fabrication. Subsequently, he intended to arrange for Leo to be alongside Ace and his own grandson. Once the storm had subsided, he envisioned these young ones growing into adulthood, eventually welcoming them into the Navy. Well, since you put it that way, I have already discerned the answer, Garp. Leo nodded slightly. The remark took Garp by surprise. Yet it seemed that the young man opposite him was rather reluctant to heed his words. Garp's expression grew increasingly grave. Indeed. Leo soon spoke again. Let us engage in a duel. Your proposal holds no allure for me. Haha. Truly, a stubborn little rascal. While I acknowledge you as a victim, it does not absolve you of your misdeeds. If you refuse to comply, my righteous iron fist shall show no mercy. As Garp spoke, his armament Haki enveloped his arms in an instant. Without hesitation, he leaped towards Leo. Since he was unwilling to cooperate, it would suffice to subdue the boy first and then take him away to hide. Chapter 41. What exactly is this boy's background? Garp, without a doubt, is one of the strongest active members of the Navy headquarters. In this moment, he struck with ferocity, his speed akin to lightning, as he leapt from his dog-headed warship to stand before Leo in the blink of an eye. Leo's gaze darkened slightly as he maintained his composure. His formidable observation Haki allowed him to foresee Garp's impending move, as the latter's fist was aimed directly at his left cheek. The moniker Iron Fist Garp was not bestowed lightly. Should he be struck by that blow, given Leo's current strength, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. Leo deftly executed the Marine 6 Styles shave, evading Karp's attack in a split second. "Oh? Who taught you the Marine 6 Styles?" Karp exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at Leo, who had darted 10 meters away. Another individual spouting nonsensical inquiries. The last one to ask such a question was the yellow monkey Borsalino, but I had already sent him fleeing. Rio chuckled lightly. "Did you scare off the yellow ape?" Karp burst into laughter and suddenly launched a punch at Rio. This strike, executed from a distance, produced a thunderous roar as it tore through the air, creating an astonishing shockwave of pressure. The super-fast punch generated a vacuum effect, capable of leveling mountains. However, Rio remained unyielding, clenching his right fist and revealing a contemplative smile. Karp, a master of physical combat, had a formidable reputation in the pirate world for his martial prowess and Haki. Rio, eager to gauge his own skills against Karp, tightened his fist and unleashed a punch, fluidly executing a technique he had recently mastered. Though seemingly casual, this punch drew upon nearly 90% of Rio's total strength, resulting in an explosive burst of air that produced a deafening crack. A visibly tangible vacuum shockwave erupted from the center of Rio's fist, infused with a dark purple hue of armed Haki, propelled toward Karp. In the blink of an eye, the two shockwaves collided midair with a resounding roar that reverberated across the ocean. The powerful shockwave sent the crew members on the deck flying backward, while the sea itself roiled violently. Even more astonishingly, the once pristine clouds above were shattered into oblivion by the force of their clash, leaving only a clear blue sky. "Armed Haki!" Karp exclaimed, astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Rio. Behind him, the naval soldiers on the warship gaped in awe. Their jaws dropped in sheer amazement. "Incredible! How is this kid able to trade blows with Vice Admiral Karp? What kind of power did he just unleash to withstand such an attack?" It was no wonder that so many in the Navy had failed to capture this boy. He was far more formidable than they had realized. From this day forth, Rio's name would surely be etched into the annals of history. The naval soldiers buzzed with shock and speculation, exchanging excited remarks. Meanwhile, Karp, upon hearing their astonishment, finally regained his composure. Throughout his long career at sea, he had hunted countless pirates, even facing notorious figures like Rox and Roger multiple times. Those infamous pirates had forged their strength through innumerable life and death battles, earning their formidable power through tremendous sacrifice. It was expected that they would be powerful. However, what left Karp utterly astounded was Rio's age. It was now evident that Rio was a survivor from 5 years ago, during the Navy's worldwide campaign against Roger's nefarious lineage. This meant he was no more than 6 years old. A child of such tender years wielding such remarkable martial arts and astonishingly powerful armed Haki? Karp swore he had never encountered anyone like this before. "Did you come to these realizations on your own, or did someone impart this knowledge to you?" Karp asked, his tone serious and curious. "Of course, I figured it all out myself. It's not that difficult," Rio replied confidently. Leo responded with unwavering confidence. Was this an insight he had gained himself? Karp's pupils flickered momentarily, uncertain whether to trust this young boy. Nevertheless, he had resolved to defeat Leo at all costs. Suddenly, Karp rolled up his sleeves, revealing his robust and well-defined muscles. With a resonant hum, his entire physique, particularly the massive muscles in his arms, appeared to swell significantly. Concurrently, an even more formidable aura emanated from Karp's body. Furthermore, the color of his armed Haki not only enveloped his arms, but also showed signs of enveloping his legs and torso. "Are you prepared to strike seriously?" Leo smiled playfully. Yet beneath his seemingly relaxed exterior lay a weighty turmoil. The recent exchange of blows with Karp had appeared evenly matched, a stalemate of sorts. However, the reality was that Leo bore the brunt of the encounter. Since the moment their fists collided, it felt as though his very insides were in turmoil, on the verge of rupture. A pervasive pain coursed through his bones, particularly in his right fist, which had absorbed the recoil of Karp's immense force, leaving his entire arm feeling as though it might shatter. Only now were these negative sensations beginning to wane. As Karp began to adopt a more serious demeanor, Leo gradually withdrew his smile. "Kid, I shall ask you once more. Will you come back with me willingly? This is your final opportunity," Karp declared, his entire being radiating an astonishing aura of authority, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that bore down upon Leo. "I refuse." Rio resolutely rejected his opponent on the spot. "Then I shall have no choice but to bring you down here and now." Upon uttering these words, Karp vanished with a thunderous sound. The air still reverberated with the sonic boom of his supersonic movement, and the vibrations he created began to rapidly propagate outward. Chapter 42, A Stalemate. The resounding echoes of the sonic boom continued to spread in all directions. The air trembled violently, causing Rio's vision to sway uncontrollably. It was evident just how formidable the force unleashed by Karp truly was. Such astonishing speed. Leo's observation Haki nearly failed to capture Karp's movements. In that instant, Karp had already appeared before him, yet Leo neither evaded nor flinched. To his astonishment, he even took the initiative to counterattack, launching an uppercut aimed at Karp's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Karp reacted with remarkable speed, using his arm enveloped in the armor of Haki to block Leo's punch. He gazed at Leo in surprise, unable to utter a word. At that moment, Leo's left fist followed suit, targeting Karp's right ribcage. Karp's right fist descended, colliding perfectly with Leo's strike. The force exerted by both combatants caused the steel deck of the cruise ship beneath them to buckle under the strain, and with a sharp crack, a massive gap suddenly appeared as the deck shattered, sending both Leo and Karp plummeting to the lower level. "Kid, your strength is quite impressive," Karp exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that Leo not only mastered the armor of Haki, but also possessed formidable physical prowess. If he had indeed comprehended all of this solely through his own insight, then he was truly a genius, Karp mused in amazement. At that moment, Leo wasted no time with idle chatter, launching another series of punches. Drawing upon the latest insights he had gleaned regarding the essence of martial arts, he continuously altered his approach, targeting Karp's vulnerabilities with relentless ferocity. It was during this fierce onslaught that Leo finally grasped the significance of the seemingly perplexing light points that had appeared in his mind. Those suspended light points effectively represented individual targets. By aligning his training with these targets, each strike could land directly on a vital point, rendering his opponent utterly defenseless. Within his heart, Leo was filled with surprise. At that moment, he landed a punch on Karp's cheek. With a resounding thud, Karp was sent flying by the force of Leo's blow. He landed back on his warship, astonished as he gazed at Leo. He reached up to wipe his face, already feeling the sting of a developing bruise and the pain from his injuries. "Not bad, kid. I must admit, I underestimated you before. If that's the case, let's start by sinking your ship," Karp declared, and without hesitation, he seized a cannonball from the side and hurled it directly at Leo. Resorting to bombardment when outmatched. Was it? Leo furrowed his brow slightly, drawing forth the demon blade Blue Rain, and with a single stroke, cleaved the incoming shell in twain. The projectile fell into the sea without even detonating. At that moment, Karp also heard Leo's words. His outstretched hand hesitated, and as he lifted his gaze to Leo, a sense of astonishment washed over him. "Is he attempting to provoke me?" Karp observed Leo with surprise. Although he understood that Leo was deliberately trying to incite him, a flicker of annoyance rose within Karp. To claim that he could not best him and resorted to explosives felt somewhat dismissive. Karp relinquished the second shell he had just grasped. "Young man, that was merely my oversight. This time, you shall not find such an opportunity again," Karp declared. His fists enveloped anew in the color of Armament Haki, preparing to launch his assault once more. Meteor fist. The moment Karp's voice resonated, his iron fist seemed to be equipped with electric motors, swinging at blinding speed, too swift for the naked eye to capture. As he unleashed this formidable technique, the very heavens transformed. The ocean roared with violent winds, and the once clear azure sky became engulfed in ominous clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning. What was even more awe-inspiring was the onslaught of countless vacuum punches, converging to form a tidal wave of vacuum shockwaves, barreling towards Leo's position. Here came Karp's ultimate move. Leo's eyelids twitched. He finally witnessed the formidable power of this technique firsthand. Experiencing it personally offered an even more profound and visceral sense of awe. This is a force capable of leveling mountains to the ground. Leo did not dare to be negligent. This time, he refrained from employing martial arts to confront Karp. Instead, he grasped the demon blade, Blue Rain, with both hands. A torrent of azure, Leo wielded the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, and launched a counterattack against Karp. He was unaware of why he uttered that name. It was merely a spontaneous impulse. With both hands gripping the mystical sword, he executed a technique that emerged from the depths of his mind, a sequence of movements and force applications that he had never mastered before. As he unleashed this awe-inspiring strike, the very fabric of the world trembled violently. Simultaneously, the ocean began to churn. The deep blue waters seemingly drawn upward by his sword's aura, swiftly rising from the surface to form a colossal azure waterspout. This immense vortex, with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters, surged forth with unstoppable might, hurtling towards Karp's meteoric punch. A thunderous clash erupted as the two formidable forces collided midair. In an instant, the heavens shattered and the earth split asunder, the ocean cleaved in two. The gargantuan waterspout, formed from millions of tons of seawater, not only countered Karp's assault but, upon descending, unleashed tumultuous waves that roared with fury. The relentless onslaught of surging tides caused even the mightiest of cruise ships to sway violently, drifting uncontrollably into the distance. Karp's dog-headed warship fared no better. Confronted by towering waves nearly 100 meters high, it resembled a mere leaf adrift in the wind, tossed and turned by the overwhelming currents, helplessly carried away. The cruise ship where Leo resides, and Cap's warship, resembling a dog's head, drifted further apart. At that moment, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Nevertheless, Leo and Cap appeared to be far from satiated. Once again, they instinctively launched their attacks at one another. In an effort to thwart Leo's escape, Cap, with both hands whirling like a windmill, hurled the cannonballs from the deck towards Leo's direction. Heh, farewell. Leo wielded the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, effortlessly employing invisible sword energies to slice through and detonate the incoming projectiles. As the two engaged in these actions, the distance between them was further extended by the surging ocean currents. "A grand gift for you, Karp." Rio raised the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, high above his head, aiming it at Karp's dog-headed warship, unleashing a colossal sword wave imbued with azure currents. Chapter 43. Wait for me, I am coming. As Rio rode the ocean currents, preparing to flee, Carp initially intended to issue a command to pursue him. However, at that very moment, a towering blue deluge, over 100 meters high, erupted from the sea, rapidly bearing down upon his warship. The sheer force of this torrent was astonishing, possessing an energy of trillions of tons, posing a direct threat to the vessel. Simultaneously, its emergence stirred the entire ocean, creating tremendous waves that surged with remarkable intensity. These tumultuous waves brought immense challenges to Carp's warship. At that moment, even with its own propulsion, the ship found itself overwhelmed by the increasingly formidable waves, compounded by the descending blue deluge from above, and it began to swiftly retreat. The entire vessel resembled a leaf caught in a tempest, swaying uncontrollably from side to side, on the brink of capsizing. Faced with such a perilous situation, Carp was compelled to order his crew to stabilize the ship and urgently turn away from the treacherous waters. Meanwhile, he exerted all his strength to unleash a vacuum punch that enveloped the heavens, shattering the approaching blue vortex and raging waves into fragments. By the time the sea regained its tranquility, Rio and his ship had long vanished without a trace. Leo reclined leisurely on a beach chair, sipping a chilled beverage delivered by Danis, his face adorned with a contented expression. The observation Haki no longer sensed the presence of Carp, indicating that the distance between them had become quite vast. Though he could not triumph over his formidable opponent in their clash, Leo emerged with invaluable insights. Not only did he gain a clearer understanding of his current combat prowess, but the encounter with Carp also bestowed upon him a wealth of precious growth experiences. These lessons would facilitate his rapid advancement. Given a little more time, surpassing the elite warriors of the seas would become an attainable goal. Henceforth, by evading the top-tier forces of the Navy and confronting more common adversaries, he could effortlessly sweep through them. Navy, prepare to face the wrath of my impending vengeance. Leo silently contemplated within himself when he suddenly stood up. He stripped off his clothes and leaped into the sea, beginning to swim with unrestrained joy. A powerful physique serves as the foundation for the mastery of supreme martial arts. In his recent battle with Carp, Leo possessed a profound understanding of martial techniques, but fell short in sheer strength. Had he not, he might have achieved a far superior performance. As Leo swam through the ocean, his body gradually warmed. Alongside his physical prowess, his Haki also underwent rigorous training. At this moment, the Armament Haki manifested on the surface of Leo's body, and he released it with abandon. The insights garnered over the past few days made Leo realize that to enhance the quantity of his Armament Haki and further amplify its power, the most effective and swiftest method was to utilize it abundantly. Each time, he aimed to exhaust every ounce of Haki within him, squeezing out even the last drop. In doing so, the Armament Haki would continuously accumulate and grow under the stimulus. To hesitate in its use, fearing its depletion during combat, would be an act of foolishness. Without pushing its limits, one would forever remain stagnant. In addition to honing his Armament Haki and physical endurance, Leo's Conqueror's Haki was also being steadily refined at this moment. He grasped the anchor of the ship, pulling it forward through the massive chain, thus training himself. Meanwhile, he glanced at the recording pointer on his hand, swiftly advancing towards the next island. On the deck at this very moment, Danis and a multitude of attendants gazed at Leo, who appeared as a regal figure in the sea, their faces filled with awe. Lord Leo's strength is truly terrifying. He seems impervious even to the Navy. Oh, just by observing his current maneuvers, one can discern that he is far from an ordinary human. The chain of the ship's anchor weighs over 10,000 pounds. Yet in his hands, it seems as light as a strand of straw. In contrast to the astonishment of the onlookers, Carp, who had just commanded the Doghead warship away from tumultuous waters to a relatively calm sea, promptly contacted Sengoku to express his concerns regarding Leo. Sengoku, I have encountered Leo, Carp declared, omitting any pretense or jest, his tone grave. Did you manage to capture him? Sengoku inquired immediately. I just faced him. That kid is surprisingly formidable, Carp replied, causing Sengoku's heart to sink slightly. No one understood Carp's strength better than Sengoku. In the vast ocean, few opponents could command Carp's respect. Carp's assessment of Leo's prowess was unexpected for Sengoku. You should have apprehended him, right, Carp? Sengoku probed, his expression growing more serious. He did not wish to hear any ill tidings. Regrettably, the situation was not as hoped. Carp casually responded, I let him escape. What? Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. How could this happen, Carp? Is it truly beyond your capability to capture that kid? Do not jest, Sengoku. To deal with him, we would require at least 5 vice admirals and a rear admiral. Only then, once we corner him, might we have a chance to eliminate him. However, to capture him alive, we must first ensnare him. Carp recalled the times he had forced Pirate King Roger into desperate situations, as well as his experiences besieging the formidable rocks in God Valley. The confrontation with Leo today evoked memories of those powerful figures, leading Carp to conclude that capturing Leo would necessitate meticulous planning, ensuring he was trapped before severing his escape routes. Engaging him as they had in the ocean would offer no such opportunity. Carp's explanation made Sengoku acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, which surpassed his earlier assessments. Fortunately, upon returning from Mary Geos to Marineford, Sengoku had been contemplating contingency plans to avert unforeseen circumstances. Regaining his focus, he instructed Carp, continue tracking Leo's movements. But this time, do so without alarming him. I will join you shortly. Chapter 44, Utterly Arrogant. Since assuming the role of Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had rarely engaged in direct combat. He reminisced about the days when he and Carp fought side by side, pursuing the most ruthless pirates across the seas. Yet, this decision was not made lightly. The determination to personally lead the charge against a new pirate was the result of a sleepless night of contemplation. With the Navy headquarters lacking available personnel, Carp had just stated that one individual could not manage Leo alone. To capture him alive, Sengoku realized he must take matters into his own hands. Upon hearing Sengoku's intention to meet him, Carp was taken aback. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. Are you finally returning to the front lines? After a brief moment of surprise, Carp erupted in laughter. However, his demeanor shifted to seriousness. But if you come, isn't that a bit excessive? Carp, the Gorosei have issued a direct order to capture Leo at all costs. The events from 5 years ago pertain to the Navy's and the world government's reputation. This matter must not falter. Wait for me. I am departing now, Sengoku concluded, leaving no room for further discussion. After hanging up, he summoned Vice Admiral Tsuru to relay certain instructions before personally leading his subordinates to rendezvous with Carp. He also brought along the special shackles and powerful sedatives acquired from Mary Geos. What an unsettled era we live in, Carp mused, gazing at the sticky recording snail in his hand, his eyes drawn to the tumultuous horizon ahead, filled with dark clouds. This time, Sengoku had resolved to join forces with him against Leo. Whether they would succeed remained uncertain, yet Carp felt an undeniable sense of foreboding. It was as if he could see a colossal star rising on the horizon. Leo's talent is truly astonishing. At such a tender age, he has already demonstrated remarkable strength. If allowed to mature, the consequences are indeed unimaginable. That young lad may very well surpass the likes of Whitebeard, Carp mused silently. Leo's vessel docked at an island known as the Isle of Joy. True to its name, this island is a place where one can attain unparalleled happiness through the mere act of spending money. It serves as one of the luxurious destinations for cruise ships. However, Leo's purpose for arriving here was not to indulge in shopping or seek pleasure. He was compelled to be here, in the world of One Piece. There exists a rather perplexing aspect. All ships entering the Grand Line must adhere to predetermined routes. Furthermore, they require the assistance of a log pose to navigate successfully to their destinations. After each arrival at an island, the log pose necessitates a period to recharge its magnetic power. Only once this power is replenished can the next adventure commence. Consequently, Leo finds himself obliged to wait here for a day or two, or perhaps even longer, depending on the efficiency of the log pose's recharge and the intensity of the local magnetic field. Although the luxury cruise ship is equipped with all amenities, Leo initially had no intention of disembarking for shopping. Nevertheless, with a mindset of embracing the experience, he resolved to explore the town and discover what unique offerings this shopping paradise, crafted exclusively for the world's elite, truly possessed. However, just as he stepped onto the deck, preparing to descend the gangway, he paused. Leo noticed a shadowy figure lurking at the dock, surreptitiously observing him. Alternatively, it appeared that the individual was clandestinely scrutinizing the cruise ship. Remarkably, this person was even utilizing a phone bug equipped with a photographic function to capture images of the vessel. It is said that naval and world government intelligence agents are scattered throughout the globe. In an instant, Leo comprehended that he had become the focus of someone's attention. However, he remained unfazed, feigning ignorance while quietly unleashing his observation haki. In that moment, every word and action of the other party was vividly relayed back to him. At that juncture, the intelligence officer had produced a transponder snail and commenced a call to his superior. Unsurprisingly, he was indeed reporting Leo's current whereabouts to the Naval Intelligence Department. The specter of trouble lingered on. In a fleeting moment, Leo vanished from the deck, leaving the intelligence officer, who had been covertly observing from the shadows of the dock, momentarily stunned. An overwhelming sense of foreboding surged within him, igniting a profound terror. Instinctively, he began to scan the bustling crowd at the dock, desperately searching for Leo's presence. At that very instant, Leo materialized behind him like a specter. "Are you looking for me?" The sudden voice from behind sent a shiver coursing through the officer's body. He hastily drew his handgun and spun around, intending to strike at Leo, but before he could act, Leo seized him by the throat with a swift motion. "Hello? Hello? What is happening over there?" "Yao Yao-san." The voice from the officer's communicator inquired anxiously. Leo, with an air of calm, took the device and said, "Listen closely. I am currently at Joy Island. I will only wait for you for 3 days. If you wish to apprehend me, feel free to come. After 3 days, I shall depart. Miss this opportunity, and you will have to wait until the next island to ambush me." Leo spoke with a hint of amusement into the receiver, leaving the other party momentarily speechless. After several seconds of silence, a voice filled with uncertainty finally emerged. Who are you? Huh? Aren't you the ones tracking me? Leo, what have you done to my people? I warn you, Leo, do not be too arrogant. "You insolent brat. The Navy will come for you. If you have the guts. Just wait there." After a brief moment of astonishment, the voice on the other end erupted in anger. The image of the distressed individual, simulated by the device, elicited a cold smile from Leo. Showing little interest in continuing the conversation, he swiftly knocked out the intelligence officer in front of him, seized the device, and turned to leave. Simultaneously, Leo's provocative words and the location he had unwittingly disclosed were immediately relayed back to Marineford and various other powerful factions. Upon learning that Leo was currently at Joy Island and had audaciously challenged the Navy to pursue him, both Garp and Sengoku were hastily making their way toward his location. Chapter 45, An Enlightening Synthesis. Joy Island was indeed a thriving metropolis, its streets and buildings adorned in resplendent glory. The passers-by were a sight to behold. Women were dressed in flamboyant attire, exuding charm and allure, while the men carried themselves with an air of sophistication, epitomizing gentlemanly elegance. Some ostentatious individuals flaunted their wealth, adorned in gold and jewels, striding about with an exaggerated swagger. The shops lining the streets displayed an array of enticing goods, and even young, enchanting women beckoned Leo to join them for some amusement. It was worth noting that he was merely a child. Despite the overwhelming allure surrounding him, Leo remained unperturbed. He made his way directly through the town and ventured into a nearby forest. After traversing the woods for some time, he eventually arrived at a cliff adjacent to the sea. Leo intends to diligently cultivate his skills here, solidifying the insights he has garnered over the past few days. He does this not for any other reason, but to better prepare himself for the impending challenges. Due to issues with the recording device, the ship is temporarily unable to depart, and the Navy has already ascertained his location. A fierce battle is inevitable. The only path to survival for Leo is to continue growing stronger. Leo sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, entering a meditative state. He began to reflect upon the information swirling in his mind. In this moment, his observation Haki naturally activated and began to radiate outward. Simultaneously, a myriad of voices emerged within Leo's consciousness. Throughout this process, Leo keenly sensed the gradual enhancement of his perceptive abilities. Initially, he merely experienced an increase in the volume and variety of sounds. Soon, he could discern the myriad thoughts residing within others' hearts. The cacophony of diverse voices created a chaotic and overwhelming sensation. However, as Leo's focus intensified, the sounds began to sort themselves. He could distinguish whether it was a man or a woman speaking, whether the expression was verbal or internal. He discerned nuances based on proximity, intentions of goodwill or malice, and much more. By employing such criteria, the voices within Leo's mind were systematically categorized into distinct types. Not only could he hear these sounds, but he also possessed the autonomy to choose when to listen, determining the order in which he engaged with them. Leo was unaware that this was a sign of the advancement of his observation Haki. He simply felt that everything unfolded with a sense of naturalness. After keenly and clearly perceiving these sounds, he anticipated that once everything settled, there would be no instances of interference. The scope of Leo's Kenbunchika Haki began to gradually expand. Initially, it enveloped the vast town, allowing him to hear the conversations of thousands and the thoughts within their hearts. Soon after, the reach of his Haki extended beyond the town to encompass surrounding areas. Eventually, it covered the entirety of Happy Island. It was then that Leo realized his auditory perception was no longer confined to human dialogue and inner musings. He could also discern the voices of animals and their exchanges. At this moment, Leo finally understood that his Kenbunchika Haki had ascended to a higher level. Naturally, this enhancement was not limited solely to his Haki. At this moment, Leo meticulously reviewed all the combat skills he had comprehended over the past days and years. He particularly found himself repeatedly recalling every intricate detail from his battles with Karp. There was no specific objective in mind. He simply sought to uncover some profound mystery hidden within the cosmos, something that would enable him to continue growing stronger, be it abilities, techniques, or something else entirely. Time slipped away, second by second, and Leo was oblivious to how long had passed. Suddenly, he felt a warmth enveloping his body. Initially, he attributed this sensation to the harsh rays of the midday sun as he stood on the cliff by the sea, its blazing light bearing down upon him. However, as time progressed, Leo discerned that this was not the case. He realized that the searing heat emanated from within him, rather than from the external environment. In that instant, he felt as though he had transformed into a radiant beam of light, a source continually radiating thermal energy into the surroundings. Simultaneously, all the insights concerning martial arts in Leo's mind began to accelerate, moving at an extraordinary pace. The information flashed before his eyes like a carousel of lights, as if propelled by a 100-fold accelerator, constantly repeating in a dazzling display. Initially, Leo was able to discern the specific content of this information with his remarkable insight, but gradually it became increasingly indistinct. Eventually, all these insights melded seamlessly into one another, indistinguishable from one another. At this moment, Leo instinctively began to channel the seemingly boundless energy within him, directing it to envelop his being. He envisioned himself as a radiant source of light akin to the sun. However, he soon perceived that the energy began to dissipate rapidly, the searing heat swiftly cooling. In the next moment, he clearly observed a layer of silvery, crystalline energy forming upon the surface of his body. This peculiar substance, emanating a soft and luminous glow, resembled an armor encasing Leo. Before he could comprehend the phenomenon, he realized that this luminous armor was beginning to merge with his physical form, vanishing beneath his skin. In that instant, upon completing the fusion, Leo felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, as if he possessed an inexhaustible well of strength. Leo was uncertain about what had transpired, yet an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. He was nearly compelled to burst into laughter and shout to the heavens. Leo rose to his feet, taking a deep breath before opening his eyes to gaze upon the vast expanse of the sea. In an instant, he leapt off the cliff. As he soared through the air, thoughts flowed seamlessly through his mind, and suddenly, a surge of energy that had been concealed within his skin erupted, manifesting as an energy armor. This time, the armor radiated a gentle white hue, retaining its ethereal form. Enveloped in this energy armor, Leo propelled himself forward, effortlessly traversing thousands of meters across the ocean's surface. Almost instinctively, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the seemingly endless sea. With a resounding boom, a sonic explosion reverberated, causing the air to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the ocean before Leo was cleaved in two, as an invisible yet palpable force spread outward to the horizon at an astonishing speed. Chapter 46. The Arrival of the Encircling Forces. After approximately half an hour of practice and testing, Leo, despite the absence of a name for this newfound ability in his mind and the lack of any system prompts, had come to understand the nature of his latest mastery. This could be viewed as a comprehensive enhancement of Leo's physical prowess following the integration of various martial arts techniques, including the 6 powers of the Navy and boxing. Upon grasping this ability, akin to an energy armor, Leo discovered that even without employing the Busashoka Haki, any attack he executed would possess effects comparable to that of Busashoka Haki. His physical defense had similarly been augmented, rendering him extraordinarily resilient, rivaling the defensive capabilities of an ordinary person using Busashoka Haki. With both his defensive and offensive capabilities significantly enhanced, Leo's stamina had also seen a notable increase. In such circumstances, if he were to employ Busashoka Haki, there was no doubt that Leo's combat prowess would reach an unprecedented level. Yet, this was not Leo's limit. At that moment, he suddenly drew his enchanted blade, Blue Rain, and waved it gently forward. Instantly, a swirling tempest of sword energy, resembling a spherical vortex, materialized before him. The chaotic blade storm surged forward, swiftly covering a distance before Leo detonated it over the ocean, 1,000 meters away. The sea was violently upheaved, creating towering waves that soared to heights of 100 meters. Concurrently, fierce winds, sharp as blades, sliced through the air and sea, scattering in all directions. Leo suddenly realized that his swordsmanship had advanced during the recent process of profound comprehension. Not only had the potency of his technique improved, but he also developed his own interpretation of the true essence of swordsmanship, coupled with his exceptional observation Haki. He would not dare to claim that he could fight at will, for that would be too arrogant. However, ascending to the ranks of the world's greatest swordsman should pose no challenge. In addition to his swordplay and physical skills, Leo's Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki had also seen significant progress. In that moment, Leo felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Whether this was merely a self-deluded perception would soon be revealed when he engaged in battle with those formidable Navy warriors. Leo sheathed his enchanted blade, Blue Rain, sensing his body plummeting beneath the surface of the sea. The fleeting moment of weightlessness had dissipated. He delicately tapped the air with his feet, seemingly effortless. Yet in that brief instant, he had executed over 20 consecutive strides through the atmosphere. In an instant, his body surged forward. Simultaneously, a soft, white energy armor manifested around him once more. The energy armor appeared to possess a jet-like propulsion, further accelerating Leo's speed in that moment. He resembled an aircraft soaring directly toward the shore. Just as his toes grazed the ground, a rumble emanated from his stomach. He turned towards the direction of the town, casually selecting a lavishly decorated restaurant, intending to indulge in a hearty meal before continuing to practice and solidify the newfound abilities he had just grasped. However, it was at this juncture that he suddenly realized he had forgotten to bring any money. Leo had no desire to be a freeloader, nor did he harbor any intentions of bullying the ordinary. He turned away from the restaurant and returned to his vessel on the shore. To his surprise, the cruise ship remained anchored, not slipping away quietly upon his departure. Upon seeing Leo's return, Danis hurriedly approached him. "My lord Leo, you have returned. I shall prepare a meal immediately. You must be quite famished," she said with a gentle smile. "Please prepare a bit more. I am very hungry." Leo reminded him. "Indeed. My lord Leo, you have been away for 3 days. You must be quite famished," Danis casually remarked, causing Leo to pause momentarily in surprise. 3 days? He exclaimed, gazing incredulously at Danis. He distinctly remembered merely stepping ashore for a brief moment. "Yes, my lord Leo, you entered the town 3 days ago," Danis promptly replied, equally perplexed as to why Leo had ventured into town alone. However, considering Leo's formidable prowess, she refrained from probing further. In fact, they dared not set sail without permission. Should Leo pursue them, their fate would be sealed. So, my profound moment of enlightenment consumed 3 entire days? I had thought it was merely a matter of hours. Leo awakened, lifting his gaze to the vast expanse of space. It was indeed daytime, which explained why he had failed to notice the passage of time. My lord Leo. What troubles you? Danis inquired, unable to contain her concern at his unusual demeanor. It is nothing. Please, prepare the food, Danis. Leo shook his head. Upon arriving at the rooftop restaurant, just as he settled into his seat, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from the distant sea, one that felt strikingly familiar. Could it be Carp? Leo felt no surprise whatsoever. Given that the Navy had already discerned his location, it was only natural that Carp would be in pursuit. However, in addition to Carp, Leo sensed another formidable presence, whose strength was on par with that of Carp. Within Marineford, few could rival Carp's might. Apart from the 3 admirals of the headquarters, the most likely contender was Sengoku. Furthermore, at this time, Zephyr was still in Marineford, but he should not be involved in any missions. Thus, was it Sengoku, or one of the other admirals who had arrived? Leo leisurely contemplated in his heart. Harboring no intention of fleeing, the Navy may not seek him out, yet he would inevitably pay a visit to those fellows in Marin Vondo sooner or later. After a brief wait, a sumptuous array of dishes was presented, one after another. Leo said little, indulging himself in a hearty feast as if nothing were amiss. Meanwhile, dozens of naval warships were majestically traversing the ocean, heading towards Joy Island. In addition to Carp's dog-headed warship, several vessels from nearby naval branches had received Sengoku's orders to provide assistance. Furthermore, 5 warships personally led by Sengoku were also converging towards this location. Before long, Carp's dog-headed warship and Sengoku's fleet merged, sailing side by side. Sengoku stood at the bow, arms crossed, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. In contrast, Carp burst into hearty laughter. Ah, how I cherish these days, Sengoku. This time, we must capture Leo. Indeed, Carp, Sengoku replied solemnly. Chapter 47. There are big shots on this island. Although the top naval warships were swift, the journey of several dozen nautical miles took nearly an hour to reach Joy Island. By that time, Leo had already finished his meal and was well rested. Raising his gaze, he could discern with the naked eye the approaching fleet of naval warships on the horizon. The revelers on Joy Island, including numerous pirates, also noticed this development. Boss, look. It's the Navy. So many warships are heading this way. Damn it, have they discovered us? Hey, what are you waiting for? Set sail quickly. We must escape before they can encircle us. The Navy has come. Everyone, hurry and flee. How could they track us down here? I just wanted to relax. As the massive fleet of naval warships advanced ominously across the sea, resembling a dark cloud, chaos erupted at the island's dock. Soon, hundreds of individuals surged towards the dock from various directions of the town. Though their attire appeared ordinary, their demeanor revealed them to be pirates. The smaller pirate ships swiftly began to take flight, with many ordinary vessels hastily retreating from the port to avoid being caught in the crossfire between the Navy and the pirates. However, peculiar observations soon arose. The fleeing pirate ships passed closely by the naval vessels, yet astonishingly, the warships seemed oblivious to their presence, maintaining a direct course towards Joy Island's dock. What is going on? Aren't the Navy here to capture us? Are they blind? Can't they see us? Hey, what is the situation? It seems they aren't targeting us after all, but why such a large naval force? Could there be a significant pirate on this island? Don't be ridiculous. This place is a paradise for the world's aristocrats. Even pirates wouldn't dare to cause trouble here, knowing the Navy would be quick to reinforce. As the surrounding pirates and fishing vessels pondered this strange phenomenon, dozens of naval warships arrived near the dock, encircling the massive cruise ship that was moored there. Upon witnessing this scene, the pirates aboard the nearby ships finally realized that the target of the Navy was indeed this cruise liner. Isn't that the exclusive cruise ship for the world nobles? Why is the Navy surrounding it? Could there be a notorious pirate aboard? What kind of individual warrants such a massive naval deployment? Could it be Whitebeard? Since the Navy had not initiated a capture, the bolder pirate crews lingered at a distance, keen to observe the unfolding drama. Likewise, some merchant ships and fishing boats remained nearby, eager to discover who was significant enough to prompt such an extensive naval operation. At this moment, Carp's dog-headed warship and Sengoku's fleet slowly approached the cruise liner. When they were within 50 meters, they commanded the warships to halt. Standing at the bow, Sengoku and Carp could clearly see a figure lounging under an umbrella on the cruise ship's deck, relaxed in a beach chair. With just a glance, Sengoku recognized that the individual was none other than his intended target, Leo. You're quite at ease, Leo, Carp remarked, crossing his arms with a playful expression as he regarded Leo. Meanwhile, Leo leisurely munched on grapes. Upon hearing the words, he glanced at Carp and said, "You all are rather slow. If you had taken a few more hours, I would have considered leaving. This time, I presume you brought quite a few allies, Carp." Leo smiled calmly. "Leo, I am Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. Surrender and come back with us." Sengoku's thunderous voice echoed. As soon as these words were uttered, The surrounding pirates were taken aback, having not yet seen Leo's reaction. Did he just say he is the Admiral of the Navy? Sengoku? The Buddha Sengoku. No wonder he looked so familiar. I couldn't recognize him from such a distance. Why on earth would the Admiral of the Navy come to a place like this? Does that kid have some remarkable background? I believe his name is Leo, right? I recall seeing a bounty notice a few days ago. Was he the one with a bounty of 500 million berries? 500 million. Leo. Yes, I remember now, that kid. He actually attracted the attention of the Navy Admiral himself. If that guy is Sengoku, then the other one is undoubtedly him. I recall the man who once cornered the Pirate King Roger, the legendary hero of the Navy, Monkey D. Garp. At this moment, it dawned on everyone present that the current Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku the Buddha, and the legendary hero Garp had personally arrived with dozens of warships to apprehend Leo. Everyone watching was utterly stunned, especially the pirates, who never imagined they would encounter these two renowned figures of the sea simultaneously. They couldn't fathom that Sengoku and Garp had come solely to capture a seemingly young lad. What on earth is Leo's background? How could he provoke Admiral Sengoku and the legendary Vice Admiral Garp to come after him? I don't know. Anyway, that kid is extraordinary. His first bounty is already 500 million berries, whereas our captain's bounty hasn't even reached 60 million. What an unsettling atmosphere. It feels as if the air has suddenly grown heavy. Since Sengoku and Garp appeared, the pressure has been palpable. Is this the oppressive aura of the Navy's top-tier power? That kid, astonishingly, appears unfazed. The pirates watching from a distance can already feel the immense pressure emanating from Sengoku and Garp. It is a force beyond their comprehension. Yet, what is even more shocking is that Leo faces these two titans without a trace of fear. Chapter 48. My purpose is blood for blood. Although nearly all the pirates present, as well as the ordinary onlookers, had never heard of Leo's name before this moment. They now realized one undeniable truth. This individual named Leo is undoubtedly a significant figure. In my recollection, only the world's most elite pirate crews, those infamous on the seas, warrant the personal intervention of an admiral and a legendary vice admiral. This young man named Leo will undoubtedly make a name for himself across the ocean after today's battle. Around them, countless whispers filled the air, filled with awe and shock. Meanwhile, Leo merely cast a casual glance at Sengoku. He feigned surprise and said, "So you were the head of the Navy?" He then sat up, placed the grape he had been about to eat down, and clapped his hands. Rising, he walked directly to the ship's railing, stopping to lean against it, observing Sengoku and Garp with a playful expression. His lips moved slightly. He refrained from voicing what was on his mind and turned to the stunned Danis and the others. You all should disembark and head to the town. If you wish to avoid death, do not linger here. Rio is merely adhering to his principles. They are all innocent individuals. If they were to overhear the impending dialogue between themselves and the Marines, their chances of survival would be drastically diminished. The world government would never permit those privy to secrets they ought not to know to continue living in this realm. The incident of O'Hara from years past serves as a poignant illustration. Upon hearing Rio instruct the staff aboard the cruise ship to evacuate to the town for refuge, both Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with astonishment. They were indeed taken aback. Surely, they understood Rio's intentions. But is he not a pirate? A ruthless figure known for his brutal retribution against the Navy? Yet, it seems he is not the type to relish in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Nor does he wish to implicate them in his turmoil. Lord Rio, pleaded Danis, listen to me. We must leave this place at once. Leo interrupted the other party. Upon hearing this, Darnis realized it was unwise to linger in this place. Casting a wary glance at the solemn-faced naval officers across from her, she hastily turned to summon the other crew members aboard the ship to disembark from the dock. Leo, what are you planning to do? General Zhangguo inquired in a deep voice. It was only after Darnis and her companions had vacated the dock, ensuring they were far enough away to avoid suspicion, that Leo leisurely spoke up. General Zhangguo, the incident from 5 years ago was executed under your orders, was it not? Rio cast a malevolent gaze, his tone devoid of warmth as he inquired. This utterance sent a shiver down the spines of both Sengoku and Garp. The Navy colonels and lieutenants standing beside them instinctively furrowed their brows. They were all privy to the underlying truths. Leo's inquiry was clearly an indication that he was ready to settle scores. Although Sengoku was already aware that Leo was likely one of the survivors from that global incident, and understood that one of Leo's objectives was revenge against the Navy, hearing Leo's question directed at him still sent a jolt through his heart. Indeed, that operation was executed under my direct orders. What do you truly desire? Sengoku fixed his gaze upon Leo, unwavering in his response. It is quite simple, blood for blood. Leo succinctly responded to Sengoku's inquiry, prompting a noticeable shift in Sengoku's demeanor. Meanwhile, Garp, aboard the Doghead warship, furrowed his brow in silence. He had not supported the operation from years past. Yet, as a mere vice admiral, even with a bond of deep camaraderie with Sengoku, he was powerless to sway the man's convictions. Furthermore, even Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, was ultimately beholden to the dictates of Mariawa. Ultimately, if one were to pinpoint the true instigator of that fateful operation, it would undoubtedly be the highest authorities of the world government, the Five Elders. The Navy, from top to bottom, merely served as a tool of the world government. However, Garp could not voice such sentiments in this setting. It would be inappropriate for him to articulate these thoughts in the presence of Sengoku and the entire naval fleet. This stance would neither align with his position as a vice admiral nor with the principles he was meant to uphold. Is this the purpose of your attack on the Navy? Sengoku asked slowly, crossing his arms with a serious tone. You killed my mother, a mere innocent woman, who gave birth to me before her untimely demise. I never even had the chance to see your face. Is this not reason enough for you? Leo retorted, indeed. He possessed other motives, yet there was no necessity to elaborate further. Regardless, launching an assault on the Navy is an egregious crime. You have also attacked a member nation of the world government, casting the aristocrats of over 60 member states into the sea. For these transgressions, I am compelled to arrest you. Leo, Sengoku, without indulging in unnecessary words, gradually lowered his arms, shedding the cloak of justice draped over his shoulders. Revealing his robust and muscular physique, fists clenched tightly, he appeared ready to strike at any moment. In contrast, Carp, standing nearby, remained with his arms crossed, silent and seemingly disinclined to take action, for he had just heard Leo's response. The Navy had once embarked on a global campaign, hunting down newborns and pregnant women within their first year of gestation. Leo's mother was, in fact, killed during that operation, regardless of how one attempts to justify it. Carp is acutely aware that this is indeed the fault of the Navy. They not only took the life of a child's biological mother, but now seem intent on silencing the child as well. Such actions violate one's principles and stand in stark contrast to the Navy's proclaimed sense of absolute justice. Carp found himself unable to act. Sengoku perceived this hesitation and cast a glance at Carp. He then commanded his subordinates, let the ambushing warships commence their actions, spare not a single pirate in the vicinity. Apprehend them all. After issuing the order, Sengoku turned back to Carp and loudly declared, Carp, I shall proceed. As the words left his lips, a golden aura enveloped him. In an instant, Sengoku's physique began to expand rapidly, transforming into a towering figure, a colossal Buddha radiating golden light, standing at an imposing height of 4 to 5 meters. This was the Zoan type, human fruit, mythical beast, golden Buddha. As Sengoku unleashed the power of his devil fruit, he simultaneously released his Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, the entire ocean was engulfed in tumultuous winds and raging waves. A terrifying pressure swept across the surroundings, instilling fear in countless pirates. Chapter 49. How could he be so powerful? As Sengoku unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, Leo was the first to feel the overwhelming sense of oppression surging towards him. This astonishing pressure made Leo realize that Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki surpassed even his own. Truly, he was the fleet admiral of the Navy. As Leo's heart was gripped by astonishment, his body instinctively unleashed the formidable Conqueror's Haki. With a sharp crackle, it was as if lightning erupted from the very air. Simultaneously, the sky darkened ominously, filled with the rumblings of thunder, heralding an impending storm. Soon, two astonishing forces clashed in midair. The earth trembled and the ocean roared with tumultuous waves. The Conqueror's Haki of Sengoku and Leo collided fiercely in the atmosphere, instantly provoking a tempest of lightning and thunder. The two were like two sharp blades facing off, neither yielding to the other. Sengoku's Conqueror's Haki was undeniably formidable. However, Leo's own display of this power was equally impressive. Although from an outsider's perspective, it seemed that Sengoku's Haki exerted a greater pressure, Leo nonetheless withstood the onslaught. This spectacle left both Sengoku and Carp astonished. They had not anticipated that this young man possessed the Conqueror's Haki as well. Sengoku gazed incredulously at Leo, while Carp wore a look of shock. During their last encounter, Leo had not revealed such capabilities, yet at this moment, his level of Haki was sufficient to contend with a powerhouse like Sengoku. This signified that Leo's strength surpassed their previous expectations. Around them, the pirates remained oblivious to the true nature of Haki. As they witnessed the violet and black energies clashing in the air, they were rendered speechless. What a terrifying pressure! What force could this possibly be? It appeared as though they were engaged in battle without any visible movements. Yet this young man could actually stand against Admiral Sengoku. Who was he? Leo? What kind of monster had emerged from the shadows? The astonishment of the pirates was primarily directed at Leo. After all, Sengoku was the renowned admiral of the Navy. His fame established long before many present were even born or were still toddlers playing in the dirt. His exceptional performance at this moment came as no surprise. However, Leo was different. His name had never been heard before. In his youth, in comparison to Sengoku and the surrounding pirates, was striking. How could such a young individual possibly contend with the Navy's top-tier powerhouses? It was utterly unbelievable. At this moment, gasps of amazement echoed around them as the clash of Conqueror's Haki between Sengoku and Leo continued. Sengoku's expression was grave, serious to the utmost degree, while Leo gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength. The outcome of this confrontation was becoming increasingly clear. After approximately half a minute of their Haki clashing, a tremendous explosion resonated. The air, unable to bear the pressure, suddenly erupted. A fierce wind swept through, scattering the dense clouds above, which vanished without a trace. While the raging storm over the sea abruptly ceased, Sengoku and Leo resumed their standoff. It seems we have underestimated you, Sengoku said, fixing his gaze on Leo with a low voice. Humph. Leo merely smiled enigmatically, saying little more, before launching a punch directly at Sengoku. Sengoku's expression darkened as he raised his hand to counter. Shockwave. In his golden Buddha form, Sengoku effortlessly unleashed a powerful shockwave, exuding astonishing destructive force. As he struck forth, an invisible shockwave barreled toward Ryo. At that moment, Ryo's punch also generated an incredible vacuum pressure in the air, flying straight towards Sengoku. The two forces collided mid-air without surprise. This time, however, Ryo showed no signs of yielding. A thunderous roar erupted as the air exploded. Both remained utterly still, appearing evenly matched. Yet, Sengoku's gaze had begun to shift. Carp, equally astonished, noted the change. Sengoku, this fellow seemed far stronger than when he battled me previously. Carp keenly sensed that Ryo's strength had seemingly increased. He was fully aware of his old partner Sengoku's true capabilities. Few in these seas could contend evenly with Sengoku in his Buddha form. At this moment, Ryo not only exuded a formidable aura, but his martial prowess was equally impressive. That recent move was an evolution of the Marine's 6 styles. Even a genius must be defeated and captured here today. As Sengoku's voice resonated, he leapt high into the air, releasing another shockwave from above. This time, it was not a singular attack but a barrage of successive strikes. Waves of powerful shockwaves relentlessly pressed down upon Ryo. With the advantage of height, the shockwaves Sengoku unleashed were significantly more potent than in his normal state. This maneuver was not solely aimed at attacking Ryo but also intended to obliterate the cruise ship beneath him, preventing Ryo from establishing a foothold on the sea. You were quite cunning. With a keen insight into the intentions of the warring states, Ryo chuckled softly and leaped into action. Rather than retreating, he boldly advanced to confront the warring states head-on. In that very moment when Ryo launched himself into the air, a gentle layer of white energy armor enveloped him. This was the latest mastery he had attained in the art of body techniques, significantly enhancing both his defensive and offensive capabilities. While also providing a notable boost to his speed, Ryo appeared to transform into a bolt of white lightning, unleashing a barrage of powerful shockwaves with a single punch. With a resounding boom, a visible vacuum dragon materialized in the air, roaring as it annihilated all of Sengoku's shockwaves and surged relentlessly towards him. How is this possible? Sengoku's face contorted in disbelief as he witnessed his shockwaves being obliterated in an instant. In response to the approaching vacuum dragon, Sengoku struck out with both palms, generating a shockwave of unprecedented magnitude that formed before him and hurtled back towards Ryo at astonishing speed. The two forces collided in midair in the blink of an eye, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the surroundings. The vast sea between Ryo and Sengoku was instantaneously cleaved in two, as if an invisible, colossal blade had sliced through it. The sky mirrored this phenomenon as a tremendous, seemingly endless chasm emerged. In that moment, the distant pirates observing the scene were rendered utterly speechless. The sky has been torn apart. The ocean as well. What a terrifying force. Is this creature truly a monster? What is its origin? If this continues, we shall inevitably be caught in the aftermath. Should we not steer our vessels further away? Wait. It seems we are running out of time. Look, there are more Navy ships on the periphery. We are surrounded. The astonished pirates finally comprehended that Sengoku had preemptively commanded the naval warships to lie in wait in the open sea. At that moment, dozens of Navy vessels were advancing majestically towards them, forming a circular blockade that entirely sealed off the pirates' escape route. As these naval ships approached, the pirates were engulfed in panic, abandoning their initial curiosity and hurriedly preparing to flee. Carp observed the unfolding events in silence, indifferent to the fleeing pirates, as all his attention was now focused solely on Ryo. The prowess displayed by Ryo has undeniably surpassed their expectations. Sengoku has begun to engage earnestly. Yet this young man remains effortlessly composed. Indeed, capturing him alive seems an insurmountable task for a single individual. Although the Navy's actions from years past were undoubtedly flawed, this does not justify your transgressions, Carp remarked, rolling up his sleeves, evidently preparing to join the fray. Meanwhile, Ryo launched a comprehensive counterattack against Sengoku. Empowered by his energy armor, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each capable of forcing Sengoku back a considerable distance. It appeared as though Sengoku found himself at a disadvantage. However, in truth, Sengoku was merely probing the limits of Ryo's strength. His arms were enveloped in formidable armament Haki, bolstered further by the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Even absorbing Ryo's blows directly posed little challenge for him. The two combatants engaged in a dynamic exchange, gradually distancing themselves from the vicinity of the Navy's warships. Upon recognizing this shift, Sengoku sensed impending peril. You intend to thrust me into the depths of the sea, do you? Your calculations are quite astute. Sengoku scoffed, suddenly erupting with ferocity. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki surged toward Ryo. Simultaneously, Sengoku retaliated, retracting his fist and launching a devastating strike aimed squarely at Ryo. Its potent shockwave thwarting Ryo's advance. Seizing this fortuitous moment, Sengoku swiftly unleashed his left fist, generating an even more terrifying shockwave than before. Regaining the upper hand and forcing Ryo to retreat, he continued to rain down blows, striving to steer the battle back towards the warship or the shore. Surely, you cannot evade the inherent weaknesses of a devil fruit user? With a cold sneer, Ryo suddenly enveloped his arms in Armament Haki. He then gathered his strength and launched a punch towards Sengoku. However, at that very moment, Ryo's observation Haki sensed impending danger. It was too late. The ever-watchful Carp seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch from behind. His iron fist was extraordinary, infused with Armament Haki, and it struck Leo's body with tremendous force, sending him plummeting into the depths of the sea. Fortunately, at that moment, Leo was encased in an energy armor, whose defensive capabilities rivaled those of Armament Haki. Thus, the blow did not inflict significant harm upon him. Leo soared into the sky like a cannonball, erupting from the depths of the ocean. Kapu. Last time, our contest ended without a clear victor. This time, let us engage in a genuine clash. Leo launched a frenzied counterattack against Carp. The energy armor enveloping him provided a formidable thrust, propelling him forward as if he were soaring through the air, rapidly charging towards Carp. Carp's ability to hover had dissipated, and his body was descending towards the battleship below. Confronted by Leo's seemingly airborne assault, evasion appeared futile. "Ha! Come on, boy. Let me witness the progress you've made these past few days." Carp bellowed with laughter, suddenly altering his trajectory by employing the Marine Six Forms, Moonwalk. Darting to the right of Leo. Simultaneously, he decisively unleashed his signature move, the Fistbone Meteor, sending forth a barrage of powerful vacuum punches capable of obliterating mountains, overwhelming Leo with relentless force. Yet, the true peril lay not only in Carp's formidable onslaught but also in the dual threat posed by Sengoku, who approached from behind. Creating a pincer movement against Leo, these two premier naval warriors, having partnered for years, exhibited an unparalleled synergy. While Carp drew Leo's attention, Sengoku struck from the rear, unleashing shockwaves that entirely severed Leo's avenues of retreat. "In this world, no one can withstand the combined might of the two of us," Sengoku proclaimed, urging Leo to surrender and save everyone precious time. How can one know without giving it a try? Leo chuckled lightly, dismissing the words of Sengoku. As his voice resonated, he executed the Moonwalk, a technique of the Navy's 6 styles, which he had mastered to perfection. Combining it with Saru, Leo's speed surged instantaneously, rendering his figure invisible. With a remarkably clever angle, he adeptly evaded the combined assault of Garp and Sengoku, as if their attacks were not aimed at him, but rather at each other. The ground trembled as Garp and Sengoku's strikes collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave met the force of their blows, and in an instant, the earth shook violently, tearing the sea apart once more. Simultaneously, the sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds and crackling thunder. It was at this moment that a colossal whirlpool, over 100 meters in diameter, erupted from the tumultuous sea, spiraling upwards in a torrent. It surged towards the airborne Garp and Sengoku. Faced with the overwhelming force, they were compelled to employ the Navy's 6 styles once again to evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, Leo, wielding the enchanted blade Blue Rain, stood resolutely in their retreat path, having awaited their arrival with bated breath. Swish. Leo gripped the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, with both hands and, without uttering a word, executed a sweeping strike towards the formidable Sengoku and Carp. The sky was instantaneously cleaved as an invisible yet formidable sword energy surged forth, aimed directly at them. In Chapter 51, titled Let Him Depart, where the world shall face turmoil. At a moment of acute peril, both Sengoku and Carp swiftly evaded Leo's lethal sword strike. However, the structures on the distant Happy Island were not so fortunate. The resplendent buildings were abruptly severed in twain by the powerful, unseen sword energy. Amidst a cacophony of thunderous noise, a multitude of edifices crumbled into ruins, enveloping the town in a cloud of dust. The citizens and visitors, who had come to this island for leisure and shopping, suddenly realized they were in grave danger. "Quickly, flee. If we remain here, we shall perish. This is terrifying. The island is doomed. We must leave at once. Where is our ship? Hurry." In a state of panic, the residents and tourists hastily made their way towards the docks. The recent battle had already resulted in the destruction of several vessels anchored nearby. Leo's strike had effectively reduced half of the town's structures to mere fragments, instilling profound fear within the populace. The urgency of their escape became paramount. Delay could result in irretrievable consequences. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky raged on. Nonetheless, the Navy's 6 powers could not sustain flight indefinitely. Faced with Leo, who had commenced combat wielding the enchanted sword, both Sengoku and Carp's expressions grew notably grave. In terms of physical combat, they were confident in their ability to subdue Leo together. Yet, they had not anticipated that Leo was also a master swordsman. Confronting such an adversary meant that brute force alone would not suffice. "Carp, move that way. Drive this fellow towards the island," Sengoku called out to Carp, simultaneously launching a palm strike towards Leo, who had once again raised his sword from a distance. Shockwave. The potent shockwave erupted, instantly distorting the air. With a resounding boom, the atmosphere twisted to form an immense palm imprint, bearing down upon Leo. Concurrently, Carp, utilizing the moonwalk technique, advanced swiftly and positioned himself for a surprise attack from behind. However, Leo, with keen insight, discerned their tactical maneuver. Calmly, he executed a countering strike, deflecting Sengoku's shockwave, while rapidly advancing to create distance from Carp. Neither Sengoku nor Carp could remain airborne for long, and neither could Leo. Presently, all 3 combatants were acutely aware of the necessity to descend to the ground for battle, lest their stamina diminish rapidly. Escaping was not an easy endeavor. Observing Leo's forward charge, Carp unleashed a flurry of punches, his muscular arms tensed, veins protruding. Each punch shattered the sound barrier, generating deafening sonic booms while producing formidable vacuum punches that relentlessly pursued Leo. Leo's silhouette darted through the air with the swiftness of lightning, adeptly employing the Navy's 6 styles to maneuver and advance in a serpentine fashion towards the direction of Happy Island. Who could this lad have trained under to master the Navy's techniques to such an extraordinary degree? Sengoku observed Leo, perceiving him as a streak of white light. Having swiftly traversed a distance of 1,000 meters to his left, unable to suppress his astonishment. During this fleeting moment of distraction, Leo had already set foot upon the island. Possessing formidable haki, swordsmanship, and physical prowess, Sengoku, do you not find this young man reminiscent of someone? Carp hastily pursued, inquiring of Sengoku. Although he was acutely aware that the bloodline of Pirate King Roger was hidden away by him, currently training alongside his grandson Luffy. The astonishing display of Leo's capabilities prompted Carp to harbor doubts about the young man's origins. Upon hearing Carp's words, Sengoku's heart sank. Are you referring to that individual? The Pirate King, Roger? Sengoku narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he began to contemplate. Considering Leo's age, there was indeed a correlation. Yet, it was utterly unfathomable. Even if he were of Roger's bloodline, the mastery of such skills would be improbable without proper instruction. Roger had been executed before Leo's birth. Who then could have possibly taught him? As Sengoku pondered this, his pupils suddenly constricted slightly, for he had just recalled an individual, a man who wielded powerful swordsmanship, formidable physical skills, and immense haki. In any case, under no circumstances must he be allowed to leave this island today. Sengoku. Otherwise, this world shall face dire troubles. Having witnessed the array of formidable techniques displayed by Leo, even Carp, who had braved countless storms and battled numerous true powerhouses, felt a twinge of concern. Sengoku, of course, understood the gravity of Carp's words. The talents and prowess exhibited by Leo are nothing short of extraordinary. It is remarkable to consider that at such a tender age, he possesses strength that rivals the most formidable beings of the sea. Should he continue to develop, the consequences are utterly unimaginable. More critically, this immensely powerful individual harbors deep-seated animosity towards both the Navy and the world government. Sengoku refrained from unnecessary dialogue and swiftly advanced towards Joy Island, closely followed by Garp. The two of them rapidly ascended to the skies above Joy Island. However, before they could touch down, 2 astonishing sword energies suddenly erupted from the town below. The crescent-shaped sword strikes surged towards them. Despite their formidable Kinbunchika haki, both Sengoku and Garp barely managed to react in time. Simultaneously, they fortified their bodies with Busashoka haki and executed Jeppo and Saru, deftly changing direction to evade the strikes. This young man's swordsmanship is already on par with that of the greatest swordsman. How has he mastered such formidable abilities in such a brief span? While evading Leo's assault, Garp found himself perplexed by this enigma. Sengoku, on the other hand, furrowed his brow in silence. As seasoned veterans accustomed to grand spectacles, they understood that even the legendary Rox and Roger did not attain their remarkable strength overnight. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. It is inconceivable for an ordinary individual to reach Leo's level of capability without a decade or 2 of arduous training. Shockwave. Utilizing Saru and Jeppo, Sengoku spun in midair, evading Leo's slash while positioning himself to the right of the young swordsman. With both palms thrust forward, a brilliant golden light erupted. A powerful shockwave descended upon its target from above. Chapter 52. How is this possible? Garp's attack, imbued with his peak Busashoka haki, manifested as a vacuum punch hurtling towards Leo. The overwhelming vacuum force resembled a multitude of violet-black fists, akin to a meteor shower descending from the heavens. Leo was intently engaged in countering Carp's formidable onslaught when Sengoku seized the opportune moment to unleash a shockwave directed at him. Taken by surprise, Leo was unable to evade this attack and was immediately struck by Sengoku's shockwave. This marked the first instance in their fierce battle where Leo found himself hit by an opponent's assault. At the very moment Sengoku's attack connected, Leo's body radiated a burst of white light, as if an abundance of energy was suddenly diffusing through the air. The luminous sphere of white energy rapidly expanded, creating a defensive barrier against Sengoku's shockwave. However, the structures surrounding Leo were not so fortunate. In an instant, they were obliterated by Sengoku's attack. Buildings, shops, streets, everything was mercilessly reduced to rubble by this terrifying force. Amidst the thunderous roar, a significant portion of the town was transformed into a desolate wasteland. A vast cloud of dust swirled through the air, rapidly expanding into a massive shroud of debris. In the midst of this chaos, Leo's figure vanished entirely from sight. Has he been eliminated? Carp inquired as he approached Sengoku, both seasoned admirals casting grave glances at the billowing dust. There was no need for Sengoku to respond. Carp, utilizing his formidable observation haki, discerned the unmistakable sound of Leo's powerful heartbeat resonating from within the ruins. This signified that Sengoku's attack had not vanquished this formidable adversary. Soon, the dust began to dissipate in the wind, revealing a solitary figure standing amidst the wreckage. He towered over the devastation, gazing down at Sengoku and Carp with an air of disdain. Upon recognizing Leo's visage, both Sengoku and Carp's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Unscathed, Carp's gaze turned grave. while Sengoku found the situation utterly incredulous. The shockwave emanating from his Buddha form could easily wreak havoc upon an entire town. Such power was beyond the capacity of any ordinary individual to withstand. Even the most notorious pirates of the high seas would not emerge unscathed from a direct hit of a shockwave. Moreover, Leo had just endured at least 15 consecutive shockwave assaults. What on earth is this young man capable of? Sengoku pondered, his mind rife with uncertainty as he fixed his intense gaze upon Leo. Meanwhile, Leo casually brushed the dust from his attire. Playing sneak attacks, huh? Is this the prowess of an admiral? Leo's tone was imbued with a profound disdain and mockery. However, Sengoku remained unfazed by his derisive remarks, exhibiting not the slightest hint of anger. In confronting the nefarious villains of the sea, adherence to absolute justice renders the process irrelevant. What we seek is the outcome, namely the rightful punishment of these pirates, Sengoku resolutely proclaimed. In response to his declaration, Leo emitted a scornful snort once more, casually glancing at the soft white energy armor enveloping his form. This armor provided a defensive capability comparable to that of Haki. It had just shielded him from Sengoku's surprise shockwave. Were it not for this protection, even Leo might have found himself coughing up blood. Yet, despite successfully withstanding Sengoku's assault, one cannot deny the formidable prowess of this former top-tier admiral of the Navy. His strength is indeed remarkable. The barrage of shockwaves he had just endured, though it left Leo unscathed, still caused his vital energy to churn restlessly within him. Moreover, his internal organs and muscles were experiencing a subtle ache, indicating that Sengoku's strike was no jest. Had it been an ordinary pirate, they would likely have been incapacitated by now. Leo gradually withdrew his gaze from his energy armor, lifting his head to once again regard the warring states. Is this the absolute justice of the Navy? Is your so-called absolute justice founded upon the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, the unjustly slain 5 years ago, those newly born and those yet to see the light of day? What are the expectant mothers? Do they bear any guilt? If the Navy is indeed so just, why do you not punish the murderers with the severity they deserve? Leo's incisive retort rendered both Sengoku and Garp speechless. At that moment, Garp's gaze darkened slightly, and his formidable presence diminished by a third. However, Sengoku was unperturbed. After a brief silence, he thundered once more, "We are currently discussing the matter of your crimes. Do not intentionally divert the topic, Leo. Surrender obediently." With that, the colossal golden Buddha form of Sengoku radiated with renewed brilliance. He aimed a palm towards Leo and struck down with tremendous force. An astonishing shockwave surged forth, forming a terrifying compressive effect around Leo's body even before it made contact. It was as if an invisible, colossal hand was ruthlessly pressing down upon the ground. As Sengoku unleashed his power again, the debris surrounding Leo was crushed at a visibly rapid pace. Massive stones, timber, and glass were obliterated, transforming into clouds of dust that scattered through the air. Simultaneously, the ground was forcibly shaped into a palm print exceeding 50 meters in width. Yet, remarkably, Leo appeared utterly unaffected, standing resolutely like an unyielding mountain. As the impact of Sengoku's shockwave dissipated, Leo suddenly leaped into action, his demonic blade, Blue Rain, seemingly merging with him in that instant. With both man and sword, he surged towards Sengoku like an arrow released from its bow, swift and formidable, brimming with unparalleled might. "Sengoku, allow me to take this," Garp exclaimed, stepping forward. Clenching his right fist tightly, the muscles in his arm bulged with newfound strength. Concurrently, Garp unleashed a powerful punch into the air. A resounding boom echoed as a vacuum punch, imbued with top-tier Haki, surged forth with unmatched ferocity towards the combined force of Leo and his blade. In the midst of a fierce confrontation, the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, held by Leo, clashed with the formidable vacuum fist unleashed by Garp, creating a momentous collision in midair. An observable wave of overwhelming shock radiated outward in all directions. Chapter 53. Taking on two is indeed a bit challenging. Garp and Leo momentarily found themselves evenly matched, each unable to gain the upper hand against the other. Seizing this opportunity, Sengoku unleashed yet another wave of shock towards Leo. With a thunderous roar, Leo was struck once more by Sengoku's forceful blast, sent hurtling through the air. He spun mid-flight, soaring several hundred meters before finally dissipating the overwhelming force, landing gracefully on the ground. Indeed, taking on two opponents at this level proved to be quite a formidable challenge. Leo, maintaining a calm demeanor, took 2 deep breaths, allowing the tumultuous energy within him to gradually subside. However, before he could fully regain his composure, both Sengoku and Garp launched their assault. The two of them attacked from either side, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Leo, embodying an overbearing dominance that showed no mercy. Furthermore, both Sengoku and Garp were utilizing their full strength, combining their formidable Haki with powerful physical techniques, and with Sengoku's devil fruit abilities, they indeed presented Leo with considerable challenges. "I see you two are not so young anymore, yet your stamina remains quite impressive." Ryo feigned nonchalance as he continuously unleashed the Navy's 6 styles along with his own mastery of martial arts to counter the assaults from Sengoku and Garp. He also took the opportunity to taunt his adversaries. However, in that very moment, he felt the weight of pressure beginning to mount. At last, Ryo could truly comprehend the sensation experienced by the likes of Pirate King Roger and the formidable Sea Overlord Rocks when besieged by these elite Navy forces. Let us see how long you can endure. Sengoku scoffed, unleashing another shockwave with a swift palm strike. Yet, Ryo moved like a nimble monkey, swiftly dodging to the left. It was precisely at that moment that Garp seized the opportunity, launching a powerful punch toward him. Leo, with his keen eyes and quick reflexes, anticipated the attack with his observation Haki and promptly countered. The Armament Haki emanated from him like a flowing liquid. With a swift motion, Leo executed a powerful gale kick. Under his precise control, the Armament Haki instantly coiled around this vacuum slash. With a resounding bang, Garp, whose fist was also enveloped in Armament Haki, collided with Leo's vacuum slash. The forces of the two warriors neutralized each other, appearing entirely unaffected. However, Leo felt a tingling sensation in his right foot from the recoil. To make matters worse, Sengoku seized the opportunity to strike from behind. The shockwave. Sengoku delivered a powerful palm strike aimed at Leo's back. It must be said, the synergy between these two was nothing short of flawless, an impeccable display of teamwork. Leo, despite his prowess, could not guarantee a decisive victory against either Sengoku or Garp, especially now that he was besieged by the combined forces of both. After enduring several shockwaves from Sengoku, Leo began to sense the precariousness of his situation. The mounting pressure weighed heavily upon him. In this moment of desperation, Leo instinctively enveloped himself in the white energy armor he had previously mastered, followed swiftly by a layer of armament Haki that shrouded his back, creating a formidable dual defense. Bang! Leo braced himself against Sengoku's strike, his body lurching forward. Both Garp and Sengoku, witnessing this spectacle, presumed that Leo would capitalize on the momentum to launch an assault against Garp. However, Leo chose a contrary path. Utilizing the moonwalk technique from the Marine Six Forms, he swiftly altered his position and unexpectedly counterattacked the advancing Sengoku. In the blink of an eye. By the time Sengoku and Garp's Haki of observation registered the impending danger, it was already too late. Leo suddenly materialized before Sengoku, his right fist clenched tightly, delivering an uppercut that struck Sengoku's abdomen. The impact resonated, marking the first occasion since the onset of their confrontation that Sengoku had been directly hit by Leo's assault. Such physical prowess was a rarity for him to encounter. In that instant, Sengoku felt as though an overwhelming force surged through Leo's fist, an onslaught he could scarcely withstand. His colossal frame instinctively tilted backward, losing control. Yet, Leo showed no signs of relenting. Following the initial blow to Sengoku, he executed a swift maneuver in midair, adjusting his posture to unleash a flurry of kicks, targeting Sengoku's chest with rapid precision. The sound echoed like a series of cannon blasts reverberating against Sengoku's torso. Leo's counterattacks were enshrouded in the armor of Haki with each strike. Remarkably, every kick targeted the same spot on the giant Buddha form of Sengoku. Although his Haki had yet to achieve the effect of internal destruction, the relentless assault on a single point rendered Sengoku vulnerable, even without the use of Haki. As anticipated, after nearly 100 consecutive kicks, Sengoku's colossal Buddha was sent flying. Just at that moment, however, Garp charged at Leo from the side like a rampaging bull. How audacious of you, Leo. Do you think I'm insignificant? Garp bellowed, and his fist descended upon Leo with the ferocity of a tempest. His iron fists were unparalleled, their might rivaling that of Sengoku's shockwaves. The direct impact, enveloped in elite Haki, was predictably devastating, despite Leo's fortified defenses and enhanced physical condition. Attained through the integration of martial arts, he felt excruciating pain coursing through his body from Garp's assault. He lost his balance and was propelled sideways in a swift motion. Nevertheless, Garp, seizing the advantage, relentlessly pursued him. Meteor Fist. Garp unleashed another formidable technique. His rapid punches generated friction in the air, creating not only vacuum punches but also sparks erupting from the atmosphere. This assault was evidently far superior to the previous one, boasting even greater lethality. Garp aimed to capitalize on this opportunity and decisively eliminate Leo. With the divine assistance of Garp, Sengoku, who had been momentarily repelled by Leo, regained his composure and re-entered the fray. Together, they attacked from both sides, once again cornering Leo and leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Ultimately, Leo found himself overwhelmed. His two fists were no match for the four hands of the formidable duo, Sengoku and Garp, who were relentless in their assault. He quickly endured several heavy blows, feeling a profound shock within, compelled to acknowledge the immense strength of both Sengoku and Garp. However, in that moment, Sengoku and Garp were even more astonished than Leo. They both launched a flurry of rapid attacks in an attempt to subdue him, yet despite their relentless efforts, Leo remained steadfast, far surpassing their expectations. Chapter 54, Armament Haki, Internal Destruction. Though Sengoku and Garp maintained serious expressions as they focused on their coordinated offensive against Leo, their hearts were filled with disbelief. This young man, astonishingly, managed to withstand their combined onslaught for such an extended period. It was truly remarkable. Sengoku mused to himself. Meanwhile, Garp shared similar sentiments of shock. After enduring over 50 of Sengoku's shockwave attacks, coupled with at least 100 of Garp's direct blows, Leo continued to stand as if unscathed, fiercely resisting their assault. This young man was not only formidable in martial arts, swordsmanship, and Haki, but also possessed an extraordinary physical constitution. Indeed, if he were to escape from this confrontation, the consequences would be dire. Throughout Garp's decades-long career in the Navy, he had never encountered anyone with such an indomitable resilience as Leo. Even the notorious pirate rocks could not withstand such relentless punishment without sustaining injury. Certainly, the Pirate King Roger could not either. Yet, this young lad had achieved something utterly inconceivable, leaving them both in disbelief. Sengoku. It seems we have no choice but to employ that technique. As their relentless attacks proved futile, Garp exchanged a knowing glance with Sengoku, proposing a new strategy. After years of camaraderie, Sengoku instantly understood Garp's intent. Internal destruction through armament Haki? Sengoku furrowed his brow slightly. Garp. The orders from the Gorosei were to capture him alive, not to kill him. To exercise caution? He quickly cautioned. With decades of experience, both had refined their mastery of armament Haki to an extraordinary level. The pinnacle of armament Haki now lay in internal destruction. When executed, it allowed the Haki to penetrate the target, directly inflicting internal damage. When applied to inanimate objects, such as mountains, boulders, or ships, the effects were catastrophic. Mountains were flattened, stones shattered, and vessels sunk in an instant. The implications were equally dire when used against living beings, such as the opponent before them. Garp, known as Iron Fist Garp, was not only recognized for his fists, which were as hard as steel, but also for his overwhelming mastery of armament Haki. Should Garp unleash internal destruction combined with his peak martial prowess, the outcome would be devastating. Even the legendary Pirate King Roger had been pushed to the brink by Garp employing this technique on multiple occasions. Understanding his partner's formidable capabilities, Sengoku felt compelled to remind Garp at this juncture. Although they had both utilized armament Haki to capture Leo alive, they had not yet employed its most advanced technique, internal destruction. Now, Garp was reconsidering his approach. Should he inadvertently strike too hard and kill Leo, he would certainly face the ire of the Gorosei, which would be a headache for him. I understand, Sengoku. Garp readily acknowledged Sengoku's reminder. As he did, a dark purple aura began to emanate from his body, transforming him into a figure seemingly forged of iron. Leo, sensing the tremendous pressure radiating from Garp, felt a shiver run down his spine. Brace yourself, young one, for you are about to experience the true taste of my Iron Fist. Garp unleashed the power of internal destruction through armament Haki, undergoing a transformation that elevated his presence to an overwhelming degree. Boom. Garp suddenly vanished from his position, leaving behind only the deafening sound of a sonic boom. How swift. Leo's pupils constricted slightly, and instinctively, he crossed his arms protectively over his chest. In the next moment, an overwhelming force struck his hands with an undeniable ferocity. The terrifying power crashed down upon Leo's diminutive frame like an unstoppable tidal wave. Instantly, he was propelled backward by this astonishing might, soaring through the air for over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Yet, Garp showed no intention of granting Leo a moment to breathe or regain his composure, swiftly pursuing him with the techniques of shave and moonwalk. Leo could no longer contain himself. He felt a strange sensation in his throat, and his body instinctively coughed twice in response. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his throat. Witnessing the blood splattered into the air, Rio's expression darkened in an instant. This marked the first time he had been injured since the onset of the conflict, and he had even coughed up blood. It was at that moment that Rio finally became acutely aware of the turmoil within his body. He could distinctly sense that it felt as though sharp blades were piercing through his internal organs. Even his muscles and bones were unmistakably aware of the agonizing sensations of piercing and cutting. Rio wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his gaze towards the formidable Garp, who was relentlessly pursuing him. Was the interior of the armed color damaged? It appeared that he had not revealed his true capabilities until now. His expression grew considerably grave. Initially, during his confrontation with Admiral Borsellino, he had been captured, but after escaping, his strength had rapidly progressed. He had believed that he could now challenge these top-tier Navy powerhouses one-on-one, perhaps even outlast Garp or Sengoku in a direct confrontation. However, it seemed that this was merely an illusion. After all, they belonged to the pinnacle of existence in the world. If Garp or Sengoku were so easily dealt with, they would not have become lifelong adversaries of figures like Rox, Roger, and Whitebeard. Was it time to concede defeat? Garp, noticing that Rio did not flee, let out a hearty laugh and delivered another punch from midair. Leo endured the excruciating pain coursing through his body and swiftly dodged to the side. With a thunderous crash, the spot where he had just stood was transformed into a crater over 10 meters in diameter by Garp's powerful punch. Garp's ability to adapt his attacks was remarkable. Upon missing his target, he instantly pivoted in pursuit. In this moment, Leo began to expend his own stamina, activating his formidable self-healing capabilities, hastening the recovery of his injuries. This technique had been acquired during his capture by Borsellino on the warship, and now it proved invaluable once more. After days of contemplation, Leo had become increasingly adept at harnessing this ability, consuming less energy while achieving superior healing results. Having witnessed the devastating internal damage caused by Garp's armament Haki, Leo chose not to confront him head-on any longer. Instead, he focused on healing himself while evading with remarkable agility. Yet, at that moment, Sengoku pursued him relentlessly, launching another shockwave towards Leo. In Chapter 55, a hero does not suffer immediate loss. Leo was compelled to concentrate fully on fending off Garp's relentless onslaught. However, This distraction allowed Sengoku to seize the opportunity, executing a swift surprise attack from the side, and his shockwave struck Leo once again. Fortunately, Sengoku refrained from employing the internal destruction of Armament Haki, relying solely on its external application. The impact of this shockwave was comparable to his previous assaults on Leo. Relying solely on his formidable physique, Leo was capable of withstanding these assaults. Strictly speaking, as long as Sengoku and Garp refrained from employing the destructive inner workings of Haki, Leo could certainly continue to endure their onslaughts. However, even though Leo remained unscathed by Sengoku's strikes, his body was nonetheless hurled aside by the overwhelming force of the shockwave. This, in turn, presented Garp with a second opportunity to strike. Continue to resist, and you may very well perish, kid. While Garp cautioned Leo, his actions were anything but lenient. With a resounding thud, he aimed a fist directly at Leo's back. In that instant, Leo was struck once again. Fortunately, Leo had gained experience and was aware of the terrifying effects of Garp's Haki. Thus, with the protective white energy armor formed by his extraordinary physique, he concentrated his own Haki at his back to create a formidable defense. This dual-layered defense mitigated much of the damage from Garp's iron fist. Nevertheless, Leo could still sense an invading force crashing against his back, and that piercing, excruciating pain resurfaced once more. Rio, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, pivoted and delivered a swift strike to Garp with his blade. In a flash, the ethereal blade of the cursed sword, Blue Rain, unleashed an invisible wave of cutting force, leaving a faint gash across Garp's chest. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Rio hastily retreated from the battlefield, distancing himself from Sengoku and Garp. This sudden turn of events caused a slight change in Garp's expression. Have I been too careless? Garp, filled with trepidation, refrained from pursuing Rio. He cast a glance at the wound on his chest. Despite having employed Armament Haki for defense, he had not anticipated that Rio's sword energy could still inflict harm upon him. Are you all right, Garp? Sengoku inquired, approaching Garp and glancing at the scar on his chest. It's merely a superficial wound. Nothing to worry about, Garp replied, retracting his gaze and looking towards the distant figure of Rio, a hint of gravity evident in his eyes. Rio's martial arts and Haki are formidable. Yet inflicting harm upon himself and Sengoku is no easy feat, as Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki are at least one level below that of himself and Sengoku. Thus, the impact of a punch delivered by him is entirely different from one he receives. However, Rio's swordsmanship presents a different challenge altogether. Garp himself is not proficient in swordplay, nor is Sengoku. Despite the pinnacle of Armament Haki's hardness, Rio's sword skills can still inflict damage. This poses a significant concern, if not handled with caution. Both he and Sengoku could find themselves at the mercy of this young man. Garp spoke gravely. This kid is indeed more formidable than we anticipated. Sengoku silently nodded, responding to Garp's words through action. At this moment, his golden Buddha form was enveloped in powerful Armament Haki, radiating a deep crimson hue. Garp glanced at Sengoku's arms, recognizing that Sengoku had begun to take the matter seriously, preparing to employ his Armament Haki against Rio. This time, the lad would certainly not escape. Go for it, Sengoku, Garp urged, simultaneously launching another assault to pursue Rio. Surprisingly, Rio did not engage further. Instead, upon witnessing Garp's strike, he swiftly turned to flee, planning to escape. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and immediately activated the Marine 6 styles, pursuing alongside Garp. Indeed, Rio was making a hasty retreat. Having endured several blows from Garp and the destructive force of Armament Haki, even Rio's formidable defenses could not withstand the onslaught. Remaining to engage in a fierce battle with Garp could only lead to mutual destruction, especially with Sengoku, whose strength rivaled Garp's, looming nearby. Moreover, Rio had observed the purple-red Haki emanating from Sengoku's arms and body, a level of Armament Haki far superior to what he had previously encountered. Realizing that Sengoku intended to employ destructive Armament Haki against him, Rio knew he had to withdraw. Preserving his life would ensure future opportunities. Once he attains mastery of this level of Armament Haki, he would make them pay. In his heart, Leo pondered, his feet never pausing as he deftly employed the techniques of shave and moonwalk to hasten his departure. His mastery of the Navy 6 styles had reached a level comparable to that of top-tier warriors such as Garp and Sengoku. The mysterious white energy armor enveloping him further augmented his speed, bestowing upon him an exhilarating boost. He could distinctly sense that in this state. He was as light as a swallow, effortlessly gliding through the air with the slightest movement. Moreover, having taken the initiative to flee, even though Garp and Sengoku pursued him relentlessly, they would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up with Leo in the short term. Do not even think about escaping, Garp exclaimed, swiftly closing the distance while unleashing a barrage of formidable punches towards Leo, who was a kilometer ahead. The aura of armament radiated from him, and combined with his exceptional martial arts, the shockwaves generated were so powerful that they sent tremors across the entire sea. In an instant, the ocean roared with tumultuous waves, and fierce winds howled. Meanwhile, Sengoku was equally unyielding, coordinating with Garp to continuously obstruct any potential escape routes for Leo with his own shockwaves. Aside from advancing relentlessly, Leo found himself unable to evade to the left, right, or even backwards. They were determined to pursue him without falter. Kapu. We absolutely cannot allow this brat to escape today. Sengoku's voice resonated with urgency as he urged Kapu to accelerate further, though he kept his concerns to himself. Kapu fully grasped the gravity of the situation. If Leo managed to slip away from their watchful eyes today, not only would they fail to report back to Mary Geos, but more alarmingly, they could not ascertain how formidable he might become by their next encounter. This risk was intolerable. I understand. Kapu clenched his teeth, his muscles bulging as veins protruded prominently. Concurrently, his punches quickened, each strike imbued with greater potency than before. Chapter 56, Until We Meet Again. Both Sengoku and Kapu intensified their efforts, with Kapu unleashing an even more formidable force. The shockwaves generated by his punches, augmented by the manifestation of his Haki, surged forth like an overwhelming tide, relentlessly pursuing Leo. Sensing the immense pressure approaching from behind, Leo's expression darkened. He turned and swung his enchanted blade, Blue Rain, delivering a powerful slash aimed at the relentless pursuit of Kapu and Sengoku. The crescent-shaped, colossal strike spanned thousands of meters, expanding as it traveled, momentarily neutralizing Kapu's vacuum punch. While Kapu's attack dissipated, the subsequent shockwave unleashed by Sengoku, similarly entwined with the destructive effects of Haki, remained unimpeded. It surged forth like an invisible wall, barreling toward Leo with astonishing speed. Truly, it was a relentless specter. Leo gritted his teeth, gripping the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, tightly in both hands. He raised it high above his head and, with all his might, delivered a powerful strike. The swift, downward slash descended with precision, cleaving through the invisible colossal wall formed by the shockwave of the warring states, forcefully creating a breach. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leo swiftly turned and accelerated once more. However, just a few seconds of delay had allowed the distance between him, Carp, and Sengoku to shrink to less than 300 meters. You cannot escape. There is no way you will leave this place today. Carp shouted fiercely, his fist striking out with the force of the wind once again. At this moment, the three of them had already ascended from the island to hover above the sea. Surrounding the dock, numerous naval warships were relentlessly assaulting the fleeing pirate vessels. Rio paid no heed to the pursuit of Sengoku and Garp behind him. Instead, he directed his focus towards the naval warships below the surface of the sea. In an instant, a brilliant blue light flashed across the sky. Within moments, a dozen or so naval vessels were severed in half by an imperceptible yet formidable sword aura, sinking rapidly into the depths. Undeterred, Rio pressed on, launching assaults against the remaining naval ships. With each strike, several to numerous naval warships were obliterated in the blink of an eye. Within a brief span, Rio had effectively dismantled the majority of the naval fleet on the surface, sending countless naval soldiers plummeting into the water. Meanwhile, the pirates who had previously endured their relentless assault were finally able to catch their breath. Once they regained their composure, these pirates began bombarding the soldiers who had fallen into the water, as well as attacking the remaining naval vessels. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku and Garp furrowed their brows. Garp, capture that brat. We cannot allow him to escape. Sengoku admonished Garp, urging him not to be distracted by Rio's actions. Yet, Sengoku himself struggled to maintain focus. At that moment, an unseen sword aura surged towards him. The lenses of Sengoku's glasses reflected a faint blue light, and in the next heartbeat, his body was struck by this immense sword energy. Instantly, his forward momentum was halted mid-air with a resounding thud. This is bad, Sengoku silently lamented. The Navy's 6 styles, particularly the moonwalk and shave, relied on maintaining a continuous momentum in mid-air. Any interruption could disrupt their effectiveness. Below him lay the vast, boundless sea. Sengoku, Garp. Noticing the impact on Sengoku, swiftly glanced back. He saw Sengoku's figure plummeting toward the ocean's surface. As a devil fruit user, falling into the sea would render him unable to continue the battle. Damn that little brat. Garp turned his gaze towards Rio, who had seized the opportunity to widen the gap between them, the distance now exceeding 500 meters. Do you wish to meet the same fate as Sengoku, Garp? With a cold smirk, Leo turned and brandished the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, continuously unleashing a torrent of sword energy that formed an intricate web of barriers against Garp. Although those slashes were ephemeral and nearly invisible to the naked eye, Garp's formidable observation Haki proved invaluable. He enveloped his entire being in a protective layer of Armament Haki, simultaneously launching a rapid succession of punches that generated intense shockwaves as his fists tore through the air. In that moment, flames erupted from the atmosphere, resembling a meteor shower of fire that hurtled towards Leo. Boom, boom, boom. Garp's relentless onslaught successfully countered the majority of the incoming sword energy strikes. Yet, this brief moment of resistance allowed Leo to create an even greater distance between them. You won't escape. Garp shouted vehemently towards Leo. If you possess the ability, then come and seize me. Rio responded with a cheerful grin. Garp, indeed, retaliated. His fist surged like the wind, unleashing a barrage of pressure punches aimed at Rio. The dark purple hue of his Haki enveloped his vacuum-infused strikes, as if intent on utterly shredding Rio to pieces. However, Rio remained unfazed, calmly countering each attack. Wave after wave of sword energy sliced through the air, precisely intercepting Garp's offensive maneuvers. He even executed a flourish, pivoting to face the pursuing Garp, maintaining his speed while simultaneously setting the stage for a counterattack. Once more, A flurry of sword energy surged forth. Not so easily. Carp gritted his teeth, unleashing a vacuum punch that once again thwarted Rio's assault. Yet, Carp's speed began to wane. Damn it, this brat, he thought, clenching his fists as he watched Rio swiftly distance himself. It was that Carp lacked the desire to pursue, rather. He recognized that continuing in this manner would render capturing Rio impossible, and he might even find himself in peril. His stamina remained remarkably abundant. Even if he plunged into the ocean, swimming back to Marineford would pose no challenge. The issue, however, was that his Haki was nearly depleted. The destructive effect of the Haki necessitated a significant sacrifice of energy, implying that such techniques could not sustain prolonged combat. Once his Haki energy was exhausted, not only would he be unable to employ the internal destruction effect, but he would also be incapable of hardening his body to enhance his defenses. Faced with Rio's almost supernatural swordsmanship, the implications of lacking Haki protection were dire. Carp felt an intense sense of frustration, but reluctantly ascended to the surface of the sea, landing on a slowly sinking warship. Just as he set foot on the vessel, Sengoku joined him. It turned out that at the last moment before plunging into the ocean, Sengoku had been saved by the remnants of a ship thrown to him by his subordinates. That brat has escaped, Carp said through gritted teeth, casting a helpless glance at Sengoku. I saw it, Sengoku replied gravely, his gaze fixed on Rio. Now a mere speck on the horizon. Chapter 57. We still have a chance. Rio took a deep breath and utilized the Navy's sixth form to traverse the ocean surface. Though he was unaware of the distance he had covered, he could only sense that his body was gradually reaching its limits as he exerted force through the shave technique. The pressure in his legs intensified. This indicated that his stamina had significantly dwindled. Indeed, the Navy's sixth form was most effective on solid ground, once airborne. The expenditure of energy surged dramatically. Leo sighed inwardly. Even with his remarkable physical abilities, it was impossible for him to maintain such high-speed movement in the air indefinitely. Fortunately, he spotted an island in the distance to his right. Utilizing the moonwalk technique, he swiftly adjusted his course and made his way toward the island. Upon landing, Leo discovered that it was a small, uninhabited island. He headed directly toward the beach, recalling the sight of a coconut grove laden with fruit. The battle with Carp and Sengoku had drained him significantly, leaving him both famished and parched. Arriving at the grove, he plucked several coconuts and drank their refreshing juice. Afterward, he dove into the sea and caught 2 sea kings, setting up a fire on the shore to grill them. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Carp, amidst chaos and disarray, were swimming back to Flevent's Island from the ocean. This time, they had personally brought over 70 of the finest warships. However, during Leo's escape, all of them had been destroyed. Coupled with the vicious attacks from the pirates, the Navy suffered considerable casualties. This incident marked a devastating loss for the Navy, arguably Sengoku's most significant failure since joining. Although the naval officers ultimately apprehended all the pirates, the one they desperately sought, Leo, had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Sengoku sat at the dock, a visage of dejection and solemnity. The setting sun cast its rays upon him, making him appear a decade older. Carp stood beside him, arms crossed, gazing out at the sea where the bodies of sailors and pirates alike still floated, alongside the wreckage of warships and pirate vessels. His eyes reflected a deep-seated frustration. This is quite a mess, Sengoku remarked after a silence of over half an hour. Carp finally responded. This is undoubtedly our most severe defeat in years of collaboration, Carp. Sengoku replied gravely, lifting his gaze to meet Carp's. He then added, letting that rascal Leo escape today will undoubtedly make him a thorn in the side of the Navy and the world government. Carp's expression grew even more solemn, his usual carefree demeanor faltering. However, this expression lasted only a few seconds before he burst into laughter. Don't be so pessimistic, Sengoku. True. Leo has opened our eyes today and placed immense psychological pressure on us, but let us not forget he is just a kid. After all, we managed to defeat even the likes of rocks in our day. Do not worry, Sengoku. We will capture Leo, Carp asserted confidently. We should have utilized our Haki to disrupt him from the start, Sengoku lamented. Carp's expression darkened slightly as he nodded in silence. Indeed. Who would have thought that Leo would be so formidable? We assumed that with our combined strength, he would be easily subdued. Yet, he repeatedly astonished us, seemingly growing stronger with each passing moment. The true terror lies not in Leo's escape today, but in the extraordinary talent he displayed before us. Rest assured, Sengoku. Since Leo's objective is the Navy, he will undoubtedly reappear. Next time, we will capture him, Carp reassured. At that moment, a naval colonel hurried over to Sengoku, reporting. Marshal Sengoku, the Din Din Mushi has regained communication capabilities. He held a freshly salvaged and repaired Din Din Mushi in his hands. Upon hearing this, Sengoku turned and took the Din Din Mushi, dialing a number immediately. This is Sengoku. Connect me to Fleet Admiral Kong at once, he commanded in a serious tone. After indulging in a sumptuous feast on the desolate island, Leo promptly unleashed his formidable observation Haki. This extraordinary ability enveloped an expansive radius of 1,000 kilometers around the island in an instant. Leo listened intently. He discerned a multitude of sounds, both human and animal, including the distinct movements of the sea creatures beneath the waves. The calls of the birds soaring above were also clearly captured by his ears. However, Leo found no signs of any unusual occurrences. The Navy did not pursue him, and it seemed that the intelligence personnel of the world government were not in action either. Is this the limit? Fujitora can perceive meteors in the sky using his observation Haki. I wonder if I possess the same ability. Leo attentively sensed the conditions enveloped by his observation Haki. Subsequently, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to sit cross-legged on the ground. He began to endeavor to extend his observation Haki to greater distances. This act also served as a form of training, with hopes of reaping certain benefits. In the recent confrontation with Garp and Sengoku, both sides had exerted their full strength by the end. Thus, compared to his battle with Admiral Kizaru, Leo could more directly perceive the prowess of the world's foremost powerhouses. Both Garp and Sengoku had reached an unparalleled level in their martial arts. Even more formidable was their extensive combat experience and the potency of their Haki. The internal destruction caused by Armament Haki was indeed immense. Leo, with lingering trepidation, began to attune himself to the condition within his body. Through the immense exertion of his vitality, he had employed his self-healing abilities, and his injuries had nearly mended. Had it been an ordinary individual enduring the relentless assaults from both Wanwa and Karp, they would have long since succumbed. Chapter 58, The Awakening of Observation Haki. As Leo delved deeper into his concentration, earnestly sensing the state of his being, he gradually discerned that the sounds reaching his ears were receding into the distance. Simultaneously, another sensation was emerging, becoming increasingly clear and intense. At first, Leo was unaware of what it was. He merely followed the guidance of a certain notion within his mind. Continuing to delve into this extraordinary sensation, gradually, Leo began to perceive some images. These images were somewhat indistinct, akin to those found in a dream. Moreover, there was an absence of any sound. Leo felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment, striving to perceive more clearly. After a while, he beheld it. Before him lay an expanse of ocean, tumultuous and raging. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with fierce winds and waves. As if a tempest were about to descend, Leo was perplexed by the visions he beheld, yet his intense curiosity compelled him to continue observing. Soon, he witnessed a formidable assembly of warships emerging upon the sea, arranged in an imposing formation. The numbers exceeded 100 vessels. Moreover, he discerned several familiar figures on the foremost line of ships. These figures included Admiral Akina Sakazuki, Admiral Kazara Borsalino, Admiral Akiji Kazan, as well as Garp and Sengoku. In addition to these elite warriors from Marine headquarters, there were numerous other formidable presences, including naval vice admirals and suspected agents of the world government. Leo then realized he stood alone on an island, facing an overwhelming onslaught from the Navy. Upon witnessing this scene, a realization dawned upon him. Was it the effect of his observation Haki? Leo pondered within himself. When the observation Haki is cultivated to its zenith, one can momentarily glimpse into the events that are yet to unfold. Given the images he currently perceives, he is nearly certain that his mastery of observation Haki has deepened significantly. Now, his observation Haki not only allows him to overhear the conversations of others and read their innermost thoughts, but it also grants him the ability to foresee the future. Much like Katakuri. Naturally, as his observation Haki evolves, Ryo's perceptive abilities have become increasingly acute. Previously, the swiftness with which Garp and Sengoku struck was so rapid that both he and they often found themselves unable to utilize observation Haki to preemptively assess and evade their attacks. Everyone had to rely on experience, intuition, or simply visual observation to evade their adversary strikes. Yet now, it seems that Ryo need not concern himself with this issue any longer. How intriguing. Is this the insight I have gained from my battles with Sengoku and Garp? Leo's lips gradually curled into a smile. His deeper understanding of observation Haki enabled him to foresee the future. This skill allowed him to promptly detect signs of his opponent's movements during battle, thus making preemptive judgments. However, this knowledge can only be truly realized through practical experience. Nevertheless, at this moment, Leo slowly opened his eyes. Hundreds of naval warships, accompanied by the three prominent admirals of the Navy, Sengoku, Karp, had personally arrived. Were they truly uniting to confront me? How flattering it is. Leo let out a soft snort. The vision he had just witnessed was unmistakably clear. The Navy had mobilized nearly all of their elite forces to confront him alone, which was indeed rather surprising. Does this imply that my future growth will increasingly pose a challenge to them? To the extent that the naval headquarters must deploy all of their top-tier warriors merely to contend with me? Ryo rose with a light laugh, regardless of the circumstances. This time Sengoku and Karp had allowed him to escape. Henceforth, the true nightmare for the Navy was about to commence. He slowly unsheathed his enchanted blade, Blue Rain, and gazed intently at its azure, razor-sharp edge. This weapon had previously proven to be of great significance. At that moment, Karp unleashed his Haki, delivering an internal blow that caught Ryo completely off guard, resulting in immediate injury and bloodshed. Had it not been for the sword aura released by this weapon, which forced Karp to exert considerable effort in response, it is likely that Ryo would not have so easily evaded the combined assault of Sengoku and Karp. Therefore, it seems fitting that he should refine his swordsmanship further in the days to come. Ryo wielded the demon blade, Blue Rain, as he made his way toward the distant shore, atop the Red Earth continent in the holy land of Mariewa. The telephone snail in the office of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong suddenly rang. "This is Steelbone Kong," he answered. Upon picking up the receiver, a report immediately came through. Fleet Admiral, it's Sengoku. Sengoku? Have you captured that brat Rio? Steelbone Kong inquired. Both Sengoku and Garp were his disciples. During his tenure as Fleet Admiral, they had fought side by side against the Rocks pirates. Thus, Steelbone Kong was well aware of their capabilities. At that moment, he instinctively believed that Sengoku and Garp had certainly subdued Rio. However, a heavy silence fell on the other end of the line. Noticing the despondent expression of the telephone snail, Steelbone Kong's heart sank. What happened, Sengoku? He asked, his voice grave. I'm afraid, Fleet Admiral, Sengoku replied. Garp and I were unable to capture that brat Rio. Just now, he escaped from our grasp, and not only that. He also destroyed all the Navy warships we brought with us. Our losses are substantial. What did you say? Steelbone Kong could hardly believe the outcome. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the telephone snail, feeling somewhat dazed. If this news had come from anyone else, he might have dismissed it outright. Yet now, it was Sengoku himself reporting the battle results. No matter how incredulous Steelbone Kong felt, he understood that Sengoku would never deceive him. Sengoku. What on earth happened? Steelbone Kong implied that such an outcome was simply inconceivable. This is a long story, Fleet Admiral. In summary, that fellow named Rio is exceptionally strong beyond our imagination. Given the results of our encounter, if we give him just a bit more time, he will grow to become a presence akin to Roger or even Rocks. Sengoku's words caused Steelbone Kong's expression to stiffen, his gaze instantly sharpening with gravity. The name Rocks was one that still invoked dread and concern. The achievements and heinous acts of that man were too terrifying to recount. In comparison, even the Pirate King Roger appeared almost benign. Are you comparing that brat Rio to Rocks? Steelbone Kong asked, his tone laced with skepticism. On the other end of the line, Sengoku paused for a brief moment, pondering whether his assertion was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Rio was merely a young boy. However, after repeatedly reviewing the battle he and Garp had fought against Rio, Sengoku remained steadfast in his belief that Rio possessed that potential without a doubt. If we do not capture him soon, he will undoubtedly become the greatest threat to our Navy and the world government after Rocks and Roger. Sengoku replied earnestly. Hearing these words, it was now Steelbone Kong who fell silent. He still found the situation hard to believe. Sengoku, I ask you once more, are you certain? Absolutely certain. Sengoku responded with unwavering conviction. I will report this matter to the Gorosei immediately. Where are you now? Steelbone Kong inquired. On Egghead Island. I will dispatch ships to retrieve you at once. You and Garp must come to Mariewa immediately. Sengoku. After stating this, Steelbone Kong promptly hung up the telephone snail. With a grave expression, he hurriedly made his way to the residence of the Gorosei deep within Panga City. 3 days later. At last, Leo awaited the arrival of a ship upon the island. It was a modest pirate vessel, not particularly large in stature. The pirates aboard appeared to be rather unremarkable figures, to the extent that Leo could hardly muster any curiosity regarding their origins. However, what took Leo by surprise was the formidable presence emanating from such an unassuming ship. Based on the intensity of the aura he discerned through his observation Haki, this individual's strength was nearly comparable to that of Garp and Sengoku. Yet, Leo's observation Haki was far more acute than that of the average person, granting him a remarkable precision and perception. Thus, he was able to detect subtle distinctions. The individual's prowess was slightly inferior to that of Garp or Sengoku, though the disparity was not particularly vast. If one were to insist on a contest between them, it might take no less than 10 days and nights to determine a victor. Leo was oblivious to the true identity of this enigmatic figure. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed and boldly traversed the expanse of the ocean, forcefully boarding the vessel of his counterpart. The pirates bustling on the deck were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected intruder. A scarred individual glared menacingly at Leo, exclaiming, "Kid, how did you get here?" Leo's sudden appearance on the deck startled them all. In this vast sea, devoid of any nearby settlements, the sudden emergence of a stranger was nothing short of astonishing. The other pirates rushed to the sides of the ship, desperately attempting to locate Leo's vessel, yet they discovered nothing. Leo's gaze fell upon the pirates who were busily preparing for the banquet, the deck laden with exquisite wines and sumptuous delicacies. Subsequently, his eyes traversed the array of food and drink, settling on a man with long silver hair, who was obliviously indulging in his drink, facing away from him. From this moment forth, the ship belongs to me. Leo's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed at the figure before him. Upon hearing his voice, the silhouette continued its drinking, yet broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. This ship is not mine. Feel free to take it if you wish. At this, Leo cast a playful glance at the surrounding pirates, all of whom bore expressions of utter disbelief. Realizing that Leo had audaciously declared his intention to seize their vessel, the pirates' demeanor shifted to one of menace, their eyes gleaming with hostility as they glared at him. Kid, are you tired of living? You dare to covet the ship of the Hachi's pirate crew? Snarled the scarred pirate who had earlier questioned how Leo boarded the ship. The other pirates on the deck revealed wicked grins, each drawing forth their glinting cutlasses. Little brat, I advise you to return whence you came, lest you seek your own demise. Indeed. Ha ha ha. We are not foes you can hope to contend with. Go home and find your mother. You are far too green to venture at sea. The surrounding pirates cheered at the diminutive Leo, mockery evident in their voices. However, in an instant, their laughter was silenced. An invisible yet terrifying aura emanated from Leo, its potency causing a momentary lapse in the pirate's cognition. Almost immediately, the sound of bodies thudding to the deck echoed repeatedly. Within the blink of an eye, nearly all the pirates lay unconscious on the deck, leaving only Leo and the silver-haired elder, who continued to indulge himself in food and drink, his back turned to Leo. The elder paused momentarily, his cup of wine trembling slightly before he ceased his drinking. His gaze gradually fell upon his wine cup, and at that moment, it inexplicably cracked, shattering into two pieces with a sharp sound, spilling wine across the floor. Witnessing this, the elder's pupils contracted slightly, clearly taken aback by the extent of Leo's displayed power. Such an incredible conqueror's Haki, he murmured, rising to his feet. As he turned to face Leo, a flicker of recognition stirred within Leo at the sight of the elder's visage. Upon glimpsing the figures back earlier, Leo had already suspected the elder's identity. Now, seeing his face clearly, he was unequivocally certain of the silver-haired figure's identity. Though he appeared considerably younger than he would 15 years hence, his hair had indeed turned silver. Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Once the right hand of the Pirate King, Roger, and his most formidable first mate. After the public execution of the Pirate King Roger in Lobetown, his crew had vanished without a trace. For 2 decades, no one knew the whereabouts or actions of Roger's former comrades. It was only later that the Straw Hat crew encountered Rayleigh in Sabaody Archipelago, where he had aged into a recluse, his hair now a stark white. Leo never anticipated encountering this individual here. It remains uncertain whether the other party intentionally appeared or if it is merely a coincidence. Chapter 60. I won't let you be distressed. Leo and Riley gazed at each other in silence. At that moment, a gust of sea breeze swept across the deck, lifting a wanted poster carelessly discarded on the floor. Rayleigh instinctively cast a glance and beheld the wanted notice displayed above. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. So it is you, how amusing. He recognized the latest bounty information targeting Leo on the fluttering wanted poster, and in that moment, he discerned the latter's true identity. Are you intending to take action against me? Leo chuckled whimsically. I am merely an old man passing by. Upon noticing the festivities aboard this vessel, I couldn't resist the temptation to join for a meal. Rayleigh shrugged nonchalantly, offering an easy explanation. Simultaneously, his sharp eyes, keen as blades, scrutinized Leo repeatedly. A profound shock surging within him. Whispers had circulated in the outside world, suggesting that this young man might indeed be the illegitimate son of Roger. The Navy had placed an exorbitant bounty on his head, compounded by the recent disturbances he had caused at sea. From every conceivable angle, it seemed undeniable. Yet, what had he endured? How had he acquired such formidable power at such a tender age? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Rayleigh's gaze instinctively flickered towards the fallen pirates around them, their eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. The Conqueror's Haki, an exceedingly rare ability, manifesting in perhaps 1 in millions. A true king's aura, although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of this power, and still lagged behind the legendary Roger. Awakening such potent Conqueror's Haki at such a young age was something Rayleigh had never heard of or witnessed in his decades of life. While Rayleigh continued to covertly assess Leo, waves of astonishment crashing within him, Leo, after hearing the other's explanation, casually approached the exquisite food and wine nearby. Are you going to continue dining? He inquired, taking a seat and glancing back at Rayleigh. At this, Rayleigh smiled broadly. I thought you might cast this old man overboard, he replied, moving to sit opposite Leo. Yet, Rayleigh did not indulge in the food and drink. Instead, he crossed his arms, curiously fixating on Leo. At that moment, he was still contemplating whether Leo was truly the offspring of his captain, Roger. If so, how should he treat him? Should he assist in his growth? Form a crew together? Or perhaps feign ignorance and simply part ways? As Rayleigh grappled with his thoughts, Leo had already poured a bowl of wine for him. As he extended the drink, Leo asked, Your strength is impressive. You must not be a nameless figure adrift on the sea, right? Haha. Nowadays, I am merely a man in his 60s, an old fellow. It's best not to dwell on names, Rayleigh replied with a chuckle. As Rayleigh's words lingered in the air, a nearby pirate slowly opened his eyes, groggily struggling to rise and extending a hand toward Rayleigh in a plea for assistance. Rayleigh, you have consumed our provisions aboard the ship. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to this matter. You must help us defeat this fellow. This pirate. The captain of the crew was none other than Borod Hatchis. While the other pirates remained unconscious, still ensnared in slumber due to Leo's overwhelming Haki, he alone had managed to awaken. This indicated that his strength was indeed commendable. Alas, he had encountered a formidable being like Leo. At that moment, upon hearing Hatchis's words, a subtle smile graced Rayleigh's lips as he cast a knowing glance at Leo. What course of action should be taken? His words seemed to hold a semblance of validity. Raleigh sought to further gauge Leo's prowess while simultaneously ascertaining his identity. Naturally, such inquiries could not be made directly in this setting, and a suitable venue for combat must be procured. Thus, he proposed this particular notion. Leo leisurely sipped a mouthful of wine before seizing a large roasted ham and taking a hearty bite. As he chewed, he calmly remarked, having received kindness from others, It is only right to repay it. Should you triumph over me, I shall return this vessel to them. Upon hearing Leo's composed response, A deep astonishment flickered once more in Rayleigh's eyes. Meanwhile, Hachi's was filled with excitement. Aha, little brat. Those were your words. You mustn't go back on them. If you lose to Rayleigh, you shall return the ship to us and depart obediently. No sooner had Hachi's finished speaking than Leo's icy gaze, sharp as daggers, fell upon his face. Instantly, Hachi shuddered and instinctively collapsed to the ground. Terrified, he felt as though he had been marked by a demon of death. He scrambled back to his feet, this time refraining from further provoking Leo, and instead turned to Rayleigh. Hey, Rayleigh, you are the first mate of the Pirate King Roger. You must help us deal with this brat. Do not forget that your ship encountered trouble, yet we allowed you aboard ours, providing you with food, water, and such fine wine. It has been merely over 5 years since the passing of the Pirate King Roger. His crew members were once renowned figures across the world. Thus, even though Rayleigh had departed from the Roger pirates, his reputation and visage remain etched in the memories of many. It is entirely natural for this fellow to recognize Rayleigh. You just came from that island over there, didn't you? Raleigh disregarded Hachi's words, instead smiling with intrigue as he turned his gaze toward the island that Leo had just approached. Ah, over there lies a deserted isle. If one wishes to challenge me, that would be the most fitting place. Leo replied casually, while Riley diverted his gaze to Leo, who was indulging in a hearty meal. He was patiently awaiting Leo's dining completion. Hachi's, ever attentive, immediately took the helm upon hearing Leo's words, steering the vessel towards that direction. Coincidentally, their navigational instruments were also aligned with the island they sought. Before long, the ship arrived at the location where Leo had previously disembarked, and Leo, having satisfied his hunger, rose to his feet and regarded Riley. Raleigh naturally met his gaze. The two exchanged a smile, saying nothing, and simultaneously leaped towards the island, which lay approximately 500 meters away. Rayleigh descended upon the surface of the sea, his feet dancing like the wind as they alternately struck the water, swiftly gliding across the waves towards the island. Meanwhile, Leo employed the Navy's sixth style, utilizing both Sorrow and Jetbow, as he propelled himself through the air in a similar fashion. The contest between the two had commenced at this very moment. Chapter 61. Astonishing Talent. Rayleigh's speed was astonishingly swift, enabling him to traverse the surface of the sea as if it were solid ground, a testament to the sheer magnitude of his velocity. The distance of 500 meters seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. However, what left Rayleigh utterly astounded was the realization that Leo's speed was no less impressive than his own. As his feet touched the sandy shores of the deserted island, Rayleigh discovered that Leo had already landed on the ground ahead of him. This revelation filled Rayleigh with a profound sense of astonishment, prompting him to regard Leo with newfound respect. Are you particularly skilled in swordsmanship? Leo turned around, his gaze fixed upon the sword at Rayleigh's waist. In response, Rayleigh slowly drew forth his weapon. Riley smiled confidently, gazing into Leo's eyes. Your weapon is also a renowned blade, isn't it? I can sense an extraordinary aura emanating from it. It is a demonic sword, known as Blue Rain. Leo replied. Then allow me to witness whether your swordsmanship is worthy of this enchanted blade. As the voice of Rayleigh resonated, he swiftly brandished his sword and launched an attack on Leo. Simultaneously, his Conqueror's Haki was unleashed. In an instant, Leo sensed the intensity of the situation, promptly unleashing his Conqueror's Haki while brandishing the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, to confront Rayleigh. The clash of their weapons resonated through the air, accompanied by a thunderous sound as their formidable Haki collided. In that moment, the earth seemed to tremble, and the heavens roared with chaos. The once tranquil deserted island and the expansive sea surrounding it became shrouded in dark clouds and persistent drizzle. As the intensity of the confrontation between Leo and Rayleigh escalated, the sky erupted with lightning and fierce winds. Just as a pirate ship was preparing to dock, the crew, having just awakened, were left in a state of shock at the unfolding spectacle. What was happening? Was this commotion instigated by the two of them? Truly, the Dark King Rayleigh exuded a terrifying power. Yet, how could that young boy possibly contend with Rayleigh? Wasn't he the same lad who had intruded upon their ship moments ago? Captain, what is going on? The pirates on deck gasped, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment as they beheld the fierce struggle between Rayleigh and Leo. Their captain, Hachi's, was even more stunned than the rest. He had initially believed that Roger's first mate, Rayleigh, could easily vanquish the young intruder and secure their ship's return. To his astonishment, that seemingly inconspicuous boy proved to be remarkably formidable. This is troublesome, Hachi's thought, his mind racing. He harbored a growing notion that should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would hastily abandon ship. He would rather lose himself at sea than face Leo, unwilling to surrender his vessel to him. At that very moment, as Hachi's contemplated this course of action, the Conqueror's Haki emanating from Leo and Rayleigh dissipated into nothingness. In its place, the powerful Armament Haki enveloped their weapons, and the collision of their Haki unleashed arcs of lightning that burst forth around their bodies, spreading like wildfire. Have you truly grown to such a level on your own? As Riley calmly engaged in a sword duel with Leo, he inquired with a smile. Not bad. Leo pushed forward with great effort, and both individuals leapt back simultaneously. However, it was evident to him that Rayleigh was holding back. Whether in the previous clash of Conqueror's Haki or in the current confrontation of Armament Haki, his opponent had not exerted his full strength. Your talent is quite remarkable. Upon finishing his words, Rayleigh swept his longsword, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that surged towards Leo. The sword energy he emitted was entwined with the armed color of Haki, rendering it visible, unlike ordinary sword strikes. Consequently, Leo could distinctly perceive its trajectory as it traversed the air, realizing that this was yet another concession from Layli. Deliberately allowing him to observe the movement of the sword energy, Leo felt a flicker of annoyance within. He let out a soft huff, choosing not to respond to Layli's remarks. Instead, he brandished his enchanted blade, Blue Rain, and executed a horizontal slash in the same direction. In an instant, two streams of sword energy collided in a near-cross formation, mutually annihilating each other. Meanwhile, Leo had vanished from his original position, leaving behind only a faint swirl of dust upon the ground. He swiftly charged towards Layli, determined not to be underestimated. Leo let out a soft hum, as the deep purple hue of his armed Haki surged back to envelop his form, most notably coiling around his enchanted blade, Blue Rain. In a swift motion, he dragged the blade upward, unleashing a crescent-shaped slash towards Layli. However, at the very moment the blade reached its apex and the slash was released, Leo abruptly twisted the blade. Simultaneously, he forcefully drew the blade downwards. Instantly, a powerful second slash was unleashed, again in the form of a crescent. The two sword strikes, one following closely behind the other, were executed within a heartbeat. They converged into a formidable, intersecting wave of sword energy, rapidly bearing down upon Layli. The astonishing force of the sword strikes conjured a slight tempest as the surrounding earth was swiftly carved with deep gashes. In the face of this dual assault, a confident smile remained etched upon Rayleigh's face. Impressive swordsmanship. Did you comprehend this on your own? As Rayleigh inquired, he swiftly wielded his sword, executing no overt maneuvers but merely enveloping the blade with his armament Haki, bracing himself against the onslaught. His grip on the longsword was as steadfast as a mountain. His feet seemed to be deeply rooted in the earth, remaining utterly immovable. However, as the formidable slash unleashed by Leo surged forth, the residual force radiated outward, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. The intensity of this tremor escalated, and soon the earth surrounding Rayleigh began to fracture, while the air quaked violently. Even Rayleigh, who had been as unyielding as stone, now found himself trembling, his arms, his body, his legs. Raleigh felt the astonishing power coursing through the air, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He gazed at Leo across from him, filled with uncertainty. He had not anticipated that Leo possessed not only exceptional swordsmanship but also an astonishing strength. This power surged forth like the mighty Yangtze River, continuously flowing through his weapon and exerting a subtle pressure on Raleigh. He realized that if he did not approach this battle with utmost seriousness, defeating this young man would be an impossible feat. Just at that moment, Leo launched yet another assault. Chapter 62. Seizing the opportunity for continued growth. As Rayleigh observed Leo once more wielding the cursed blade, Blue Rain, Leo reciprocated with a similar display, enveloping his own sword's aura in the formidable Haki of Armament. This allowed Rayleigh to perceive the trajectory of the sword's slashing energy. Witnessing this scene, a significant smile crept onto Rayleigh's lips, hinting at a deeper understanding. He recognized that Leo was intentionally signaling him. It appeared that he was indeed a young man with a strong sense of pride. Rayleigh pondered with a hint of amusement, suddenly unleashing his power. The sword energy that had briefly exerted pressure on him was instantly obliterated by his counterforce. In a swift leap, Rayleigh deftly evaded the sword strike unleashed from behind by Leo at the critical moment. Landing behind Leo, he turned to face him and said, "Perhaps we should conclude our encounter here. Your strength is formidable, and I cannot hope to defeat you in such a short span. Furthermore, I am pressed for time and must proceed to another destination." Rayleigh smiled at Leo. At this moment, Leo slowly turned around, meeting Rayleigh's gaze. "So, do you intend to betray the expectations those pirates have of you? Once you draw your weapon and engage in battle, you must be prepared to face the outcome, mustn't you?" Upon finishing his statement, Leo took the initiative to attack once more. Previously, Rayleigh sought to gauge the depth of his opponent's strength, but now both sides had discerned each other's capabilities. In a sudden turn of events, Rayleigh found himself unable to best Leo within a short span of time. Leo, fully aware of his current limitations, recognized that defeating Rayleigh was a formidable challenge. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity, leveraging Rayleigh's prowess to expedite his own growth. Should he manage to elevate any one of the following: Haki, swordsmanship, or the formidable techniques of Conqueror's Haki and physical combat to a higher echelon, his strength would experience a significant enhancement. Vividly, he recalled the moment he awakened his observation Haki, fleetingly glimpsing into the future. A fleet of hundreds of naval warships surrounded him, led not only by Sengoku and Garp but also by the three mightiest forces of the Navy headquarters. The future foretold by observation Haki was unfailingly precise. Yet, before such an event transpires, he believed it was within his power to alter the outcome through diligent effort. Rio was unwilling to find himself besieged by the Navy's foremost strongmen, ultimately facing a dismal fate. Thus, at this moment, he must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Having spent 3 days on the island without comprehending new powers, he resolved to engage in combat with the elite warriors. He yearned for a genuine battle of life and death. Perhaps under the intense pressure, he might awaken a transcendent understanding of newfound strength, one that could far exceed his wildest imaginings. In response to Rio's renewed assault, Rayleigh found himself both amused and exasperated. Nevertheless, he could not afford to underestimate Rio's onslaught. Rayleigh had no choice but to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. Are you truly intent on determining our fates through combat? If so, I shall not show you any mercy. As Rayleigh countered Leo's assaults, a smile played on his lips. Leo responded with a cold snort, urging him to continue. Their speeds began to escalate, and the clashing of weapons echoed incessantly. In an instant, the air crackled with dominance, and sparks flew. The coconut groves near their battleground, along with all the vegetation and rocks along the coastline, were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The sea grew tumultuous, and after another bout of thunder and lightning, torrential rain finally poured down. Amidst this fierce battle, Rayleigh and Leo transformed into fleeting shadows amidst the downpour. Meanwhile, in Mariewa, the five elders were incensed upon learning that even Sengoku and Garp's alliance could not subdue Leo. They issued a direct order to thoroughly track Leo's whereabouts and closely monitor his every move. Additionally, they instructed the Navy in the New World to swiftly quell the chaos instigated by the pirates. Their objective was clear. The primary threat had shifted from merely the top pirate crews of the New World to include Leo, the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, and the Big Mom pirates. The five elders could easily mobilize the strongest forces from the Navy headquarters against any of these factions, even possessing a true trump card. This card had played a crucial role in the battle at God Valley against the Rocks pirates. As the five elders issued their commands, Sengoku and Garp arrived at Red Line aboard a fleet dispatched by Steelbone Kong. They quickly ascended to the summit of Panga City on the Red Line, where they met the five elders. Sirs, I propose a plan that may significantly alleviate the pressures and challenges faced by our Navy in the New World, thereby allowing us ample strength to confront Leo. Sengoku declared, having pondered over how to deal with Leo during the journey. He had devised a detailed strategy. The five elders, aware of Sengoku's capabilities as the Navy strategist, turned their eyes toward him in unison. What is your plan, Sengoku? Inquired the scientific defense deity, Jekyll Garcia Satan. Sengoku promptly replied, I have come to understand that the situation in the New World has stabilized. The Whitebeard pirates, the Red Hand pirates, and the Big Mom pirates have solidified their territories. They have drawn boundaries as kings, forbidding other pirate crews from entering their domains, lest they provoke mutual attacks. Sirs, I believe this is an opportunity we can exploit. We need only to strategically guide a few pirate crews entering the New World into the territories of these top pirate factions. They will inevitably turn on each other. And to thwart the intrusion of these new pirate crews, the top factions will be compelled to divert their attention and resources. This will allow us to regroup our main forces to confront Leo. Sengoku's plan had been meticulously considered. He was confident that if executed as proposed, they would possess sufficient strength to face Leo. To Sengoku, Leo's threat now surpassed that of any major pirate crew in the New World. Chapter 63. Focus on that kid. Sengoku's proposal rendered the five elders and Steelbone Kong silent, while Garp crossed his arms, waiting patiently, showing no inclination to speak. He felt he had already shown the five elders enough deference by merely being present. After a moment, one of the five elders finally broke the silence. This was the environmental deity, Marcus Mace. The remnants of the Rocks pirates have grown into a formidable force that now threatens the world government. Their influence in the New World is increasing daily. Do you understand the consequences of relaxing our grip on them, Sengoku? I am fully aware of the potential consequences. However, if we execute the plan I propose with strict adherence, I can assure you, sirs, that under our vigilant supervision, the New World will not descend into chaos. The paramount issue now is to eliminate Leo, who has unequivocally revealed his hostility towards the Navy and the world government. I have received confirmation of this directly from him during our recent mission. Sengoku's assertion caused the brows of the five elders and Steelbone Kong to furrow deeply. At this moment, Steelbone Kong spoke. Sirs, Leo's threat is indeed becoming impossible to ignore. Based on the outcome of Sengoku and Garp's recent mission, I personally concur with Sengoku's assessment. If we do not swiftly eliminate Leo and allow him to continue growing, the threat he poses to the Navy and the world government may become incalculable. As the former fleet admiral and current commander-in-chief, Steelbone Kong's words carried considerable weight. With him sharing this view, the expressions of the five elders grew increasingly solemn. A mere young brat can cause such turmoil for the Navy headquarters and the world government. This is a profound insult to us. Sengoku, from now on, the intelligence operations in the New World will be entrusted to CP. And the remaining tasks must not lead to further disappointment. The legal warrior, Topman Vachali, wore a grave expression as he issued commands to Sengoku. Until this moment, within the hearts of the five, Leo was merely a young rogue who had recently made a name for himself upon the vast ocean. Despite Sengoku's serious demeanor and earnest assertions, even exaggerating the prowess of the young man, the veracity of these claims remained shrouded in ambiguity. The reason was straightforward. This operation involved Garp, who had repeatedly defied the orders of the world government and had famously rejected Steelbone Kong's proposals to elevate him to the rank of admiral. Garp harbored deep-seated emotions regarding the celestial dragons, yet his feelings towards pirates were equally intricate. The five elders had been keenly observing these developments. And though Garp had not committed any fundamental transgressions, they had chosen to turn a blind eye over the years. Concerning this operation, the five elders privately suspected that Garp would surely go easy on Leo. Sengoku, meanwhile, sought to shield Karp from scrutiny by obscuring the truth and deliberately amplifying Leo's capabilities. The five elders merely refrained from articulating their thoughts openly. Sengoku discerned the underlying implications of Topman Vachli's words, yet he could only feign ignorance and nod in acknowledgement. The group then deliberated on more specific details regarding the actions in the New World and concerning Leo. Subsequently, Steelbone Kong issued a personal decree to initiate a new bounty on Leo, with the reward soaring to unprecedented heights. The battle between Leo and Riley endured for a full 6 days and nights, yet still, no victor emerged. This left Riley in a state of profound astonishment. He had already exerted all his capabilities. Initially, Riley had anticipated that he could subdue Leo in no more than 2 days. However, it has become evident that his assessment was gravely flawed. Yet, Leo could not comprehend where the problem lay. For, no matter how one viewed it, the Leo from 6 days prior could not possibly have engaged in such an extended conflict with him. With a single sweeping strike of formidable sword energy, Lei repelled Leo. His gaze fixed upon him with incredulity. How could this young man, having endured such a protracted battle, still possess such abundant stamina? It was utterly astonishing. What manner of creature was he? Rayleigh's gaze flickered with a blend of astonishment and uncertainty. After 6 days and nights of relentless combat, even he began to feel a slight sense of fatigue. His age was a telling factor. He was no longer in the prime of his formidable strength. In stark contrast, however, stood Leo, whose stamina appeared boundless, akin to an endless ocean. Such an anomaly was truly perplexing. Not only did Leo seem to exhibit little depletion of energy, but his swordsmanship appeared to have evolved as well, as if he were capable of growing stronger in the midst of battle itself. Raleigh once again rendered a new judgment. At that moment, Leo's assault was upon him once more. In despair, Raleigh had no choice but to raise his weapon once again in defense. Yet, at that very instant, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Boom. A formidable and unparalleled aura of sovereign might suddenly erupted from Leo. This power was so immense that it surpassed the level he had exhibited merely 6 days prior. In an instant, Rayleigh became acutely aware and instinctively unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki to counterbalance the force. In that fleeting moment, 2 formidable waves of Conqueror's Haki clashed in midair, accompanied by flashes of lightning and resounding thunder, while a tempestuous wind surged forth. Rayleigh was astonished to discover that Leo's Conqueror's Haki, released this time, was indeed significantly more potent than it had been 6 days prior. This enhancement was not merely reflected in the intensity perceived through observation Haki. At this very moment, the Conqueror's Haki emanating from Rayleigh clashed with Leo's in the air, creating a distinct and vivid manifestation of their opposing forces. However, this encounter was markedly different from their recent one. Rayleigh could clearly discern that the energy sphere generated by Leo's Conqueror's Haki was nearly as colossal as his own. 2 equally matched forces of Conqueror's Haki. Had even the Conqueror's Haki itself undergone a transformation? A shiver coursed through Rayleigh's heart when he cast another glance at Leo. His eyes reflected a deeper astonishment. Chapter 64. I have lost. As Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King Roger, possesses mastery over all 3 forms of Haki, each cultivated to its zenith, he is acutely aware that Conqueror's Haki evolves solely in accordance with the practitioner's own strength. This implies that during the span of 6 days and nights, this young man's prowess must have significantly advanced. How did he achieve such remarkable growth? Rayleigh has discerned that Leo's innate talent far surpasses the ordinary imagination. Such a gift, even in the prime of Roger's illustrious career, had never been displayed. If he is indeed of Roger's lineage, then this singular talent alone would eclipse that of Roger himself. Rayleigh was once again struck with astonishment. At that moment, Leo had opportunely approached him, and Rayleigh instantly regained his composure, feeling a renewed sense of urgency in his heart. Your speed has improved significantly. You are truly a different person compared to 6 days ago. In astonishment, Rayleigh exclaimed, his body seemingly pulled by an unseen force, instinctively retreating at great speed. Meanwhile, Leo pursued him relentlessly. It appears that the tides of our offense and defense have reversed, Rayleigh. With that, he swung his sword forward with vigor. Rayleigh swiftly raised his hand to block with his sword. A tremendous force emanated from the demon blade, Blue Rain, wielded by Leo, causing Rayleigh's hand to tremble slightly. His expression shifted subtly. However, before he could react further, Leo unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon him. Clang, clang, clang. Leo employed the simplest close-quarters combat technique, relentlessly utilizing the cursed sword Blue Rain to assault Rayleigh. Unbeknownst to him, during these 6 days and nights of conflict, his strength had already ascended to a new echelon. His physical prowess had become markedly more formidable, and his constitution had strengthened beyond previous limits. His swordsmanship and Haki had also seen significant enhancement. In stark contrast, after 6 days and nights of battle, Rayleigh exhibited clear signs of fatigue, no longer exuding the same formidable presence he had at the outset. As the scales tipped, not only did the offensive and defensive dynamic shift between Leo and Rayleigh, but Leo had also transformed from an initial disadvantage to gradually regaining the upper hand, even managing to dominate Rayleigh at times. Realizing he was beginning to falter in the fight, Rayleigh could not help but emit a bitter laugh. At this juncture, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue battling Leo. Unbeknownst to them, 3 more days slipped by. During this period, Leo's strength further burgeoned. His physical skills, Haki, and swordsmanship had all grown considerably stronger than just 3 days prior. As he continually sought to comprehend and transform his hard-won combat experience into newfound insights. Of course, throughout this unrelenting 9-day-and-night struggle, Leo's stamina had also been severely depleted. However, in comparison to Rayleigh, his condition was markedly better. At this moment, Rayleigh appeared increasingly overwhelmed. His body bore numerous scars, although merely superficial wounds. They rendered him looking exceedingly disheveled. Coupled with his dust-covered and slightly tattered clothing, the outcome of the battle had become glaringly evident. Leo ceased his assault, sword in hand, standing still as he gazed at the panting Rayleigh across from him. In response to this gesture, Rayleigh smiled knowingly and likewise sheathed his longsword. "You have truly taken me by surprise. I concede defeat." Rayleigh let out a wry smile. However, it seemed that the ship had already made its escape. With that, he turned his gaze towards the pirate vessel, now a mere speck on the distant sea. Without making landfall on any islands, their recording pointer remained uncharged. Although Hatchies intended to flee with the ship and crew, they had merely been drifting in these waters for 9 days and nights. As long as the recording pointer could not accurately indicate the direction of the next island, they would remain trapped here until their demise. Thus, Rayleigh harbored no concerns regarding the ship's potential escape. He leisurely drove his cursed blade, Blue Rain, into the ground and sat cross-legged to rest. During these 9 days and nights, he had gained profound insights, far surpassing what was currently evident in his battle with Rayleigh. He needed to solidify this understanding further. Observing Rayleigh's actions, Rayleigh too planted his weapon in the ground and mimicked Rayleigh's posture, settling down cross-legged. At that moment, a newsbird suddenly descended from the sky. Rayleigh looked up to see a newsbird and purchased a newspaper from it. As soon as he received the paper, the latest wanted notice regarding Leo caught his eye. Upon seeing the amount of the bounty, Rayleigh's eyes flickered slightly, and he instinctively glanced at Leo. "Young man, your bounty has increased once more," he remarked, raising the wanted notice in his hand towards Leo. Leo cast a glance and noticed that his bounty had skyrocketed from an initial 500 million berries to an astonishing 1.5 billion berries. He couldn't help but snort in disdain. How foolish. Upon hearing his words, Rayleigh felt a stir within. "It seems you harbor quite a discontent towards the Navy. Do you not?" Rayleigh gazed at Leo with a sense of intrigue, probing him with his words. However, Leo did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he rose to his feet and strode towards the expanse of the sea. Curiosity piqued, Rayleigh turned his head to observe Leo's retreating figure. He watched as Leo arrived at the shore and promptly plunged into the sea. Before long, Leo emerged from the water, dragging 2 colossal sea creatures behind him. After such an arduous endeavor, he was famished. "Let us feast on this tonight," he declared. "You tend to these, while I gather firewood." Leo naturally spoke to Rayleigh and turned away to search for firewood. After 9 days and nights of relentless battle, this desolate island was now almost unrecognizable. However, in several peripheral areas of the island, there remained some dry branches to be gathered. Leo strode purposefully towards those places, while Rayleigh gazed at his retreating figure in astonishment. After a few moments, a playful smile crept onto Rayleigh's lips. "Humph, whether or not he is of Roger's bloodline, this young man's aura is indeed impressive." Initially, Rayleigh intended to depart from this place. However, he decided to linger a while longer to observe Leo. At this moment, he could not ascertain whether Leo was the individual he had been searching for, as he remained uncertain of Leo's true intentions. If Leo were indeed the man he awaited, Rayleigh would not hesitate to accompany him on the remainder of his journey. Otherwise, he would revert to his original plan of seeking a tranquil spot to enjoy his retirement. Chapter 65, Rayleigh's Dilemma. After dinner, Leo and Rayleigh sat around the campfire, engaged in conversation. At that moment, the two seemed like old friends, completely devoid of the initial tension that had characterized their first encounter. What remained was a mutual admiration between 2 powerful figures. Rayleigh, with a smile gracing his lips, turned his gaze towards Leo and suddenly inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Though he harbored suspicions within, he refrained from voicing that particular question. He did not directly ask Leo whether he was indeed the son of Roger. Throughout their journey, they advanced, slaying their way toward the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Leo responded casually. Such an answer evidently caught Rayleigh off guard, surpassing his expectations. He had assumed that Leo would first establish his own pirate crew or perhaps invite him to join his ranks. However, Leo appeared to have no such intention. Going solo, perhaps? Rayleigh tentatively inquired with a casual and relaxed tone. Upon hearing his question, Leo revealed a contemplative expression, turning to face Rayleigh. "If I were to extend an invitation to you, would you accept?" he asked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. In response, Rayleigh countered, "Aside from seeking vengeance against the Navy, do you have no other ambitions?" Leo fell silent, gazing at Rayleigh with a faint, enigmatic smile. After a moment, he casually shrugged, saying, "Well, I have grown accustomed to fighting alone. Hearing too many voices from others would feel unusual." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh felt a twinge of disappointment. He had longed for Leo to articulate thoughts that resonated with his expectations, aspirations of becoming the Pirate King, for instance, or grand ambitions of some sort. Such declarations would at least affirm that Leo harbored lofty dreams of his own. However, at present, Leo seemed solely intent on challenging the Navy, a task both arduous and thankless. Compared to the ambition of becoming the pirate king, it was far more daunting. Even the formidable Roger had failed to confront the Navy successfully. It was hardly a venture for a lone warrior like Leo. Regaining his composure, Rayleigh smiled gently. "I won't persuade you," he said to Leo. Noticing Leo's gaze shift toward him, Rayleigh continued, "You have chosen your path, so pursue it steadfastly. I believe you are prepared for what lies ahead." In that moment, Rayleigh made a resolution. He did not see Leo as that person. Thus, he would adhere to his original plan of finding a suitable haven for his retirement. Patiently awaiting the arrival of the one destined to change everything, Leo remained silent in response to Rayleigh's words. As he had stated, the absence of Rayleigh's support would not dampen his desire for vengeance. What to do after achieving his revenge could be considered later, perhaps on a whim. He might even topple the decaying world government. At that moment, noticing Leo's silence, Rayleigh suddenly inquired, "However, there is one question I have long wanted to clarify with you." "What is it?" Leo raised his gaze once more to meet the other SI's. Rayleigh, on the other hand, regarded him with a profound expression. And after a considerable pause, he finally spoke with a smile. "As for your origins, he had resolutely decided that, regardless of whether Leo was Roger's illegitimate child, he would not extend too much assistance to him. Clarifying this matter now was merely to alleviate the lingering questions within his heart. In an instant, Leo comprehended the thoughts swirling in Rayleigh's mind. He had overheard the pirate speaking of Rayleigh as the right-hand man of the pirate king, Roger. Gazing at Rayleigh, he observed that the latter neither confirmed nor denied this assertion, instead remaining composed with his arms crossed, attentively regarding Leo. "However, I am not Roger's son. I share no connection with that illustrious pirate king. The Navy once embarked on a global hunt for the so-called evil bloodline, mercilessly targeting unborn infants and all newborns. Fortuitously, my mother was pregnant and found herself on the list of those to be apprehended. She exerted every ounce of strength to bring me into the world before being shot down by the Navy." Leo further elucidated, his tone remarkably serene. A tranquility so profound it evoked a sense of dread. Even Raleigh, accustomed to tempestuous trials, felt an unsettling chill enveloping him as he listened to Leo recount these bygone tales. It was as if this frigid aura sought to engulf him entirely. He gazed at Leo in astonishment. "So, you awakened your Conqueror's Haki during that time?" Rayleigh made a keen judgment. "The reasoning is quite simple. If, as Leo stated, his mother was shot by the Navy at the very moment of his birth, then it would be impossible for him to have survived as a newborn under such circumstances. Unless, of course, someone intervened to save him. Alternatively, it is conceivable that he awakened his Conqueror's Haki due to overwhelming anger at that moment." Leo did not refute this. He merely gazed at Rayleigh and inquired, "Do you have any further questions?" Rayleigh gazed at the flickering flames, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. Since Leo was not Roger's son, he felt even less inclined to interfere with his decisions. Observing Rayleigh's quietude, Leo chose not to speak further. The two spent the night on the island. At dawn the next day, Leo noticed the distant silhouette of the pirate ship swaying on the horizon. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the Navy's 6 styles and surged toward the vessel. Rayleigh, witnessing this, swiftly followed suit. They moved in tandem, one soaring through the sky while the other glided swiftly over the water's surface. However, as time passed, Rayleigh began to realize that the distance between him and Leo was steadily increasing. This young man, Rayleigh's indomitable spirit flared within him. He hastily quickened his pace, endeavoring to catch up to Leo. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, he failed to diminish the distance between them until Leo reached the ship of the Hachi's pirate crew. Rayleigh lagged a full 300 meters behind. Upon boarding the vessel, he cast a profound glance at Leo, feeling a subtle shock within. In merely 9 days, such remarkable progress had been made. This young man possesses an extraordinary talent that far surpasses expectations. No wonder he wields such astonishing strength at such a tender age. As Rayleigh pondered, he suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing his playful chuckle, Leo curiously inquired, "What brings you such amusement?" "Those naval fellows," Rayleigh replied, "will undoubtedly face considerable headaches from now on," Rayleigh remarked. At that moment, the captain of the Hachi's pirates approached, gazing at both Rayleigh and Leo, and inquired, "Hey, Rayleigh, you must have triumphed over this lad, right?" They had been adrift here for 9 days and nights. The distance was too great, and at that time, it was unclear who had emerged victorious between Leo and Rayleigh. To his surprise, upon hearing the question, Rayleigh responded with a hearty laugh, "Not at all. I was the one who lost." Chapter 66. The Navy has arrived again. Riley's words left Hachi's utterly astonished. He gazed in disbelief at Leo. "How is this possible? Riley, you are the right-hand man of the pirate king Roger. How could you possibly lose to him? This must be a jest." Hachi's could scarcely fathom the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, one of his subordinates approached, holding a bounty-wanted poster. "Captain, this lad is Leo," the crew member exclaimed. "Leo? Who is Leo?" Hachi stammered, momentarily taken aback. The other crew members were equally flabbergasted. Leo, he is the Leo? The one with a bounty of 500 million berries set by the Navy? What? 500 million berries? Him? Indeed, it's him. This news has already sent shockwaves across the world. Surely, no pirate is unaware of this name, right? Our captain must know, or could it be otherwise? That 500 million was merely a past figure. Now, this lad has a bounty of 1.5 billion berries. At that moment, every pirate on the deck fixated their gaze upon Leo. Their faces were etched with astonishment and a hint of trepidation. They finally comprehended why Riley could not overpower this youth. Initially targeted by the Navy, he had earned a bounty of 500 million berries, which had now skyrocketed to 1.5 billion berries. What extraordinary feat could this young man have accomplished? The pirates stared in fear at Leo, whose expression appeared innocently benign. Meanwhile, Leo regarded their captain with resolute determination. From this day forth, this ship belongs to me, and you are all to obey my commands. Now, set sail for the next island. The calmness of his directive struck the crew like a clap of thunder, jarring them awake. But our record pointer has yet to complete magnetic storage, hesitantly explained a burly navigator aboard the ship. Then hasten to that island and secure the magnetic storage. Rio furrowed his brows. With merely a glance, all the pirates on the deck immediately scurried about, some rowing vigorously while others adjusted the helm. Observing their expressions of sheer trepidation and respect towards Rayleigh, a playful smile crept across Rayleigh's face. Indeed, his judgment had proven to be accurate. Leo would undoubtedly not make an exemplary captain, for those in his company often find themselves gripped by an instinctive sense of trepidation. As this pirate ship sailed towards the island where Leo had previously clashed with Rayleigh, bolstered by the collective resolve of the crew, Rayleigh's smile abruptly faltered. He lifted his gaze to the distant sea, where two naval warships were slowly advancing in their direction. Their approach did not suggest an intent to assault, rather, it felt as though they were in pursuit. The Navy, perhaps? A subtle smile graced the corners of Rayleigh's mouth, revealing a captivating expression. At that moment, Leo also noticed the naval reconnaissance vessels trailing them. He recalled the fleeting visions of the future he had glimpsed when his observation Haki first awakened. In that fleeting moment, a shadow of gravity descended upon Leo's gaze. Suddenly, the cursed blade, blue rain, materialized in his hand. A streak of azure, reminiscent of the cerulean depths of the sea, surged forth towards the distant naval reconnaissance vessels. Witnessing Leo's actions, Rayleigh felt no astonishment. After all, the Navy had callously gunned down his own mother before his very eyes when he was but a newborn. Such a profound enmity is something no ordinary individual could ever relinquish. Moreover, one must consider the devastating impact such a tragedy would inflict upon a tender psyche. In the blink of an eye, those two naval vessels were cleaved into 4 pieces by Leo's single strike. Raleigh merely observed all of this in silence. He neither spoke to intervene nor offered any commentary on the matter. However, he felt a tinge of curiosity within. Rio's brilliance is too conspicuous, though his strength is formidable. Allowing him to rival and even surpass himself, he stands alone, while the Navy represents a remarkably powerful collective. Thus, how far can this young man truly go? Rayleigh gazed at the silhouette of Leo, his mind quietly pondering. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku had just returned, and was currently immersed in the mountain of paperwork accumulated during his brief absence. He had only been away from Marineford for a few days. Yet his desk was already inundated with documents. In truth, Vice Admiral Tsuru had assisted in managing a considerable amount. Otherwise, Sengoku would have faced an overwhelming burden far beyond what was before him. Just as Sengoku was grappling with the chaos, the telephone snail on his desk rang abruptly. Instinctively, he answered the call, and a tense, urgent voice reported, "Admiral Sengoku. This is Colonel X from the Navy Intelligence Department. We have just confirmed the whereabouts of the notorious pirate Leo." Upon receiving this news, Sengoku's heart jolted, and his expression instantly turned grave. He glanced at Garp, who was napping on the nearby sofa with his arms crossed. "Where is that rascal?" Sengoku inquired in a low voice. "On an unnamed island in the first half of the Grand Line. We were just attacked by Leo, and 2 reconnaissance vessels have already sunk. However, it seems Leo has commandeered a pirate ship and is currently heading towards the island, likely waiting for the log post to complete its magnetic storage." Colonel X reported loudly. Hearing this, Sengoku's mind raced. Leo was once again ensnared. This presented a prime opportunity. If he were to escape, it could be an indeterminate time before they encountered him again. "Immediately send back your coordinates. I will dispatch reinforcements at once," Sengoku decisively commanded, ready to take action. Yet, just then, X reported nervously, "Admiral Sengoku, there is another individual accompanying Leo. It is the former Pirate King's right hand, Dark King Rayleigh." Rayleigh? This revelation weighed heavily upon Sengoku's heart, as if a boulder had been dropped upon him. Dark King Rayleigh was indeed one of the most formidable pirates in history, a stalwart ally of Roger, and an invaluable asset to the Roger pirates. His strength rivaled that of the admirals at Navy headquarters. How could he possibly be with Leo? Sengoku furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Could it be that this young man truly possessed that ominous lineage? Sengoku's astonishment was not without reason. There were certainly compelling grounds to suspect such a connection. In this world, few were unaware that Dark King Rayleigh was the right hand of Pirate King Roger. Rayleigh was the first to reach Roger's ship, and over the years, the bond between the two men had grown as close as brothers. Now, with the Pirate King Roger deceased and a relic of the past, Rayleigh remains vibrantly alive. This man, whose strength rivals that of the Marine admirals, has now joined forces with Leo, a suspected descendant of a nefarious lineage who survived the Marines' worldwide operations 5 years ago. One was Roger's trusted right-hand man, a comrade forged in the crucible of battle, while the other was a potential threat that could not be overlooked. The implications of their association were undeniable. If Leo were indeed Roger's bloodline, he must be eradicated. Buddha Sengoku was jolted from his contemplation, his eyes resolute as he clenched his fists tightly. He began issuing orders to his subordinates, instructing the Marine reconnaissance personnel present to meticulously monitor every move of Rayleigh and Leo, ensuring that he was kept abreast of developments at all times. After concluding his call, Sengoku rose swiftly and approached the slumbering Garp, giving him a swift kick to rouse him from his slumber. Awakened, Garp blinked in confusion to find Sengoku standing before him, arms crossed and a serious expression on his face. He rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "What's wrong, Sengoku? You look terrible. Are you not getting enough rest? By the way, how many donuts did I eat before I dozed off?" He reached for a donut as he spoke. Sengoku, incensed, clenched his fist and snatched the donut from Garp's grasp, stuffing it into his mouth and chewing vigorously. With his words somewhat garbled, he declared, "Garp, we have just received news that Leo's whereabouts have been detected. And this time, he is with Rayleigh." Sengoku conveyed the gravity of the situation to Garp, who immediately straightened, his expression shifting to one of concern. "Rayleigh? Are you certain?" "Sengoku, that guy has been in hiding since Roger's execution. Why is he suddenly resurfacing now?" Garp's demeanor had shifted from casual to serious as he recalled the legendary Rayleigh, a name that resonated deeply within their memories. "Let us discuss this on the move, Garp. I suspect Leo is indeed Roger's bloodline. That malevolent man has managed to pass down his lineage despite the Marines' efforts all those years ago," Sengoku stated, his voice low and urgent as he strode purposefully towards the office. Garp felt a flicker of disbelief within him but kept his thoughts to himself, recognizing Sengoku's keen intellect. If Sengoku were to glean his unspoken doubts, he would undoubtedly uncover the entire truth. "You're not hiding anything from me, are you, Garp?" Sengoku suddenly halted, turning to confront Garp. The latter was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "What are you talking about, Sengoku? What could I possibly be hiding from you? That is for the best, Garp. I've heard that Roger met with you shortly before his execution. Only you know what was said between you two," Sengoku replied, his words layered with meaning. This remark caused Garp to feel a twinge of surprise. In that instant, he grasped Sengoku's underlying insinuation. "Indeed, Sengoku," Garp thought to himself, realizing that Sengoku must already know of Ace's existence and understood that Roger had entrusted the boy to him during their private meeting. It was evident that such a significant matter could hardly be concealed from the world government and the Marines, given the worldwide scope of the previous manhunt. Without Sengoku's covert assistance, Garp would have struggled to ensure Ace's safety. Sengoku had refrained from revealing this knowledge, out of respect for their camaraderie. Now, his subtle hints carried dual meanings. The first was a reminder to Garp not to forget his identity. As Ace grew, this matter required careful handling to avoid future complications. The second implication was that, with the world speculating that Leo was Roger's wicked bloodline, Sengoku intended to use this perception to their advantage. He aimed to create a facade, allowing everyone to believe that Leo was indeed Roger's descendant, thereby shielding Garp and Ace from scrutiny. As attention diverted towards Leo, Ace could continue to live safely under Garp's protection. Garp pondered these thoughts, feeling a wave of gratitude towards Sengoku. He understood that the revelation of Leo's situation had caused the world government to intensify their scrutiny of past events. Their intelligence operatives were once again conducting thorough investigations worldwide, and if they did not redirect their focus soon, they might uncover Ace's trail. As Garp and Sengoku descended to the courtyard, they spotted several warships anchoring at the shore, reinforcements summoned by Sengoku. Among them was an Admiral, Kazan, who had also joined the operation. "Sengoku, 50 top-tier battleships, along with 6 Marine captains, have assembled," reported a Marine colonel. Sengoku furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the area. "Where's Kazan?" "He likely fell asleep," a subordinate responded. Sengoku replied sternly, "Hurry and notify him to come down at once." "Yes, sir." The subordinate hurriedly rushed to deliver the news. Before long, the drowsy Admiral Kazan, also known as Akiji, arrived at the Grand Plaza. Sengoku cast a sweeping glance over all the assembled naval officers. "This time, our target for eradication is Leo. It has been confirmed that they are indeed the bloodline of the Pirate King, Roger. Moreover, according to reliable intelligence, Leo has made contact with Rayleigh, and their intentions remain unclear. Nevertheless, we must bring these nefarious individuals to justice. We cannot allow them to disrupt the order of the seas any longer." After speaking, Sengoku commanded all naval personnel to board their warships. At this moment, Akiji couldn't help but inquire, "Admiral Sengoku, are we not waiting for Kizaru and Akainu? They are still en route and will not arrive in time for this assembly. I have already informed them to proceed directly to our intended destination when the time comes," Sengoku explained. Upon hearing this, Akiji fell silent. All naval officers boarded their respective warships. Thus, 50 colossal naval vessels set sail towards the gates of Justice and Marineford. Meanwhile, Leo and Rayleigh remained on the island, awaiting the magnetic replenishment of the recording pointer, although they were fully aware that their position had been compromised. Inevitably attracting the attention of the Navy, the duo appeared unfazed. They were currently engaged in a contest of endurance upon the sandy shore. Raleigh stripped off his upper garments entirely, revealing his robust and well-built physique. Simultaneously, he assumed a horse stance on the beach. Likewise, Leo stood on the shores, where a gathering of pirates assembled at the ship's railing, their gaze fixed upon Leo and Raleigh. I remarked upon their remarkable endurance, basking under the scorching sun for an entire day. Indeed, it was astonishing that they remained motionless, enduring the relentless heat. I would surely succumb to faintness after merely an hour. Their stamina is truly formidable. However, I cannot shake the feeling of impending doom. I sense it too. Perhaps due to the presence of the Navy? Their reconnaissance vessel was sunk here, yet numerous survivors float upon the surface. They are bound to alert other Navy forces to apprehend us. It is not merely a possibility. It is an absolute certainty. Yet, our tracking device has yet to become fully magnetized. The pirates on deck, amidst their discussions, began to express their concerns. Initially, they were awed by the strength of Raleigh and Leo, but now their thoughts shifted to the ominous threat of the Navy's formidable warriors closing in on them. This anxiety swiftly morphed into a desire for refuge. The pirates soon turned their attention to Leo and Raleigh. With these two present, they felt emboldened, even in the face of countless Navy warships. Indeed, Raleigh is the Dark King, the right-hand man of Pirate King Roger. Leo is equally powerful, to the extent that even Raleigh cannot rival him. Therefore, we must take diligent care of these two gentlemen. We cannot allow them to leave, lest we find ourselves in dire straits. After deliberation, the pirates began to exhibit greater respect and even flattery towards them. A few of the more astute ones hastened to the beach. Lord Leo, would you like some water? I have prepared chilled beverages for you. Lord Raleigh, please have a sip of water. Several pirates approached, each carrying a large barrel of ice-cold drinks, eager to offer them to Leo and Raleigh. However, at that moment, Leo and Raleigh merely exchanged glances, entirely disregarding the pirates' words. Take these away. If we pause for food and drink, it would no longer be a contest. Leo felt neither thirst nor hunger. The sole sensation he experienced was the annoyance caused by the presence of those pirates, whose swift departure he wished for, lest his temper flare. The pirates, well aware of the formidable nature of these two figures, hurriedly retreated to their ship. As time slipped away, afternoon arrived, bringing with it an increasingly relentless sun. Both Leo and Raleigh, standing motionless under the scorching rays, began to peel under the harsh exposure. Yet, the benefits derived from this experience were beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Ha ha ha, it has been many years since I have engaged in such a manner. You have made me feel as though I have returned to my youth. Raleigh laughed heartily as he spoke to Leo, who merely chuckled softly in response, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Leo was immersed in contemplating the latest information that had surfaced in his mind. Though it appeared that they were merely standing in a horse stance, the physical toll it exacted was truly unimaginable. Both Leo and Raleigh, having maintained this posture throughout the day, began to feel a slight numbness in their legs, an indication of impaired blood circulation. Strangely, they felt even more fatigued than if they had engaged in a fierce battle. Yet, to their surprise, the rewards were indeed substantial. In Leo's mind, a profound realization emerged regarding the intricate application of Conqueror's Haki. Among the most classic and formidable techniques is undoubtedly the Divine Escape. True to its name, this move is capable of vanquishing any deity or demon that stands in its path. At this very moment, Leo comprehended the formidable execution of Conqueror's Haki embodied in Divine Escape. This technique inflicts immense damage on targets from a distance. When confronting adversaries of inferior strength, it is nearly an assured instant defeat. You appear to be increasingly revitalized, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. As Raleigh observed the faintly intriguing smile gracing Leo's lips, he could not help but remark, engaging in a contest with you always yields significant rewards. Let us conclude for today. Raleigh, I find myself quite hungry. Rayo has comprehended a novel application of the Conqueror's Haki, elevating his prowess to new heights. At this moment, he no longer has the inclination to continue contesting endurance with Raleigh. He must seek a more tranquil place to further solidify the abilities he has just grasped. Those individuals must be arriving soon as well. Leo contemplated silently. Chapter 69, an unprecedented lineup. Thus, a day passed by unnoticed. Leo further solidified his newly acquired mastery of Conqueror's Haki. On that midday, Captain Hatchies of the Hatchies pirate crew hurriedly approached Leo with urgent news. Boss Leo, our log pointer has reached its maximum magnetic capacity. We can set sail for the next island immediately. Upon hearing this, Leo displayed little reaction, having long been mentally prepared for such an eventuality. You may depart now. Endeavor to venture as far away as possible. Leo spoke to Hatchies, stating that although this pirate crew may never be remembered by name in the annals of history, it is not due to a lack of strength. Rather, it is because, since setting sail, they have refrained from committing any heinous acts. In other words, while they are indeed pirates, they do not belong to the infamous ilk that indulges in plunder, arson, and murder. They are, in essence, benevolent pirates. This is the very reason Leo has chosen to keep them under his wing these past few days, as the main forces of the Navy are soon to arrive. Leo's observation Haki had already sensed the approaching presence of their foes. Thus, it was unnecessary for Hatchies and his crew to linger here any longer. Confronted by dozens of naval warships and a multitude of formidable marine headquarters warriors, these pirates would merely be inviting their own demise by remaining. Upon hearing Leo's words, Hachi's momentarily appeared taken aback. However, he quickly replied, "Boss Leo, since we have acknowledged you, we shall not abandon you regardless of the circumstances. I am well aware that the Navy is on the verge of arriving. As it happens, I have been eager to elevate my bounty as well." Hachi's flashed a radiant smile. This man, nearing 40 and adorned with a thick beard, may not have been conventionally handsome, yet his sincerity shone through. Compared to the hypocritical nature of the Navy, he was far more endearing. Leo said little more. This was a choice made by others. He slowly rose to his feet and walked towards the beach. For a while, you and your companions should refrain from intervening. This is not your battle. Those naval forces are coming for me. Leo offered his final reminder to Hachi's. His observation Haki had already detected two formidable and familiar presences. No, to be precise, there were three. One of these auras was considerably weaker than the other two, which is why Leo had momentarily overlooked it. The three auras belonged to Carp, Sengoku, and the Ghost Spider, all formidable figures from the Navy headquarters with whom he had previously clashed. In addition to them, there were several other presences, one of which was on par with Sengoku and Carp, perhaps even slightly stronger. The remaining auras corresponded to individuals of the same caliber as the Ghost Spider. Leo had a fair understanding of these powerful auras. A Navy admiral had arrived, accompanied by 6 Navy vice admirals. However, it remained uncertain whether it was Akiji or Akainu who had come. Leo silently pondered as he leisurely gazed at the distant sea after arriving at the beach. At that moment, Rayleigh also approached. "So, are you planning to stay and fight the Navy?" Laylee chuckled, while Leo responded, "This is none of your concern. You may leave now, Laylee." Rayleigh possessed an exceptionally formidable observation Haki. He discerned the presence of numerous formidable adversaries within the Navy, rivals whose strength equaled his own. At this moment, a flicker of hesitation sparked within Rayleigh. After all, navigating the vast seas was not merely a matter of reckless bravery. Even with 10 lives, one could scarcely afford to squander them. Upon hearing Leo's words, Rayleigh smiled thoughtfully. It had been many years since he had encountered Carp and Sengoku, those old acquaintances. Since fate had presented an opportunity to reunite, it would be pleasant to linger and reminisce with them for a while. With that, Rayleigh confidently turned his gaze away, mirroring Leo's stance as they both surveyed the distant sea. Soon, they beheld a colossal Navy fleet advancing towards them. The formidable formation of warships effectively sealed off the entirety of the ocean ahead. Leading the charge were the Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the legendary Vice Admiral Carp, and the Marine Headquarters Admiral Akiji. Flanking these three central figures were 3 additional Vice Admirals from the Marine Headquarters. Together, they constituted the most formidable fighting force of the day's expedition. The sheer presence of this assembly was undeniably intimidating. At the very least, the pirates of the Hachi's crew were rendered speechless by such an overwhelming display. However, their captain Hachi's had not issued a retreat command, leaving the pirates with no choice but to brace themselves and await the Navy's arrival. Suddenly, at that very moment, a terrifying force surged forth. Carried by the briny sea breeze, Leo instinctively unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The two forces collided fiercely in midair, emitting a brilliant display of electric sparks. This manifestation of Conqueror's Haki did not emanate from Sengoku, but rather from Carp, directed squarely at Leo. Beside them, Rayleigh observed the clash between Carp and Leo. As their Haki met in a stalemate, each equally matched, it appeared that neither could gain the upper hand over the other, yet Rayleigh's heart was filled with awe. Rio's prowess is increasingly approaching the zenith of this vast ocean, and he remains so remarkably youthful. In this moment, it is unclear whether it is due to witnessing Rio standing shoulder to shoulder with Carp, or the thrill of reuniting with an old rival, that sparks a surge of emotion within him. Suddenly, Rayleigh bursts into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, Carp, long time no see. As he speaks, an extraordinary aura of Conqueror's Haki erupts from his being. The overwhelming force of his Haki immediately surges towards Carp, Sengoku, and Akiji. With a resounding boom, Sengoku, upon seeing Rayleigh joining the fray, does not hesitate to unleash his own Conqueror's Haki. The two forces collide fiercely in midair, producing effects akin to the clash of Haki between Rio and Carp. The 4 formidable warriors, wielding their peak Conqueror's Haki, swiftly envelop the skies above the island in dense clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. A tempest ensues, transforming the once tranquil sea into tumultuous waves, surging violently. Rayleigh, what does this mean? Are you aligning yourself with this kid? Sengoku inquires sternly after repelling Rayleigh's Haki. Chapter 70. Are you siding with him, Rayleigh? Upon hearing Sengoku's probing question, Rayleigh merely chuckles nonchalantly. It has been a long time, Sengoku, Carp. I merely wish to gauge whether your strength has diminished with age. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Despite Rayleigh's words, Sengoku remains vigilant. The clash of their Haki persists for approximately 30 seconds before dissipating into nothingness, mirroring the outcome for Rio and Carp as they draw closer. Sengoku then speaks again. Rayleigh, if you intend to side with this kid, we shall not hold back. Following closely, Carp bursts into laughter. Rayleigh, Roger is dead. You ought to retire. There's no need for you to involve yourself in the chaos of the sea any longer. Hearing these two old adversaries banter back and forth, a knowing smile slowly creeps across Rayleigh's lips. It seems you both are quite wary of me. If I were to lend my hand to Ryo, you would find it impossible to capture him today, would you not? Rayleigh, with a chilling demeanor reminiscent of a killer, articulated the concerns that weighed heavily on Sengoku's heart. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku could not help but feel a slight shiver of apprehension. He indeed harbored such worries. The last time he and Carp joined forces, they failed to subdue Leo. Now, it was evident that the young man's strength had considerably increased since their previous encounter. Even his mastery of Conqueror's Haki had reached a level where he could contend with any of the top-tier warriors among them. This revelation only deepened Sengoku's concerns regarding Leo's true power. Thus, he resolved not only to personally lead the charge once more, accompanied by Carp, but also brought along a Marine Admiral and 6 Rear Admirals, all with the singular objective of capturing Leo. However, the presence of the Dark King Rayleigh introduced unpredictable variables into the forthcoming battle. Sengoku remained silent, while Carp burst into hearty laughter. Rayleigh, even with your addition to this battle, the outcome shall remain unchanged. That young scoundrel beside you must face judgment, while I hold a certain disdain for the celestial dragons. His brazen defiance against the Navy and the world government constitutes the gravest of transgressions. Carp crossed his arms, his expression resolutely serious as he spoke. He had once admired Leo and wished not to extinguish such a rare talent. Nevertheless, Leo's actions, coupled with his earlier provocations directed at Sengoku and Carp, amounted to the most significant affront to the Navy. Even if he were not to be executed, he must be apprehended and imprisoned in the deepest recesses of Impel down, never to see the light of day again. Is this a threat directed at me? If so, let us see what transpires, Carp. Rayleigh chuckled with a hint of mischief. Then prepare yourself to face judgment together. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Sengoku leaped without hesitation, transforming midair into a colossal golden Buddha, his hand poised to strike down upon Rayleigh. The shockwave erupted. Confronting Sengoku's formidable move, Rayleigh was no stranger to such an encounter. Indeed, it was just as it had been in the past. The momentum remained undiminished. Sengoku. Rayleigh casually swung his sword. His formidable observation Haki had already detected the trajectory of the incoming shockwave. Simultaneously, his supreme armament Haki was unleashed, and in an instant, the two forces clashed violently in midair, resulting in a thunderous roar. The sword energy of Rayleigh and the shockwave of Sengoku clashed, neutralizing each other without inflicting any harm. As Sengoku and Rayleigh commenced their duel, on the other side, Carp swiftly advanced toward Leo. Leo, my boy, last time you managed to escape. But this time fortune will not favor you. Carp moved with the speed of lightning, soaring through the air as if he were flying. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared above the island, having traversed thousands of meters from the naval warship. He unleashed a powerful punch from midair, aimed directly at Leo below. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying force and velocity shattered the air, creating a sonic boom. Instantly, the vacuum formed by his punch generated a shockwave resembling a fist, surging toward Leo's head from above. Ryo chuckled lightly, neither dodging nor evading, and directly launched a powerful punch. His fist was enveloped in formidable armament Haki. This strike was equally forceful and impactful. Bang! The shockwave from the vacuum-shaped fist collided solidly with Ryo's own. The air trembled violently in an instant. Yet, Ryo remained utterly unmoved, as steadfast as a mountain. I have been waiting here for you to deliver yourselves to me. Why should I flee? After Leo shattered Carp's assault with a single punch, he retorted, very well. In that case, brace yourself. There will be no unforeseen events today. As Carp spoke, his left fist swung fiercely, targeting Leo once more. This blow instantly generated a powerful sonic boom. As the air trembled, a fist-shaped vacuum shockwave, enveloped in the aura of armament Haki, surged through the explosive atmosphere, launching a surprise attack towards Leo. If you can, then come and try. Leo stood resolute, refusing to yield even an inch. A formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from his entire being, as the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, materialized in his grasp. The pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki enveloped his mystical sword. Blue Rain. Divine evasion. Ryo swiftly directed his blade towards the incoming assault of Carp. At the instant he heard Ryo's words, Carp's pupils distinctly contracted in surprise. Meanwhile, Sengoku, who was engaged in combat with Rayleigh, also cast a bewildered glance towards Ryo. The term divine avoidance echoed in their minds, leaving both Sengoku and Carp profoundly astonished. This technique represented one of the most advanced applications of Conqueror's Haki, a method that rendered its wielder nearly invincible in battle. Neither of them had anticipated that Ryo could master such an extraordinary form of Haki. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Ryo's technique rivaled the formidable power of the former pirate king, Roger's divine avoidance. With a single strike, a surge of black lightning shattered all of Carp's offensive maneuvers. Caught off guard, Carp was forcefully propelled backwards by the impact. In that fleeting moment, he felt a tumultuous wave of energy surging within him, as if his very organs were turned upside down. Although he was uninjured, his expression remained one of sheer astonishment. You, my boy, seem to have progressed significantly since our last encounter. Carp remarked with a smile, regaining his composure as he landed steadily. You still appear to be the same as ever. After Leo finished speaking, he took the initiative to launch another attack towards Carp. Chapter 71. Akiji is about to join the battle. The divine evasion demonstrated by Leo not only left Carp and Sengoku in utter astonishment, but also deeply moved Rayleigh. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse the figure of his former captain, the Pirate King Roger. Though he was aware that Leo was not of Roger's lineage, the resemblance between the two was striking. When did that young man begin to comprehend such a technique after our battle? It is simply beyond belief. Riley was profoundly shaken within. However, due to this distraction, Sengoku seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. What are you pondering? He exclaimed as he approached Riley, delivering a powerful strike to his chest. This is bad. Suddenly, Rayleigh came to his senses, realizing that his momentary distraction had rendered him incapable of utilizing his observation haki, thereby granting Sengoku an opportunity. Instinctively, he raised the weapon in his hand, enveloping it with armament haki. Just as he completed this, Sengoku's shockwave struck his body with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the immense impact sent everything surrounding Rayleigh soaring through the air. A vast, fan-shaped area of devastation formed on the ground, while Rayleigh himself was propelled backward at great speed by this overwhelming power. Raleigh landed approximately 200 to 300 meters away. And as soon as he touched down, a sweet taste filled his mouth, prompting him to instinctively wipe away the blood that had spilled at the corners of his lips. At that moment, the warring state seemed to transform into a resplendent giant, striding forth with great urgency and pursuit. Humph, truly as formidable as in the days of yore. Rayleigh smiled broadly, raising his hand to unleash a sword strike. This strike was imbued with Conqueror's Haki, while simultaneously incorporating the internal destruction of observation Haki. As he swung the sword, the force was enough to shake the heavens and make the spirits weep. A shockwave erupted. Sengoku's pupils constricted slightly, and he was compelled to press his palms down simultaneously to initiate a counterattack. At that moment, Rayleigh had precisely targeted the instant Sengoku's body ascended into the air to launch his assault. In such circumstances, an ordinary person would be unable to adjust their trajectory, as their body lacks the requisite strength. However, Sengoku was no ordinary individual. With both palms thrust forward, he skillfully employed the Marine 6 style's moonwalk to swiftly evade to the side. Yet, the speed of Rayleigh's sword energy was astonishingly swift, despite Sengoku's response. He was still a beat too late. With a resounding thud, his body, radiant with formidable armament haki, seemed to be struck directly by a razor-sharp blade. Sengoku felt half of his body go numb, like a kite severed from its string, plummeting towards the forest on the left. Meanwhile, on Leo's side, he renewed his offensive against Carp, once again enveloping his cursed sword, Blue Rain, with Conqueror's Haki. Without hesitation, Leo swung his sword towards Carp. Having witnessed Leo's formidable display of Conqueror's Haki moments earlier, Carp became considerably more cautious and serious. After all, Conqueror's Haki is not the same as Armament Haki. It lacks a concept of quantity. In other words, Conqueror's Haki does not deplete with combat. It does not exhaust like Armament Haki. It can be invoked at any time. The young man before him, Leo, had already mastered the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. If he were not careful, he might find himself falling into Leo's hands. At this moment, Carp moved at an extraordinary speed, resembling a walking human cannonball, darting around Leo in a blur that the naked eye could scarcely follow. As he ran, he relentlessly struck out at Leo. This tactic not only effectively evaded Leo's sword energy attacks, but also allowed him to counterattack. Carp's fists were far from idle. His supreme armament haki radiated outward, enveloping each punch he threw, capable of leveling mountains in an instant. Rio not only had to retaliate against Carp, but also evade punches coming from various angles. Carp's mastery of haki had reached an extraordinary level. Even a mere graze could result in dire consequences. Thus, Rio was compelled to proceed with utmost caution to avoid a disastrous misstep. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither gaining a clear advantage. On the deck of a naval warship, Kazan, arms crossed and observing the battle with a calm demeanor, was struck by the seriousness of the conflict unfolding on the island. It was no wonder that Admiral Sengoku had summoned us to assist in subduing Rio. Despite his youth, Rio was proving to be a formidable opponent against Mr. Carp, Kazan thought, gaining a clearer understanding of Rio's power. What should we do now, Admiral Kazan? Inquired a Rear Admiral. At that moment, Rear Admiral Spider spoke gravely. Rio's strength is truly terrifying. He is no longer an adversary we can challenge. Our primary responsibility is to blockade this island to prevent their escape. Confronting Rio should be left to Admiral Kazan, Mr. Carp, and Admiral Sengoku. Spider's words instilled a sense of gravity among the naval officers present. However, they were all witnessing the fierce confrontation between Rio and Carp. As admirals, they understood better than ordinary sailors the implications of such power. In that case, we shall guard the outer seas. Not a single pirate shall escape our grasp today, declared the other admirals in agreement. At this, Kazan sighed. What a troublesome situation. Given the circumstances, he realized he too would have to intervene. With that thought, his gaze instinctively shifted towards Rayleigh and Sengoku, who were locked in a balanced struggle. Meanwhile, Carp and Rio appeared equally matched. Yet, a crucial distinction lay in Carp's age. He was now in his 60s. In contrast, the battle between Rio and Carp resembled that of a rising sun versus a setting sun. This disparity was significant and could very well determine the outcome of the conflict. Recognizing this, Kazan hesitated no longer. He suddenly leaped upward, propelling himself with such force that the massive warship dipped sharply at the bow. Chapter 72. Let us settle this once and for all. Kazan soared into the air, reaching a height of at least 70 or 80 meters. In an instant, two wings composed entirely of crystallized ice sprouted from his back, resembling a magnificent white bird as he dove rapidly towards the positions of Rio and Carp. During his descent, Kazan harnessed the powers of his ice-based devil fruit. The air around him froze instantly, and along his path, sharp, needle-like ice crystals visibly formed. Simultaneously, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Ice blade. As he descended swiftly, Kazan exhaled a chilling breath, conjuring a long sword of ice before him. Grasping it firmly, he arrived behind Rio in an instant. Without uttering a word, he swung the ice blade horizontally towards Rio's body. Carp, sensing the imminent threat, leaped back, seemingly trying to create distance between himself and the two combatants to provide them space to fight. However, a discerning eye could discern that Carp's intentions were not as straightforward. In the midst of this perilous situation, just as Kazan's attack was about to connect with Rio, an astonishing aura erupted from Rio's body. With a crack, Kazan's ice blade shattered into countless shards upon encountering the overwhelming force of Rio's Haki. Nevertheless, Kazan was already adapting his approach. Without any embellishment, he executed a swift kick aimed at Rio's midsection. The fluidity and speed of his transitions from blade to leg strike were nearly flawless, exemplifying the adage that while outsiders watch for spectacle, insiders discern the subtleties. This entire sequence flowed seamlessly, leaving Rio awestruck. Truly, the prowess of an admiral was unparalleled, demonstrating mastery in physical combat. As Leo marveled internally, his actions were equally decisive. He swiftly leaped aside, evading Kazan's sweeping strike, appearing as if by instantaneous teleportation at Kazan's left side. In that fleeting moment, the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, cleaved through Kazan's form, splitting him in twain. Yet, to his surprise, the body did not rend or bleed. Instead, it revealed a crystalline layer of frost within. A natural-type devil fruit user, indeed. Leo's lips gradually curved upwards. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of Armament Haki erupted forth, causing internal devastation. Rio unveiled another formidable power he had previously comprehended, one that could rival the internal destruction of Armament Haki entwined with Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, this overwhelming force struck Kazan's elemental form, sending him flying and causing him to immediately spout a mouthful of blood. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, in less than a few seconds. With a single strike, Leo sent Kazan flying, yet at that moment, Carp swiftly pursued. "Where are you looking, kid?" Seizing the opportunity while Leo was engaged with Kazan, Carp instantly appeared behind Leo and delivered a powerful punch to his back. Rio's body naturally manifested a white energy armor. In his normal state, his defensive capabilities rivaled that of an ordinary person utilizing Haki. At this moment, one might liken him to a diminutive version of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. However, Rio was not so foolish as to believe that he could withstand the internal destructive force of Carp's Haki with mere flesh and blood. He simultaneously enveloped his back with Haki. In the next instant, Carp's fist landed solidly upon Rio's back with a resounding thud. Leo felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and in the next moment, his body was propelled forward, entirely beyond his control. As he soared through the air, a persistent ringing echoed in his ears. Almost immediately, he was struck by intense pain coursing through his body. A powerful tearing sensation gripped his internal organs, as if the formidable armament color of Carp had invaded his very core, inflicting a direct and destructive impact. Leo felt an overwhelming shock within. The last time he faced Carp, he did not experience such a sensation. Although Carp had employed the power of Armament Haki and utilized the effects of internal destruction back then, Leo had endured several blows without significant impact on his body. In contrast, after merely receiving one punch now, he sensed his body struggling to cope. This indicated that Carp was genuinely intent on taking his life this time, determined to defeat him and apprehend him. In midair, Leo swiftly regained his balance. Suddenly, he laughed, turning to face Carp and, further away, the recently risen Kazan. "Since you have made your serious intentions clear, let us settle this once and for all, Carp." Upon finishing his words, Leo abruptly pivoted and surged forward towards Carp. "Humph, the little brat certainly possesses a commendable vigor." Carp accelerated and unleashed a right hook aimed directly at Leo. Leo promptly countered, employing his exceptional Armament Haki to envelop his left fist. Simultaneously, he unleashed his Haki, utilizing its destructive capabilities from within. He retaliated with a powerful punch aimed squarely at Carp's fist. In that moment, Carp immediately responded with his left fist. Rio swiftly countered with his right fist. With a resounding bang, their fists collided, unleashing a brilliant burst of purple-black lightning. "Little brat, your strength has significantly increased," Carp exclaimed, his body taut with muscle, veins protruding. He desperately endeavored to unleash an even greater power to force Rio back, yet his attempts proved futile. Leo stood like an indomitable mountain, utterly unmoving. Likewise, Leo was equally incapable of unsettling Carp in the slightest. Both men gritted their teeth, brimming with fervent excitement. Suddenly, Carp and Leo simultaneously tilted their heads backward. Their heads were enveloped in formidable Haki, and then, with great force, they collided their foreheads against each other. With a resounding thud. Leo and Carp's foreheads collided with a resounding thud. Both men shuddered, and Leo felt a buzzing in his head, a disorienting sensation enveloping him. Carp, too, was not faring any better. His experience mirrored Leo's almost identically, a dizzying whirl, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Carp laughed heartily. You rascal. If you continue to grow at this rate, it will spell trouble. As he spoke, Carp unleashed his formidable Haki, hoping to seize the initiative and send Leo flying. Chapter 73, Psychological Warfare. Carp's intentions were noble, yet Leo's reflexes were equally swift. The moment Carp contemplated using his Haki to unleash destructive force, Leo instinctively grasped Carp's intent. He responded immediately, releasing an equal measure of his own Haki. The deep crimson hue of his advanced Haki surged forth, charging directly at Carp. Almost simultaneously, Carp's Haki burst forth like a wild stallion. Boom. The two forces collided, and a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, violently separating Leo and Carp. However, before Leo could catch his breath, he felt the air around him grow noticeably colder, a sense of danger once again looming. Without needing to glance back, Leo was acutely aware that Admiral Akiji was approaching. He executed a moonwalk, deftly pivoting to shift from being attacked from behind by Akiji to positioning him on Leo's left. While Carp pursued from the right, these two top-tier Navy powerhouses flanked him, launching a coordinated assault. Instantly, Leo felt the weight of their combined pressure. Meanwhile, in the distance, Rayleigh, engaged in battle with Sengoku, caught sight of the unfolding situation. His brow furrowed slightly. Sengoku, with a dismissive snort, remarked, "It's futile. No one in this world can withstand the combined onslaught of Carp and any admiral of the Navy when they are serious. Not even if Roger were to return." With that, Sengoku unleashed a shockwave aimed directly at Rayleigh. With a powerful kick enveloped in Armament Haki, Rayleigh forcefully deflected the shockwave unleashed by Sengoku, while laughing. "Do not speak too confidently, Sengoku. How can one know the outcome without trying?" As he spoke, he unleashed a formidable slash towards Sengoku. Simultaneously, Rayleigh swiftly retreated, attempting to create distance between them. Sengoku evaded Rayleigh's sword energy slash and immediately retaliated with two more shockwaves, pursuing Rayleigh relentlessly. "Do not even think about escaping, Rayleigh. The choice you make today will undoubtedly be the gravest error of your life. I shall apprehend you here and imprison you in Impel down," Sengoku declared furiously, launching another powerful shockwave at Rayleigh. In response, Rayleigh merely chuckled, offering no further reply, as he continued to draw Sengoku towards the seashore. At that moment, Sengoku began to sense something amiss. Instinctively, he glanced towards the distant waters behind Rayleigh, where numerous naval warships were forming a blockade across the vast ocean. Upon sighting the naval fleet, Sengoku quickly grasped Rayleigh's intentions. Was he targeting those warships? A chill ran through Sengoku as he recalled the moment when Rayleigh had shattered dozens of naval ships before their escape during his battle with Leo and Garp. Why did it feel so eerily reminiscent of that time? Realizing that Rayleigh might attempt to flee and attack the vessels at sea, Sengoku's expression grew grave. If Rayleigh truly intended to escape, he might not be able to prevent it. The foremost issue was that he was a devil fruit user, unable to enter the sea without revealing his true form. Contact with seawater would render him powerless. Conversely, Rayleigh did not share such a vulnerability. He could swim away from the island at any moment. If Rayleigh were to plunge into the ocean, it would signify the complete loss of any chance to pursue him. Moreover, should Rayleigh indeed plan to utilize swimming as his means of escape, he would undoubtedly not spare the naval vessels encircling them. A formidable opponent like Rayleigh could not be contained by mere vice-admirals. The Navy would suffer substantial losses. With this thought in mind, Sengoku quickened his pace, determined to prevent Rayleigh's escape and thwart any potential attacks on the naval fleet. Against such a grand swordsman, even the most elite naval warships would merely fall victim to a single stroke of his sword. "You have indeed grasped my intentions, Sengoku." Rayleigh laughed heartily as he noted Sengoku's relentless pursuit and attempts to intercept him. "If you flee now, rest assured that Leo will never leave this island today. Is that acceptable to you?" Sengoku inquired coolly, employing psychological tactics. After learning that Rayleigh was here with Leo, he had prematurely concluded that Leo might hold some connection to the Pirate King, Roger. Yet, to his surprise, Rayleigh merely smiled enigmatically, as if to say, "That matter is likely of no concern to Leo himself. Why should it matter to me?" With that, Rayleigh ceased the game of hide and seek with Sengoku, turning sharply towards the ocean. He chuckled, "Sengoku, I am off to deal with your naval vessels. I wonder, do you think they can withstand a single strike from me? How many times do you think I would need to strike to eliminate them?" Sengoku's threats did not shake Rayleigh in the slightest. However, at that moment, Rayleigh's words did indeed create a psychological impact on Sengoku. In battles among top-tier warriors, the contest extends beyond mere combat skills, levels of Haki, and physical endurance. It also encompasses the strength of mental fortitude. Distracted by Rayleigh's taunts, Sengoku's observation Haki faltered, rendering him unable to accurately predict Rayleigh's attack trajectory. A sense of dread washed over Sengoku, but it was too late. Rayleigh had already seized a critical opportunity through his own observation Haki. Rayleigh laughed. "Sengoku, you too can exhibit such a maturity?" As he spoke, he suddenly vanished. In an instant, he reappeared at Sengoku's left side. However, perhaps out of consideration for their past or an unwillingness to sever ties with the Navy entirely, Rayleigh, despite having the upper hand, refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Instead, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Sengoku flying. With a resounding thud, Sengoku was propelled from one end of the island to the other as if struck by cannon fire. Chapter 74. He grows more resolute in battle. With a single strike, Rayleigh sent Sengoku flying to the far side of the island, yet he did not immediately pursue. He turned his gaze towards the direction where Leo was located. His expression shifted from a previous nonchalance to one of grave seriousness. That rascal Carp is truly exerting himself against that young lad. It is as if he is treating Leo in the same manner as he did with Roger back in the day. Raleigh was lost in thought when suddenly his observation Haki detected a looming threat. A blade of sword energy came hurtling towards him. Raleigh instinctively turned his head to evade, glancing towards the other party only to discover a vice admiral from the naval headquarters. Although the face was youthful, Raleigh still recognized the individual's identity. If my memory serves me right, when the Navy was hunting down our Roger pirates, you were either a commodore or a rear admiral aboard Sengoku's ship. I never imagined you would grow to such an extent. Rayleigh gazed leisurely at the naval admiral, Ghost Spider, across from him. Upon hearing his words, Ghost Spider scoffed. Rayleigh, I regret not capturing you and your ilk, the notorious pirates, back then. Today, I shall ensure your arrest. As he spoke, he lifted his blade once more. Yet, just as he was about to strike again, he witnessed Rayleigh seemingly teleport, executing a series of rapid leaps right before his eyes. Each position Rayleigh occupied was distinct. As he closed the distance with astonishing speed, Ghost Spider instantly sensed the impending danger, but it was too late. In a swift motion, Rayleigh delivered an upward slash that severed the weapon from Ghost Spider's grasp, leaving a glaring wound of sword energy across his chest. Only then did Ghost Spider truly comprehend the vast chasm that lay between himself and these genuine top-tier warriors. The battle between Leo, Carp, and Kazan raged on for an entire morning. The island lay in ruins, battered and scarred beyond recognition. Yet, the outcome remained indecisive among the trio. As the conflict persisted, Carp and Kazan, the master and disciple, began to unveil their formidable synergy. Although their collaboration lacked the seamlessness of the alliance between Sengoku and Carp, the mounting pressure they exerted upon Leo grew increasingly formidable. Rio struck at Carp with a sword, but Kazan immediately intervened to prevent Carp from being struck by the sword's aura. Meanwhile, Carp seized this opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack against Rio. In their close collaboration, Rio found it challenging to make any significant progress, and both sides gradually fell into a battle of attrition. This young man is indeed formidable. Mr. Carp. At the age of 32, Kazan was in the prime of his youth, his combat prowess even surpassing that of Carp at this stage. Yet, at this moment, Kazan could not help but voice his admiration. Carp nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, this lad is quite a handful. Back then, Sengoku and I exerted great effort and still failed to apprehend him. We absolutely cannot let him escape this time, Kazan. You must feel it as well. Carp's words made Kazan's heart shudder slightly, as he understood the weight of their implications. During their previous encounter, Kazan had distinctly sensed the fluctuations in Rio's strength. This young man seemed like an unfathomable abyss, his limits impossible to discern. It appeared that with every enhancement in his opponent's strength, Rio would rise to the occasion. Thus, no matter how earnestly either he or Carp attacked, Rio always managed to avert disaster at the last moment. Once or twice, one might attribute it to luck or coincidence. However, such consistent evasion could hardly be dismissed as mere fortune. It seems he can grow stronger at will during battle. This is truly perplexing, Kazan remarked. Carp, donning a more serious expression, raised his gaze towards Rio in the distance. Despite the considerable distance between them, Rio surprisingly did not flee. Instead, he took the initiative to charge once more towards Kazan and Carp. What an impressive display, Carp exclaimed. I shall freeze him in place with my power. With that declaration, Kazan took the lead in the assault, willingly shouldering more of the burden against Rio. Carp, having aged, understood that as one grows older, various bodily functions inevitably decline. Even a legendary vice admiral cannot be compared to his youthful prime. Do not concern yourself too much with my limitations, Kazan. Do your utmost to subdue this young man, Carp urged, following closely behind Kazan. The two of them once again executed a pincer attack against Rio, each refusing to yield an inch. Carp unleashed a formidable wave of Conqueror's Haki, an overwhelming force crashing down upon their foe. Rio, however, was equally resolute, immediately manifesting his own Conqueror's Haki. Kazan either lacked Conqueror's Haki or chose not to utilize it. Instead, he employed the internal destruction of Armament Haki, releasing a torrent of black-red Haki like shockwaves, complementing Carp's Conqueror's Haki in their assault on Rio. The two Haki forces collided with a resounding boom. Simultaneously, Rio gripped his enchanted blade, Blue Rain, tightly in both hands and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, entangling it around Carp and Kazan. Divine evasion. He showcased yet again a formidable Conqueror's Haki attack, sending both Carp and Kazan reeling backward. In that instant, they felt their blood surge and their spirits soar, regarding Rio with newfound gravity. However, once they regained their ground, Carp and Kazan swiftly regrouped to continue their assault on Rio. Though they had been momentarily pushed back, the impact was minimal. The pressure was shared, and his top-tier fighters. Neither could sustain injuries from Ryo's divine evasion simultaneously. Now, as they renewed their onslaught, they returned the formidable pressure to Ryo. A cacophony of thunderous sounds filled the air. The nameless island had been reduced to rubble, mountains and forests obliterated. From another direction of the island, distant yet unmistakable booms echoed. The sounds of Rayleigh and Sengoku engaged in combat. Carp and Kuzan's intentions were clear. They aimed to leverage their advantages to continually deplete Ryo's stamina. As long as they could persist in exhausting this young man, there would inevitably come a moment when he would tire and falter. That moment would be the prime opportunity to capture him. Chapter 75, Rayleigh in Crisis. Unbeknownst to them, half a day had slipped by. On this side, Leo stood resolutely against the onslaught of two formidable adversaries, Carp and Kazan, exhibiting remarkable composure. At this juncture, there were no signs of his impending defeat. Nor had he even begun to falter. This left Carp, Kazan, and the surrounding naval officers in utter astonishment. In this moment, it became abundantly clear why Sengoku deemed it necessary to summon such a multitude of elite naval forces to besiege this young man. However, Leo's unwavering stance did not imply that others were equally untroubled. The first to encounter misfortune were the Hachi's pirate crew. Previously, Leo had urged them to depart. Yet they were unwilling to heed his warning. Although they did not engage directly in combat, their presence as pirates in close proximity quickly drew the attention of the Navy, plunging them into peril. Now, the entirety of their vessel was encircled by dozens of naval warships, leading to the arrest of all crew members. Yet, these individuals had only themselves to blame for their predicament. They had ample opportunity to escape, but they chose to embrace their own fate. Similarly, Rayleigh found himself under siege at this very moment, besieged by admirals from the Navy, including the likes of Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Fire Mountain. Each of these admirals possessed formidable strength, standing as formidable forces capable of holding their own in the world. Although they often found themselves repelled by a single strike from Rayleigh, their resilience allowed them to continue posing a significant threat. Moreover, the six of them worked seamlessly in unison, making it increasingly difficult for Rayleigh to evade their grasp. However, the most pressing danger for Rayleigh came from Sengoku. With the cooperation of these six admirals, Sengoku maneuvered as if he were in his element. Not only was the pressure on Rayleigh significantly alleviated, but Sengoku could also craft strategies aimed not only at Rayleigh but even at Leo with greater ease. Their approach mirrored that of Carp and Kazan, aiming to engage in a strategic war of attrition to wear down their opponent's stamina and fighting spirit. The plan was simple. As long as their adversary faltered and fell, victory would be theirs. As Rayleigh found himself ensnared in this perilous predicament, he lamented his situation inwardly. Yet, he did not cast blame upon Leo, for this path was one he had chosen for himself. Rayleigh himself was unaware of the reasons behind his actions. He simply desired to proceed in this manner. The moment he witnessed both Carp and Sengoku appearing simultaneously, accompanied by the admirals of the Navy and several vice-admirals, he resolved to take this course of action. Perhaps, he thought, it was merely a desire to observe just how far this young man could truly go. Within the depths of his mind, Rayleigh contemplated silently. Yet his actions were resolute and decisive. His formidable strength, harmoniously intertwined with his exceptional Conqueror's Haki, was now unleashed to its fullest potential. Furthermore, Rayleigh employed an astute strategy. Unlike the Armament Haki, the Conqueror's Haki bore no limitations on quantity. As long as he remained standing, he could summon his Conqueror's Haki at any moment. This elite form of Haki also allowed him to strike at his adversaries from afar. Thus, in this very moment, Rayleigh utilized his Conqueror's Haki in lieu of Armament Haki. This approach not only enabled him to defend himself from a distance, but also allowed him to execute long-range sword attacks against his opponents. As for his Armament Haki, he reserved its use for situations of necessity, choosing otherwise to conserve his energy. By employing this tactic, Rayleigh maintained a mastery over the situation. In stark contrast, the Navy found itself in a dire predicament. The six Marine admirals lacked the Conqueror's Haki, and faced with the onslaught of Rayleigh's formidable swordsmanship, they could only tread cautiously, constantly relying on their Armament Haki for defense. After all, against such a powerful adversary, one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Were it not for Sengoku's presence to help subdue Rayleigh, the six Marine admirals would likely have sustained grievous injuries. Rayleigh, you may conserve your Armament Haki, but how much longer can you endure? Given your age, your stamina must be nearing its limits. Sengoku observed the prolonged stalemate against Rayleigh, who had driven the six admirals into a retreat, forcing them into a defensive stance. In that moment, Sengoku initiated a psychological assault against Rayleigh. In truth, Rayleigh's stamina remained abundant. Even if they battled for 3 days and nights, he would have no issue sustaining himself. Sengoku's deliberate remarks aimed to instill a sense of unrest within Rayleigh. Perhaps, they might find an opportunity to exploit. However, Rayleigh, a veteran of countless battles, possessed an intimate understanding of his own capabilities. His mental fortitude, forged through relentless trials, was as steadfast as a mountain. The Navy personnel before him were well-known adversaries, familiar to him in every aspect. In response to Sengoku's psychological tactics, Rayleigh merely chuckled. Sengoku, my stamina may wane with the fight, but do you think yours will not? Let us see who falls first. Upon concluding his words, Rayleigh deftly repelled the approaching Ghost Spider and Doberman with a swift strike of his sword. The shockwave. Warring State seized the opportunity and unleashed his devil fruit ability towards Rayleigh. This shockwave was executed with precision and ferocity, instantly sending Rayleigh flying. Fortunately, just as the attack was about to connect, Rayleigh utilized his Haki to fortify his defenses. As a result, the shockwave only inflicted minor injuries upon him, which were of no significant consequence. A sense of solemnity filled his heart. Indeed, one must never let down their guard. Even the slightest misstep could grant these adversaries an opening to exploit. Raleigh swiftly regulated his breathing and endeavored to reclaim his combat rhythm. He understood that he must not allow the warring states and their allies to dictate the pace of the battle. Should they gain the upper hand, he would find himself in a position of disadvantage. In a 1-against-7 scenario, it would be utterly impossible for him to contend with them. Raleigh had just managed to recalibrate his rhythm, preparing to strike once more. However, at that moment, Sengoku initiated yet another psychological warfare against him. Riley, what is the purpose of this? Unless that boy has some connection to you. Your name is Riley. Is this Leo? Surely he cannot be your grandson? Or could it be that he is the child of Roger? Sengoku's remarks were intended to distract Riley's focus. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh could not help but burst into hearty laughter. You actually guessed it right, Warring States. This is quite unfortunate. However, it seems that even with the combined efforts of Garp and Akiji, they still cannot contend with that young lad. So, what shall you all do now? Garp must be quite advanced in age as well, I presume? Rayleigh has also employed a strategy of psychological warfare against Sengoku. Chapter 76. Worse news. In the face of Rayleigh's psychological tactics, Sengoku remains expressionless at this moment. After unleashing 3 successive shockwaves that obliterate all of Rayleigh's attacks, Sengoku finally speaks with composure. Rayleigh, this time we are not unprepared in our pursuit of Leo. No matter who comes to support Leo today, the outcome will remain unchanged. Furthermore, you will be arrested for aiding Leo in his escape from the Navy's pursuit and for colluding with a criminal of his ilk. This time, you shall never regain your freedom. As Sengoku utters these words, his gaze is filled with a pity akin to that of observing a wretched creature. After the dissolution of the Roger pirates, barring Roger himself, who met a grim fate, the remaining crew members could have lived out their twilight years in peace. This was almost an unspoken agreement between the Navy and the world government, established when Roger surrendered to the Navy. Of course, this was also influenced by the past events of God Valley, where the Roger pirates had assisted the Navy and the world government in their confrontation with the Rocks pirates. Had it not been for the Roger pirates' intervention in restraining Rocks and his crew during that incident, the Navy would likely have paid a far more grievous price to subdue him. However, Rayleigh has now willingly forsaken his chance at freedom. He has stepped forward once more to aid a notorious pirate, who is under strict orders from the world government to be apprehended. In resisting the Navy's efforts to capture him, such an act is tantamount to deliberately undermining the original agreement between the Navy and Roger. In light of this, the Navy is certainly no longer inclined to show him any leniency. Upon hearing Sengoku's proclamation, Rayleigh feels a slight chill in his heart. Yet, on the surface, he maintains a demeanor of indifference, appearing utterly unfazed. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, spare me the pleasantries. Let us see what you are truly capable of today. Just as he finishes speaking, Rayleigh suddenly pauses, momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Sengoku lets out a soft grunt. Have you sensed it already? Following this, he launches a shockwave toward the somewhat dazed Rayleigh. This is bad. Rayleigh's gaze sharpened slightly, and he instinctively wielded his sword, enveloping it in Armament Haki to counter Sengoku's assault. Concurrently, his observation Haki became more focused, radiating outward into the distance. There was no mistake. They had indeed arrived. Rayleigh reaffirmed his previous perception and judgment. In an instant, his expression grew considerably grave. At that moment, Sengoku loomed like a colossal Buddha descending from the heavens, exuding an air of authority as another shockwave reverberated downwards. He spoke to Rayleigh, saying, "Since you have sensed it, I might as well enlighten you, Rayleigh. This is the battlefield where Leo is about to be apprehended. All 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters are simultaneously mobilizing. There is no one in this world capable of withstanding their onslaught. You must now comprehend the sheer folly and futility of all your endeavors." With that, Sengoku's left hand was not idle either, unleashing another shockwave toward Rayleigh. Upon hearing these words, Rayleigh felt a weight settle in his heart, akin to a heavy stone pressing down. It seems that young Leo is truly destined for misfortune today. At this moment, Rayleigh could only force a self-deprecating smile as he spoke. Given the current circumstances, even with the addition of these 6 Marine admirals, he felt he could still muster the strength to confront them. Without risking his life, he could at least obstruct their advance, preventing them from getting close to Leo. This would allow Leo to face off against both Karp and Kazan alone, with the outcome resting solely upon his own fortitude. Perhaps he could achieve such a formidable challenge. However, at present, the other 2 top-tier Marine powerhouses, Admiral Kizaru, Borsalino, and Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, were simultaneously making their way here. This signified that even if Rayleigh were to suddenly sprout 3 heads and 6 arms, it would still be futile to resist. Borsalino and Sakazuki could be regarded as old adversaries of the Roger pirates. In the past, when the 3 Marine admirals were not yet in their current ranks, the seasoned admirals were Sengoku and Zephyr, among others. They had once joined forces with Karp, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Steelbone Kong to combat the Roger pirates and the Rocks pirates. Rayleigh was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the three current admirals. The more he contemplated the situation, the more ominous it appeared. It was a rare stroke of fortune to witness the emergence of a prodigious youth capable of confronting two of the Navy's elite. At that moment, Rayleigh felt a deep pang of compassion. He couldn't bear to watch Leo being apprehended by the Navy. "Leo, my boy, cease your struggle. Quickly devise a means of escape. I shall hold them off here." Rayleigh could not help but loudly remind Leo. At that moment, Leo was engaged in an extraordinarily fierce and perilous battle with Karp and Kazan, leaving him no opportunity to employ observation Haki. This form of Haki has a significant drawback. It necessitates an immense level of concentration. Should one become distracted or unable to maintain focus, the effectiveness of observation Haki diminishes. Consequently, many elite warriors seek quietude to engage in one-on-one duels, as the presence of others can severely disrupt their concentration. In situations where top-tier fighters cannot utilize observation Haki, they are relegated to a brutal exchange of blows, relying solely on their endurance to determine the victor. The clash between Leo, Karp, and Kazan epitomized this predicament. The three combatants fought with fervor, their eyes ablaze, unable to concentrate sufficiently to harness observation Haki. The ability to strike the opponent, the execution of attacks, and the evasion of incoming strikes hinged solely on their instincts and experience, complemented by their individual reaction speeds. After numerous exchanges of blows, both Karp and Kazan bore visible wounds, while Leo, quite peculiarly, remained unscathed. Upon hearing Rayleigh's urgent call, Leo's expression darkened slightly. For he was caught off guard by Kazan's icy blade, which left a gash across his back, causing blood to flow profusely. Karp, displaying a somewhat complex expression, urged, "Accept your fate, Leo. Comply with our arrest to spare yourself further suffering." He hoped Leo would cease his resistance, as two admirals were soon to arrive. One of whom was a fanatic of absolute justice, an individual who harbored a fierce loathing for pirates and would show no mercy. If Leo were to encounter him, it would likely not be a mere matter of sustaining some injuries. Chapter 77. In a critical moment, enlightenment strikes again. Karp's warning was well-intentioned. After all, being captured by them would, at most, result in confinement within Impel down. However, should he come face to face with that man, a fierce battle would ensue, and Leo might very well lose his life. Yet, upon hearing Karp's words, Leo displayed a hint of disdain. He chuckled lightly. "Have you suffered a significant decline in stamina? Are you expressing concern for your own defeat?" He added, "Why not surrender, both of you? I assure you, I mean you no harm." With that, Leo raised his cursed blade, Blue Rain, and unleashed a devastating strike towards Akiji Kazan. With a swift motion, the armament Haki erupted forth, creating an overwhelming destructive force. The ice spear that Kazan had painstakingly conjured was instantly shattered. Nevertheless, Leo's assault showed no signs of abating as it continued to advance towards Kazan. With no means to utilize observation Haki, Kazan found himself unable to evade the oncoming sword energy promptly. He had no choice but to force his body into an elemental state. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as Karp witnessed Kazan's form being propelled backward upon the direct impact of Leo's attack. Despite promptly regaining his stance and rushing back to secure a favorable position to encircle Leo and prevent his escape, Karp noticed that Kazan's lips were noticeably stained with blood. Meanwhile, Leo appeared unfazed, relentlessly pressing the attack against Kazan, showing no intention of granting him a moment's respite. At that moment, as Leo turned his back, Karp was astonished to witness a remarkable scene. Leo's back injuries had miraculously healed. Just moments ago, due to Kazan's ambush, his clothing had been torn, and the wounds were clearly visible. Even now, his attire bore traces of blood. How could all traces of injury vanish? What on earth is this young man capable of? Karp's mind was enveloped in uncertainty. Astonished as he was, Karp did not hesitate. Seizing the moment when Leo's back was turned, he struck again. Fist bone. Great eruption. Karp's supreme armament Haki enveloped his fist as he swiftly approached Leo's rear and delivered a powerful blow aimed at his back. In response to Karp's ambush, Leo merely let out a soft grunt, showing no inclination to evade, nor did he falter in his assault against Kazan. Such an act caused a shiver to run down Karp's spine. This young man intends to endure my attack while continuing to strike at Akiji? Karp recognized Leo's intentions. Yet he did not waver, delivering a fierce punch. For if he refrained from acting, Kazan could very well be in peril. Divine evasion. Leo unleashed the Conqueror's Haki upon Kazan, sending him flying once more with a devastating blow. Simultaneously, Karp's iron fist struck fiercely against Leo's back. Despite Leo's formidable physique and the defensive prowess of armament Haki, the full force of Karp's punch took a toll on him. With a gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground. The earth trembled violently, fracturing into countless pieces. A vast pit, exceeding 300 meters in diameter, formed as the ground buckled beneath him, adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. Yet, just as Karp raised his fist to deliver a finishing blow to the downed Leo, the latter suddenly vanished from sight. Karp, perplexed, looked up in search of Leo's whereabouts. In an instant, a blur appeared before him. Before he could react, Leo's foot slammed into his face. Like a kite severed from its string, Karp was sent hurtling through the air, tracing a parabolic arc. After soaring several hundred meters, he crashed to the ground, plowing through the earth like a relentless plowshare, leaving behind an immense trench. After being propelled nearly 1,000 meters further, Carp finally came to a halt, buried beneath a heap of rubble. Meanwhile, Leo showed no signs of slowing down. After propelling Carp away, he swiftly turned to re-engage Kazan. Faced with Leo's relentless onslaught, Kazan felt an overwhelming pressure. What on earth is happening with this kid? Kazan pondered, both startled and wary. As he braced himself for the next attack while observing Leo in disbelief, he was certain that his previous assault had inflicted damage. Moreover, he was convinced of another unsettling truth. Leo had not only healed rapidly but had also augmented his speed and strength. Under normal circumstances, after such an extended battle and facing the combined might of himself and Carp, Leo's stamina should have been depleted. It was inconceivable for anyone to retain such power, let alone grow stronger. Yet, Leo had defied all expectations. It was almost supernatural. As Leo's strength surged and his speed intensified, Kazan found himself increasingly on the defensive, feeling an unsettling illusion that he might not be able to overcome this young warrior. Unbeknownst to Kazan, Leo was indeed gaining profound insights through his ongoing battles with both him and Carp. At this moment, the healing power he had cultivated during his earlier confrontation with Admiral Kazara had not only improved but now enabled him to recover injuries at will during combat. His martial arts prowess had become even more refined, and it felt as if every cell in his body was thriving with vitality and vigor. This was the very essence of Leo's unwavering stamina and escalating strength amidst the fray. Leo's rapid advancement was not merely serendipitous. After hearing Rayleigh's urgent counsel to seize the opportunity to escape, Leo experienced a sudden epiphany. A flood of insights surged into his mind, and his power surged forth like a relentless tide. He realized that Rayleigh's timely reminder had sparked a reaction deep within him, allowing him to achieve enlightenment at such a critical juncture. What are you thinking? Getting distracted while fighting me could prove quite troublesome. Leo appeared before Kazan as if he had teleported in an instant. The latter remained ensnared in a fleeting state of shock and astonishment. It was only when he saw Leo materialize before him that Kazan's gaze turned resolute, and he finally regained his composure. Alas, it was already too late. Leo unleashed a powerful punch, infused with the might of Conqueror's Haki, which erupted from a distance with primal force, sending Kazan flying. Chapter 78. Do you truly believe you stand a chance? Leo once again sent Kazan flying. Everything transpired in an instant. At that moment, Carp, amidst the ruins, had only just managed to rise again. Kazan was propelled in the opposite direction, hurtling toward the battleground where Sengoku and Rayleigh were engaged. This was a deliberate act by Leo. He aimed to respond to Rayleigh's earlier admonition while simultaneously issuing a warning to Sengoku and the others. After sending Kazan flying once more, Leo did not immediately pursue further action. He remained stationary, instinctively glancing down at his hands. Although his exterior appeared unchanged, within him surged an extraordinarily potent sensation. Power seemed to emanate ceaselessly from every cell within his being. I would call this move the ascendance of vitality, Leo silently contemplated within himself. At this moment, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy coursing through him. Suddenly, he lifted his head and, with a playful smile, gazed at Carp, who had just risen and was swiftly charging towards him. Carp executed the Navy S6 style's technique, shave, with remarkable speed, effortlessly covering the several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. He approached Leo like an unstoppable tempest, exuding an overwhelming aura of Haki. Ah, old man. You still possess the strength to rise? How utterly surprising. Rio deliberately provoked Carp, chuckling, young man, do not be so arrogant. Carp, indeed, was infuriated, launching a powerful punch towards Rio. However, Rio remained remarkably composed this time, merely sidestepping to narrowly evade the direct assault of Carp's fist. As for the Conqueror's Haki enveloping Carp, its threat to him was rather minimal. Leo was merely thrust backwards several meters by the astonishing force. His strength seems diminished compared to this morning, Carp. Time spares no one, does it? Leo continued to provoke Cap, but he was not merely using words. At this moment, Leo launched another attack. Iron Fist, I can wield it too. Your techniques are limited and repetitive. Only those inept individuals adrift at sea would find themselves cornered by your tactics. Upon concluding his statement, Leo launched an assault against Carp with fists that moved like the wind. The technique he employed was strikingly reminiscent of Carp's own fist of the falling meteor. In an instant, a formidable wave of Haki, imbued with the essence of vacuum punches, surged forth, generating cataclysmic shockwaves that relentlessly bore down upon Carp. The sight of this maneuver caused Carp's expression to shift dramatically. Yet, it was too late for him to evade the onslaught. Countless fists, entwined with the ominous black and red aura of Haki, swiftly enveloped him, completely consuming Carp. Observing the billowing dust and debris below, obscuring the sky, Leo let out a contemplative chuckle. He then turned his gaze towards the distance, where the direction of Kazan, whom he had just sent flying, lay. Leo disregarded Carp and turned to hasten towards the direction of Sengoku, Kazan, and Rayleigh. Whoosh! His speed had transcended the sound barrier, producing a sharp, piercing sound as the air was violently disturbed by his extraordinary velocity. A powerful explosive effect trailed behind him, creating a resounding shockwave. In less than a second, Leo materialized before Rayleigh and Sengoku. Kazan had just emerged from the debris, his body marred with numerous dark bruises. His once pristine attire was now soiled and tattered, rendering him a picture of disarray. Sengoku, Rayleigh, and the others, Kujira, Doberman, and Fire Mountain, watched this spectacle with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Only when Leo's feet touched the ground before them did they finally come to their senses, their pupils involuntarily narrowing. "Hey, Rayleigh, what did you summon me for just now?" Upon Leo's arrival, he smiled and inquired of Rayleigh. Rayleigh, however, was taken aback, pondering. This young man has actually gained the upper hand in his battle against Carp and Akiji. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes? I would never have believed such a feat possible. It was no wonder that Rayleigh was so astounded. After all, what Leo was achieving at this moment was something even Roger could not accomplish in his time. While Roger might have maintained a certain advantage in a one-on-one duel with Carp, in a life and death struggle, even if he could vanquish Carp, he would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Not to mention, facing both Carp and another Marine Admiral simultaneously. As Sengoku stated, no one in this world could withstand the combined assault of two Admiral-level powers. But that was in the past. Now, someone had achieved it. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Leo's focus began to relax, and his observation Haki regained its formidable perceptive abilities. In that instant, he sensed two powerful auras approaching from a distance. One was familiar, Borsellino, the yellow monkey. The other, though he had never encountered it before, exuded a ferocity that was in no way inferior to any of the top-tier combatants present. Leo did not even need to inquire or speculate. He knew precisely who that individual was. Simultaneously, he finally comprehended why Rayleigh had urged him to seek an opportunity to escape hastily. He also understood why Carp had suggested that he surrender to avoid enduring further physical torment. So it was. Leo chuckled lightly, revealing a smile that piqued one's curiosity. He lifted his gaze towards Sengoku and remarked, "Your navy has truly gone to great lengths to deal with me, even mobilizing all three of your admirals." Sengoku, upon hearing this, maintained a composed expression and snorted softly, "Leo, surrender willingly. You cannot escape." "Who said I intend to flee?" Leo's gaze met Sengoku's unyieldingly, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he posed a retort. His words left Sengoku momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. "Leo, you don't genuinely believe you can contend with us all alone, do you?" Carp, having pursued closely behind, echoed this sentiment, his voice booming in response to Leo's inquiry. Meanwhile, Kazan stood at Leo's right, refraining from further attacks. Having endured numerous strikes, he bore significant injuries and had expended a considerable amount of energy. Seizing this opportunity, he chose to rest briefly in preparation for the imminent joint assault. "In any case, I shall not flee. Whatever the Navy intends to do with me is of no concern. However, there is one condition." Leo fixed his gaze upon Sengoku and extended a single finger. "What are your terms?" Sengoku inquired in a hushed tone. "I will remain, and you shall allow Rayleigh and the pirates you previously captured to leave." Leo immediately responded. Chapter 79. If Roger were still alive, he would certainly wish to meet you. Leo's words caused Warring States, Carp, and others to simultaneously narrow their eyes, their hearts sinking heavily. They never anticipated that the condition proposed by Leo would be this. Naturally, Rayleigh himself was equally taken aback by the matter. At this moment, everyone stared in astonishment at Leo. Rayleigh chuckled, "Youngster, my decision to stay and fight is solely mine. It does not concern you. And there is no need for you to speak on my behalf." In response, Leo languidly replied, "I am indeed grateful for your willingness to assist me in dealing with these fellows. However, Rayleigh, your era has already passed, and this matter is not yours to bear. From this moment forth, I implore you to refrain from intervening." Leo's words caused Rayleigh's pupils to flicker momentarily. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately allowed a subtle, enigmatic smile to grace his lips, choosing not to elaborate further. "What is your relationship with Rayleigh?" Sengoku inquired, his gaze fixed on Leo. "A chance encounter, a friendship that transcends age," Rio answered without a moment's hesitation. Such a response once again moved all the formidable individuals present. Setting aside the truthfulness of Rio's words or his prior actions, at this very moment, he was able to consider the well-being of others in the face of danger. This loyalty undoubtedly honored the debt of gratitude he owed to Rayleigh for aiding him against Sengoku and the 6 Marine Admirals. "Now, I shall pose to you one final question. Answer it, and they may depart." Sengoku declared decisively to Rio after a brief contemplation. His statement astonished the 6 Marine Admirals. However, Admiral Akiji and the legendary hero Garp remained silent, prompting the other admirals to hold their tongues in respect. Meanwhile, Rio gazed at Sengoku with a bemused smile, awaiting the forthcoming inquiry. "Are you truly the son of Roger?" Sengoku fixed his gaze upon Rio's eyes, scrutinizing his every subtle reaction. Upon hearing this question, Rio could not help but let out a chuckle. "What do you think?" Leo retorted, "It is precisely because I am unaware that I seek your counsel. The Navy has been defining others for quite some time now. Such inquiries are merely trivial. Even if I were to declare otherwise, would you not still proclaim this news to the world? Portraying me as the son of Gold. Roger serves to bolster the legitimacy and necessity of your pursuit against me, does it not, Admiral Sengoku?" Leo's retort was exceedingly incisive, directly highlighting the stakes at hand. In an instant, Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu, among others, were struck with a profound solemnity in their gazes. The 6 Marine admirals, including Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Fire Mountain, also exhibited expressions of newfound respect and gravity. They could hardly fathom how such a young individual possessed such profound insight. This boy seemed less like a mere child and more akin to a seasoned adult with a wealth of life experience, Garp mused in his mind. Sengoku, arms crossed, scrutinized Leo with a gaze that sparkled with significance, for he shared the same sentiment. Noticing the silence from Sengoku and the others, Leo offered a slight smile. He turned to Rayleigh and said, "You may leave now, Rayleigh. I shall not forget the favor you have done for me this time." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh glanced at Sengoku with a smile. He perceived that Sengoku's silence seemed to tacitly permit his departure. Inwardly, he couldn't help but admire Leo's cunning. His words had deftly redirected all attention to himself. At this moment, Sengoku undoubtedly regarded this young man with immense importance. To capture Leo, it was only natural for him to allow Rayleigh to go. Had Rayleigh chosen to remain and assist Leo, the Marines would have to pay a price to apprehend him today. Moreover, considering that Leo had managed to maintain the upper hand in his confrontation against both Garp and Kazan, it was evident that the assembled Marines might not succeed in restraining him. Escaping would be a simple matter for Leo. With these thoughts, Rayleigh resolved to respect Leo's wishes and decisions. As if on cue, while Rayleigh pondered, Sengoku finally spoke. "You may go, Rayleigh. It would be best if you never appeared within the Marine sight again. This is your final opportunity. Should you insist on involving yourself in matters that do not concern you, no plea on your behalf will yield any effect." With that, Sengoku's gaze shifted back to Leo's face. "Now, will you comply and surrender peacefully? Or do you wish to continue this contest with us? Please, do I appear to be someone who would capitulate without a fight?" Leo shrugged his shoulders and, after speaking, directed his gaze towards Rayleigh. "Kid, do not perish here. I await the glorious news of your renown echoing throughout the world." Rayleigh chuckled. At that moment, Sengoku spoke. "Indeed. Your courage is commendable. Given that, it seems you are well aware of the consequences. What follows will be a battle between our navy and yourself. Anyone who dares to interfere will be treated as an enemy." Sengoku's final words were clearly directed at Rayleigh. The latter merely smiled in silence. He sheathed his sword and turned toward the sea. Behind him, several powerful presences surged into the sky, one of which was particularly formidable, surpassing even Garp, Sengoku, Kazan, and any of the 6 Navy vice admirals. Despite the relaxed and playful smile on Rayleigh's face throughout, at that moment, as he turned around, a genuine sense of admiration and profound regret emerged upon his visage. In his judgment, Leo was undoubtedly destined for death today, even if he survived. It was unlikely he would ever see this man again. With the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters gathered, alongside Sengoku and Garp, these 5 would strike simultaneously. Not even the legendary pirate Rox could contend with such a force in his prime. Though still young, he was undeniably a true man of strength, a genuine hero. If Roger were still alive, he would surely be delighted to have met someone like you. As Raleigh walked, lost in thought, he became increasingly aware of his surroundings, though his vision began to blur. At that moment, his observation Haki intensified, revealing the approach of formidable presences drawing ever closer. The 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters, Kazara Borisolino and Nakana Sakazuki, were soon to arrive at the battlefield. When that time comes, this place will descend into chaos. Chapter 80. One must first choose the softest persimmons to squeeze. Leo is not foolish. He is acutely aware that with his current capabilities, it is utterly impossible for him to confront Wano, Karp, Akiji, and 6 Marine admirals simultaneously. However, he is even more cognizant of the repercussions that would ensue if he attempted to flee. In such a scenario, Rayleigh and every member of the Hachi's pirates would be entangled in the aftermath, and no one could guarantee their survival. Leo encountered them by chance, and they engaged in delightful conversation. He was unwilling to allow these innocent individuals to suffer due to his presence. Particularly, Rayleigh had previously taken it upon himself to shield him from the pressure exerted by Sengoku and the 6 admirals, affording him ample time to mature and comprehend his own potential. Had it not been for Rayleigh's intervention, Leo was acutely aware that he would likely not only have failed to grasp a greater power but might have struggled to endure until now. Therefore, for both emotional and rational reasons, Leo had no justification to permit Rayleigh and the others to remain here and face certain demise. As for Leo himself, he, of course, would not choose to stay and meet a similar fate. Leo's decision to simultaneously confront Admiral Akiji, as well as Sengoku, Karp, and the 6 Marine Vice Admirals, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Fire Mountain among them, was not born from blind arrogance or foolishness. Rather, it stemmed from a profound understanding of his own capabilities. He possessed unwavering confidence in his extraordinary perceptive abilities, akin to a golden finger that defied the odds. His previous battles against Karp and Kazan had granted him insights into an enhanced physique, superior martial arts, and even remarkable self-healing powers. This newfound strength enabled him to hold his ground against both Karp and Akiji simultaneously. Now, Leo yearned to embark on yet another high-stakes endeavor. He aspired to glean further insights from the impending clash. With continuous enlightenment, he believed he could not only surmount the challenges ahead, but potentially avenge his mother's grievances as well. A formidable conqueror's Haki erupted from Leo. instantly imbuing the opposing marine forces with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sengoku and Carp, both top-tier warriors, instinctively unleashed their own Conqueror's Haki in a bid to counter Leo's might. The clash of their Haki created a colossal black and red energy vortex in the air, relentlessly opposing Leo's own. Despite the 2-to-1 odds, they could merely hold their ground against Leo. As for Kazan and the 6 Marine Vice Admirals, none exhibited any signs of possessing Conqueror's Haki, suggesting they lacked such an ability. After approximately 10 seconds of this fierce Haki confrontation, both sides dissipated their energies, leaving Sengoku and Carp visibly shaken, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Meanwhile, Leo's lips gradually curled into a smile as he initiated his assault against them. The earlier clash of Haki had served as both a contest and a means of mutual probing. Now, Leo was 1000% certain of his prowess, having indeed made substantial progress following his encounters with Carp and Kazan. In stark contrast, Sengoku, Carp, and Kazan appeared to be evenly matched with him, which undoubtedly bolstered Leo's confidence. He firmly believed that he could overpower these adversaries and depart with ease before the formidable reinforcements, Akainu and Borsalino, could arrive. Ryo's initial targets were neither Sengoku nor Carp, nor even the Admiral Kazan. Instead, he launched his assault on 6 naval vice admirals. Although their strength did not classify them as top tier, they were formidable enough to pose a potential nuisance if left unchecked. Their sudden strikes could disrupt Ryo, and he preferred not to be interrupted while grappling with 3 formidable opponents. Sengoku, keenly discerning Ryo's intentions, reacted swiftly, raising his hand to unleash a shockwave aimed at thwarting Ryo's advance against the vice admirals. Carp was the second to respond, leaping into action to pursue Ryo, his massive fist enveloped in Haki, aimed directly at him. Unbeknownst to them, this was all part of Ryo's combat strategy. He had anticipated that these elite warriors would not permit him to deal with weaker foes unchallenged. Thus, he deliberately left openings for Sengoku, Carp, and Kazan. Yet, he was already prepared for their counteractions. Just as Carp's iron fist was about to connect, and Sengoku's shockwave was on a collision course with him, Ryo vanished in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Boom. The shockwave from Sengoku struck a nearby ruin, while Carp's fist impacted the ground where Ryo had just stood, obliterating the debris and leaving a massive crater several meters in diameter. The scene was engulfed in a cloud of dust, shrouding everything in an oppressive haze. In such high-stakes confrontations, the tension among the onlookers was palpable. No one dared to relax their guard. The inability to remain calm and composed hindered the use of Kinbunchika Haki. The swirling dust offered Ryo an advantageous opportunity to conceal his presence. He had memorized the precise locations of the 6 naval vice admirals before the chaos erupted. At that moment, Ryo appeared behind them like a specter. Bang! One vice admiral was the first to be struck by Ryo, who was sent reeling, blood spitting from his mouth, and instantly fell unconscious. Amidst the billowing smoke, a thunderous shout rang out. Divine evasion. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted like a raging torrent, unleashing unimaginable energy that obliterated everything in its path. In a mere instant, as the violet-black lightning crackled to life, 5 figures were simultaneously hurled backward, the remaining vice admirals, each grievously wounded and bleeding. Yet, the power of Ryo's Conqueror's Haki, intertwined with his attack, was far from over. The earth itself was violently torn apart. The devastation wrought by Leo extended over a radius of more than 2 kilometers. In the sky, ominous clouds formed radiating patterns, as if an unseen colossal blade had cleaved the heavens, leaving a monumental chasm. Not to mention the 6 naval admirals who were severely injured by a single, devastating blow. At this moment, even the 3 formidable powerhouses, Sengoku, Carp, and Kazan, were violently shaken by the horrific shockwave. Were it not for their own formidable strengths, this single strike from Leo could have easily vanquished them. This young man is astonishingly powerful. Sengoku was profoundly shocked, unable to conceal the expression on his face. Oh dear, what a predicament. Ice Age. Seizing the moment while everyone was in shock, Kazan suddenly appeared behind Leo, unhesitatingly unleashing a torrent of freezing energy in an attempt to encase Leo in ice instantaneously. Chapter 81. Reinforcements arrive. Having learned from previous experiences, Leo consciously maintained a heightened level of mental focus during the battle. Thus, although his observation Haki was not as keen as usual, it still played a pivotal role. Ryo did not even need to glance back to discern that Kazan was lurking behind him, preparing to launch a surprise attack. The frigid aura permeated the air, instantly freezing all moisture into sharp, lethal ice crystals. These ice shards possessed the potential to inflict deadly harm upon an ordinary person. However, at that moment, Ryo appeared utterly unfazed, effortlessly evading Kazan's assault. He suddenly pivoted, unleashing a formidable wave of Haki, and without uttering a word, counterattacked Kazan. Hadn't you suffered enough just moments ago, Akiji? Leo laughed heartily as he unleashed a powerful punch. The formidable Armament Haki manifested a tremendous destructive force, as if it pierced through the very air and even the fabric of space itself, swiftly closing the distance between him and Kazan. Kazan, not particularly renowned for his speed, found himself unable to evade the sudden assault, relying solely on his elemental transformation or Armament Haki to withstand the blow. Yet, given the caliber of his opponent, Leo, it was evident that the elemental transformation would prove ineffective. Consequently, after taking a solid hit, Kazan, unsurprisingly, was sent flying once more. Nonetheless, this individual was indeed an admiral of the Navy. Simultaneously with being struck by Leo, he retaliated by hurling several ice spheres toward him. These ice spheres formed a formidable freezing blockade in midair, aimed at two primary objectives. Firstly, to inflict direct harm upon Leo, and secondly, to buy Kazan a moment of respite from the relentless pursuit. In midair, Kazan swiftly regained his balance and adeptly utilized the Navy's 6 styles, executing the moonwalk to alter his angle and further evade Leo's chase. It appeared that the earlier setbacks had instilled a profound sense of caution within him regarding Leo. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Leo's sudden aggression toward Kazan, Sengoku, Carp, and others quickly sprang into action, coordinating to encircle Leo. Sengoku directed a powerful shockwave toward Leo's back, while Carp, equally determined, swung his massive iron fist, unleashing a torrent of punches that generated a formidable vacuum pressure. With both of them attacking simultaneously, the pressure on Leo intensified significantly. This once again validated Leo's strategic judgment. By first neutralizing the 6 Navy vice admirals, he ensured they could not interfere in this confrontation. Had he faced them now, the situation would have been far more dire. This must be my moment of glory thus far. Ryo chuckled self-deprecatingly, relinquishing his pursuit of Kazan. He pivoted, enveloping himself with a fierce Conqueror's Haki, and combined it with the swordsmanship of Blue Rain to confront the joint assault of Garp and Sengoku. A resounding clash reverberated as the 3 titans of Conqueror's Haki collided in the air. Even without direct physical contact, all 3 felt an intense surge of pain coursing through their bodies, striving to contain its spread in that fleeting moment. The sensation of pain that enveloped Leo vanished in but a fleeting moment. His formidable regenerative abilities began to manifest, naturally mending the wounds upon his body. However, Cap and Sengoku were not endowed with such extraordinary prowess. Utilizing the immense force of the backlash, both were propelled backward a considerable distance. Yet, they swiftly regrouped, launching a counterattack against Leo from either flank. Meanwhile, Akiji, bolstered by their support, seized the opportunity to catch his breath and immediately initiated a fresh assault on Leo. The trio of the Navy's elite warriors united in concert. Their combined might was nothing short of awe-inspiring. In an instant, the skies above the nameless isle were engulfed in tempestuous thunder and lightning, with dark clouds obscuring the horizon for miles. The sea roared in tumult, waves crashing with ferocity. Even the colossal Navy warships swayed precariously amidst the dreadful storm, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Having reached the shore, Rayleigh turned back after boarding the ship with the liberated crew of the Hachi's pirates. Witnessing this spectacle and feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, he could not help but shudder. Leo was indeed immensely powerful, capable of contending with 3 of the Navy's superlative warriors simultaneously. Hachis, the captain of the Hachi's pirates, could not contain his admiration. As captain, he managed to maintain his stance against the tumultuous backdrop. Yet his subordinates were already rendered unconscious by the overwhelming waves of Conqueror's Haki crashing upon them. This young man's name, from this day forth, shall be etched into the annals of history. Raleigh crossed his arms and chuckled with intrigue. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a sudden thud resonated. Raleigh did not turn back to look, for he was aware that Hachis had also succumbed to the overwhelming pressure generated by the terrifying clash of Conqueror's Haki, rendered unconscious. It was indeed a marvel beyond belief. Raleigh couldn't help but marvel once again. In the distance, several warships were braving the waves, swiftly sailing towards the island. These vessels were personally led by Admiral Akainu Sakazuki and Admiral Kizura Borsellino. At this moment, both Sakazuki and Borsellino wore solemn expressions. For their observation, Haki had distinctly sensed everything transpiring on the distant island. Regarding Sengoku's decision to let Rayleigh go, Sakazuki remained silent. Having already perceived the formidable strength of Rayleigh, in his decades of life, he had only encountered such potent Conqueror's Haki in a select few individuals. The ability to contend against the top 3 combatants of the Navy for an extended duration was something Sakazuki had never witnessed before. Neither the legendary Roger nor the ancient Sea Overlord Rocks could achieve such a feat, recognizing Rayleigh's uniqueness and the threat he posed to the Navy, the world government, and indeed the entire world. Sakazuki tacitly permitted Rayleigh's departure. Even as their ships passed closely by each other on the sea, he chose to act as if nothing had occurred, as if he had seen nothing at all. Oh, what a powerful clash of Conqueror Haki. The youth of today truly are formidable, Borsellino remarked, observing Sakazuki's uncharacteristic indifference towards the pirate they brushed past, prompting him to chuckle uncontrollably. Chapter 82, The Most Challenging Battle. The clash between Leo, Sengoku, Carp, and Kazan raged on, casting a shadow over the surrounding island as if the apocalypse had descended. Dark clouds loomed ominously, threatening to crash down upon the sea at any moment. The overwhelming sense of pressure rendered all lesser beings unable to endure for even half a second. As the battle progressed, Leo's mastery and understanding of Haki deepened. Take Kenbunchika Haki, for instance. Traditionally, this form requires an individual to maintain intense concentration and a relaxed mind to harness its power. Even the most formidable warriors, if not meticulously honed through unique methods and rigorous practice in the heat of battle, would find their Kinbunchika Haki ineffective at crucial junctures. However, Leo began to transcend this limitation. From the moment he engaged Kazan, he consciously employed Kinbunchika Haki amidst the fray. Even when beset by the combined onslaught of Sengoku and Carp, he steadfastly maintained this practice. As the battle endured, Leo gradually discovered a growing proficiency in utilizing Kinbunchika Haki. Even while engrossed in physical combat, his awareness could detach and deftly wield Kinbunchika Haki to sense the subtle shifts and movements around him, allowing him to evade danger in a timely manner. This unique combat ability left Leo pondering whether he might be the sole possessor of such a skill in this world. Yet, he was certain that neither Kazan, Sengoku, nor Carp currently possessed this capability. More accurately, their Kinbunchika Haki seemed to fluctuate between moments of utility and near ineffectiveness during the heat of battle. In other words, for Carp, Kazan, and their counterparts, the ability to foresee an opponent's actions and anticipate the next move amid this duel of titans hinged largely on fortune. Leo's realization stems from the outcome of his current battle against these three formidable adversaries, whether it be Sengoku, Carp, or Kazan. Once Leo's observation Haki can be consistently harnessed in combat, the threat posed by the attacks of these three titans evidently diminishes significantly. In Leo's mind, he could effortlessly sketch the offensive trajectories of the three of them at any moment and accurately anticipate their subsequent actions. He was able to respond appropriately in an instant. For instance, when Kazan hurled a colossal frozen bird towards Leo, he instantly realized that the next move would involve a frozen spear aimed directly at his heart. Meanwhile, Sengoku had unleashed two shockwaves and leaped above his own head to divert attention, intending to create an opportunity for Kazan. As for Garp, his armed Haki was already surging. And in the next moment, he was poised to unleash a formidable attack. The fist meteor was about to descend upon the battlefield. The information that Leo has gathered extends far beyond this. He is acutely aware that two formidable powers, Admiral Kazura Borsalino and Admiral Akainu Sakazuki, have arrived at the shores of this island. They are poised to land. At that moment, Leo will confront not only Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Garp, but also Sakazuki and Borsalino. Leo distinctly perceived that the auras of the two formidable beings had locked onto him, akin to two ferocious tigers poised to pounce on their prey. However, Leo maintained an air of composure. He first deftly sidestepped to the right, effortlessly evading the onslaught of Kazan's icy spear. Immediately thereafter, he pivoted to engage in a fistfight with Garp, unleashing a torrent of powerful shockwaves entwined with the color of the Conqueror's Haki. Finally, with a graceful slash of his sword, he countered the shockwave unleashed by Sengoku. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Every movement of Leo flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance, devoid of any hesitation or obstruction. In an instant, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. The earth fractured, while the sky was violently torn asunder. A ferocious shockwave obliterated everything within its path in a mere heartbeat. Just as Sakazuki and Borsalino reached the shore, poised to disembark from their vessel, they immediately sensed this overwhelming threat. The two leaped into action almost simultaneously. Below them, the warship was grotesquely contorted and crushed by the sheer force of the shockwave. These vessels, constructed from the most resilient materials, could barely withstand 5 seconds before being utterly annihilated. Sakazuki and Borsalino appeared as meteors descending upon the battlefield. Before they even arrived, Sakazuki struck first. Hellhound, he proclaimed. As a user of the magma fruit, upon nearing Leo, he unleashed a powerful punch. The air ignited instantly, and a searing wave of heat surged forth, accompanied by a colossal fist of solidified magma. Unlike Sakazuki, Borsalino, who had already reached the battlefield, exhibited a more leisurely demeanor, hovering like a golden specter in the sky, observing the unfolding conflict below. "Arrogant pirate, your journey ends here," he declared, announcing the arrival of Admiral Sakazuki with a thunderous voice aimed at Leo. His intent was to divert Leo's attention, but Leo disregarded him entirely. With a swift turn, he wielded his cursed blade, Blue Rain, effortlessly countering Sakazuki's ambush. Cloaked in the armor of Haki, upon witnessing the arrival of Sakazuki and Borsalino, Sengoku, Garp, and Kazan momentarily ceased their actions, positioning themselves around Leo from 3 distinct directions, subtly encircling him. Thus, the 5 most formidable forces of the Navy headquarters had all converged upon the battlefield. The atmosphere shifted dramatically in that instant. Leo initially believed that Borsalino had merely come to spectate. To his surprise, the fellow seized the moment while he was engaged in a contest with Sakazuki, launching a golden laser from behind. In this state, Leo found himself unable to evade the attack, forced to endure the damage head-on. Despite his formidable physical strength and the enhancement of his defenses through the application of Armament Haki, Leo was still pierced through the shoulder by Borsalino's strike. A searing pain surged across his back as a gaping wound rapidly manifested. Leo's body lost its balance, his steps faltering. The innate healing power within him began to take effect. However, at that moment, Sakazuki seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch, sending Leo flying. Chapter 83. It's over, Sakazuki. Sakazuki wielded the magma fruit, renowned as the most formidable natural-type devil fruit. The force of his punch was immense, propelling Leo away like a cannonball hurtling towards the horizon. Although Leo immediately employed Armament Haki to counter the blow, he had to concede that Sakazuki's strike indeed brought him considerable trouble. Initially, Leo could have seized this moment to turn and escape while being launched backwards. Yet, at this juncture, Leo felt a surge of anger. He had faced off against the admirals, Akiji Kazan, Kizaru Borsalino, as well as Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Garp, but he had never engaged in battle with the most potent of the natural type, Sakazuki. Since fate had brought them together, Leo was determined not to let this exceptional opportunity slip away. The greater the pressure he faced, the higher the possibility for enlightenment and growth. Who could say what insights he might gain while confronting Sakazuki? To retreat, even hypothetically, was not in Leo's nature. Should he choose to withdraw, it would be with grace and dignity. In midair, Leo swiftly adjusted his body's balance, while simultaneously, the healing power within him began to operate fervently on its own. The injury on his shoulder, inflicted by the sudden ambush of Borsalino, was now rapidly mending. You are doomed, Sakazuki. Without uttering a single word, Leo swiftly recalibrated his balance and launched a counterattack against Sakazuki. The enchanted blade, Blue Rain, emitted a formidable sword aura directed towards its target. The Conqueror's Haki enveloped it, as purple-black lightning danced like a serpent, rapidly surging towards Sakazuki. In response to Leo's assault, Sakazuki maintained a stoic demeanor and let out a cold snort, unleashing a powerful punch. A colossal fist of molten lava hurtled towards Leo. With a thunderous roar, Leo's Conqueror's Haki, intertwined with his divine avoidance, shattered Sakazuki's molten fist into fragments, dissipating into the ether. However, at that moment, Sengoku, Garp, Kazan, and Borsalino had already encircled Leo, poised to launch a coordinated assault against him. Leo certainly noticed the presence of these individuals. However, he chose to disregard everyone except for Sakazuki. After a brief exchange of blows, Leo swiftly took the initiative and charged towards Sakazuki. His mastery of the Navy's 6 styles had reached an unparalleled level, granting him a speed akin to instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, Leo stood before Sakazuki, delivering a formidable punch aimed directly at his face. Such was the swiftness of his attack that even a top-tier powerhouse like Sakazuki found himself unable to evade or defend against it. In this critical moment, Sakazuki instinctively enveloped his head with his Armament Haki. Just as he completed this maneuver, Leo's fist struck him squarely, with a resounding impact. Sakazuki's head was severely deformed by the terrifying destructive force of Leo's Haki. Molten rock erupted around them as Sakazuki's massive form was sent hurtling backward, plummeting towards the sea. This was far from over. Leo continued his pursuit of Sakazuki, yet the astute Sengoku, along with Garp and Kazan, had already taken action to thwart Leo's chase. Borsalino appeared like a specter, shimmering with golden light, materializing behind Leo. Ah, your prowess is indeed astonishing. Even Admiral Sakazuki was sent reeling by your might. How terrifying, he remarked. In that case, I shall be compelled to take action against you. With that, Borsalino raised his hand, extending a finger towards Leo. Though his movement seemed languid, the speed at which he acted was anything but slow. In the very moment his seemingly cautionary words fell, a brilliant golden laser had already erupted from the tip of his finger. No matter how swift Leo's reactions were, he could not possibly withstand the velocity of such a laser. Caught off guard once more, he was struck by Borsalino's attack, leaving yet another wound on his already injured left shoulder. The laser pierced through his scapula and shot out into the distance. Yet, Leo, seemingly unfazed, turned his gaze toward Borsalino. What a terrifying look in his eyes. Borsalino raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. However, Leo had no time to indulge in jest. He swiftly turned and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Borsalino. With the dual augmentation of Conqueror's Haki entwined with the destructive effect of Armament Haki, the force behind Leo's punch was formidable. With a resounding thud, Borsalino was sent flying. Yet, mid-air, he instantly transformed into golden light, dissipating into the atmosphere. Before Leo could pursue Borsalino further, Sengoku, Garp, and Kazan had all swiftly engaged. The three of them, united with the imposing presence of Borsalino and Sakazuki, exerted immense pressure on Leo, as if he were burdened by several mountains. He found it increasingly difficult to breathe, let alone move. You insolent brat. Why don't you just surrender? Garp bellowed, launching a punch towards Leo. His fist was extraordinarily hard, akin to one forged from steel, both solid and heavy. As the punch landed, Leo's head was jolted to the side. However, he did not falter. Instead, he quickly regained his composure and, filled with rage, retaliated with a similarly empowered punch directed at Garp. Unlike Garp, who stood firm after receiving Leo's blow, the impact sent him hurtling backward. At that very moment, Leo was struck by a barrage of shockwaves unleashed by Sengoku from the side. A thunderous roar echoed as approximately 10 shockwaves collided fiercely with Leo's body. Leo was momentarily staggered by the overwhelming force that struck him, subsequently propelled backward for several dozen meters. It was precisely at that moment that Kazan seized the opportunity to unleash the powers of his Ice Fruit Devil Fruit against Leo. A torrent of freezing energy coalesced and spread along Leo's path of retreat, creating the illusion that the entire world had succumbed to a profound freeze. As Leo traversed that particular area, his body swiftly froze over. However, at that moment, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki erupted from him indiscriminately. Chapter 84. Am I, a dignified Marine Admiral, to fear you? The formidable Conqueror's Haki radiated from Leo, shattering the air that had been frozen by Kazan, as if a mirror had splintered. Countless ice crystals, propelled by the tremendous shockwave, scattered in all directions, while Leo deftly pivoted and instantaneously appeared before Kazan. Panic surged within Kazan as he beheld the figure of death materializing before him, coldly gazing in his direction. Indeed, Leo flashed a grin and delivered a powerful punch directly to Kazan's head. Enveloped in the unassailable Conqueror's Haki, that blow sent Kazan flying like a cannonball. Pirates, do not act recklessly here, came the booming voice of Sakazuki from a distance behind Leo. His attack, the Magma River, Great Eruption, manifested as a colossal molten fist exceeding 100 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Leo from the seaside. The terrifying heat not only severely distorted the surrounding air, but also further evaporated the effects of Kazan's freezing abilities. Leo turned to face the impending colossal lava fist, his expression tinged with gravity. This apprehension stemmed not solely from Akainu's assault, but rather from the fact that several other formidable adversaries had regained advantageous positions and were poised to strike at any moment. Regardless of which direction Leo chose to evade, he would inevitably fall victim to the attacks of Sengoku, Garp, Kazan, or Admiral Borsellino. Directly ahead, Akainu surged forth with an intensity reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, closing in to encircle him. In a moment of overwhelming pressure, Leo raised the enchanted sword, Blue Rain, with unwavering composure, swiftly cleaving towards the incoming colossal molten fist. A formidable blade of deep purple-black energy, imbued with the essence of Conqueror's Haki, surged forth, slicing through the air as it descended upon Sakazuki's assault. With a resounding crash, the molten fist conjured by Sakazuki was cleaved in twain. Propelled by the sheer force of the Haki, the two halves veered sharply to either side of Leo, hurtling into the distance. The severed molten fists ultimately struck the ground approximately 300 to 400 meters away, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The earth was instantly marred by a massive crater, several hundred meters in diameter. The terrain was left charred and blackened, as the searing heat incinerated various materials, filling the atmosphere with an acrid stench that permeated the entire island and the surrounding seas. Meanwhile, Sengoku, Garp, Kazan, and Borsellino all launched simultaneous attacks against Leo. Coupled with Sakazuki's frontal advance, Leo found himself facing 5 formidable adversaries. Come forth. Rio, undaunted by the impending danger, surged forward with the ferocity of a tempest. He paid no heed to the other formidable opponents surrounding him and charged directly at Sakazuki. This individual had just spoken with the utmost arrogance. In terms of a one-on-one confrontation, Rio harbored no fear towards any of the 5 present, as he barreled towards him, disregarding the others. Even Sakazuki felt a jolt of apprehension. He had just endured a solid blow from Rio. Upon arriving, Sakazuki had perceived him as merely a brash youth, devoid of any significant threat. He had even thought it was an overreaction for Sengoku to summon them all, deeming it excessive and unwarranted. However, it was only after engaging in earnest combat with Rio that Sakazuki realized it was not Sengoku who exaggerated the situation, but rather his own underestimation of the threat before him. The blow delivered by Leo imparted a profound lesson to Sakazuki. Even now, his head resonates with a dull throb, a lingering pain that refuses to dissipate. Were it not for his own formidable strength, a lesser individual would have surely succumbed to such a strike. Thus, when he observed Leo charging toward him once more, a flicker of trepidation ignited within Sakazuki's heart. In his line of sight, Leo's speed was astonishingly swift, an unstoppable force surging forward. Despite the presence of his comrades, each a renowned warrior seasoned by countless battles, engaged in their own assaults against Leo, Sakazuki felt a disconcerting sense of vulnerability. It was as if he were a solitary soldier confronting a terrifying demon. This overwhelming subjective experience left Sakazuki both incredulous and profoundly shaken. How could I, before a mere child, entertain such feelings? It is an affront to my dignity, a desecration of absolute justice. As a distinguished admiral of the headquarters, the pinnacle of combat prowess, how could I feel apprehensive in the presence of such a being? Indignant thoughts surged within him, and in an instant, his fear evaporated. Drawing a sharp breath, he swiftly recalibrated his emotions and launched a preemptive strike at the oncoming Leo. However, in that fleeting moment, Sakazuki suddenly sensed something amiss. The figure of Leo before him began to blur. A mere afterimage? Devoid of the perceptive abilities granted by Kinbunshika Haki, Sakazuki was unable to discern whether the Leo before him was real or merely a phantom. It was only when he prepared to strike that he realized he had been deceived by a deliberate afterimage crafted by Leo. Alas, it was too late. Leo suddenly appeared behind Sakazuki. You just mentioned wanting to deal with someone. The indifferent voice of Leo resonated from behind, instantly darkening Sakazuki's expression, rendering him completely rigid and immobile. This was the intimidating effect of Leo's supreme conqueror's Haki. Sakazuki was acutely aware that even the slightest movement on his part could provoke a deadly consequence. However, he seemed unprepared for the fact that even if he remained utterly still, Leo had no intention of sparing him. At the very moment Leo's words fell, his fist suddenly swung towards Sakazuki with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the powerful blow struck Sakazuki on the back of his head. The impact sent him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, creating immense fissures in the earth and a crater exceeding 300 meters in diameter. It was at this moment that the combined assaults of Sengoku, Garp, Borsalino, and Kuzan surged forth, intervening to thwart Leo's further assault on Sakazuki. How vexing! Leo turned around and launched an attack against the first assailant, Borsalino. However, this old fellow was remarkably swift and cunning. Before Leo could make a move, Borsalino had already entered his elemental form, transforming into a beam of golden light that vanished from Leo's sight. Chapter 85. I want to end his life here. Rio, having lost his target, could only direct his focus towards other formidable opponents. However, just as he turned to brace himself for the onslaught from Sengoku and Garp, the enigmatic Borsalino reappeared. Like a specter, he materialized behind Rio, chuckling. I must warn you, I am quite a handful. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a laser attack aimed squarely at Rio's back. Leo had long anticipated this fellow's maneuvers, thus he had prepared himself well in advance. Even as Borsalino transformed into a golden light and vanished, Leo had already perceived his subsequent actions through his exceptional observation Haki. At the very moment Borsalino materialized behind Leo, he vanished from his opponent's sight with astonishing speed, leaving only an ephemeral shadow. However, Borsalino, unable to fully harness his observation Haki, found his perception significantly diminished. Much like Sakazuki, who had been sent flying by Leo earlier, he failed to recognize that it was merely Leo's afterimage at first glance. By the time Leo reappeared behind him, it was already too late. Yellow Monkey, that brat is behind you. Garp was the first to notice Leo's stealthy ambush and could not help but shout a warning to Borsalino. Yet, Leo's strike was executed with remarkable swiftness, landing a powerful punch that sent Borsalino hurtling away. This forceful blow was enhanced by Leo's supreme conqueror's Haki entwined with the destructive power of Armament Haki. Even Borsalino, struck with such precision, coughed up a mouthful of blood, soaring through the sky like a projectile. Simultaneously, Garp unleashed a barrage of vacuum punches that created shockwaves rivaling those of Sengoku. However, at the most critical moment, Leo vanished once more. Gotcha! Freeze time capsule. Kazan had been observing Leo's every move, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As he witnessed Leo deftly evade Garp's onslaught, he seized the chance to encase half of Leo's body in ice. That is how you control him. Akiji! Sengoku shouted urgently upon witnessing this scene. This was an unparalleled opportunity. He swiftly retrieved a super anesthetic developed by Vegapunk, ready to rush forward and deliver a dose to Leo. This would enable them to capture him alive. However, just as Sengoku brandished the super anesthetic, before he could act further, a colossal magma fireball, exuding terrifying heat, appeared before everyone. Sakazuki, who had been sent crashing to the ground by Leo, had now risen anew. Silently and stealthily approaching Leo from beneath the earth, he launched a surprise attack. The contrasting powers of Sakazuki's magma fruit and Kazan's ice fruit, one hot and one cold, countered each other. As Sakazuki unleashed a massive molten fist, the intense heat began to dissolve the icy aura surrounding Leo. Just when Kazan had managed to restrain Leo, Sakazuki's intervention shattered that control. Leo seized the rare opportunity and decisively broke free from Kazan's icy grasp. In a swift motion, he lunged towards Kazan, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. Immediately thereafter, he faced the oncoming Sakazuki and his colossal lava-infused fist. Akainu, what are you doing? Sengoku exclaimed, furrowing his brow in disbelief at Sakazuki's unexpected assistance to Leo in escaping Kazan's control. This brat is my responsibility. I intend to eliminate him here. At that moment, Sakazuki was consumed by a raging inferno of anger. Having just endured a series of humiliations at Leo's hands, his pride lay in tatters. As a high-ranking admiral of the Navy headquarters, to be repeatedly felled by this youth was a disgrace, should word of this circulate. It would not only tarnish his reputation, but also cast a shadow over the Navy itself. The world government might even seize the opportunity to reduce funding for Marineford, while outsiders would perceive the Navy as a collection of idlers living off the fruits of others' labor. Sakazuki would not tolerate such indignity, and thus he resolved to personally deal with Leo. Sengoku recognized that he could not deter Sakazuki at this juncture. Further words would be futile. He could only unleash shockwaves towards Leo in an attempt to divert his attention, aiding Sakazuki in his endeavor. Meanwhile, Garp shouted at Sakazuki. Didn't you say you wanted him alive? Sakazuki, cease this madness at once. However, Sakazuki showed no signs of restraint. In response to Garp's admonition, he declared, I will personally explain the situation to the Gorosei. This brat must perish here. With that, Sakazuki charged relentlessly towards Leo. In that instant, Leo unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy, shattering the enormous lava fist that Sakazuki had previously conjured. Hellhound! Sakazuki roared as he hurled a punch towards Leo. His massive fist transformed into a lava-like form, emanating an intense heat and enveloped in Haki, its power astonishing. With such a blow, even an iceberg would evaporate in an instant. Before the fist could even land, Leo felt the searing heat scorch his skin, as if his very body were on the verge of igniting. You wish to engage me in a direct confrontation? Leo gazed upon Sakazuki's visage, which was marred by anger and resentment, a portrait of someone determined to seek vengeance. He found the spectacle utterly comical. As for his current state, while he could not claim to be able to vanquish Sakazuki with a single blow, he was nonetheless confident that he possessed at least an 80% chance of triumphing over his opponent. Ryo did not indulge Sakazuki's bad habits. At this moment, his fist was enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, while simultaneously exuding Armament Haki, as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Sakazuki's molten lava fist. A thunderous roar erupted as Sakazuki suddenly unleashed an astonishing wave of Conqueror's Haki. The two formidable forces clashed just 5 meters apart from each other, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very earth. Ryo felt a twinge of surprise and astonishment. He had not anticipated that Sakazuki possessed Conqueror's Haki. No wonder in the future, Sakazuki had engaged in a 10-day duel with Aokiji, ultimately not only securing victory, but also incapacitating Aokiji by shattering one of his legs. It was evident that Sakazuki's mastery of Conqueror's Haki had reached such formidable heights. Chapter 86. Who gave you such confidence and arrogance? In a bid for revenge against Ryo, to reclaim his lost dignity, and to eliminate Ryo altogether, Sakazuki now unleashed every ounce of his prowess. He wielded supreme Armament Haki, exceptional Conqueror's Haki, and the observation Haki that could not be perfectly utilized in the heat of battle, coupled with the honed and exquisite techniques of the Marine Six Powers. Alongside the unparalleled power of his Logia-type Devil Fruit, Sakazuki was determined to engage in a fierce, head-on confrontation. It must be said that the threat posed by Sakazuki was indeed formidable. Leo and his opponent clashed fiercely, their formidable Haki unleashing a shockwave that sent everything in all directions flying. Even the ground seemed to sink slightly beneath them, while the sky above was violently torn asunder. Yet, to Leo's astonishment, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. A flicker of surprise coursed through his eyes, and at that moment, his expression grew markedly serious. Leo, surrender now. You have no hope of escaping today. You cannot defeat us. Seeing that Leo and Akainu were evenly matched, Sengoku once again urged Leo to capitulate. He harbored no desire to witness Akainu eliminate Leo here, though whether Akainu could indeed accomplish such a feat remained a significant question. Upon hearing Sengoku's plea for surrender, Leo let out a light laugh. What audacity! Where does your navy derive such confidence and arrogance? Your grandiloquent rhetoric is utterly deafening. Today, my vengeance begins with this fellow. You're Akainu, aren't you? Allow me to make this perfectly clear. Your demise is imminent. At Leo's words, Akainu's fury ignited. You insolent brat! How dare you speak so arrogantly? With that, Akainu charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Leo. Leo, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his formidable aura to fiercely confront Sakazuki. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Leo stood motionless, yet the ground beneath him fractured incessantly. Sakazuki's gaze sharpened slightly. Just moments ago, Leo's armed Haki had spread through his fist, causing internal damage to his own arm. Though Sakazuki appeared unfazed, he had indeed suffered a minor setback. Without adhering to the principles of combat, Sakazuki transformed his fist into molten lava. Under his control, the searing lava surged rapidly towards Leo, aiming to engulf him. However, Leo would not allow such a fate to befall him. With a nimble leap, he distanced himself from Sakazuki. At the very moment Leo retreated, two massive frozen spears struck the ground where he had just stood. With a thunderous crash, the spears, each exceeding 5 meters in length, embedded themselves deeply into the earth. Sengoku observed that Leo seemed to possess complete foresight in battle, adeptly evading Kazan's ambush. He promptly alerted Garp with a serious tone. Yes, I see it. Let us take action, Garp. Under no circumstances should we allow Sakazuki to eliminate Leo, yet we cannot permit him to continue his reckless freedom, Sengoku declared, once again transforming into the form of a colossal Buddha, launching a shockwave directly at Leo. Garp clenched his teeth, saying, Damn it seems we have no choice. Since he remains unyielding to our persuasion, let him prepare to face the consequences of his obstinacy. Initially, Garp had reservations about joining forces with others to besiege Leo, as it was hardly honorable for 5 world-renowned marine powerhouses to target a mere child. Yet now, he had no alternative. As Garp and Sengoku re-entered the fray, Borisolino and Kazan also returned, uniting with Sakazuki to simultaneously launch an assault on Leo. Each of them was a formidable force, and despite their collaboration not being perfectly synchronized, each strike was executed with precise timing and angle. Leo's pressure surged once more in an instant. Regardless of whether he launched an offensive or countered against any single opponent, he was compelled to simultaneously contend with the assault threats posed by the other four formidable adversaries. In such precarious circumstances, where defeat or even death could be imminent, Leo remained remarkably composed and responded with calm resolve. He continuously utilized his profound mastery of martial arts, which he had personally comprehended, to engage in combat against Sengoku, Carp, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan. As the battle raged on, the intensity escalated, with both speed and power amplifying. Eventually, the participants abandoned all notions of strategy and technique, resorting instead to a raw, visceral exchange of blows, where every strike landed with palpable force. As Leo delivered a punch to Sakazuki, should Sakazuki falter and be sent flying, it would inevitably result in Leo also enduring a simultaneous barrage of attacks. At that moment, whether it be Leo or the Navy, their intentions were unmistakably simple, though unspoken. They were engaged in a contest of resilience against blows, stamina, and the formidable power of armament Haki. The first to exhaust their energy, deplete their Haki, or succumb to the onslaught would be the one to face defeat. There are 5 of us, and you stand alone. If you land a strike on any one of us, you must also bear at least one retaliatory blow. Do you not comprehend this, Leo? You cannot prevail against us. Ultimately, you shall find yourself apprehended, worn down by exhaustion. As Sengoku observed his 5 comrades joining forces, they began to steadily gain the upper hand. He seized the moment to launch a psychological assault on Leo, hoping to sway him to reconsider and accept their terms of surrender. If his words could disturb Leo's focus, creating a chink in his resolve, then it would be a significant victory. However, Sengoku appeared to underestimate Leo. The young warrior nearly disregarded his words entirely, failing to take them to heart. Instead, Sengoku's remarks ignited within Leo an even greater fervor, his spirit soaring like a tempest. I concede that what you say holds truth. At my current level, it is indeed somewhat challenging to confront all 5 of you. I may very well fall. Yet, among you 5, at least one shall certainly be brought down, perhaps even 2. Upon concluding his words, Leo delivered a swift kick, sending the would-be assailant flying. Chapter 87. You strike too harshly, Akainu. Ryo had just sent the warring states flying, only to find himself instantly subjected to no less than 3 golden laser attacks. The only individual capable of executing such a stealthy strike with lasers in the entire arena was none other than the luminous fruit user, Borsalino. You were careless, young Ryo, Borsalino remarked with a sly grin after his successful hit. However, in the next moment, his expression abruptly shifted, and the playful smile vanished from his face. This was because he realized that Ryo had vanished from his sight. Leo appeared behind Borsalino. You have indeed grown careless, Borsalino. With a light chuckle, Leo suddenly delivered a powerful kick, sending Borsalino flying. Yet, at that very moment, a torrential wave of vacuum punches relentlessly bombarded Leo, propelling him away. I truly did not wish to ambush you in such a manner, young man. However, your obstinacy leaves me no choice. With the might of his fists, Cap's hands moved with the rapidity of a machine gun, continuously striking. Simultaneously, the pinnacle of his Haki was unleashed, resembling a barrage of violet-black projectiles, obliterating all obstacles that dared to impede their path. Leo was struck by Carp's formidable iron fist, barely managing to catch his breath. At that moment, Kazan appeared behind him, wielding a massive frozen longsword that gleamed ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Without uttering a word, Kazan seemed to meld with the very air around him. As Leo approached, Kazan swiftly swung the frozen blade in a sweeping motion aimed at Leo's midsection. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from Leo's right side, the voice belonging to Sakazuki. Where are you looking, you brat? Sakazuki deliberately sought to divert Leo's attention, simultaneously unleashing one of his magma fruit's ultimate techniques, the molten red lotus, which rapidly took the form of a colossal magma hound in the air. The molten hound charged towards Leo with an overwhelming intent to devour its prey. The 3 legendary powerhouses, Carp, Kazan, and Sakazuki, simultaneously posed a threat to Leo. No matter how he attempted to evade, he would inevitably have to withstand the onslaught of at least 2 of them, either from the front, back, or side. In that moment, Leo was undeniably under immense pressure. Yet, he fought back with unwavering resolve, showing no inclination to flee or retreat. Amidst such formidable threats, Leo's mind began to process a myriad of information. He sensed that as he engaged in battle with these top-tier warriors, his muscles tightened with increasing intensity. This peculiar state, while strange, did not impart any negative effects upon him. Ryo had little time to ponder the situation at hand. He had just been struck by Sakazuki's magma fist and Kazan's ice blade. His formidable physique, as resilient as bronze and iron, was further fortified by the coating of Haki. When Kazan's ice blade made contact with Ryo, it shattered instantly. However, the formidable power of the ice logia fruit swiftly encased Ryo's body in frost. Just as it appeared he would succumb to the freezing, Sakazuki's magma fist arrived, violently engulfing him. The extreme heat of the magma evaporated Kuzan's icy influence almost instantaneously. Yet, the temperature of the magma fist also diminished rapidly due to the chilling aura it encountered. By the time it struck Ryo, its vibrant crimson hue had faded to a relatively lower temperature. Sakazuki devoured Ryo whole, while the other powerful figures nearby had regained their composure. Each stood at a distance, surrounding Ryo, yet refrained from making any further moves. Has he been eliminated? Karp observed the scene, his gaze sharpening with concern. The sheer potency of Sakazuki's magma fruit was capable of melting stone in an instant. A mere mortal, regardless of their Haki strength, would not withstand such an assault for long. Sakazuki, I have already instructed you to refrain from lethal force. Sengoku crossed his arms, his expression grave as he regarded the unfolding spectacle. He too feared that Ryo might not survive this encounter with Sakazuki. Perhaps, with Ryo's level of Haki, he could momentarily endure the onslaught of magma. However, the reserves of Haki were finite, and in the heat of battle, they would deplete rapidly. Thus, Ryo could not hold out for long. Once his Haki was exhausted, death would be inevitable. The refuse of the sea must pay the price of death. If they lacked the resolve for such a fate, they would not easily embrace the path of piracy. Sengoku's words drew a cold response from Sakazuki. Why should I speak on behalf of such scum? He retorted, showing no sign of remorse. Sengoku, well acquainted with Sakazuki's temperament, could only take a deep breath in resignation. The enigma surrounding this young man was profound. The Gorosei wished for us to capture him alive for thorough interrogation, extracting any valuable intelligence he might possess. With that thought, Sengoku opened his palm to glance at the vial of super tranquilizer personally developed by Dr. Vegapunk. This potent drug was designed for subduing exceptionally strong targets who were not devil fruit users. A mere drop could induce a deep slumber lasting anywhere from 24 to 48 hours. No matter how powerful the individual, they would be rendered utterly defenseless, unable to flee or even resist. Regrettably, it seemed this remedy would go unused. Borsalino, observing Sakazuki being reprimanded by Sengoku, could not help but quip, "Oh dear. It appears Sakazuki may have indeed gone a bit too far." At that moment, the powerful figures, no longer in combat mode, began to utilize their observation Haki effectively. This formidable ability revealed that Ryo's presence within the massive, eroding magma had significantly weakened. With each passing moment, they all concluded that Ryo's situation was dire, his life ebbing away without the hope for a miracle. Chapter 88, A New Understanding. Indeed, Leo was directly struck by the magma unleashed by Sakazaki, and was instantly engulfed by the immense crimson inferno. At this very moment, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of molten lava exceeding 10,000 square meters. Yet, he did not succumb to this peril. In fact, he emerged unscathed, without so much as a wound. This was due to his mastery of Armament Haki, which enveloped his body in a formidable protective layer. The potent Armament Haki manifested as an imperceptible shield upon Leo's skin, effectively isolating all molten rock from direct contact. Consequently, the lethality of the searing magma was significantly diminished. Furthermore, Leo's physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary warriors. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the most formidable being. The white energy armor, which Leo has comprehended himself, invigorates all his cells, thereby enhancing his defensive capabilities to an extraordinary degree, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets, fire and water alike. Thus, at this moment, although Leo is acutely aware of the external pressures, he finds himself in no immediate peril. As for why Leo does not directly confront these formidable adversaries, it is primarily due to a plethora of insights flooding his mind, necessitating time to discern the essence of these revelations. Furthermore, Leo requires a respite. Engaged in a prolonged struggle against the 5 most powerful warriors of the Navy headquarters, yet remaining unvanquished, is an achievement that, in the annals of the world, has likely never been accomplished before. Although Leo has accomplished his task, the toll it has taken on him is substantial. Despite his earlier composure, his stamina has been severely depleted. He requires rest to swiftly recuperate his strength. It is a pity that he has nothing to eat at this moment. Ryo pondered silently within himself, uncertain as to why such thoughts had suddenly arisen. He felt an overwhelming intuition that if he were to consume food at this moment, he could swiftly replenish his energy, restoring the vitality he had lost in a continuous flow. Yet, this ability differed significantly from that of an ordinary person who, when hungry and drained of energy, simply needed to eat to regain strength. Leo possesses a remarkably unique ability that does not inflict any adverse effects upon himself. Rather, the more he consumes, the greater the transformation of that sustenance into his own power. He harbors a sensation that as long as he continues to eat, he could feast until the end of time, ultimately becoming an invincible entity. This epiphany arises from his current state of extreme physical exhaustion, compounded by hunger and thirst. He remains uncertain of the veracity of these insights, which may merely be illusions or exaggerated judgments influenced by his subjective thoughts. The true nature of these effects can only be validated through personal experience, yet it is evident that at this moment, he is unable to do so. In addition to this peculiar capacity to grow stronger through consumption, Leo's mind is inundated with a plethora of bizarre information. For instance, he perceives the potential to control any part of his body through sheer will, transforming them into formidable weapons capable of delivering lethal blows to adversaries. This notion bears a resemblance to the ultimate mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, particularly the technique of life return. However, Leo believes that the revelations within his mind surpass even the might of life return. Typically, life return encompasses several defining characteristics, such as the ability to replenish expended stamina through the rapid consumption of substantial amounts of food. This foundational capability is accessible to any ordinary individual seeking to regain energy, thus rendering it somewhat unremarkable. Other features include the capacity to exert conscious control over various body parts, transforming them into powerful instruments for combat, such as hair or teeth. A more advanced application involves manipulating internal organs to directly alter their forms. Should this ability be honed to perfection, it could enable true transformation of the body, albeit within certain limitations. At this juncture, the insights surging through Leo's consciousness suggest that he can achieve not only the aforementioned characteristics, but also far more. For instance, certain parts of his body could detach from his main torso to launch attacks, or even entwine with the powers of Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, creating an overwhelming offensive effect that could catch opponents off guard. Furthermore, his body could swiftly morph into various shapes, with minimal restrictions on such transformations. Provided that his stamina remains ample and within the limits of his physical endurance, he could maximize the extent of his bodily metamorphosis. One should not underestimate the significance of this ability. If his form could continuously twist and reshape, it would imply an extraordinarily heightened resilience to impact. To illustrate with an imperfect analogy, consider striking a sandbag versus a water balloon of equivalent size with the same force. The outcomes are fundamentally disparate. The sandbag, almost solid in nature, might endure the impact without severe deformation, yet it fails to effectively absorb the force, resulting in either the bag being propelled away or bursting. In contrast, the water balloon, being a fluid, inherently possesses remarkable cushioning properties. Upon impact, the majority of the force is dissipated by the balloon's resistance. And as the collision unfolds, the energy is further diminished by the deforming water. By the time true contact is made with the interior of the balloon, the initial force may be reduced to a mere fraction, if not entirely nullified. This illustrates the stark contrast between the two scenarios. Ultimately, these reflections stem solely from Leo's current contemplations and the revelations coursing through his mind. Leo is not entirely certain whether he has truly become so exceptional. He needs to seek opportunities to verify this for himself. The final insight lingering in his mind pertains to the realm of physical techniques. Leo's physical prowess had long reached an unparalleled level. Continuing to delve deeper into its understanding should not have yielded significant enhancements. However, at this very moment, the epiphanies flooding his mind filled Leo with immense joy. This knowledge concerning martial arts and the most direct applications of his physical abilities proved to be extraordinarily effective. It allowed him to unleash devastating attacks with minimal exertion. Chapter 89. Even surrendering comes too late. Leo has newly comprehended a remarkable ability, and it is not limited to just this. At this very moment, he possesses yet another skill that can be both offensive and defensive in nature. Specifically, this ability allows Leo to effortlessly control his own breath and even vital signs, enabling him to execute flawless deception and disguise. For instance, at this juncture, Leo is deliberately diminishing his presence, crafting an illusion of being on the brink of death. Such a facade not only confounds his adversaries, but also permits him to launch a surprise attack when necessary. However, as this is his initial realization of the ability, Leo is diligently exploring its myriad applications. He is not yet fully adept and requires genuine combat experience to assess the strengths and weaknesses of this newfound combat capability. Leo remained deeply immersed in contemplation. Meanwhile, outside the vast expanse of molten lava, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kazan, and Borisolino were gathered, observing the colossal magma zone. "What shall we do now, Sengoku?" Garp inquired. "Akainu, cease your magma at once," Sengoku directed, lifting his gaze towards him. Unmoved by his words, Akainu calmly replied, "Pirates deserve to perish. This brat poses a grave threat to Marineford and the holy land of Mary Geos. If we do not eradicate him here, I would be unworthy of this uniform. Marshal Sengoku, please do not hinder me." With that, Akainu not only persisted, but silently augmented the intensity and temperature of the lava beneath him, possessing one of the most formidable natural devil fruit abilities. He stood as one of the highest powers within the Navy. In terms of strength, Akainu and Sengoku were nearly equal, if not superior. Although Sengoku held the title of Marine Headquarters Commander, Akainu, as one of his subordinates, rendered Sengoku's authority over these generals somewhat less effective. Thus, from any perspective, Sengoku found himself compelled to acquiesce to Akainu's actions. At that moment, as Akainu further intensified the lava's power, Leo, situated within the molten core, began to sense an impending threat. Lava temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees Celsius were no trifling matter. While Busashoka Haki could prevent the lava from making contact with his body, it could not entirely shield him from the searing heat. The escalating temperature roused Leo from his meditative state, his eyes narrowing as he pinpointed Akainu's exact location. Suddenly, Leo erupted with immense force. With a thunderous roar, a massive column of magma shot skyward, accompanied by a figure emanating a black-red glow, which surged upward before diving directly at Akainu with lightning speed. Before Akainu could comprehend the situation, a searing pain pierced his chest. In that instant, the terrifying Busashoku erupted, exploding within him like a bomb, wreaking havoc upon his internal organs and limbs. Akainu was hurled backward as if a marionette had its strings severed, spitting forth copious amounts of blood. The other four formidable figures reacted instantly, launching a concerted assault on the now visible Leo. Garp swung his iron fist, unleashing thousands of powerful shockwaves. Sengoku continuously released his ultimate techniques. Kazan unleashed his freezing devil fruit abilities to the fullest. They were all engulfed in a state of utter astonishment, their perceptions utterly shattered. For just moments ago, they believed Leo had been vanquished by Akainu, a belief shared even by Akainu himself. Who in this world could possibly survive within such terrifying lava? Yet, Leo not only survived but emerged unscathed, and alarmingly, it seemed his combat prowess had grown even stronger. In the face of such overwhelming shock, even Garp, who had previously hesitated to eliminate Leo, was now filled with murderous intent. Each individual struck without mercy, their focus singular, to defeat Leo, even to the point of killing him. Consequently, Leo found himself under unprecedented pressure. However, he remained composed, skillfully pushing his physical limits to contend with these top-tier warriors. The explosive sounds of battle echoed incessantly. Time slipped by unnoticed, and 5 days and nights passed in this relentless struggle. The battle between Leo and the 5 formidable adversaries from the Navy headquarters has endured for an extended period, with no clear victor emerging. Whether it be Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kizuru, or Kuzan, each of them now finds themselves in a state of utter disarray. Their garments are tattered and torn, and their stamina is severely depleted. Each individual bears the marks of conflict, adorned with an array of bruises and lacerations. Of course, Leo is not in a much better predicament. After all, he faces some of the most powerful opponents in the world. His attire is in shambles, and he is bloodied and battered. Due to the extreme exhaustion, Leo's regenerative abilities can no longer function as they did a few days prior. He must conserve his strength to secure victory in this fierce confrontation. To take on 5 opponents and reach this point is a remarkable feat in itself. At this moment, both sides are taking a brief respite, panting heavily and fixated on one another. You are indeed tenacious, but you must be nearing your limit. Garp remarks to Leo, even if you fall, you will not fare much better. Leo responded. The warring states immediately spoke in a deep voice. I have no expectations left for you. Since you are unwilling to cooperate honestly, we can only give our all. No matter what, we cannot allow you to continue your malevolent deeds. Malevolent deeds? Such words can only be uttered by you self-righteous Navy, can't they? Utterly hypocritical. Ryo and Sakaski stood in stark opposition. Upon hearing Ryo's words, Sakaski's fury ignited. He scoffed coldly, declaring, even if you were to kneel and beg for mercy now, I could never forgive you. You will either perish here today, or, after we have subdued you, be taken captive. With that, he initiated a new wave of assault against Ryo. The remaining 4 formidable warriors promptly followed suit, launching a coordinated attack on Ryo once more. Chapter 90. The Final Confrontation. A fierce battle erupted once more between Leo and the 5 top-tier naval warriors. Both sides were determined to swiftly vanquish their opponent. At this stage of the conflict, it transcended mere displays of strength. The exhaustion of their physical stamina was palpable. In addition to testing their endurance and combat techniques, Leo was compelled to engage in a contest of willpower against these formidable adversaries. The one with the stronger resolve, capable of enduring until the very end, stood a chance at triumph. With a sudden movement, Sengoku appeared before Leo, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his cheek. Instantly, Leo was sent reeling backward. Yet, undeterred, Leo retaliated with a fierce blow, toppling Sengoku to the ground. Simultaneously, Garp surged forward, landing a punch that sent Leo crashing to the earth. In the midst of this chaos, Sakazuki seized the opportunity to descend from above, unleashing a colossal molten fist towards Leo. However, his assault ultimately missed its target. Leo had long since vanished from sight. In the next moment, Sakazuki was ambushed from the left by Leo, who landed a decisive kick that sent him flying. However, Kazan seized this opportunity to position himself behind Leo, unleashing the chilling powers of the ice fruit, instantly encasing Leo in a layer of ice. Yet, in the very next instant, An overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from Leo, effortlessly shattering Kuzan's freezing grip. Nevertheless, it was precisely during this fleeting moment that Borsellino launched a surprise attack. The 8 Shaku KG, a barrage of golden lasers surged forth, with at least a dozen piercing through Leo's body, leaving behind gaping wounds the size of fingers. Rio was compelled to exert his strength to swiftly heal his injuries. In an effort to conserve more energy, none of them wasted their efforts evading their opponent's attacks. Each person stood firm against the onslaught. However, from the perspective of combat effectiveness, it was evident that the Navy had the upper hand. After all, when Rio landed a blow, 5 individuals were available to retaliate against him. This was merely theoretical, for in reality, when Rio endured a strike from his adversary, his extraordinary physical constitution, coupled with the defense afforded by armed Haki, reduced the damage he sustained by at least 90%. Conversely, the harm inflicted by his attacks on these formidable Navy warriors, after accounting for the defensive benefits of their own armed Haki and physical enhancements, including Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kazu, and Akiji, still yielded a significant damage effect of roughly 40%. Thus, the cumulative damage inflicted by both sides was remarkably similar. If there were losses, they were shared. While Rio certainly felt the toll, these top-tier Navy fighters were also persistently depleting their combat potential. Unbeknownst to them, both sides had engaged in relentless conflict for 5 days and nights. The once lush and expansive unnamed island had been utterly reduced to rubble after 10 days and nights of fierce battle. Now, the landscape was barren, marred by craters, devoid of life. Yet, the struggle continued. To the east of the island, under the influence of Kazan's ice powers, the terrain had transformed into a frigid wasteland, akin to permafrost. Conversely, in the southern region, the landscape resembled a hellish inferno following a volcanic eruption. The climate of the island had been irrevocably altered. Although it had previously been uninhabited, it had sustained a plethora of wildlife. Now, even the most adaptable humans could no longer survive in this harsh environment. Compared to 5 days prior, Rio's stamina had significantly waned, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. He now suffered from dizziness and pervasive aches throughout his body. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kazan, and Kazara were no better off. Each was relying solely on sheer willpower to continue fighting. Their bodies had long since succumbed to the toll of repeated injuries and severe exhaustion, rendering them nearly numb. It seemed as though both Rio and the Navy's elite were on the brink of collapse, poised to fall at any moment. Among them, Garp and Sengoku faced the gravest circumstances, their ages, both in their 60s, making this prolonged battle a tremendous ordeal. At this moment, both Sengoku and Garp exhibited noticeably diminished speed and intensity in their attacks compared to their younger counterparts, Akainu, Kazan, and Kazuru, who were more than a generation their junior. Neither side uttered a word. Sengoku quietly retrieved the potent super sedative given to him by the Gorosei at Mary Gios, determined to find an opportunity to incapacitate Rio and capture him alive. With a firm grip on his fist, he unleashed a shockwave, extending his palm towards Rio for another assault. Time passed swiftly, and 5 more days had elapsed. The battle had reached its conclusion. Both Rio and the Navy's warriors had long surpassed their limits. Sengoku knelt, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He felt he was on the verge of utter exhaustion, struggling to summon any remaining strength. Garp fared little better, sprawled on the ground, having succumbed to a deep slumber. Whether it was an act or the result of 15 sleepless days, he lay there, oblivious. The scene was left to Akainu, Kazan, and Kazarov, the 3 stalwarts from the Navy headquarters, who persisted in their confrontation with Rio, albeit at a painfully sluggish pace. Leo found himself in a similar predicament. The clash between the two sides resembled a playful bout, exchanging punches back and forth. Nonetheless, both Borsellino and Kazan, as well as Sakazuki, were still easily struck by Leo. Of course, Leo was also quite susceptible to their blows. Both parties exerted their utmost effort, striving to vanquish and topple their opponents. After an extended period of exchanging blows, Kazan finally succumbed. Bloodied and battered, he had exhausted his Haki and reached his physical limits. The power of his devil fruit was no longer accessible. At this point, Kazan resembled a mere novice in the Navy. Only Borsellino and Sakazuki retained a semblance of combat capability. With a resounding thud, Borsellino was caught off guard and received a devastating punch from Leo, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Leo was sent flying several dozen meters by a retaliatory blow from Sakazuki. Chapter 91. All is over. With a loud crash, Leo soared a considerable distance. Sakazuki's stamina was nearly depleted, his form wavering as he struggled to maintain his balance. Yet, with sheer determination, he leaped forward, intent on delivering a finishing blow to Leo. Indeed, the friliest of camels is still larger than the strongest horse. Each of these admirals, being the backbone of the Navy, had undergone rigorous trials, refining their Haki, martial prowess, and willpower to levels beyond ordinary comprehension. Though Sakazuki's punch appeared unremarkable, devoid of the power of his devil fruit or any Haki, it still struck the ground with such force that it created a substantial crater. With a thunderous roar, Leo rolled aside, utterly drained of strength. His body felt as heavy as a mountain, incapable of mustering any energy from his muscles or bones. He could only rely on his indomitable will to maneuver his mountainous form, narrowly evading Sakazuki's punch. After delivering that blow, Sakazuki's stamina was fully exhausted. He fell face first to the ground, gasping for breath. Leo lay less than 5 meters away, sprawled on his back, greedily inhaling the air. Both sides had exhausted their strength for battle. To endure until now against the combined efforts of the 5 of us, you have indeed set a remarkable precedent. However, Leo, your dreams, your journey, and everything you hold dear culminate here. The voice of the warring states approached, unsteady as he drew near Leo, holding a transparent syringe filled with a vibrant orange liquid. Damn it, my body truly has no strength left to muster. Leo felt as though his entire body were being pierced by countless needles, each stab inflicting excruciating pain. Even the mere thought of moving a single centimeter brought forth unimaginable and indescribable agony. After 15 days and nights of relentless battle, he had lost count of how many times he had endured direct assaults from Sengoku, Garp, Borsalino, Kazan, and Sakazuki. His body had long since been battered into submission, devoid of any fighting capacity. Now, confronted with the syringe containing a potent anesthetic that Sengoku had produced, Leo's heart sank with the realization of his dire predicament. Yet he found himself unable to evade the impending threat. In moments like these, even his extraordinary intellect seemed powerless to assist him. Indeed, the formidable powers within the pirate world were no trifling matter. Taking on 5 adversaries simultaneously was an insurmountable challenge. Leo slowly closed his eyes. He was not surrendering to fate. Rather, he was resting. He cared little for anything that the warring states might impose upon him. He was acutely aware that once he regained his strength, an opportunity to escape would undoubtedly present itself. Bring it on, warring states. After all, this is not the first time I have fallen into your clutches. Just ask Borsalino how I managed to elude your grasp last time. A smile lingered at the corners of Leo's mouth. However, the warring states disregarded his words entirely, plunging the syringe he held into Leo's arm. The potent anesthetic surged swiftly into Leo's veins. In an instant, the flicker of power that had only just reemerged within him vanished without a trace. Following this, Leo was rendered incapable of sensing any semblance of strength. The only sensation that remained was the gradual loss of awareness in his body. His mind relinquished its dominion over his own form. It felt as though, at this very moment, only a vestige of consciousness lingered within his shell, while his body lay in decay, no longer under his control. Was this truly the method they employed to subdue the most formidable of warriors? It is no wonder that so many of the world's most notorious pirates, once captured by them, found themselves utterly unable to escape. Rio contemplated silently, maintaining an air of nonchalance, as if indifferent to how they chose to handle him. At that moment, Borsalino, Sakazuki, Kazan, and others gradually rose to a seated position. Though each appeared profoundly fatigued, they had yet to fully recover from their weakened states. Nevertheless, Rio was astonished by their swift ability to rely on their own strength to sit up. The physical prowess of the formidable figures in the pirate world was astonishingly exaggerated, bordering on the unreasonable. Indeed, these elite warriors were anything but ordinary. However, I shall not be deterred. Just wait and see. Rio encouraged himself internally, opening his eyes to glance at the formidable navy warriors before slowly closing them once more. At that moment, Sengoku affixed a pair of special handcuffs and leg irons to Ryo's limbs. These shackles are specifically crafted for notorious pirates like you. If you wish to break free, it would be wise to abandon that hope, Sengoku declared, adding 2 more chains, effectively rendering Ryo thoroughly restrained. Ah, what a truly arduous battle, Kazan remarked, stroking his bloodied head as he cast a glance in this direction. That kid Ryo is quite terrifying. Borsalino resumed his teasing tone. Allow me to escort him, Admiral Sengoku. Sakazuki staggered, propping himself up on his knees, gritting his teeth to stand. However, no sooner had he spoken than he fell back to the ground. First, focus on regaining your strength. We shall discuss matters once our reinforcements arrive, Sengoku reminded him. Approximately 5 hours later, the Navy's warships finally arrived at the ravaged island. Nearly unrecognizable, now somewhat rejuvenated, Sakazuki personally escorted Ryo to Impel down. To ensure safety, Sengoku insisted that Borsalino and Kazan accompany them as well. After watching the warship depart, Sengoku approached Garp, who was still fast asleep, appearing to be in deep slumber. Wake up, Garp. It's time for us to return, Sengoku exclaimed. Seizing Garp by the collar and lifting him up, Garp groggily opened his eyes, yawning widely, and inquired, "What time is it, Sengoku? The battle has concluded. We must head back." Sengoku released Garp and turned towards the shore. Garp gradually regained his composure, stretching his aching limbs, and gazed at the setting sun over the distant sea before surveying the devastated island. The battle is over. That kid has been captured, right? Indeed. I have instructed Sakazuki and Borsalino to escort him back to Impel down. Chapter 92, Erasing All Evidence of Existence. On the journey back to Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku contacted the Holy Land of Mariewa, the seat of the world government, to relay the good news to Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. In turn, Steelbone Kong conveyed this information to the five elders. Upon learning of Rayo's arrest, the five elders were exceedingly pleased and personally ordered Dr. Vegapunk to expedite the development of a new generation of super sedatives and shackles, solely to prevent Rayo from escaping. Sengoku, listen closely. All information regarding the existence of that kid Rayo must be kept confidential, and all evidence of his existence erased. The world must never learn of his existence. The five elders commanded Sengoku directly. The Navy had undertaken such measures before. Sengoku had experienced this countless times over the decades and was quite adept at handling it. With Steelbone Kong, a former fleet admiral, as guidance, Sengoku understood precisely how to proceed. Understood, esteemed five elders. After disconnecting from the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku began to organize his subordinates to execute the orders. From the East Blue to the Grand Line, all individuals aware of Rayo's existence were swiftly silenced. Moreover, the bounty notice for Rayo had been retracted. The world government initiated a historical erasure, obliterating all evidence of Rayo's existence overnight. Meanwhile, 3 days later, in the underwater prison known as Impel Down, situated in a triangular formation with Marineford and Eni's lobby, Rayo was delivered by the three admirals, Sakazuki, Paulusolino, and Kazan. The warden of Impel Down, the 30-year-old Magellan, personally emerged to greet them. Simultaneously, Dr. Vegapunk dispatched a significant quantity of ultra-powerful sedatives and shackles made from composite alloys. All measures were taken to subdue Rayo, preventing any potential escape that could wreak havoc on the world. What manner of individual is this criminal? Who warrants the personal escort of three admirals? Magellan pondered, observing Sakazuki, Paulusolino, and Kazan, each a formidable force, accompanying the prisoner to Impel Down. His curiosity piqued. This fellow is among the most dangerous of criminals and must be monitored closely. In addition to continuous surveillance via Den Den Mushi, he must receive an injection of this potent sedative every 4 hours. It's crucial to remember he is not a devil fruit user. The sea prism stone chains are ineffective against him, so this protocol must not be forgotten. Should he escape, everyone here at Impel Down will face immediate dismissal and accountability from the world government. Having endured 15 days of relentless conflict with Rayo, Sakazuki regarded him with immense trepidation. His tone uncharacteristically grave as he spoke, though Magellan was yet unaware of Rayo's true nature. Witnessing the three admirals personally escorting the prisoner and Sakazuki's stern warnings made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, Admiral Sakazuki. As long as I am here, no criminal shall escape, Magellan assured confidently. Then I leave him in your care, Sakazuki said, handing over the securely bound Rayo, who had also been administered the potent sedative. Watching Magellan and his subordinates take Rayo into Impel Down, and the heavy gates close behind them, Sakazuki finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It is finally over, Paulusolino remarked, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. This experience will be etched in my memory for a lifetime, Kazan added. Following their reflections, the three admirals fell into a contemplative silence as they returned to their ship. The warship set sail, heading back to Marineford. 5 days later, in the first half of the Grand Line, at the Sabaody archipelago, Riley set foot on the island. A place he once knew well, yet it had transformed beyond recognition. His first course of action was not to reminisce about the past adventures shared with Roger and the others upon the vast sea. Instead, he sought out newspapers to peruse the latest news. However, after scouring the entirety of the Chamber archipelago and thoroughly examining the day's freshest newspapers hawked by the newsbirds flitting about the skies, he found no mention of Leo. It had been over 20 days, surely enough time for the tides of fortune to have shifted. Could it be that the boy had met his demise at the hands of Wano and his ilk? The absence of any reports concerning Leo stirred a sense of foreboding within Riley. He continued to conduct his investigations discreetly on the island. 3 days passed, and a new batch of bounty notices was disseminated, yet still, there was no word of Leo. To Riley's astonishment, he discovered that all previous bounties issued against Leo had inexplicably vanished. This revelation deepened his unease and piqued his curiosity. Could it be that he had been wiped from existence? Once a target of the Navy with a bounty of 15 billion berries, if his suspicions held true, then all traces of his being should have been eradicated as well. With this conjecture in mind, Riley began to discreetly seek information regarding Leo. As expected, throughout the Chamber archipelago, not a single soul, be they common folk or bounty hunters who thrived on capturing pirates, possessed any knowledge of Leo. In fact, many appeared utterly perplexed when questioned about the name. This left Riley with a clearer understanding of the unfolding events. With a snort, he returned to Shaki's bar, where he had previously vowed to settle down with her after retirement. Now, that wish had come to fruition. It seemed the Navy had indeed apprehended the boy, leading them to erase all traces of his existence from the world. Rayleigh said to Shaki, "Why are you so concerned about that lad? Has it not been established that he has no connection to Roger?" Shaki took a puff of her cigarette and inquired, "That boy is quite an intriguing character. However, I fear we may not have the opportunity to see him again." Rayleigh smiled enigmatically, but a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Chapter 93, Divergent Attitudes. Although he realized that Leo had been captured by the Navy, prompting the world government to order the erasure of all traces of his existence. It left him with a sense of disappointment. The likelihood of their reunion seemed bleak. Nevertheless, Rayleigh soon felt a wave of happiness wash over him. At least the young man had not lost his life. He chuckled again, remarking, in any case, let us live here in peace from now on, without concerning ourselves with the tumult of the world. Indeed, Rayleigh, Shucky reminded him. I understand, he replied, for that young man had said the same to me. Rayleigh once again wore a grateful smile. Deep within, he felt immense appreciation for Leo, who single-handedly held back all the formidable forces of the Navy. Otherwise, he too would likely have met the same fate. The era belonging to Roger and to us has come to a close. Rayleigh grasped a cup of wine and downed it in one swift motion. In the New World, Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom, had just claimed yet another island under her dominion. At this moment, she was savoring a bowl of red bean rice cake soup while listening to her subordinates' reports. Mother, we have conducted an investigation, and the information is undeniably accurate. All traces of that kid, Leo, have vanished as if he never existed. His bounty of 1.5 billion berries has also completely disappeared, reported Perospero, the candy minister, to Charlotte Lin, such a newcomer, who first garnered a bounty of 500 million berries and then rose to an astonishing 1.5 billion. Had undeniably captured the attention of even the most formidable pirate crews. Yet, in a single night, all evidence of Leo's existence was intentionally erased. It was clear to anyone with a modicum of sense what had transpired. It seems that boy has been captured by the Navy. I thought we might witness the rise of a new supernova, but it appears to be but a fleeting moment. No one can threaten our standing. She cackled, her eyes glinting with malice. Another serving of red bean rice cake soup, please. By the way, have the invitations been sent out? We must host a grand banquet to celebrate the new member joining our nation. With her heavily made-up face, Charlotte Lin's fierce gaze sent shivers down the spines of her children gathered in the hall. Perospero quickly responded, Mother, everything is arranged. We are ready to host a banquet that will surely satisfy you. Desserts from every island in town are already en route to Cake Island. Pleased with the response, Charlotte Lin erupted into a sinister laugh that echoed throughout Cake Island. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, a festive gathering was underway, filled with laughter and merriment. However, sitting upon his throne, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, wore a serious expression. Has the world government truly erased all traces of his existence? What a fleeting star he was. I am still waiting for him to challenge me. Whitebeard boomed, raising his jug and drinking heartily, his eyes sparkling with curiosity about Leo. Ever since learning of Leo's staggering bounty, he had anticipated meeting him in the New World, hoping to test the boy's character and invite him into his crew as a son. Yet, now that hope had been dashed, yes, I thought he might go further. But it seems the world government's interest in him exceeded our expectations. In a single night, he vanished without a trace. Like a blooming flower that withers before its fragrance can spread, Marco lamented. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard glanced at his son. If that boy truly garnered such attention from the world government, he will undoubtedly reappear in the public eye. He laughed heartily, his gaze profound and brimming with wisdom and confidence, fixed upon the distant sea. In Wano and Onigashima, Kaido was nestled in a cave, clutching a massive gourd of sake, pouring the fine liquor down his throat while weeping uncontrollably. Damn it all. It's all your fault for being so weak. I was ready to invite you aboard my ship, he bellowed through tears, lamenting the fact that he had never even met the boy before the Navy had dealt with him. Kaido's erratic behavior resembled that of a madman. Outside the cave, his subordinates huddled together, fearful and silent, reluctant to disturb their volatile leader. After a while, they noticed the noise within the cave had subsided. Has the governor finally cried enough? One whispered. Shoo, don't speak too loudly, you might attract Kaido's attention. Why is he so upset, anyway? He is just a kid he has never met, another remarked, bewildered by Kaido's sentiments. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountaintop. A dragon's breath pierced through the peak, revealing an enormous figure soaring into the sky, a colossal azure dragon. It's Governor Kaido. Where is he off to? Who knows? Seems he is drunk again. We mustn't disturb him. The subordinates watched in awe and fear as the inebriated Kaido transformed into a massive dragon, rolling through the sky. Thunder cracked and winds howled as dark clouds loomed ominously. Moments later, Kaido, still wailing, ascended into the thick clouds, unleashing bursts of thunder, his cries fading into the distance. Chapter 94, Revelations and Revelry. While Kaido rampaged in his drunken state, transforming into a massive dragon, an unexpected group of visitors arrived in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. The Red Force slowly docked at the shore. The flagship of the red-haired pirates, captained by Shanks, along with his first mate Ben Beckman and others, made their appearance. The members of the Whitebeard pirates immediately assumed a defensive stance, as if facing a formidable foe. However, Whitebeard, as captain, remained unfazed, seated on his throne, indulging in hearty drinks. Ha ha ha, red-haired brat, have you come here to challenge me, or to claim my head? Whitebeard bellowed, eyeing Shanks, who had disembarked alone. The world's strongest man. Anyone who seeks to reach the pinnacle inevitably wishes to challenge you, Whitebeard. Shanks approached with a large barrel of liquor, exuding calmness. But today, I am not here to fight. He sat cross-legged before Whitebeard, placing the enormous jug beside him. Whitebeard grasped the jug, uncorked it, and took a whiff. The wine from the West Sea is indeed unique. Ha ha ha. But you can't be here just for idle chit-chat. Shanks smiled slightly. In an instant, both of their conquerors' Haki surged forth simultaneously. With a thunderous sound, a multitude of pirates on the beach fell, as if struck without warning. The surrounding trees and flowers were torn from the ground by the terrifying shockwave, while the clouds above were violently rent apart, creating vast fissures in the sky. The commanders of the white-beard pirates, witnessing this scene, were struck with trepidation, their expressions shifting dramatically, their hearts filled with awe. Your conqueror's Haki has improved significantly, red-haired brat. Whitebeard laughed heartily, retracting his Haki. Shanks reciprocated the gesture, and they exchanged smiles as Shanks began pouring wine for Whitebeard. You must have heard about that newcomer, right, Whitebeard? Shanks inquired while pouring. At the mention, Whitebeard's demeanor darkened slightly, his gaze sharpening. That fellow, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere, has been issued a bounty of over 1.5 billion berries by the Navy. Now, there is no further news about him. It is as if he never existed, Shanks stated calmly. After observing Shanks for a while, Whitebeard erupted into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha. That lad is neither my crew nor part of your red-haired pirates. Why bring him up suddenly? Shanks' expression turned serious. This is precisely why I wished to see you. I've heard that his background is extraordinary, and you must have heard whispers of it too. It seems connected to Roger. If that is the case, the actions of the world government concern me greatly. They may bring immense trouble to this world. After all, aside from Rox in his day, no pirate has ever been issued a bounty of 1.5 billion berries during their rookie period. Shanks' words further sharpened Whitebeard's gaze. However, Whitebeard appeared unconcerned. Ha ha ha. Are you worried that lad will incite chaos? Or do you have something else in mind, red-haired brat? Even if that boy is related to Roger, it no longer matters. Can't you see? The world government will not allow such a being to exist. From the moment all traces of Leo were erased, it was all over. With that, Whitebeard raised his enormous drinking bowl, gulping down 3 hearty swigs. Though he spoke nonchalantly about these matters, his inner emotions were quite complex. He had already heard rumors that Leo might be Roger's posthumous son. As a powerful figure of his era, Roger was a great pirate worthy of admiration, a true man. This was also why Whitebeard had long awaited a meeting with Leo upon hearing the news. Yet now, the Navy had taken action. Leo was unable to endure until the day he would meet himself in the new world. Thus, everything came to an end. Often, circumstances unfold beyond one's control. Evading mastery. Whitebeard was not foolish enough to oppose the entire world government and the Marines for the sake of Leo, not at least for now. As he stated, Leo was of no concern to him, nor to the red-haired pirates. Your worries are unwarranted, young Shanks. Whitebeard raised his massive goblet and took a hearty sip. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Shanks pondered for a moment before lifting his own cup, acknowledging, I understand. A knowing smile graced Shanks' lips. Among the powerful, often a shared understanding suffices. Shanks had come not only to convey such matters to Whitebeard but also to gauge his stance. He was well aware of the profound camaraderie between Whitebeard and Roger, anticipating that should Whitebeard discover Leo's possible connection to Roger, he would likely seek to assist Leo. Perhaps even provide him refuge. Such an action would undoubtedly provoke further measures from the world government and the Marines, bringing unpredictable crises to the world. At present, Whitebeard's position was unequivocal. He would not mobilize any of his subordinates for Leo, nor would he venture out himself to render aid. Consequently, Shanks had achieved his primary objective. With the assurance that Whitebeard would not act recklessly, Shanks felt considerably more at ease while drinking. Young Shanks. Do not approach me with such trivial matters in the future. Tend to your own affairs first. After draining his cup, Whitebeard's expression shifted back to one of seriousness, issuing a warning to Shanks. Clearly, he had seen through Shanks' subtle schemes. In response, Shanks smiled warmly. I did not come to lecture you, nor to instruct you. As I mentioned earlier, I merely sought to share a drink with you. With a smile, Shanks filled the goblets for both Whitebeard and himself once more. The spirits from the West Sea are indeed delightful, Whitebeard exclaimed, laughing heartily as he raised his goblet and took several more vigorous swigs. Choosing not to unveil the ladder Shanks had constructed for him, the two men consumed an entire jug of liquor in the spirited atmosphere, and thereafter, the matter of Leo was never again broached. Chapter 95. A unique cellmate. In the depths of the deep-sea prison, Impel down, within the darkest confines of Level 6, Leo, bound by heavy chains that shackled his hands, feet, and entire body, opened his eyes. His consciousness remained somewhat hazy. The potent sedative administered by the Marines rendered him incapable of exerting any strength. Yet, at this moment, Leo sensed the prison door being opened. Humph. Are they about to inject me with that substance again? It seems your fear of me runs deep. Leo chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with palpable disdain and sarcasm. The potent sedative administered every 4 hours ensures that you remain docile and compliant. Do not entertain the notion of escaping from this place, Leo. Such an endeavor is beyond your capabilities. Beyond your capabilities, indeed. Leo remained indifferent, while the stern-faced naval colonel approached him with a powerful sedative in hand. They were in the deepest levels of a deep-sea prison, where the most heinous criminals in the world were confined. Their crimes were so egregious that the world government had ordered their very existence to be erased from memory. In other words, no one in this world remembers you anymore. Here, you shall languish in solitude until the end of your days. With that, he forcefully injected the sedative into Leo's body. As the potent substance coursed through his veins, Leo, who had just regained a modicum of strength, faded into oblivion once more. He fell silent. However, from the adjacent cell, a maniacal laughter erupted. Ha ha. Is it true that no one will remember our existence? The naval colonel's expression shifted slightly at the sound of that laughter, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. Golden Lion, he murmured under his breath, then took a deep breath and rebuked. Enough of your nonsense, Golden Lion. You two have been imprisoned here for years due to your grave offenses. Even someone of your legendary status as a great pirate is powerless now. What are you trying to prove? Just remain here obediently and wait for death. With that, he strode out of Leo's cell with his chest held high, locking the door behind him. Casting a glance back at the cell housing the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, the colonel scoffed and departed with his two subordinates. Inside Shiki's cell, a chilling, ruthless laughter echoed. Once the naval soldiers had retreated, Golden Lion spoke again. Kid, what crime brought you here? I seek to destroy the naval headquarters and overthrow the world government. Leo responded calmly. Oh? Haha. Quite an impressive presence. However, judging by your current state, it seems you have met with failure. The Golden Lion erupted in laughter. Yet, this time, Leo chose to disregard his words. After a moment, the Golden Lion continued to speak to himself. I too once came perilously close to obliterating the entire Mariford. Is that so? Leo maintained his indifferent and apathetic tone, which left the Golden Lion feeling belittled. Are you not aware of who I am? The Golden Lion inquired. Does it truly matter? Regardless, we find ourselves here, both confined. Leo's words rendered the Golden Lion momentarily speechless. His gaze, cold and piercing, flickered as he glanced down at the sea stone shackles binding his feet, restricting his movements and preventing him from utilizing his devil fruit powers. He then lifted his eyes to the chains of sea stone that tethered his hands, securing him to the wall like a mere beast. A surge of anger and humiliation welled up within him. Furthermore, the words of the naval colonel echoed in his mind, stating that all those present had been erased from existence by the world government, forgotten by the world. These remarks stung the Golden Lion deeply. In that instant, a bold idea took shape in his mind, a notion of escape. Why the silence? Leo remained silent as he gazed at the Golden Lion and finally inquired. Ha ha ha. You speak the truth, young one. We are indeed confined here with no means of escape. Questioning our surroundings proves to be futile. Yet, do you truly accept the prospect of remaining here for all eternity? At such a tender age, the world holds immense possibilities for you, does it not? The Golden Lion began to attempt to incite Leo. However, Leo did not respond to these words. At that moment, the potent sedative coursing through his veins began to take effect rapidly. As the drug's influence spread, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, utterly inescapable. Leo could not help but feel a profound emptiness within his body, devoid of any strength. It seemed as though even the energy to think had been stripped away from him. An overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, lulling him into a hazy stupor. After mustering the effort to endure for about 20 seconds, Leo ultimately succumbed, his consciousness fading into a deep slumber. The Golden Lion waited patiently. But when no response came from Leo, a frown creased his brow. Little brat, why have you fallen silent? He mused, the question dissipating into the void. Met with no reply. The Golden Lion fell silent, attentively listening before employing his observation Haki. In the end, he confirmed that Leo had lost consciousness. These Navy bastards are truly ruthless, he laughed heartily, though his heart was filled with astonishment. Previously, without the use of his observation Haki, he had been unaware of the depth of the new arrival's strength. However, at this moment, as his Haki enveloped Leo, the Golden Lion sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him. Despite Leo being rendered powerless by the overwhelming sedative coursing through him, his aura had diminished significantly. Yet for a top-tier powerhouse like the Golden Lion, discerning Leo's true strength was still well within reach. From Leo, the Golden Lion felt a formidable power that instilled a sense of caution within him, an aura he had not experienced in many years. One that was perhaps on par with his own. No, not merely comparable. It seemed this young man's prowess might rival that of the monstrous Rox himself. The Golden Lion thought in silent shock. Fearful of misjudging the situation, he meticulously employed his observation Haki once more, probing Leo thoroughly. The deeper he delved, the more astonished he became. Simultaneously, the Golden Lion resolved that he must, by all means, recruit this young man into his ranks. Chapter 96, The Struggle to Remain Awake. Several hours later, the effects of the drug began to wane, and Leo slowly awakened from his slumber. The moment his consciousness returned, it felt as if his mind had been electrified, instantly igniting. A multitude of thoughts surged through his mind, about Haki, about martial arts, about swordsmanship. This influx of information filled Leo with exhilaration. He realized he was once again on the brink of enlightenment. Even in sleep, his extraordinary talent never ceased to flourish. Yet soon, a wave of frustration washed over Leo. Despite his newfound insights, which promised to bolster his strength, he found himself unable to break free from his restraints. The potent sedative continued to suppress his powers, rendering him utterly powerless. Even with a wealth of skills at his disposal, an understanding of various martial techniques, and the ability to wield formidable Haki, he remained ensnared. At that moment, the colonel who had administered the sedative earlier reappeared. This individual arrived punctually, expressionless, holding a syringe in hand. Awake now? Ready to drift off again? He approached Leo, preparing to inject him once more with the powerful sedative. Do you not intend to humiliate me further? Leo scoffed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, the naval officer momentarily froze. Do you possess such peculiar interests? He ceased his injection, gazing at Leo with a bemused expression. Leo, in turn, displayed a knowing smile. Even in a dormant state, aided by his extraordinary insight, he could grasp various profound abilities. However, it was only in a conscious state that Leo could truly internalize this acquired knowledge, transforming it into genuine experiential wisdom through his diligent contemplation. To put it simply, this process of understanding involved Leo repeatedly practicing the abilities he had discerned within the confines of his mind. For instance, in the realm of swordsmanship, while others must toil tirelessly in the training grounds, sweat pouring from their brows to enhance their skills, Leo required no such arduous efforts. He merely needed to rehearse these techniques mentally, continuously reflecting upon them, thus reaping an endless bounty, ultimately leading to a qualitative transformation through quantitative accumulation, achieving a breakthrough in strength. The same principle applied to physical combat in Haki. However, in his dormant state, Leo's mind remained inactive, rendering him incapable of perceiving this experiential knowledge to facilitate a surge in his powers. Therefore, at this very moment, Leo sought to secure more time for himself, to prolong his state of wakefulness. If I were not currently restrained, a mere breath from me would suffice to extinguish someone of your ilk. Leo gazed intently at the smirking naval colonel before him, his expression a blend of mockery and contemplation. In reality, his mind had already begun to churn, processing the significant insights he had previously grasped. He immersed himself in his swordsmanship, engaging in relentless practice. In his mind's eye, a figure strikingly similar to himself stood by the seaside, wielding the enchanted blade, Blue Rain, repeatedly slicing through the air towards the ocean, unleashing powerful waves of sword energy. The ethereal sword strikes, initially formless, transformed into a deep violet hue, entwined with Leo's armed color Haki. As they soared forth, they cleaved the sea, creating vast chasms that appeared as if carved by nature itself, unfathomably deep and infinitely expansive. However, after merely 20 seconds of this focused training, the naval colonel sneered. You think those trivial tricks will work against me, boy? Are you attempting to stall for time until the effects of your potion wear off? Such a fundamental error reveals your underestimation of my abilities. Now, simply succumb to slumber. With that, he thrust a needle forcefully into Leo's body. A tremor coursed through Leo's heart as he muttered a curse under his breath. The potent sedative, meticulously crafted by the world-renowned genius scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, once again exhibited its formidable calming effects. In an instant, the strength within Leo's body ebbed away like receding tides, vanishing without a trace. His consciousness began to dissolve into a state of disarray, and his insights were abruptly interrupted, leaving him unable to continue. Ha ha ha. What crime has that lad committed to warrant such treatment? The voice of the Golden Lion echoed from the adjacent cell. Upon hearing this, the naval colonel merely glanced in his direction before returning his gaze to the drowsy Leo. Witnessing Leo being subdued by the effects of the powerful sedative brought him a sense of relief. This does not concern you, Golden Lion. You won't be having any meals today, so just sit there and laugh foolishly. With that, the naval colonel departed with his subordinates, atop the Red Earth continent. In the holy land of Mary Geos, within the corridors of power in Panga City, Sangoku was reporting to Admiral Steelbone, detailing his activities over the past few days. He recounted the intricate details of the battle against Leo alongside 5 formidable Navy officers, Garp, Akainu, Kizaru, and Kazan. The 5 elders were seated on the sofa, attentively listening to Sangoku's account. When they learned that the 5 top naval powers had besieged Leo for a grueling 15 days and nights before barely conquering him, even the battle-hardened 5 elders displayed expressions of solemnity. All traces of Leo had been erased from the vast ocean, and no one would remember him. Yet, what troubled me was the boy's extraordinary strength. You 5 represent the Navy headquarters' most formidable forces, yet it took half a month to subdue such a young lad. His power has surpassed the bounds of normality and shows signs of approaching the legendary rocks. I am now concerned whether the potent sedative provided by Vegapunk can effectively suppress him. The bald, bespectacled elder, the financial warlord Zamble N.V. Nasir, reclined on the sofa, arms crossed, and spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, Sangoku nodded. I have also considered this matter, esteemed 5 elders. The sedative developed by Dr. Vegapunk has a duration of only 4 hours, necessitating our personnel to administer a dose to Leo every 3.5 hours. Any negligence could lead to unpredictable and severe consequences. Sangoku's words rendered the room silent, the 5 elders and Steelbone all adopting serious expressions. Although the threat posed by Leo was still manageable, the Navy could suppress and apprehend him regardless of his power. However, if we were to capture him only for him to escape, the repercussions would be dire. The 5 elders were already aware that Leo would continue to grow stronger in battle, and the speed of his growth was beyond imagination. Thus, their faces appeared grave. Sangoku continued, despite our arrangements for extensive surveillance on Leo, monitoring his every move around the clock and strictly controlling the timing of the sedative injections, I remained deeply concerned. Esteemed 5 elders, Perhaps we should request Dr. Vegapunk to develop a new generation of sedative that lasts longer and is more effective, capable of further suppressing Leo and preventing him from utilizing his powers. Sengoku's proposal resonated with the five elders. Steelbone supported him, addressing the five elders, esteemed five elders. I too believe Sengoku's considerations are prudent. 4 hours of efficacy passes in the blink of an eye. If this is the case, we would need to inject Leo 6 times a day. Such frequency poses a significant risk of an unforeseen incident allowing him to escape, especially considering he is not a devil fruit user. Seeing Steelbone concur, the five elders nodded in agreement. You shall arrange this, Steelbone. Have Dr. Vegapunk begin developing a new generation of sedatives and further innovate shackles capable of restraining powerful individuals. We must ensure that the criminals in the deep-sea prison cannot escape under any circumstances. The five elders issued their command to Sengoku and Steelbone. The message swiftly reached Dr. Vegapunk, conveyed by the Marine Headquarters Scientific Division leader, Admiral Kizaru Borsalino, with Wararochi as the intermediary. Doctor, the world government requests you to devise a more potent sedative with a longer duration. It seems that the criminals in the deep sea have been quite restless. Wararochi, wielding a massive axe, entered Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory. Upon receiving the order, Dr. Vegapunk, who was engrossed in a chemical experiment, glanced up. A special sedative? As it happens, I have been researching this very substance and have already achieved promising results. Return to Admiral Sengoku and inform him that this new sedative is ready for mass production and practical use. Its duration will extend from 4 hours to 10. And I assure you that during this period, no powerful individual will be able to break free from its restraint. Dr. Vegapunk is renowned for possessing an intellect 500 years ahead of his time, hailed as the world's foremost genius scientist. His numerous inventions have propelled the Navy's weaponry and vessels far beyond those of any pirate crew, even granting naval ships the ability to traverse windless zones autonomously. Such foresight is clearly evident in his considerations. Having received Dr. Vegapunk's response, Wararochi wasted no time relaying the information to Kizaru Borsalino. Thus, arrangements were swiftly put into motion. Days passed unnoticed, and one morning, Leo awoke once more from his slumber. The voice of the Golden Lion immediately reached his ears. Sleeping well, are you, kid? Upon hearing that voice, Leo's consciousness swiftly returned to clarity, and he wasted no time. Based on his past experiences, he knew that the guards of the Shanghai Navy would soon enter to administer another sedative. Thus, in this very moment, Leo seized the opportunity, fervently absorbing the vast array of information flooding his mind. It could be said that he was racing against time, diligently rehearsing every ability he had come to comprehend within the confines of his thoughts. Seeing Leo's lack of response, the Golden Lion assumed he had not fully awakened from his slumber. However, he remained unconcerned and continued, I initially intended to invite you to escape with me, but it seems you may not have that opportunity any longer. In such a state, you would merely be a burden. My apologies, young Leo. The Golden Lion chuckled to himself. At this, Leo felt a flicker of realization within. He understood that the Golden Lion was contemplating a prison break. Yet, bound by the chains of sea prism stone, Leo recognized that the only means of escape for him would be to sever his own feet. Such an act was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. If you possess the capability to assist in my escape, then there would be no need for you to sacrifice your own feet, Golden Lion. Leo finally spoke up. Upon hearing him inadvertently unveil his plans, the expression on the Golden Lion's face subtly shifted. However, it wasn't long before he burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Little brat, I underestimated you indeed. Has your observation Haki developed to such an extent? As a world-class powerhouse, one who nearly brought the Pirate King Roger to his demise. The Golden Lion's prowess in Haki is beyond question. In that moment, he realized that Leo possessed extraordinary observation Haki, capable of foreseeing the future. The future that Leo envisioned was likely the very moment when he severed his own feet, liberating himself from the shackles of sea stone and successfully orchestrating his escape. Upon hearing the words of the Golden Lion, Leo's lips curled into a subtle smile, though he offered no reply. At that moment, the Golden Lion also fell silent. For the sound of approaching footsteps from the Navy grew increasingly audible. Indeed, within half a minute, a certain Colonel Wilger entered Leo's cell, armed with a potent tranquilizer. I apologize for the wait, Colonel Wilger remarked. This will send you into a deep slumber, so there is no need for concern. As he spoke, he brandished a massive syringe filled with the powerful sedative and administered it directly into Leo's arm. Golden Lion, remember my words, he added. Leo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He realized that if the Golden Lion severed his own legs, he could successfully escape from prison. In a bid to ensure that the other would take him along in the flight, Leo reminded him just before losing consciousness. After uttering those words, Leo succumbed to a heavy stupor. Wiegler overheard Leo's conversation with the Golden Lion, but did not comprehend its meaning. He squinted, observing the fearsome pirate before him, who was already drifting into slumber. Hesitating, he glanced toward the adjacent cell housing the Golden Lion. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. With that, Wiegler departed the prison with his subordinates. Chapter 98. How about a collaboration? Once Wiegler had vacated the premises, the Golden Lion activated his observation Haki. Once again sensing the immense power residing within Leo's body, He began to ponder seriously the implications of Leo's earlier words. He intended to sever his own legs to escape. This plan was known solely to him. The fact that the lad in the neighboring cell had accurately deduced this indicated one of two possibilities. Either his observation Haki could foresee the future, or it could discern the thoughts within his mind. Whichever the case, such abilities could only be possessed by those with the most advanced forms of observation Haki. Rarer even than Conqueror's Haki. What had this boy done to incur the wrath of the Navy? What was his background? The Golden Lion ruminated over these questions, but to no avail. He was resolute in his desire to escape this place, even if it meant sacrificing his own legs. Yet Leo's words had ignited a flicker of hope within him. If there were a way to retain his legs while still successfully fleeing the underwater prison, that would indeed be the most favorable outcome. But could this young man be trusted? Initially, the Golden Lion had considered allying with Leo for their escape. But his true intention was merely to sell Leo out, using him as a shield. As long as he could escape, with the powers granted by the float fruit, no one would be able to capture him. Leo, after all, could not fly. Thus, he would merely serve to draw the fire, absorbing the pursuit from those on the surface. The Golden Lion had never intended for Leo to be a true companion in this endeavor. Now, the Golden Lion grappled with the question of whether Leo was truly trustworthy. Did he genuinely possess the means to assist in the escape while allowing the Golden Lion to retain his legs? If he were to enlist Leo's help, he would need to ensure that the boy remained conscious, which meant the effects of that potent sedative must be negated. In that case, this lad might indeed help him break free from the shackles of Seastone. Was he trying to enlist my aid against that Navy soldier? Humph, thought the Golden Lion, rapidly strategizing in his mind. He resolved to wait until Leo regained consciousness to discuss the matter thoroughly. Time slipped away, second by second. Before long, morning had arrived. Once again, the Navy had failed to deliver any food to the prisoners. Their intent was simple, to torment these criminals through starvation. On one hand, it was an act of humiliation. On the other, and most crucially, it aimed to deplete the strength of these dangerous felons. Devoid of energy, their threat would diminish significantly. Despite being among the world's most formidable, even the Golden Lion could not endure for long without food and water. This was one of the driving forces behind his desperate need to escape. He refused to be forgotten by the world and would not endure this humiliation and hunger any longer. At that moment, he noticed Leo slowly regaining consciousness. Awake at last. Are you? What have you thought about that matter I mentioned? The Golden Lion inquired. Weakly, Leo inquired. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion fell silent for a few moments before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Why on earth should I trust you? Just because I am named Leo. How bold of you to say that. The Golden Lion continued, with your prowess, even in a state bound by seastone chains, it would be a trivial task for you to defeat those Marines. Just allow me to catch my breath, and once my strength is restored, they shall face their misfortune. Rest assured, I will not let you assist me without recompense. You wish to escape from here as well, do you not? Leo began to entice subtly. Ever since his encounters with the formidable warriors from the Warring States period, Zhangguo, Karp, Sakazuki, Pagliusolino, and Kazan, he had not consumed a single grain of rice or a drop of water, were it not for his extraordinary physical constitution and remarkable vitality. An ordinary person would have succumbed to the divine long ago after such an extended period without sustenance. Presently, Leo found himself in an unprecedented state of weakness. He was acutely aware that escape was no longer feasible through his own strength alone. He required assistance. He was not a wielder of devil fruit powers. The only true force suppressing him, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential, was that extraordinarily potent tranquilizer. If only he could withstand its effects long enough to prevent the Navy from continuing their assault and refrain from administering further tranquilizers. Then once he regained even a modicum of strength, breaking free would undoubtedly be within his grasp. The one capable of aiding him was none other than the Golden Lion. Upon hearing Leo's words, the Golden Lion was indeed tempted. He yearned for freedom, and as Leo had pointed out, he could indeed incapacitate those Navy soldiers in an instant, even while bound by Haki-infused chains. The reason he had refrained from doing so previously was not due to an inability to act, but rather because such an effort seemed futile. He was still shackled. Even if he could subdue those soldiers, he would remain trapped. The adversaries could simply starve him for days, then provide him with just enough food and water to prolong his suffering. Yet, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. Leo resides right next door. Moreover, this lad is not a user of devil fruit abilities, yet possesses remarkable strength. If I assist him in breaking free from his shackles, he could then aid me in unfastening the seastone cuffs. Thus, both of us would stand a chance at escaping this dire predicament. The eyes of the Golden Lion shimmered with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Leo for a good 10 seconds. Very well. I shall place my trust in you this once, Leo. Should you dare to deceive me, I will not show you any mercy. Enough with the idle chatter. They're approaching. Seize this opportunity, Leo reminded them. After about 10 seconds, footsteps began to echo in the dark, shadowy underground prison. Soon, Wilger and his two subordinates appeared at the door of Leo and the Golden Lion's cell. He first glanced at the Golden Lion on the left and taunted. You seem quite spirited, Golden Lion. After 10 days and nights without food or water, you still have such strength. I must say, you are truly a monster. But what will it matter if you go another 10 days without sustenance? Are you really going to die like this? Provoked, the golden lion merely smiled faintly. A knowing grin that did not acknowledge Wilger's words. Wilger, having met with failure, shifted his attention to Leo. I've heard that you fought against Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and 3 of our highest-ranking generals for half a month before being defeated. It's been over half a month since then, hasn't he? Such resilience after all this time without food or water. Chapter 99. A missed opportunity. Wilger mocked Leo, though there was a hint of admiration in his tone. After all, Leo had gone over a month without sustenance. In such circumstances, he still managed to wake up daily before the effect of the powerful sedative wore off, something unimaginable for an ordinary person. After finishing his mockery, Wilger took out a new potent sedative and entered the prison cell. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wilger's words, the golden lion was momentarily stunned. What did you just say? You little brat? I didn't catch that. Ha 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 ha. Care to repeat that for me? He thought he might have misheard. Leaning closer, he inquired of Wilger. You said this kid fought Sengoku and Garp, and who else for half a month? Wilger, who had been walking towards Leo, halted and turned to face the golden lion. You've been locked up here for so long that you're unaware of this matter. That's not entirely your fault, golden lion. The neighbor before you is Leo. Rumored to be the son of the pirate king, Roger. This kid possesses remarkable strength. To capture him, the Navy deployed Admiral Sengoku, the heroic Garp, and our 3 top-tier generals, Akane Sakazuki, Kizaru Borsellino, and Akiji Kazan. Such an impressive lineup of combatants took an entire half-month to successfully apprehend this boy. That's why he requires such treatment. You must understand, even as a legendary pirate, you have never been afforded such a privilege. Wilger concluded with a triumphant grin, shaking the potent sedative in his hand, indicating that even the golden lion was not worthy of such a powerful sedative. Upon hearing this, the golden lion's expression changed dramatically, his pupils flickering with doubt. He still believed this boy was boasting, deliberately speaking grandiose lies to provoke him. Ha 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 ha. Wilger, we've known each other for several years. Do you really think I don't know your character? Spare me your nonsense. You're talking about Sengoku and Garp. I nearly destroyed Marineford because of their interference. They stopped my plans. Do you think they're a Navy fodder like you? This kid can take on Sengoku and Garp by himself? And with Sakazuki and the other 3 kids? Do you take me for a fool? The golden lion scoffed, then erupted into laughter. That's why I say you've become a frog in a well, golden lion. I want to waste more breath on you. These tidings are not something just anyone can know. If news of this leaks out, the Navy's reputation will be in tatters. Only those like you, imprisoned deep within Impel down with no hope of escape, essentially dead, have the chance to hear such information. But that's enough for now, Wilger said, approaching Leo with the potent sedative. At that moment, his pocket phone bug rang, emitting a stern voice. Wilger, what are you doing? Do not engage in prolonged conversations with prisoners during your patrol. That's the rule here. Have you forgotten? Hearing the authoritative voice from the phone bug, Wilger instinctively recoiled. Snapping to attention, Director Magellan, understood. I'll inject the sedative into this kid and return immediately. He resumed his stride towards Leo. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room at Impel Down, Magellan stood with his arms crossed, observing the surveillance feed with a few of his subordinates monitoring the phone bugs. He felt a sense of relief as he saw Wilger inject the potent sedative into Leo. However, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Magellan felt a sudden tightening, and his stomach began to rumble ominously. His intestines were churning rapidly. Alarmed, he silently turned and left the monitoring room. As a user of the venom fruit, his entire being, including the air he exhaled, was toxic. Thus, even the food he consumed carried poison, leading to his daily torment of food poisoning. As Magellan exited the monitoring room, the golden lion, who had been preparing to deal with Wilger and eliminate him and his subordinates, abandoned this idea after hearing Magellan's voice. Since the other party was monitoring everything here, it would be reckless to act now. It was the fear of failure. But if the guards realized that he and Leo were attempting to escape, future plans would be jeopardized. Moreover, and most importantly, Leo had just been injected with the potent sedative again, plunging him into a drowsy state. Missing the prime opportunity, even if he were to strike down Wilger now, Leo would remain unable to wake. He could only wait for the next chance. That little brat, the golden lion, mused silently. After being reprimanded by Magellan, Wilger did not engage the golden lion further and promptly turned to leave with his subordinates. 4 hours swiftly passed. Wilger returned as scheduled. This was a prime opportunity for escape. Leo had been waiting for the golden lion to act. However, due to days of fasting and growing old, the golden lion was severely drained of energy and had fallen into a deep slumber. Leo could only miss the opportunity, helplessly watching as Wilger administered yet another powerful sedative. By the time Leo regained consciousness for the second time, it was already afternoon, perhaps even evening. Deprived of a view of the sky, Leo was unable to discern the passage of time. All he could see was that the golden lion, that fellow, had yet to awaken. It was truly a lamentable sight, witnessing a legendary pirate of such renown potentially meeting his demise in such a place. Leo gazed at the approaching Wilger with a scornful smile. In response, Wilger cast a glance at the golden lion and then back at Leo, scoffing. What a jest. That fellow is the golden lion. Our intent is to ensure that pirates like you endure torment here. Death will not come easily. Chapter 100. The duration of awakening has extended. After uttering these words with a cold chuckle, Wilger promptly instructed his two subordinates to prepare food. He then approached Leo. Look at you. You're already nothing but skin and bones. How does it feel to endure hunger? Unpleasant, I presume? However, it is not yet your turn to eat. Just wait a little longer. In 2 days, when you are too weak to utter a word, perhaps we will grant you a morsel. With that, Wilger administered a potent sedative to Leo. It was better that he remained silent, for Leo had not consumed anything for over a month, nor had he drunk even a drop of water. At this moment, Leo acutely felt the pangs of hunger. His recovery was increasingly sluggish, and the intervals between his awakenings were extending. There were times when, even upon regaining consciousness, he sensed no sign of energy restoration. This was a clear indication of severe physical depletion and a drastic energy deficit. He was aware that he was nearing his limit if he continued without sustenance or water. Even if the Golden Lion truly came to his aid and defeated the naval soldiers, he might not possess the strength to assist the Golden Lion in escaping. Lost in these thoughts, Leo's consciousness began to blur. As he succumbed to a deep slumber, the provisions for the Golden Lion arrived. Leave this here for that fellow. Just let him sip a little water, but do not give him too much. Wilger instructed his subordinate before turning to exit the prison. The young naval soldier remained behind to attend to the Golden Lion's meal. He gazed upon this once mighty figure, who had single-handedly infiltrated the Marine headquarters at Marineford and devastated half of it before being vanquished by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garb. Now, the legendary pirate appeared gaunt and emaciated, as if he were on the brink of death. The soldier felt a pang of sympathy and chose to disregard Wilger's orders, surreptitiously providing the Golden Lion with additional water and slightly more food than prescribed. Having received the water, the Golden Lion gradually regained a modicum of energy. He stirred from his stupor and opened his eyes to the sight of food laid before him. Although it consisted merely of a simple rice ball, 2 grilled eel pieces, and a slice of what appeared to be some kind of sea creature's flesh, to someone who had not eaten for over 10 days. These morsels were akin to exquisite delicacies. He cast aside any semblance of decorum and devoured the food voraciously. However, after a few bites of restoration, the Golden Lion recalled something and instinctively glanced next door. Leo, under the influence of the sedative, remained in a deep slumber, unresponsive to any external stimuli. As the Golden Lion chewed his food, he remembered that Leo had also gone over a month without sustenance. He stealthily concealed a piece of the sea creature's meat, intending to offer it to Leo upon his awakening. After all, to successfully escape this wretched place, he would require Leo's assistance. The Golden Lion mused silently, finishing the remaining food in a frenzy. After satisfying his hunger, he felt his strength gradually returning, and a surge of confidence welled within him. He was certain that when the opportunity arose, he could eliminate Wilger and his subordinates, freeing Leo from his bonds so they could escape together. Yet, as time passed, hour after hour, a full 5 hours elapsed without any sign of Leo awakening. This is troubling. After more than a month without food or water, could he have perished? The Golden Lion sensed a foreboding and concentrated on Leo. Activating his observation Haki, he confirmed that Leo still breathed, and his aura remained stable, allowing him to exhale in relief. This fellow's vitality is impressively resilient. Over a month without nourishment, and yet he appears unscathed. I could only endure about 20 days myself. He silently admired Leo's fortitude and vitality. However, he pondered the perplexing situation. Normally, Leo would awaken after merely 3 hours, yet now, 5 hours had passed without a stir. And that did not account for the time lost while the Golden Lion was unconscious. He scrutinized Leo's steadily rising and falling chest, wondering. Moreover, Wilger had yet to return. Could the effects of the drug have prolonged? The Golden Lion quickly grasped this possibility. He continued to observe, counting the minutes as they slipped away. Several more hours passed before he finally noticed a flicker of movement in Leo's eyelids. Sure enough, moments later, Leo began to rouse. Why does it feel like I've slept for an eternity? Leo gazed at the Golden Lion with a hint of bewilderment. It seems the Navy has augmented the dosage of the sedative they administered to you. You have been in slumber for a full 9.5 hours. Consume this, he commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, the Golden Lion retrieved a piece of sea king meat he had previously concealed and tossed it to Leo. Upon seeing the food, Leo's eyes gleamed with delight. Without uttering a word, he promptly took a bite and swallowed it whole. As the sustenance filled his stomach, he immediately felt a surge of energy revitalizing his strength. The power of physical enhancement enveloped him. A wave of elation surged within Leo. This newfound ability, which he had grasped during his previous encounters with the likes of warring states and Carp, was a force more formidable than the mere restoration of life. It allowed Leo to swiftly convert ingested sustenance into replenished stamina, with both the efficiency and percentage of this transformation far surpassing that of life restoration. With his vitality restored, Leo felt a fervor igniting within him. Golden Lion, this is an exceptional opportunity. Seize it wisely. If you wish to emerge victorious, do not hold back. Leo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at the Golden Lion, who admonished him with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Do you really think you know who I am? Just make sure you don't hold us back when the time comes. The golden lion chuckled, a hint of disdain in his tone. Humph. Rio chuckled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, they could discern the approaching footsteps and presence of Weigel and his subordinates through the perceptive prowess of Kinbunchika Haki. Suddenly, the golden lion inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why do you not employ your Haki to deal with those fellows?" Chapter 101. Interrogation. The golden lion's question was merely casual. He was unaware that Rio possessed the Conqueror's Haki. However, he could sense the existence of Armament Haki emanating from Rio's being, and it was evident that Rio possessed a considerable amount of it. In response, Rio shook his head bitterly. "Do you think I do not wish to? This tranquilizer suppresses the power within me, rendering me incapable of utilizing my stamina, let alone my Armament and Conqueror's Haki. It seems only the Kinbunchika Haki remains unaffected." "You possess Conqueror's Haki?" The golden lion was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. "Indeed. Do you not have it?" Leo looked at the other person with a perplexed expression and retorted. "Golden lion, ha 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 ha. What a joke. Of course, I possess the Conqueror's Haki as well. But I never expected that a little brat like you would wield such power. Allow me to witness your Conqueror's Haki in a moment, golden lion." Upon finishing his statement, Leo lifted his gaze towards the left corner outside the cell. The sound of footsteps approached, growing ever closer. The golden lion's eyelids twitched, feeling affronted by Leo's words. However, he refrained from losing his temper and instead sneered, "Just wait and see." Yet, as soon as he spoke, a subtle frown creased his brow. At that moment, he sensed a rather obscure yet distinctly familiar aura manifesting nearby. This presence was drawing nearer, accompanied by the likes of Wurg and others. The recognition of this familiar essence caused the golden lion's expression to darken instantly. At the same time, Leo also perceived the existence of this aura, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. "So that old fellow has arrived," the golden lion scoffed. "Indeed." No sooner had he uttered these words than a hearty laugh echoed from the corridor's corner. "Ha ha ha ha. Golden lion, you seem to be the same as ever." As Carp's laughter resonated, his figure emerged at the corner. Upon hearing his voice, the golden lion's demeanor soured further. "Carp, you old bastard. Have you come here to witness my humiliation?" Carp halted at the threshold of Leo and the golden lion's cell, crossing his arms. First, he appraised the golden lion. Then his gaze shifted to Leo. "You seem to be in good spirits, young Leo. It appears you've grown accustomed to life here," Carp remarked with a grin. "Humph. Would you care to join me inside and see for yourself?" Leo scoffed coldly. At that moment, a voice imbued with authority resonated from behind. "Kapu, do not squander time. Attend to the matter at hand." The speaker was none other than Sengoku. Upon hearing his voice, Leo's heart sank heavily. It seemed that their escape plan was doomed to fail once more. The golden lion, upon hearing Sengoku, displayed an expression of fury. "Sengoku, I never anticipated that you old curmudgeon would show up. Haha. Surely, both of you old bastards are not here merely to witness my folly?" The golden lion sneered. "Today's events are indeed unrelated to you, golden lion," Sengoku replied, stepping into the light. Following him was Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. In the presence of these formidable figures, Wilg appeared apprehensive. He dutifully approached and unlocked Leo's cell, then stepped aside. Sengoku and Kapu entered, instantly radiating an overwhelming aura that locked onto Leo and suppressed his power. At that moment, Leo's strength was still diminished due to the tranquilizers, rendering him utterly immobile under the combined pressure of Sengoku and Kapu. "Oh, is this aimed at me?" Rio gazed playfully at Sengoku and Carp, remarking with a smile. "After such a lengthy respite, I trust you have managed to regain some composure, haven't you, Rio? I have come today primarily to discuss a few matters with you." Sengoku, arms crossed, looked down at Rio and scoffed. "What good news could possibly emerge from your lips?" Rio curled his lips in disdain. "It pertains to the verdict of your trial. Due to the grave offenses you have committed, following the judgment of the world government and the Navy's judicial island, you were sentenced to life imprisonment, confined for eternity in the deep-sea prison. I trust you have no words to contest such a fate," Sengoku elucidated. Rio remained utterly silent, for these judgments held no significance for him whatsoever. All that mattered was forging an alliance with the golden lion to escape together. Once liberated, the vast ocean would welcome the leaps of fish, and the sky would allow birds to soar freely. When he had fully absorbed and digested all the knowledge and abilities swirling in his mind, they would transform into his true strength. On that day, the Navy and the world government would undoubtedly tremble in fear. "Tell me, Rio, what is your true origin? Apart from yourself, who else knows about the events from 5 years ago? And who imparted your remarkable abilities to you? Revealing this information may earn you a chance at a reduced sentence," Sengoku remarked. At these words, Rio let out a cold laugh. "Was the last encounter not harsh enough for you? Yet it seems your mind has indeed been damaged, Sengoku. Do you genuinely believe I would divulge such matters to you?" Upon concluding his words, Leo slowly closed his eyes, indifferent to Sengoku and Carp. He began to ponder the information swirling within his mind. "What did I tell you? I mentioned he wouldn't cooperate with us willingly," Sengoku. Carp, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders in a languid manner. Noticing Sengoku's disregard, he nonchalantly retrieved a donut and began to indulge in it, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Meanwhile, Sengoku fixed a piercing gaze upon Leo. The orders were issued by the world government, personally decreed by the Gorosei. Yet the stipulation was clear. You must divulge everything you know. Had you been left to fend for yourself in your infancy, survival would have been an impossibility without assistance. Sengoku continued calmly, as if discussing a matter detached from his own concerns. His nonchalant tone evoked an inexplicable anger in the listener. Enough already, Sengoku. You and your ilk have committed such atrocities, inflicting immense suffering upon countless innocents in this world. How can you remain so utterly unmoved by this? Leo questioned with a hint of anger. Upon hearing this, Carp's action of eating a donut momentarily paused, while Sengoku remained visibly indifferent. The Navy had merely acted in accordance with righteousness. At times, sacrifices must indeed be made for the greater good and safety of humanity. Chapter 102. A Change of Personnel. The arrival of the Mad Dog. Sengoku's words reignited Leo's emotions once more. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion silently listened to their exchange. His eyes flickering as if he were contemplating something profound. Can you believe this is the kind of rhetoric that can be uttered? Sengoku. Do you truly believe that in your pursuit to eradicate the lineage of Pirate King Roger, it is acceptable to disregard the countless lives of newborns and expectant mothers? Rio angrily questioned, asserting that there was no need to discuss these matters. The Navy was simply doing what was right. I have stated that. In order to protect this world, certain sacrifices are sometimes inevitable. Now, answer my previous question, Rio. In the face of this inquiry, Sengoku remained composed, calmly responding to Rio. And he never considered the actions taken by the Navy in the past as erroneous. Upon hearing this, the nearby Shiki could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. It seems you have committed unforgivable acts against this lad's family. But isn't this the Navy's usual approach? They have always been so despicably vile." Even I said it right, Sengoku, Garp? Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Shiki but remained silent, while Garp took a hearty bite of his donut, equally reticent. This is your only opportunity, Rio. If you can secure a chance for a reduced sentence at your current age, you might be able to see the outside world in 50 or 60 years. However, if you refuse to cooperate, you will never again witness the blue skies, the white clouds, the ocean, or the sun. In the face of Sengoku's threat, Rio remained unmoved, his eyes shut tight as he indulged in a state of introspection. Seeing Rio disregard him, Sengoku rolled up his sleeves and took a syringe filled with a powerful sedative from the nearby Wilk. We will return. You can ponder here. If you decide to cooperate, you may call upon the Navy here, and they will convey your message. However, we cannot allow the effects of the drug to wear off. With that, Sengoku plunged the syringe into Rio and slowly administered the substance. Ha ha ha. You remain as rational and composed as ever, Sengoku. This irritating demeanor becomes increasingly grating. Shiki observed Sengoku's every move, sneering. In response, Sengoku turned to him, clapped his hands, and said, "Your words will keep you here for a lifetime, Shiki. This deep-sea prison is your finest grave." With that, Sengoku turned to leave. Garp, having devoured the last donut, cast a deep glance at the drowsy Rio, shook his head in resignation, and lightly clenched his fist. Reflect well here, lad. Your crimes are not particularly severe, and there is still a chance for redemption. After saying this, Garp also exited the cell. The following day, Sengoku and Garp returned, posing the same questions as the day before, seeking information from Rio regarding the brutal actions the Navy had undertaken worldwide 5 years prior. Clearly, this was not Sengoku or Garp's initiative, but rather pressure from the 5 elders of the world government. The incident from 5 years ago was far from honorable. Despite the Navy's numerous grandiloquent justifications, the world government and the Navy headquarters maintained a high-pressure stance to mitigate negative repercussions. Any hint of information was swiftly erased, and all knowledgeable individuals were silenced. Their relentless interrogation of Rio followed the same principle. However, Rio had no intention of cooperating with them. Yet, the frequent visits from Sengoku and Garp thwarted the escape plans that Shiki and Rio had been secretly devising. Thus, the days passed by, and before long, a month had elapsed. This morning, the Navy headquarters sent someone again, but this time it was not Sengoku or Garp, it was Sakazuki, alone. Like a rabid dog, Sakazuki strode into Ryo's cell, saying nothing and asking no questions. He immediately delivered a punch to Rio, utilizing the powers of the magma fruit. The blow seared half of Ryo's face, leaving a charred mark reminiscent of grilled meat. Fortunately, Ryo's self-healing abilities activated, continuously mending his wounds. In the adjacent cell, Shiki's expression turned grave as he witnessed this scene. He recognized Sakazuki. Despite being a generation younger, his strength was undeniable, the most formidable Logia-type devil fruit user. During the Navy's assault on the Rocks pirates at God Valley, these 3 young admirals had contributed significantly. Yet, at this moment, Shiki was not merely astonished by Sakazuki's direct involvement in interrogating Rio, but rather by Ryo's resilience. Ha ha ha. Are you all right, brat? Shiki laughed, observing the gradually healing wound on Ryo's cheek. Rio, in turn, mocked Sakazuki, whose face was twisted in anger, saying, "What's wrong, Sakazuki? Did I leave you incapacitated last time? Why have you become so weak?" In response, without a word, Sakazuki delivered another fierce punch to Rio. Leo found himself immobilized, treated like a mere punching bag. Yet, his remarkable resilience once again enabled him to withstand Akainu's lethal blow, sustaining only superficial injuries and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, you little monster. Even steel would melt under his fists, yet you endured 2 strikes without a scratch. The golden lion's eyes flickered with incredulity as he gazed at Leo, astonished to witness the signs of his wounds healing. The shock within him was ineffable. Were he in Leo's predicament, even with the defense of Haki, a direct blow from Akainu wielding the powers of a devil fruit would likely result in his demise. At this moment, it was not only the golden lion who was astonished. Akainu himself, along with his allies Magellan and Virgo, stood equally astounded. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. That would be too merciful, Leo. I intend for you to experience true agony, a suffering worse than death. With that, Akainu resumed his relentless assault on Leo. Chapter 103. Every strike you deliver will exact a 1,000-fold toll. In pursuit of information from Leo, Akainu personally journeyed from Marine headquarters at Marineford to Impel down to interrogate him. His methods starkly contrasted those of Sengoku and Garp, as he wasted no time before launching an attack. At this moment, Akainu unleashed a barrage of blows upon Leo. Both fists enveloped in Haki and empowered by the lava fruit's abilities. He struck with the fury of a tempest, mercilessly tormenting Leo, who, bound by chains and sedated, was rendered incapable of retaliation. This scene left the golden lion nearby furrowing his brow, while Magellan and Virgo behind him wore grave expressions. Your punches lack strength, Akainu. Rio endured a barrage of blows, his visage marred and bloodied. His strength, having activated its self-healing capabilities, was nearly depleted. Yet, Sakazuki showed no sign of relenting. Keep talking tough. Let us see how long you can endure, he declared, delivering a fierce punch that struck Rio squarely in the face. With a resounding crash, Rio was hurled against the wall, which shattered under the impact. The adjacent cells, housing various criminals, erupted in startled reactions, mistaking the commotion for a chance to escape. Within the confines of Level 6, numerous felons began to cheer and shout, with some already slipping through the fractures in the wall. However, Sakazuki remained indifferent to the chaos, relentlessly pursuing Rio with a fervor fueled by long-simmering rage. The last encounter, where 5 had banded together against Rio, had nearly turned disastrous for him, leaving Sakazuki in a state of disarray and on the brink of exhaustion. Such an affront to his unwavering sense of absolute justice was intolerable, instilling in him a profound wariness of Rio. Now that an opportunity presented itself, he was determined not to squander it, wishing fervently to eliminate Rio on the spot. Regrettably, the 5 elders had issued a directive. Rio was to remain alive until all intelligence was extracted from him. Thus, Sakazuki could only vent his fury through a savage beating. How delightful it would be to see that brat meet his end in such a manner. The golden lion observed Magellan and his subordinates, who stood at the cell's entrance, coldly witnessing the unfolding events. Admiral Sakazuki knows precisely how to conduct his affairs. This matter is beyond your meddling, golden lion. Should you wish to avoid such treatment, it would be wise to remain compliant within your confines. After all, your frail constitution cannot withstand the Admiral's wrath. Upon hearing Magellan's somewhat derisive tone, the golden lion's expression darkened. The audacity of these young ones was astonishing. If not for the chains binding me, they wouldn't even be worthy of kneeling to serve me. Though he voiced such sentiments, a twinge of apprehension lingered within him. If Sakazuki were to unleash a similar beating upon him, his aged body would surely not endure. This realization intensified the golden lion's desire to escape from Impel down. For over half an hour, Sakazuki rained down punishment upon Rio until he was on the verge of unconsciousness before finally relenting. Administer a tranquilizer. He possesses regenerative abilities. Once he recovers, inform me. Sakazuki's expression was grave as he emerged from the debris and issued a command to Magellan. Upon receiving the order, Magellan nodded in compliance. Just then, a chilling chuckle echoed from the ruins behind Sakazuki. Sakazuki, everything you have done today is etched in my memory. Remember, you had better ensure I do not escape from here, or you shall face dire consequences. A figure staggered to its feet among the rubble. Sakazuki turned to Rio, scoffing. Dream on. Once you enter here, you shall never escape. With that, he dismissed further conversation, dusting himself off before departing the cell. After administering a potent tranquilizer to Rio, Magellan, along with his subordinates, exited, simultaneously ordering repairs for the damaged walls and cells. He then urgently led his team to pursue the criminals who had seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos, now scattered throughout Impel down. Ha ha ha. What a pitiful sight, young Rio. The golden lion remarked, observing Rio's battered state. It seems we must hasten our efforts to find a way out of here. In response, Rio remained silent, silently mustering the last reserves of his strength to activate his healing powers and mend his injuries. His silence did not signify acceptance of today's events. Sakazuki's treatment of him would not go unanswered. One day, he vowed, he would make Sakazuki pay in full. Thus, time passed unremarkably for a month. Within the confines of the prison, sustenance was scarce, and there was insufficient time to recuperate. It took an entire month for Leo's injuries to heal completely. Naturally, he was not entirely satisfied with such a pace of recovery. However, in the eyes of a formidable warrior like the Golden Lion, this was nothing short of miraculous. You truly are a monster. You remind me of another extraordinary being I once knew. He possessed a physique akin to yours and was impervious to defeat. The Golden Lion's words prompted Leo to recall that individual, and the image of him vividly resurfaced in his mind. Leo remained silent, concealing his familiarity with Kaido of the beasts. At that moment, however, the Golden Lion spoke to himself. To be frank, I believe your physique has surpassed that monster's. Even he would not possess a recovery ability as formidable as yours. To withstand an attack from Akainu's magma and emerge unscathed, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The Golden Lion had transitioned from his initial distrust of Leo to a growing familiarity. He had gained a deeper understanding of Leo's strength and gradually developed admiration for this man, who was several generations his junior. If this young man could indeed escape from this place, he would undoubtedly become a figure surpassing rocks. Yet, he would inevitably pose the greatest obstacle to my advancement. There can only be one king of the world. With this realization, the Golden Lion began to ponder internally whether he should still attempt to rescue him. Chapter 104, Seeking Leo, The Mad Pursuit of Kaido. Having witnessed Leo's extraordinary physique and terrifying power, the Golden Lion now harbored reservations. Initially concerned that Leo would not save him, he now worried that Leo might one day contest his dominance over the world. Once a mindset shifts, distance between individuals begins to grow. Although the Golden Lion continued to jest and converse with Leo, deep down, he had already resolved not to assist Leo in his escape. Consequently, when presented with several opportune moments, he refrained from taking action. Leo gradually became aware of this issue, realizing that the Golden Lion harbored distrust towards him. Perceiving him as a potential rival, Leo ceased to place his hopes in the Golden Lion. He rarely mentioned seeking assistance from the Golden Lion to free himself from the shackles of chains and sedatives. With each awakening, Leo's words diminished in frequency. His thoughts were straightforward, to conserve every fleeting moment. He sought to harness the vast reservoir of knowledge within his mind, continuously practicing, contemplating, and simulating. His aim was to swiftly transmute all this understanding into his own strength. After the last encounter, where he was soundly chastised by Sakazuki, Leo gleaned significant insights from the experience. He felt a fire igniting within his mind, a fire emanating from the depths of the earth, the flames of molten rock, the inferno of the earth's core. Leo remained unaware of the true nature of this power, for each time he awakened, the duration of his comprehension was exceedingly brief. Wilger would invariably arrive at precisely the appointed moment, ensuring that Leo was afforded no excessive time in lucidity. Yet, Leo began to faintly perceive that if he could successfully grasp this newfound power, merely by rehearsing it within the confines of his mind, he would ultimately possess an extraordinary force, one potent enough to instill trembling fear in this world and among all his adversaries. Every time Leo awakens, he remains silent, indulging in introspection. The Golden Lion observes this occurrence in silence. Their unspoken understanding of their relationship has evolved beyond the initial acquaintance. Thus, the Golden Lion refrains from further conversation. The two reside in the advancing city, each leading their own lives, savoring every fleeting moment. Meanwhile, significant events unfold outside. Months prior, when Kaido learned of Leo's capture by the Navy, he exploded with fury, indulging in a drunken rampage. Over the subsequent months, he had nearly relegated the incident to the back of his mind. However, on this particular day, one of his top 3 subordinates, Jack the Drought, unexpectedly mentioned Leo. In terms of strength and combat experience, I far surpass that kid Leo, and I command my own fleet. I fear not even a marine admiral. Why is the bounty on my head less than 10 billion berries? Those Navy fools must be blind. This was originally Jack lamenting his latest bounty to his men, but it caught Kaido's drunken ear. That long-forgotten name struck a nerve. After downing 3 large gourds of alcohol, Kaido felt the effects of intoxication. Ha ha ha, what nonsense. Navy, just wait, I'm going to rescue that kid Leo. With a loud proclamation, Kaido leapt into the sky, transforming into a colossal azure dragon, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the clouds. In no time, Kaido arrived near Marine headquarters in Mariewa. From his lofty vantage point, he spotted several warships heading toward the gates of justice and wasted no time diving down. The massive azure dragon swooped down, unleashing a tremendous blast of heat upon the Navy's ships. Instantly, the 3 vessels were obliterated. Ha ha ha, Navy, come out. Hand over that kid Leo, or I will annihilate your pitiful base. Fueled by his drunken fervor, Kaido soared into the air, soon hovering above Marine headquarters. Instantly, all the high-ranking officers within the Marine headquarters sprang into action, sensing the impending threat. It's that beast Kaido. What is he doing here? It seems he is after Leo. Who is Leo? Leo is that infamous newcomer. He committed severe crimes and was erased from existence by the world government, with a bounty of 15 billion berries. Such a newcomer exists? Everyone, brace yourselves. We must stop Kaido. Chaos ensued among the Marine ranks. Meanwhile, transformed into a colossal azure dragon, Kaido unleashed a torrent of heat upon the multitude of Marines gathered in the Grand Plaza. A massive storm formed in the sky, relentlessly crashing downwards. Countless warships were destroyed, and the soldiers on the ground suffered devastating casualties under Kaido's scorching onslaught. Hand over, Leo, or I will reduce your base to rubble. Kaido, caught in his drunken frenzy, continued to unleash his fiery breath, wreaking havoc. In mere moments, Marine headquarters was left in shambles. Suddenly, an immense icy aura surged upwards, enveloping the sky above Kaido. At the same time, Admiral Aokiji appeared in midair. He raised his hand, conjuring 3 gigantic ice spears. Ice spear. Aokiji forcefully hurled the ice spears toward Kaido. However, Kaido merely twisted his colossal form, releasing a torrent of dark red haki that shattered Aokiji's icy breath and spears. With a roar, Kaido spewed forth a blast of heat towards Aokiji, catching him off guard and sending him crashing back to the ground, creating a massive crater in the plaza. Where's that brat, Leo? Hand him over, Kaido bellowed, continuing his drunken tirade. At that moment, a radiant golden light burst forth from the ground, resembling a divine aura. A colossal golden Buddha materialized before the Marines. Kaido, how dare you wreak havoc here? With a mighty wave, the Buddha, Sengoku, unleashed over 10 shockwaves toward Kaido. The powerful waves traversed thousands of meters in an instant. Kaido, caught unprepared, endured at least 10 strikes, causing his massive dragon form to shudder and retreat in the air. After being struck repeatedly, Kaido finally halted, albeit begrudgingly. After being propelled hundreds of meters away, yet, as if unfazed, he charged back in fury, unleashing a tremendous blast of heat towards Sengoku, who resembled a great Buddha. Sengoku, die! Kaido roared in rage. The terrifying heat blast resembled atomic breath, instantly tearing apart the plaza where Sengoku had been standing, creating a massive fissure that stretched back to the Marine headquarters. The ancient structure was cleaved in two, and the entirety of Marine headquarters nearly succumbed to the destructive force. Have you lost your mind, Kaido? What do you think this place is? A figure suddenly appeared beside Kaido's massive dragon head, legendary Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Upon Garp's arrival, he bellowed, causing Kaido to flinch slightly, having sensed none of Garp's approach. In an instant, Kaido realized the danger, but it was too late. Garp, harnessing the power of Haki with devastating internal destruction, swung his fist down upon Kaido's head. Such a direct attack to a vital area would have obliterated an ordinary individual, yet Kaido merely crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater. Before soaring back up as if nothing had happened, he reverted from his azure dragon form to his usual state, purple-black lightning crackling around him. In a heartbeat, his formidable Conqueror's Haki erupted, causing nearly all Marine personnel below the rank of captain to collapse, rendered unconscious. Only a handful of stronger colonels, commanders, and high-ranking officers remained unaffected. Kaido, surrender immediately. In a fierce confrontation, Sengoku's voice resonated powerfully. Meanwhile, Kaido, with a dark and furious demeanor, brandished a black-spiked club, exuding an aura of ominous purple-black energy that instilled fear and commanded respect. Where's that brat, Rayon? Hand him over, and I shall take my leave, Kaido proclaimed with a raucous laugh, as if negotiating with Sengoku. His arrogance was palpable. Shockwave. Sengoku retorted, unleashing a powerful shockwave towards Kaido. At that moment, Garp descended from the sky, crossing his arms and observing the battle from a distance. Thunderous 8 trigrams. In response to Sengoku's shockwave, Kaido swung his spiked club, countering with his own formidable attack. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki enveloped him, creating a rift in the air as he retaliated against Sengoku. At the very instant he unleashed his thunderous 8 trigrams, Sengoku's shockwave struck him forcefully, sending Kaido hurtling backward. However, Kaido's attack also landed on Sengoku, resulting in a direct hit to his chest, causing a golden light to flicker and fade as Sengoku was similarly propelled away. In the ensuing chaos, Kaido heard a calm voice behind him, followed by a sudden drop in temperature. He felt the air around him grow frigid, his skin beginning to freeze. And even his internal muscles, bones, and blood vessels felt the icy grip. Kaido's heart raced. He realized the peril he faced if this Marine Admiral's fruitability took hold. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido pivoted, unleashing an intense wave of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, shattering the encroaching frost. Simultaneously, he swung his spiked club violently at Aokiji, sending the Admiral flying. Just then, Garp appeared before Kaido, smirking as he delivered a barrage of punches. Meteor Fist. Garp's colossal fists rained down, each strike amplified by his formidable Armament Haki, battering Kaido's robust frame. Despite being renowned as the strongest creature, with the extraordinary mythical Zoan-type Azure Dragon fruit, granting him unparalleled vitality and defense, even Kaido struggled under Garp's relentless assault, soon spitting blood. The onslaught did not cease there. As Kaido was being overwhelmed by Garp, Sengoku approached from behind, determined not to underestimate such a notorious pirate. Raising his palm, Sengoku unleashed a series of shockwaves that hammered against Kaido's back, complementing Garp's frontal assault. Kaido found himself besieged, taking immense damage as his body endured the combined might of these two top-tier warriors. Dazed and reeling from the dual strikes, Kaido's vision blurred. However, the imminent threat did not end. Akiji stood at a distance, poised and focused, emanating an air of intimidation that weighed heavily on Kaido's psyche, forcing him to divide his attention to guard against a potential sneak attack. As Garp and Sengoku continued their relentless assault, it seemed as though they were practicing on a punching bag, relentlessly delivering their most potent attacks upon Kaido. Yet, Kaido, a formidable figure of the New World, was not to be trifled with. In a fit of rage, he swung his spiked club, unleashing both Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki in a single devastating blow that struck Sengoku, dimming the golden light once more as Sengoku was sent reeling. With Sengoku momentarily incapacitated, Kaido turned his attention to Garp, preparing another strike. Chapter 106. Kaido captured. The golden line escapes. Just as Kaido was about to deliver a crushing blow to Garp, he sensed a sudden drop in the air temperature enveloping him once again, as if he were on the brink of becoming an icicle. Realizing the threat, Kaido activated his Armament and Conqueror's Haki once more to counter Akiji's freezing abilities. Yet, this brief moment of distraction allowed Garp to land over 100 punches on Kaido, causing him to cough up blood once more. Seeing Kaido in such a state, Garp hesitated for the slightest moment, a fraction of a second that Kaido seized to retaliate with a furious swing of his club, sending Akiji flying over 1,000 meters. Transforming into his colossal azure dragon form, Kaido soared skyward, unleashing a torrent of heat against Garp. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Sengoku's thunderous voice echoed across Marineford, followed by a purple-black lightning bolt striking down upon Kaido. This was Sengoku utilizing his Conqueror's Haki to strike from a distance. Kaido, hit by the attack, reverted to his normal form, crashing down towards the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Garp launched another series of relentless punches, each one crashing against Kaido's robust body. Following this, Sengoku's shockwaves and Akiji's freezing abilities threatened to overwhelm him. Despite Kaido's remarkable defenses, vitality, and mastery of Haki, it was evident to all that he was at a significant disadvantage. While he retaliated against Garp or Sengoku, he would inevitably endure countless counterattacks. If it were any other warrior in his stead, they would have succumbed long ago. Ha ha ha. Is this all you've got? Come at me with your full strength. Kaido once again unleashed his Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. The formidable Conqueror's Haki generated a 360-degree shockwave, instantly rendering the Navy majors, lieutenant colonels, and colonels, who had barely managed to withstand his previous assault, unconscious. You shall not escape today. Garp bravely stepped forward, willingly taking on the task of drawing Kaido's fire. Sengoku and Akiji took turns launching attacks against Kaido, plunging him into a state of passive defense. Garp and Sengoku exchanged blows, relentlessly retaliating against Kaido, while Akiji intermittently threatened and harassed him, denying Kaido any moment to recover or retaliate against Garp or Sengoku. As day turned into night, an entire day and night slipped by unnoticed. Finally, by the afternoon of the following day, the beast known as Kaido, reputed to be the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, succumbed to a state of disorientation. He was rendered unconscious by the combined efforts of Garp and Sengoku. Garp, gazing at the fallen Kaido, could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. What a monster! It is astonishing that he could endure so many attacks before collapsing. Sengoku, with a look of lingering apprehension, reflected on their previous encounters. Although he and Garp had teamed up before, consistently overpowering any formidable pirate, opponents as troublesome as Kaido were rare. Rivaled only by the likes of the Golden Lion and Rocks, even Roger could not achieve such a feat. Since this fellow has delivered himself into our hands, and we have successfully defeated him, we shall proceed with his public execution. Recently, many newcomers on the high seas are unaware of their own insignificance, Sengoku remarked, narrowing his eyes. Following the precedent set by the Golden Lion, who invaded Marineford alone, an increasing number of individuals have sought to challenge the authority of the Navy headquarters. Today, Kaido's brazen intrusion, marked by widespread destruction and the slaughter of numerous naval soldiers, has resulted in severe economic repercussions. It is absolutely imperative that he pays a price for his actions. Leo awakened once more from his slumber. However, as soon as he regained consciousness, a sudden glint of vigilance crossed his gaze. Instinctively, he lifted his eyes to look ahead. Indeed, in the adjacent cell that should have been bound by sea-stone chains, the Golden Lion, who was expected to be immobile, had vanished without a trace. All that remained on the ground were 2 severed feet. Ultimately, this fellow chose to escape in such a manner, and evidently, he did so without me. Leo was not surprised by the fact that the Golden Lion chose to sever his own legs. What he found regrettable was the undeniable lack of trust the Golden Lion had in him. He would rather opt for self-mutilation and escape alone than extend a hand to aid him in leaving Impel down. Relying on a mountain may lead to its collapse, and depending on others may result in their flight. Indeed, it is only oneself who remains the most significant and dependable support. Leo chose not to voice any grievances. He understood that the Golden Lion was merely making what he believed to be the right decision. At that moment, Leo gradually closed his eyes, resuming his contemplation of the swordsmanship principles he had yet to fully grasp before falling unconscious. After a while, Wilger arrived, as punctual as ever. However, upon entering the cell, Wilger was taken aback. His gaze darted suspiciously toward the adjacent cell of the Golden Lion, his expression shifting dramatically. Where had that fellow gone? Wilger fixed a penetrating stare on Leo, demanding an explanation. You ask me, how could I possibly know? Leo responded with a peculiar question. Upon hearing this, Wilg glanced once more at the adjacent cell. This time, he noticed the two severed legs that lay upon the ground and finally grasped the reality of the situation. Wilg, disregarding Leo entirely, hastily seized the telephone bug to alert all the guards stationed at the Push City. This is dire news, Director Magellan. The Golden Lion Shiki has escaped from prison. The word swiftly spread, causing chaos among the naval guards throughout Push City. Meanwhile, Magellan, suffering from food poisoning due to the meals served that day, found himself in a compromising position in the restroom. Leo silently observed the flustered demeanor of Wilger before him, a faintly mocking smile playing upon his lips. He remained composed, seizing the moment to cultivate the abilities he had discerned in his mind, while quietly awaiting the opportune moment. The effects of the tranquilizer within him continued to wane, and his strength gradually returned. Should Wilger persist in disregarding his presence, he would soon regain sufficient vigor to escape. Chapter 107, The New Neighbor. Sometimes, circumstances are rife with unpredictability. Just as Leo believed that Wilger would be too preoccupied with the chaos ensuing from the Golden Lion's escape to notice him, the man suddenly regained his composure. With a fierce glare directed at Leo, he spat. What kind of look is that? Damn pirate. Wilger stormed towards him, seemingly attributing all his frustration over the Golden Lion's escape to Leo. No one escapes from Impel down, he bellowed. You would do well to remain here quietly. With that, Wilger approached Leo and administered another injection with a syringe. The potent sedative took effect once more, erasing the hard-won strength he had just begun to recover. Leo once again felt a profound weakness in his limbs, accompanied by dizziness and a clouded consciousness. Just as in the original tale, without Leo, the Golden Lion ultimately managed to escape from Impel down with remarkable ease. No one could fathom the nature of this occurrence or how that individual achieved such an escape. Leo was only aware that when he awoke from his slumber the following day, for solemn and meticulous naval soldiers had taken up their posts at the entrance of his cell. Beyond the heavily guarded prison exterior, naval patrols traversed the corridors at regular intervals, approximately every 5 minutes. Furthermore, every 2 hours. Either Magellan or the deputy warden of Impel Down would personally lead a team into Level 6 for inspection. This relentless routine persisted day and night, leaving Leo with no semblance of an opportunity to escape. Early that morning, Leo again roused from his sleep, only to discover that a new neighbor had taken residence in the adjacent cell. This individual's physique resembled that of a small mountain, even in the dim, lightless corners of the prison. His silhouette was unmistakably clear. He was a behemoth, his size dwarfing Leo's own, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. Imbued with an air of dominance and ferocity, coupled with his sinewy muscles and long beard, he presented a formidable presence. In an instant, Leo recalled a particular individual. As his consciousness gradually regained clarity, he scrutinized his surroundings anew. Have you had your fill, little brat? A voice, heavy and thunderous, suddenly reverberated through the cell. Following this, a pair of light golden vertical pupils opened, shining brightly like a beacon in the night, illuminating the space with an unsettling radiance. An aura of overwhelming authority emanated from those eyes, cascading toward Leo. Then came the unrivaled Conqueror's Haki, crashing upon him like a relentless tide. Yet, Leo merely felt his heart race for a few moments and his blood surge, before returning to a state of complete normalcy. He was not rendered unconscious. Simultaneously, he recognized the formidable figure before him, a man as robust as a mountain, if his judgment was not amiss. This individual was none other than the legendary being known as the strongest across land, sea, and sky, one of the significant officers of the Rocks Pirates, whose name once echoed throughout the world, instilling fear in both the Navy and the world government. Today, he was one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Observing that Leo had withstood the impact of his Conqueror's Haki without faltering, a flicker of surprise appeared in Kaido's pupils. To withstand my Conqueror's Haki, you possess considerable strength. Little brat. Indeed, to be precise, you are slightly stronger than me. Leo chuckled. It was indeed quite astonishing that Kaido, the beast, had been captured and imprisoned within Impel Down. At that moment, new thoughts began to blossom in Leo's mind, and he could roughly surmise the events that had transpired. In the original narrative, Kaido had faced defeat on 7 occasions throughout his tumultuous life. He had challenged several of the other emperors single-handedly, and had even launched an assault on the Marine headquarters, daring to confront their most formidable adversaries. Undoubtedly, Kaido was no match for Whitebeard, while his standing against Shanks remained uncertain. His defeats were likely a result of being vanquished by Whitebeard and subsequently by the strongest of the Marines. Consequently, Kaido had been apprehended by the Marines 18 times and sentenced to death on multiple occasions. Ironically, despite the Marines exhausting every possible means to execute him, all attempts had ended in failure. Whether through beheading or artillery bombardment, none proved effective against Kaido. Leo pondered these reflections, Recognizing that since Kaido had been captured by the Marines so many times and had proven impervious to their efforts, they had no choice but to confine him within Impel Down. The absence of mention regarding Kaido's past experiences is easily comprehensible. The legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, had recently escaped imprisonment, presenting a considerable headache and a loss of face for both the Marines and the world government. They were compelled to suppress such information. In this context, should Kaido manage to escape from Impel Down, it was inevitable that the world government would opt to conceal the news. Understanding the original storyline, Leo realized that Kaido would undoubtedly find a way to flee from Impel Down. Otherwise, the subsequent plot developments would be inconceivable. Thus, if he could adeptly leverage this individual, perhaps he too could escape this dreadful place. Countless thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. In Leo's heart, a playful smile emerged. As expected, Kaido burst into laughter upon hearing Leo's audacious words. Ha ha ha. Little brat, you certainly have a lot of nerve. Do you have any idea who I am? Kaido fixed his gaze upon Leo, coldly questioning him. I care not who you are. After all, are you not just like me, confined here? Rio responded nonchalantly, rendering Kaido momentarily speechless. The young man before him exuded an extraordinary aura, both in his demeanor and speech, evoking an unmistakable sense of distinction. Kaido, unable to restrain his curiosity, found himself gazing at Rio with renewed interest. What is your name, young one? Kaido inquired suddenly. Rio, came the reply. So you are Rio? Humph, it seems you are familiar with me. A hearty laugh escaped him. Ah, at last, I have found you. What is it that you seek from me? Rio regarded his counterpart with curiosity. Ah. The prospect of being bounty hunted by the Navy for a staggering 15 billion berries and incarcerated in level 6 of Impel Down indicates that this individual is far from an ordinary soul. I can sense that from you. Why not come over and assist me? Kaido, straightforward in his approach, extended an invitation to Rio. His superior observation Haki had already detected the astonishing power residing within Rio. This young man, as he had just articulated, was indeed on par with himself. Should Rio choose to align with his crew, the combat prowess of the beast pirates would undergo a remarkable transformation. However, Rio's response nearly caused Kaido to choke on his own blood. The beast pirates? What a peculiar name. I have no interest. For the name of your crew is simply too unappealing. Chapter 108. Your strength is quite mediocre. Leo's response nearly drove Kaido to the brink of fury. With his eyes as wide as copper bells, he glared intently at Leo. You little brat, it seems you are still oblivious to the significance of my name. How on earth did you manage to earn such a staggering bounty? Any ordinary pirate, upon venturing into the Grand Line, would possess knowledge of the 4 emperors of the New World. Yet, this audacious youth boldly claimed to be unfamiliar with him and dismissed the beast pirates with disdain. This revelation astonished Kaido, igniting his temper. Were it not for the sea stone chains binding him, he would undoubtedly take the opportunity to teach this arrogant whelp a lesson he would not soon forget. Do not inflate your own importance, I have said it before. No matter how much you prattle, you find yourself trapped here just like me. Leo shrugged indifferently. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, Welju appeared before the cell. He cast a wary glance at the fearsome beast Kaido next door, who seemed poised to break free from his restraints at any moment. After retracting his neck slightly, he took a deep breath and finally stepped into Leo's cell. You awakened quite early today. Are you satisfied with your new neighbor? This arrangement comes directly from Director Magellan himself. If you intend to escape beneath his watchful gaze, you shall endure considerable hardship. With a chuckle, Welger produced a syringe and emptied an entire vial of potent tranquilizer. Hearing this, Leo suddenly realized their intentions. They planned to use Kaido to monitor him, to intimidate him. Ensuring his escape was impossible. Given Kaido's formidable strength as a notorious pirate, should he discover Leo's attempt to flee, he would not relent easily. Moreover, a person as proud as Kaido would never cooperate with him. Was this truly the Navy's foolish strategy? Leo found it amusing in his heart. However, he said nothing and simply closed his eyes. You had better not sleep tonight, Wilge. After being injected with an extraordinarily potent sedative, Leo addressed the naval colonel before him. Upon hearing this, Wilger was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Leo, with a cryptic smile, remarked, Be careful, you might have nightmares. Go ahead and say whatever you like. Such petty tricks cannot intimidate me. Wilger retorted, yanking the syringe out with force. He then let out a cold snort, casting a wary glance at Kaido, who occupied the adjacent cell, instinctively narrowing his eyes. Not daring to provoke Kaido, Wilger hastily turned and left. As he locked Leo's cell once more, a slight sense of relief washed over him. Ensure they are watched closely. They must not escape. He commanded the 4 guards stationed at the entrance. Kaido, with curiosity, observed the slumbering Leo, pondering a thought. It seemed this young man was not a devil fruit user, which explained why the Navy resorted to sedatives to keep him unconscious, preventing him from harnessing his powers. If I could utilize this lad, perhaps I could hasten my own escape from here, he mused, his gaze glinting with sharp, profound intensity. Despite his imposing physique and seemingly carefree demeanor, Kaido possessed a keen intellect and deep cunning. Resolving to collaborate with Leo for their escape, he patiently began to observe and wait. Time slipped away unnoticed. Approximately 9.5 hours later, Leo awoke. The moment he opened his eyes, he discerned a troubling scene. All the guards at the entrance lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Kaido's voice then reached his ears. "Hey kid, do you wish to leave this place?" Upon hearing this, Leo let out a significant cold laugh. "Can you truly achieve that?" he inquired. "Oh ho ho ho. How dare you underestimate me?" Kaido exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, he abruptly fell silent. A surge of awareness coursed through Leo as he unleashed his observation Haki, instantly detecting a formidable presence drawing near from outside. This familiar aura caused his gaze to darken in an instant. It was evident that Kaido had quieted due to the emergence of this energy. The source of this aura was none other than Admiral Sakazuki from the Navy headquarters. That fellow had returned once more, seemingly intent on interrogating him again. Leo's eyes gleamed with a sharp, cold light, as if ready to erupt into violence at any moment. Kaido silently observed everything, feeling a flicker of curiosity within. "Do you harbor a deep-seated grudge against that fellow?" Kaido inquired. "This is none of your concern. Ho ho ho. I am the mighty Kaido of the 100 Beasts. There is nothing in this world that I dare not intervene in." Kaido laughed boisterously. Without further ado, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a formidable and tangible assault that surged toward the chains binding Leo. He aimed to employ this technique to aid Leo in breaking free from his restraints. However, it appeared that Kaido had somewhat overestimated his own abilities. Though his Conqueror's Haki was indeed powerful, capable of wreaking havoc upon surrounding objects, these extraordinary chains, forged from special materials, were not easily dismantled by ordinary means. At this moment, the chains encasing Leo remained utterly unyielding, leaving not even a trace of damage. Observing this scene, Kaido's expression shifted slightly. His pupils narrowing as an awkward and incredulous look crossed his face. "It seems your strength is not as remarkable as I had presumed." Ryo sneered, "You little brat. Just wait. I will rescue you sooner or later." Kaido, filled with defiance, vowed as footsteps approached from a distance. Before long, Sakazuki, accompanied by Magellan and others, arrived at the front of the cell. However, this time he was not there to trouble Ryo. Upon reaching the cell, Sakazuki merely cast a cold glance at Ryo before instructing his men to open Kaido's cell door. "It is time for you to meet your fate, Kaido. The message has been sent out. In 3 days, the Navy will execute you publicly in Marineford. Many across the world will witness the moment your head falls." Sakazuki, arms crossed and indifferent, uttered these words, prompting several Navy soldiers to grip their long swords and enter the prison to escort Kaido out. Meanwhile, in the adjacent cell, Ryo felt a slight stir within him upon hearing these words. The Navy's intention to take away the beast Kaido meant that his escape plan was doomed. Without Kaido's assistance, he could not break free from his restraints nor escape the effects of the powerful tranquilizer. Chapter 109. Execution. The Vigilant Sakazuki. Upon hearing Sakazuki's declaration of a public execution, Kaido erupted into wild laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. "Ha ha ha. Since when did the Navy adopt such audacious bravado? I am eager to see how you intend to execute me." In response, Sakazuki remained expressionless. Puffing on his cigar, he turned to leave and commanded, "Take this man away." "Wait a moment." Ryo called out to the other person. Sakazuki paused momentarily, turning his head to regard him. "It is not your turn yet. You will be sent on your way once you confess." Sakazuki, after all this time apart, is this how you choose to speak to me? The last time you failed to inflict any harm upon me. Did I wound your pride? Leo's taunts instantly hardened Sakazuki's fists. However, he had pressing matters at hand and chose to disregard Leo's provocations. "When I return next time, you shall know the answer," Sakazuki declared, offering no further commentary as he ordered the escort of Kaido away. Observing that his words did not elicit the desired reaction, Leo remained undeterred and shouted, "Are you fleeing from your own defeat?" Sakazuki, unfazed, responded calmly, "You cannot provoke me now, Leo. There is no need for futile efforts." He halted his steps, turning back to face Leo once more, his demeanor poised and unyielding, clearly not one easily roused by Leo's antics. "Ah, it seems you've tempered your temper quite a bit. Who has schooled you?" Leo continued to provoke his opponent. His intention was straightforward. If he could infuriate Sakazuki into utilizing the magma fruit against him, it would undoubtedly enhance his own understanding considerably. Leo had devised alternative means of escape. With Kaido on the verge of execution and soon to be taken away, his only option was self-rescue. One method of self-liberation was to master the ability he had gleaned during his previous encounter with Sakazuki. The knowledge lingered in his mind. Yet Leo felt something essential was still amiss. He could not precisely grasp the nature of this power, reminiscent of the flame fruit's abilities, yet akin to the magma fruit's might. Just a fraction more was needed. A mere confrontation with this individual would suffice. Sakazuki had promised to return a month after their last meeting, yet he had failed to honor that commitment. Months had passed, and now that Leo finally faced him again, he was determined not to squander this opportunity. Moreover, there was a more pressing reason. The effects of the drug coursing through his veins were waning. In about half an hour, he would fully regain his strength. If Sakazuki fell for his ruse and pummeled him as he had before, the outcome would be nothing short of exquisite. At that moment, as Sakazuki heard Leo's taunts anew, he felt a surge of irritation. He slowly removed his justice cloak and began to stretch his limbs and joints, the crisp sounds echoing throughout the prison. Very well. Teaching a lesson to someone like you will not consume too much of my time. Since you seek trouble, I shall oblige. Sakazuki, composed, turned around, and instantly, the temperature of the air began to rise, a brilliant layer of red magma manifesting upon his skin, a consequence of his Haki's infusion. As Sakazuki prepared to strike, even Kaido sensed a flicker of apprehension. The power of the magma fruit was no trifling matter. It was the most formidable of the Logia types. Even he, renowned as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, did not possess absolute confidence in his ability to remain unscathed under Sakazuki's onslaught. Is this fool contemplating suicide? Kaido mused, casting a curious glance at Leo. He observed the corners of Leo's mouth curling into a sly smile, as though he had orchestrated a cunning plan. However, just as Sakazuki was about to act, Magellan's deep voice interjected. Mr. Sakazuki, the sedative's effects on this brat are dwindling to less than 20 minutes. He requires a fresh injection. Upon hearing Magellan's caution, Sakazuki's powers dissipated in an instant, his aura retracting swiftly. Clever little rascal. I nearly fell for your scheme. Sakazuki huffed, casting a lingering gaze at Leo before turning nonchalantly to depart. Take Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Meanwhile, Magellan signaled for work to administer a potent sedative to Leo. You truly are a crafty one, nearly ensnaring even Admiral Sakazuki in your deceit. Yet, that opportunity has passed. Henceforth, our vigilance over you will intensify. With that, Werg approached Leo and swiftly administered the powerful sedative. Leo once again found himself in a state of drowsiness. When Leo awoke once more, he found the cell adjacent to him, once belonging to Kaido, utterly deserted. Aside from the faint sounds of a heartbeat and breath emanating from a distant cell, the only other sounds were those of the 4 naval guards stationed at the entrance. Undoubtedly, Kaido had been taken to Marineford, where he would soon face a public execution at the hands of the Navy. However, considering his formidable abilities, it would take a powerhouse like Akainu, wielding the powers of a devil fruit, to bring him down. Otherwise, Kaido was unlikely to meet his demise, whether by gunfire or blades. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Leo. He could no longer leverage Kaido's strength to facilitate his own escape. Leo focused his mind, delving deeply into the wealth of insights he had gathered in his thoughts. He tirelessly simulated and practiced these revelations, time and again. However, his concentration was soon interrupted by the arrival of an insufferable figure. Wilger, with an air of triumph, entered Leo's cell, armed with a potent tranquilizer. He merely chuckled coldly a couple of times, refraining from further conversation, and immediately administered the powerful sedative to Leo. Wilger was indeed a man of his word. Having previously claimed he would closely monitor Leo's every move, he had left no room for opportunity. True to his word, Wilger appeared before Leo within 10 minutes of his awakening, and this pattern continued for several days. Each time Leo regained consciousness, he was afforded approximately 8 to 10 minutes to contemplate and practice the myriad abilities he had comprehended, before succumbing once more to the effects of a new sedative, plunging back into oblivion. Thus, 6 months slipped away unnoticed. On this particular day, Leo awoke as usual, only to behold a familiar silhouette. Chapter 110, Kaido returns. On this day, Leo emerged from slumber as he always did. As consciousness returned, his observation Haki instinctively activated, allowing him to perceive an extraordinarily powerful and familiar presence. Leo instinctively lifted his gaze forward. In the adjacent cell, a colossal figure loomed like a small mountain, seated in the corner. Who, other than the formidable Kaido, could possess such a massive physique and exude such a fierce aura? Merely by sitting there, Kaido naturally emanated an intimidating presence that deterred ordinary individuals from meeting his gaze. At that moment, Kaido appeared exceedingly sullen. It was evident that he had once again been captured. I had thought you had been slain by the Navy. Ryo beheld Kaido without a trace of astonishment. This individual was notorious, having been apprehended by the Navy a staggering 18 times, with countless execution attempts failing to bring about his demise. This was merely a prelude. Clearly, Kaido remained in a state of relentless self-destructive enthusiasm. Even if he were to escape this time, it was inevitable that he would find himself in prison once more. You little brat. Do you truly believe it is amusing to see me here? Kaido questioned with a voice as thunderous as a storm. I do not find it humorous. I am simply somewhat taken aback. Leo responded, ha ha ha, I deliberately allowed myself to be captured by them. Kaido laughed heartily. Oh. Leo glanced in astonishment at the 4 incapacitated naval guards at the entrance, rendered unconscious by Kaido's overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. He then shifted his gaze back to Kaido's face. Why? Ryo inquired. Oh, is it truly for me? Kaido promptly replied, indeed. It is for you, lad. I have declared from the very beginning that I would rescue you from this place. Do you take me for a fool? Once I have made a promise, it is one I shall uphold. After asserting this, Kaido ceased his idle chatter and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, launching an assault on the chains binding Ryo. With a resounding thud, the formidable wave of Haki struck the chains with great force. Yet, it merely produced a sound reminiscent of clashing metal. The chains remained utterly unyielding. Clearly not of ordinary make. It was futile. Leo shook his head helplessly. During the 6 months of your absence, they replaced my chains more than 3 times. This is the latest invention, and it is virtually indestructible by ordinary means. Leo exclaimed, ha ha ha. Do you consider me an ordinary person? Kaido retorted with a maniacal laugh. I am uncertain, but it is a fact that you cannot destroy this thing. The words of Leo provoked Kaido. With a face contorted in rage, he exclaimed, ho ho ho. I initially intended to use that move to free you from the shackles of this clumsy thing. It seems I've saved myself some effort. Since you think so, I need not prove anything further. Just stay put, kid. Kaido erupted into a maniacal laugh, a sound brimming with indifference. It appeared he truly did not care about Leo's opinions of him. Such an overt display of feigned bravado could hardly deceive Leo. In that moment, Leo remained far more composed. With a slight smile, he retorted, is it that you do not want to prove it, or that you are incapable? This seemingly simple statement was laced with sharpness, causing Kaido's expression to darken instantly. Kid, you're quite clever, Kaido replied in a grave tone. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Welger and his 2 subordinates arrived and immediately noticed the guards rendered unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki. He cast a wary glance at Kaido. Are you about to engage in another futile endeavor, Kaido? Welger addressed him, his tone notably bolder than before. Since Kaido had previously been confined here, shackled by sea stone chains, and had posed no threat to him, Welger felt emboldened, believing Kaido's current state rendered him harmless. Futile endeavors? Ho ho ho. If I wished, I could render you unconscious too. Kaido boisterously responded to Welger's inquiry. If you can, then do try. However, there's no chance for you to escape from here. Welger pointed to the ceiling above, indicating the din mushy position to capture the corridor's images. Although the angle prevented clear visibility of the cell's interior, the din mushy could still capture the events occurring within the corridor. In fact, they had already witnessed Kaido incapacitating the guards from the monitoring room. Fortunately, Kaido had not attempted a breakout, otherwise they would have launched a full-scale assault. And you, Leo, you haven't eaten in half a month, yet you've grown taller. Truly a peculiar specimen. Get some sleep. Though Welger now harbored less fear of Kaido, he was still cautious not to provoke him excessively. He turned his focus to Leo, ordering the cell door to be opened and stepping inside. Without a word, he raised a syringe, intending to administer another dose of the potent sedative to Leo. However, at that moment, a tremendous force erupted from the adjacent cell. It was as if a mountain was crashing down. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki bore down upon Welger, causing him to tense up. A wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering him unable to stand. With a thud, Welger succumbed to Kaido's formidable Haki, collapsing to the ground. His 2 subordinates had already succumbed to Kaido's Haki, lying unconscious. You fiend. Kaido, what are you planning? Welger exclaimed in shock, hastily pulling out the emergency din mushy to contact Magellan. Ho ho ho. A wretch like you dares to act with impunity before me? Prepare to meet your demise. Kaido laughed maniacally before unleashing his Conqueror's Haki once more, directing its immense force at Welger. This capable Navy colonel was instantly rendered unconscious. Yet, before succumbing entirely to Kaido's overwhelming power, he managed to dial Magellan's din mushy. Director Magellan, there's a situation at level 6. At that moment, Magellan was in the restroom. Suddenly receiving Welger's call, he was so startled that he leaped up without even reaching for toilet paper. What did you say, Welger? Magellan's inquiry fell into silence as the din mushy simulated Welger's unconscious expression. Seeing this, Magellan's heart sank. Oh no. Could it be that Kaido, or that boy Leo has encountered some unforeseen trouble? Fearing this possibility, Magellan wasted no time. He immediately instructed the vice director of Impel down to assemble a team and rush to level 6, while also ordering the soldiers in the monitoring room to closely observe all movements on the 6th level. Meanwhile, within the confines of level 6, Kaido, having just incapacitated the Navy, Colonel Welger with his supreme Conqueror's Haki, wore a maniacal grin. Ho ho ho. Kid, I shall rescue you right now. With that, Kaido directed his Conqueror's Haki towards Leo, its formidable power bearing down on the chains binding him. However, as before, it proved utterly ineffective. Leo chuckled with a hint of amusement. Save your strength, Kaido. With just 10 more minutes, I shall completely regain my stamina. At that point, shedding this heap of scrap metal will be a mere trifle. After Leo finished speaking, he began to close his eyes in earnest, seeking to restore his energy. Upon hearing this, Kaido fell into silence. He silently observed Leo, and after approximately half a minute, he indeed sensed a more formidable aura emanating from him. It was as if an empty vessel was being continually filled with water. As Leo's presence intensified, Kaido gradually felt his own strength becoming increasingly alarming. In an instant, Kaido's expression turned solemn. This young man's power was unexpectedly far greater than he had anticipated. Just as Kaido was engulfed in uncertainty, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Kaido, I require a little more time. Leave the rabble to you, Leo reminded him. In response, Kaido let out a cold snort and disdainfully remarked, Ho ho ho. If I assist you, how do you intend to repay me? As long as I can extricate myself, rescuing you will be but a trivial task. Leo chuckled. Upon hearing this, Kaido let out a low grunt once more. Yet he refrained from further commentary and unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. The approaching naval soldiers fell in droves. However, before Kaido could revel in his triumph. A vast expanse of purple toxic mist swiftly enveloped the area. Kaido's expression darkened at the sight of this noxious haze. Within the fog, a multitude of naval soldiers donned gas masks emerged from the rear, raising their firearms menacingly at Kaido and Leo. "You two shall not escape from here." Magellan emerged from the toxic fog, casting a glance at the unconscious Wild on the ground, instantly grasping the situation. His gaze first settled on Kaido, then flickered towards Leo. "Oh ho ho ho. Who do you think your little tricks can intimidate?" Kaido laughed maniacally. Magellan ignored him and approached Leo. As he advanced, the toxic mist spread towards Leo, causing him to feel a creeping paralysis in his body, hindering his recovery. He opened his eyes, frowning at Magellan. "We only have a few minutes left, Kaido. You wouldn't want our efforts to be in vain, would you?" Upon hearing Leo's words, Kaido erupted in laughter. "Oh ho ho ho. Don't dare to give orders to me." Though irritated by Leo's command, Kaido directed his attack towards Magellan. However, Magellan was not akin to the average naval foot soldier. Although Kaido's Conqueror's Haki was formidable, it posed no real threat to Magellan. Bound entirely by sea prism stone, Kaido could only unleash his Conqueror's Haki and utilize his Armament Haki to retaliate. Faced with Magellan's indifference to the crushing force of his Conqueror's Haki, Kaido unleashed his Armament Haki in a furious explosion. The violet-black aura manifested a tremendous internal destructive force, surging towards Magellan with relentless vigor. At this moment, a change flickered in Magellan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he called out, "Venom Dragon." Instantly, 3 massive, deep purple dragons, entirely formed from lethal liquid poison, erupted from his being, charging straight at Kaido. Boom. The Venom Dragons were instantly shattered by the shockwave of Kaido's Armament Haki. Nevertheless, a substantial amount of the toxic liquid splattered everywhere, some striking Kaido, while the remainder doused Leo. Already affected by the toxic mist, Leo felt his body grow increasingly numb and immobile. As the lethal liquid splashed onto him, his body tensed further, and the hard-won recovery of his strength began to plummet rapidly. "Oh ho ho ho. Such trifling tricks cannot hope to defeat me. I am Kaido of the 100 Beasts." Kaido bellowed with wild laughter, once more unleashing a shockwave of Armament Haki at Magellan. It seemed as though he was utterly unaffected by Magellan's venom. Rio mustered his spirits and fixed his gaze intently upon Kaido for a moment. Gradually, he became aware that Kaido's body was enveloped by a formidable layer of Armament Haki. It was this powerful Haki that safeguarded him, shielding his physique from the onslaught of Magellan's toxic gas and venom. In that instant, a profound realization dawned upon Rio. His mind was enriched with newfound insights that subtly hinted at a means to achieve immunity against potent toxins. However, it was precisely at that moment that Magellan unleashed his poisonous dragon once more to confront Kaido. A deluge of venom splattered forth, and Rio, already affected and unable to wield Armament Haki, found himself further afflicted by the toxins. Instantly, his body grew even weaker. Meanwhile, Magellan commanded his subordinates. "The sedative in that brat Rio is about to wear off. Administer a fresh injection immediately." With that, he engaged Kaido once again. "Ha ha ha. Let's see how you fare against me." Bound by sea stone chains that severely hampered his combat efficacy, Kaido found himself evenly matched with Magellan. This made him feel diminished, prompting him to unleash a powerful wave of Armament Haki. Chapter 112. No matter how strong the technique, one fears the poison. Kaido released a third formidable wave of Armament Haki. Faced with the impending attack, Magellan began to feel the pressure. After all, his opponent was one of the 4 emperors. Were it not for the peculiar nature of his poison fruit abilities and Kaido's entrapment in sea stone chains, he might have already been vanquished. At this moment, although he managed to hold his ground against Kaido, he could not sustain it for long. He immediately bellowed to his subordinates, "Why are you not rushing to inject Rio with the sedative?" A few of his subordinates, snapping back to reality, hurriedly dashed towards Rio. Leo observed their approach and shot them a fierce glare. The naval officers were instantly taken aback. He could not move. "Act immediately," Magellan urged. It was due to this slight distraction that he was struck by one of Kaido's armed Haki attacks. With a resounding thud, Magellan was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall behind him. The sturdy wall instantly bore numerous cracks and caved inward. Magellan coughed up a mouthful of blood. His subordinates, witnessing this scene, were filled with apprehension. One of them clenched his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, we must not allow this guy to regain his strength. Otherwise, we will be doomed." With Kaido and Leo together, if they managed to break free from their restraints, the Impel down would likely be laid to waste. This naval colonel exuded an imposing presence. As he spoke, he seized the syringe that had fallen beside the incapacitated Wilg, picked it up, and immediately lunged toward Leo. Under the influence of Magellan's venom from the Dokudoku no Mi, Leo was utterly defenseless against this assault. In an instant, all the strength within him was completely drained. Leo's consciousness began to blur, overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation, as if his body had slipped beyond his control. In a daze, he glanced at Magellan, who had returned. "Magellan, you scoundrel, just you wait," he muttered before completely losing consciousness. Upon witnessing Leo succumb to sleep once more, Kaido furrowed his brows deeply, devoid of Leo's assistance. He realized that no matter how fiercely he struggled, as long as the sea prism stone chains bound him, Escape from this place was impossible. Ha ha ha. A poison fruit user, is it? I will remember you, Magellan. Kaido refrained from attacking Magellan again. Not out of reluctance, but because further confrontation would yield no purpose, merely exhausting his strength. Moreover, there was a deeper reason for his restraint. Although he had just employed Armament Haki to mitigate most of Magellan's damage, the sheer potency of the poison fruit was formidable. Even a ruthless entity like Kaido felt its effects, experiencing a tingling sensation throughout his body. If the battle continued, the toxic repercussions would only intensify, potentially leading to his downfall at the hands of this man. Kaido, you shall patiently await your execution here. From this moment forth, deny these two any food or water, Magellan declared before hastily departing with his subordinates. However, just a few steps away, he could not suppress the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood. Observing the congealed blood in his palm, Magellan's gaze flickered. Truly, the reputation of Kaido, one of the four emperors, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, was not unfounded. If not for the restraints of the sea prism stone chains, he likely would have met his demise just moments ago, haunted by a sense of dread. Magellan's expression grew increasingly grave. Following the failure of this prison break, the guard presence in Impel Down had significantly increased. Magellan, not daring to relax for a moment, personally led patrols on the 6th level each day. As per his orders, Leo and Kaido were deprived of sustenance from that day forth. They endured this harsh reality for nearly half a month. Each time Leo awoke, he found the Navy waiting for him. The moment he regained consciousness, he would be injected with a potent sedative, even toward the end, even if he had not fully awakened. The Navy would administer a new sedative as soon as they perceived the effects of the previous one waning. This caused Leo to slumber for no less than 20 to 30 hours at a time. On one occasion, he was subjected to consecutive doses of the powerful sedative, plunging him into an uninterrupted sleep for a full week. Coupled with the deprivation of food and water, his physical condition deteriorated severely. Not only could he not contemplate the information swirling in his mind, but during the past month and a half, his total waking time barely amounted to 10 minutes. Kaido's situation was hardly better. Despite being the strongest creature in existence, his formidable physique required far more energy than the average person. After more than half a month of starvation, even he could feel his strength waning, although he appeared largely unchanged from half a month prior. Kaido had begun to conserve his energy, remaining silent and subdued. He had no idea how much longer he would be confined. And with Leo often sleeping for days on end, he lacked the opportunity to converse with him. The aspiration to utilize Leo's aid for escape transformed into an unrealistic notion. Gradually, Kaido abandoned the idea of collaborating with Leo and focused more on how he could extricate himself alone. Time slipped away unnoticed, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters arrived, marking the day of Kaido's impending public execution. Ghost Spider had come to escort Kaido to Marineford. Ha ha ha, so you're finally here to deal with me? Kaido erupted into boisterous laughter upon seeing the Vice Admiral. This time, you won't publicly announce my execution, Kaido. Rest assured as you embark on your journey. Soon, you'll be able to gaze upon the sky again. It's been over a month since you last witnessed the outside world. Ghost Spider showed no concern that Kaido could still cause trouble. Surviving a month of starvation was already a testament to his resilience. Now was the perfect time to escort him to Marineford. For a week, Kaido was no more formidable than a mere insect. As they led Kaido out of his cell, Ghost Spider couldn't help but glance back at Leo. This kid will likely remain trapped here until his dying day, he mused silently. Chapter 113, Mastery. The Power of Immunity to Toxins. When Leo awoke for what felt like the umpteenth time, he discovered that Kaido had vanished from the adjacent cell. It was evident that the man had been taken away to Marineford for execution. If the Navy could dispatch Kaido using conventional means, he would not bear the title of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Leo silently contemplated. He was not surprised by Kaido's abduction. It was merely a matter of time. After the last failed escape attempt, thwarted by Magellan, Kaido had not mentioned the endeavor again. Having been starved for over a month, Leo found himself devoid of any strength. Even in a state of consciousness, he felt too lethargic to utter a word, reluctant to move his lips. At that moment, the serious figure of Wilga reappeared in his line of sight. Liasso, indifferent to his counterpart, reluctantly focused his attention, striving to grasp the fragments of information swirling in his mind. After his last encounter with Magellan, he had suddenly comprehended a certain power, the ability to become immune to deadly toxins. Yet, Liasso had never found the opportunity to diligently practice this newfound insight. This time proved no different. Upon entering, Wilger wasted no words. He first administered a potent sedative meticulously concocted by Vegapunk. As the effects began to overshadow the remnants of the previous drug, rendering Liasso incapable of regaining his strength, Wilger remarked with a smirk. It seems you are alone once more. Your neighbor Kaido has been dispatched to Marineford for execution. Unless fate intervenes, you shall never meet again in this lifetime. So, do remain here quietly, Liasso. If you behave yourself, I shall periodically bring you sustenance and water. With that, Wilger cast a lingering glance at Liasso before departing the cell without further comment. Liasso etched those final words into his memory. Time slipped away. Leo awoke once more from his slumber. This time, he distinctly sensed a change within his body. Ever since being afflicted by the toxic abilities of Magellan's devil fruit, His condition had been dire. Each awakening that allowed him to retain a semblance of normal cognitive function felt like an indulgence. However, upon rising today, Leo discovered that his mind was remarkably clear. Furthermore, the pervasive fatigue and the sharp, prickling pain that seemed to pierce every cell had suddenly vanished without a trace. After more than a month, had his body finally acclimated to the toxins, perhaps due to the newfound immunity he had developed against the venom? Leo pondered deeply within himself. He began to grasp the information regarding the newly realized ability that stirred in his mind. Based on the insights he had gleaned, Leo repeatedly endeavored to exert control over his cells. He meticulously categorized these cells, distinguishing the normal, healthy ones from those that were damaged and toxic. Although this task may seem straightforward in theory, the actual execution proved to be far from simple. The number of cells within Leo's body is astronomical, measured in trillions. Accurately calculating the quantity of each individual cell is an immensely challenging task. To ascertain their numbers and locations is a prerequisite for distinguishing their types, which constitutes a monumental undertaking. In this moment, Leo is deeply attuned to his inner sensations, and his efforts yield some results. He has swiftly categorized over 10 billion cells. However, at that precise moment, Wilger arrives. This individual not only brings with him a potent sedative but also provisions of food and water. Upon opening the door to the cell and approaching Leo, Wilger utters no superfluous words. He places the food before Leo and states, "You must be nearing your limit. You have shown considerable restraint during this time. Although you are a person of unspeakable crimes and cannot be permitted to continue your endeavors here, it would not be so simple to allow you to perish. Eat. After this meal, the next time you will eat will be a month from now. You have only 3 minutes, regardless of whether you finish or not. I will administer this potent sedative into your system." As Wilger speaks, he stands and retrieves the syringe. Leo was indeed famished. He desperately required energy to replenish his body. Thus, after listening to Wilger's words, he paid no heed to whether the other was humiliating or mocking him. Such matters were of no significance. Leo directly seized a rice ball and began to eat. It must be said that these naval officers maintain a certain degree of decency towards the prisoners here. The food is freshly prepared, not the stale or foul varieties. Leo seized a piece of ham and devoured it ravenously. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had consumed all the food laid before him. Observing Leo, who had polished off every morsel, Wilger maintained a stoic expression and proceeded to administer an injection. "You are now an exceedingly dangerous individual. So, once you are satiated, ensure you rest well." As Leo's consciousness began to wane, Wilger turned and departed the cell with his subordinates. In the following days, this individual proved to be relentless, arriving punctually without fail. Clearly, he sought to avert any further incidents. Each visit, Wilger engaged in minimal conversation with Leo, swiftly administering the injection before departing. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon half a month had elapsed. Each time Leo regained consciousness, his alertness lasted no longer than a minute. Nevertheless, he diligently utilized every fleeting moment, continuously reflecting and honing the various abilities he had discerned. Throughout this period, Leo successfully assimilated the power he had previously grasped, which rendered his body immune to potent toxins. He had now fully mastered this strength. Uncertain of its precise efficacy, he contemplated testing it the next time he encountered Magellan. If he could withstand the effects of his venom, his chances of escaping from this place would significantly increase. Leo silently contemplated, feeling an increasing eagerness to encounter Magellan once more. However, each time Magellan patrolled, Leo found himself ensnared in a state of slumber. It was unlikely he would cross paths with that individual even once in a month. Perhaps it would be more prudent to explore other abilities for the time being. During his last confrontation with Sakazuki, it seemed he had gained some insight into the manipulation of flames and temperature. Leo cast aside all thoughts, both significant and trivial, that cluttered his mind. He then seized the opportunity to delve into the understanding of his newfound abilities. Chapter 114. A band of villains arrives. Each day, upon awakening, Leo devoted himself to comprehending his extraordinary powers, even if it were but a fleeting second. He would not squander the chance to practice his burgeoning abilities within the confines of his mind. Thus, time passed unnoticed, and nearly a month elapsed. As was customary, today Wilger brought food to him. Unbeknownst to him, it had been almost a year since he was imprisoned in the advancing city, with their encounters becoming more frequent. Despite previous discord, the relationship between Wilger and Leo had gradually grown closer. "Do you wish to know what transpires outside?" Wilger inquired as he stood before Leo, holding the meal. Leo disregarded him, devouring his food voraciously. After consuming several rice balls, he finally lifted his gaze towards Wilger and remarked, "The portions today are quite generous." "Ah, after all, you are in a period of growth, and our navy is rather humane. Once you finish eating, we shall replace your chains with a more comfortable set, so as not to hinder your physical development. However, I advise you against any foolish actions. Escape is beyond your reach." As Wilger issued this warning, Leo remained noncommittal regarding the latter's words. After wolfing down all the food, he inquired, "I recall being captured during the summer. With the passage of the seasons, it must be approaching summer again, correct?" This was a matter Wilger had not given much thought to. Having spent an extended period within the confines of Impel Down, he had not ventured outside in quite some time. Upon hearing Leo's question, Wilger fell silent for a few seconds, calculating in his mind. From the moment you were imprisoned until now, I have administered sedatives to you for nearly 11 months. It should be early summer by now, he replied, chuckling softly. He then cast a cold smirk at Leo and added, if you were hoping to gaze upon the sky outside, I suggest you conserve your energy. I too have not laid eyes on the outside world for a considerable time. However, I can share with you the recent events that have transpired outside. Should you wish to hear them? Wilger inquired once more, his sudden shift in demeanor raising suspicions about his intentions. Leo chuckled lightly. Over time, one inevitably encounters boredom. If all goes according to plan, you and I are destined to squander our lives in this place. At this point, Wilger fell silent, seemingly burdened with deep thoughts. He did not join the Navy merely to serve as a warden in this dismal abyss. His aspirations had been to forge a remarkable career. Yet, given the current circumstances, it appeared highly improbable that he would ever escape this confinement. Even with a promotion to a position akin to that of the Director Magellan, he would ultimately remain within the confines of the city of propulsion. Anyone in such a predicament would likely feel a sense of discontent, unless they harbored no grand ambitions. Despite the weight of his unspoken concerns, Wilger did not neglect to keep track of time, calculating the effects of the medication on Leo. Regaining his focus, he remarked, you should soon have a new neighbor. Oh, Leo was somewhat taken aback. The other party did not mention Kaido, which likely meant that the individual entering was not that person. Those who could be imprisoned in level 6 of Impel down were almost all notorious figures. Who could it possibly be? Leo's curiosity began to stir within him. Meanwhile, Wilger continued to speak to himself, remarking, those individuals have committed numerous heinous crimes in this world. Their wickedness, when juxtaposed with yours, is utterly unforgivable. Leo remained silent, listening attentively as the other spoke. Will glanced at him, then at the time, and continued, in short, they are a group of individuals who have committed the most heinous crimes, ordered by the world government to erase all traces of their existence. Because of them, the cells of level 6 infinite hell are nearing full capacity. It seems we will indeed become increasingly busy. By the way, there is one more thing I must inform you. However, I doubt it will have any significant impact, considering we are both destined to be trapped here for life. After a moment of introspection, Wilg finally lifted his gaze to meet Leo's, saying, that fellow Kaido, he has escaped once again. Leo's gaze sharpened slightly, soon giving way to a playful smile. He had long anticipated such an outcome. Kaido's record of capture stood at an astounding 18 times, a mere trifle. After being delivered to Marineford, he was executed in secrecy, yet it was said that no method could extinguish his life. Truly a monster. Subsequently, the Navy had intended to transport him back to Impel down for continued confinement, sentencing him to life imprisonment. However, unexpectedly, during the transfer, he seized the opportunity to escape, not only annihilating the prison ship, but also defeating the vice admiral in charge of his escort, Fire Mountain. At this juncture, Will cast a meaningful glance at Leo, eager to discern his reaction, curious to see if this young man harbored intentions of fleeing as well. Yet, Leo maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unconcerned about Kaido's escape. What does this look signify? Rio inquired with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Werg shook his head and replied, let's call it a day for now. It's about time. You should get a good night's rest, and when we meet next, I shall bring you more food. With that, he injected the potent sedative he had prepared into Rio's body. Werg spoke no falsehood. Approximately a week later, the Navy delivered a substantial batch of tightly bound criminals. Among them was indeed one who had been assigned to the cell adjacent to Rio's. This individual was remarkably robust in stature. Although he paled in comparison to Kaido, who resembled a small mountain, he was nonetheless a giant amongst ordinary men. Standing over 5 meters tall, his very presence exuded an air of unyielding authority. He bore a pair of white, pointed horns on either side of his head and sported long blue whiskers. At this moment, he was glaring at the slumbering Rio with a malevolent grin. How could such a little wretch even be imprisoned in a place like this? It seemed the Navy's deep-sea prison was not as formidable as one might think, allowing all manner of petty characters to be incarcerated here. The hulking brute mocked Rio in a deep, disdainful voice, presuming that Rio would remain in a deep slumber. However, just as his words left his mouth, he was taken aback to see Rio, suspended in the adjacent cell, gradually opening his eyes. In that instant, a chill coursed through the large man's body, as if he had drawn the attention of a demon from the depths of hell. Chapter 115, Never Provoke That Kid. The brute was named Abelo Pizarro, one of the most notorious criminals plaguing the seas in recent times. He was a vicious and powerful individual, having committed heinous acts across the globe. One of his favorite pastimes involved attacking towns and mercilessly slaughtering the inhabitants of those islands, young and old, sick and healthy, regardless of gender, one by one. Employing the most brutal methods imaginable, men would perish after enduring excruciating torment, while women often met the same cruel fate, even towards his own subjects. He displayed no mercy whatsoever, killing and taking at will. His tyrannical rule instilled terror in all, earning him the moniker King of Tyranny. Due to the severity of his crimes and the formidable strength he possessed, it took the Navy nearly a year to capture him and imprison him in Impel down. To safeguard their own dignity and protect the reputation of the world government, orders were issued to erase his existence from the world. At this moment, Abelo Pizarro regarded Rio with initial disdain and mockery. Yet, upon witnessing Rio suddenly open his eyes and fixate his gaze upon him, an icy terror gripped him. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, as though the specter of death had set its sights upon him. In the next heartbeat, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, and every hair on his body stood on end, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Abelo Pizarro's eyes flickered uncertainly as he stared at Rio, questioning, "Who are you? What manner of being are you?" Leo retorted him. "How dare you speak to me in such a tone, you insolent wretch?" Abelo Pizarro, filled with indignation, momentarily forgot the feeling of intimidation he had just experienced, and now, regaining his composure, he spoke in a deep, commanding voice, "Come here and bite me." Rio let out a scornful laugh. In an instant, Abelo Pizarro's fist clenched tightly. Unfortunately, he was currently bound by chains of sea stone, rendering him incapable of wielding any power. Otherwise, he would certainly teach this impudent brat a lesson. Arrogant yet foolish. "Do not let me find the opportunity, or you shall face dire consequences," Abelo Pizarro threatened. "I have encountered many brash individuals, but never one as inept and addicted as you. If you truly possess the skill, then come forth." Leo incessantly provoked his opponent. In truth, he had already recognized the identity of this individual, the future Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, who would later recruit this man as a member of his pirate crew during the chaos at Impel Down. It must be said that the tyrant, Abelo Pizarro, possessed a certain degree of strength. Although Leo understood that, given Abelo Pizarro's power, it would be utterly impossible for him to escape using his own abilities. He refused to relinquish any hope. If this man could assist him in breaking free from his chains or help him by time to regain his strength, then he could easily slip away from this place. However, to Leo's surprise, despite being further provoked, Abelo Pizarro showed no signs of anger. He merely returned to his previous position, crossed his arms, and remained silent. "What? Have I rendered him speechless?" Leo chuckled, admitting, "I concede, I am currently at a disadvantage. Thus, engaging in a war of words with you is a futile endeavor. However, should these wretched shackles upon me be undone, you would find yourself in a most regrettable predicament," Abelo Pizarro retorted. Upon hearing this, Leo scoffed. "If I were to be liberated from these chains, you would promptly find yourself kneeling in supplication." As soon as Leo finished speaking, a playful voice resonated from outside. "It seems you have developed quite a rapport with your new neighbor, Leo." The newcomer was none other than Wilg. He held in his hand a potent sedative. 2 vials of it, to be precise. One was intended for Leo, while the other was reserved for the tyrant, Abelo Pizarro. Wilg first administered the sedative to Pizarro, a scene that Leo observed with keen interest. Leo observed that Abelo Pizarro, despite having received a sedative injection, still retained a semblance of consciousness. However, it was evident that his breath and strength were waning. Instantly, Leo's curiosity was piqued. This individual was not a user of a devil fruit ability, after all. Leo gazed at Wilger with a hint of intrigue. "What is it that you wish to convey? Or what information are you attempting to uncover?" Wilger turned to face him, pondering why he, too, had been administered a sedative yet remained remarkably alert. Leo inquired immediately. Wilger, being forthright, responded, "Your dosage differs significantly. You pose a far greater threat than any individual here, Leo. The higher-ups have expressly instructed that you must not be granted excessive lucidity. Now, let us cease this idle chatter, for you have acquired a new neighbor, and this month you shall have to endure hunger. I shall provide sustenance for you next month. In any case, sleep now, Leo." With that, Wilger administered a potent sedative to Leo. Leo suddenly became disoriented and fell into a deep slumber. In the adjacent cell, Abelo Pizarro furrowed his brow at the sight. He watched as Leo drifted off, mirroring the state he had observed upon their first encounter. Unable to contain his curiosity, Abelo inquired, "What is wrong with this fellow?" Upon hearing his question, Wilger turned to cast a glance in his direction. "This lad, much like yourself, has been erased from existence by the world government. However, it is best not to pry, Abelo. It is for your own good. That individual is truly a monster." With a hint of trepidation, Wilger glanced at Leo. Although nearly a year had passed, the legends surrounding Leo had not faded from his memory. A single individual had dared to confront the 5 strongest of the Navy headquarters and had forced them to pay a considerable price for his capture. Such feats were unparalleled throughout history. Doubtful of Wilger's words, Abelo scoffed, "Don't try to intimidate me with your tales. Am I attempting to frighten you? Then by all means, give it a try, Abelo. I wish you luck." With a light chuckle, Wilger disregarded the hulking figure, secured the cell door, and left hastily with his subordinates. Chapter 116, The Ineffectual Neighbor. Once Wilger had departed, Abelo Pizarro endeavored to unleash his observation Haki. Yet, confined within these walls and recently injected with a sedative that suppressed his powers, he found it challenging to employ his abilities. Although he could barely tap into his Haki, the level of perception was far from normal. Struggling to activate his observation Haki, he could only faintly hear Leo's heartbeat and breath. Investigating the young man's true strength was beyond his capabilities. Reluctantly, Abelo conceded defeat. Time trickled by, and Abelo had initially hoped to engage Leo in conversation upon his awakening. However, as moments stretched into eternity without any sign of Leo stirring, boredom overcame him, prompting him to close his eyes and rest. Just then, Leo's voice broke the silence. "Hey, are you not coming over?" At the sound of Leo's voice, Abelo's eye sharpened. "Humph, you have indeed awakened. Do you wish to escape from here?" Rio disregarded the other party's response and candidly inquired, "Leaving?" Abelo Pizarro was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! What nonsense are you spouting? Have you not heard the tales surrounding the deep-sea prison? No one has ever escaped from here alive." In response, Rio merely offered a mysterious smile. Choosing not to elaborate, he silently mused, "Is that truly the case? At the very least, I know 2 individuals who have managed to leave this place alive." With this thought in mind, he turned to Abelo Pizarro and provocatively asked, "Do you possess Conqueror's Haki?" Abelo Pizarro initially intended to feign ignorance but ultimately declared with unyielding conviction, "I do not." Leo had long anticipated this outcome. Although this individual possessed some skill, it was rather limited. The Conqueror's Haki is seldom found among the multitude. Thus, it is quite understandable. "What about the Armament Haki?" he inquired. "Ah, that he can wield. Then employ your Armament Haki to assist me in unfastening this chain." Leo glanced down at the cumbersome, specially crafted chains that encumbered him. Abelo Pizarro instinctively cast his gaze in that direction. Upon noticing the shackles adorning Leo, which were evidently thicker than his own, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Are you jesting with me?" Abelo Pizarro retorted with a cold snort. "What? Is it beyond your capability? I should have anticipated such a response. If you cannot accomplish it, then so be it. Consider it as though I have said nothing at all." Leo disdainfully curled his lips, exuding an air of indifference towards his counterpart. Witnessing this demeanor, Abelo Pizarro was instantly engulfed in fury. He clenched his fists tightly, undeniably provoked by Leo's taunts, and endeavored to utilize his Armament Haki to assist Leo in breaking free from his chains. However, he met with failure. The reason was simple. First, his Armament Haki had not yet been cultivated to the level of internal destruction, merely managing to manifest externally. Most importantly, his strength was constrained. Without the ability to unleash power, all efforts were in vain. Leo observed that despite his efforts, he could not produce even a single sound. Realizing that this individual was far inferior in strength to Kaido and the formidable Gold Lion, he sighed inwardly, recognizing that this neighbor would offer him no assistance. Thus, he chose to disregard Abelo Pizarro, closing his eyes to rest. Although it appeared he was merely meditating, Leo was actually seizing the fleeting moments to reflect deeply on the insights he had previously gleaned. In his mind, he had been tirelessly practicing the art of fire and temperature control, and he had made some progress. However, just as Leo was settling into his practice, Wilg arrived. "What are you two conspiring about? Your faces look rather grim," he remarked, glancing at the bound Abelo Pizarro before turning his gaze to Leo, who was still in a meditative state. "I'm hungry. Bring me food. Hurry." Abelo Pizarro shouted towards Wilg. In response, Wilg shot him a glance. "I told you. If you want to eat, you'll have to wait until next month. Just be patient." He then turned to Leo. "Why so silent? There is nothing of particular interest to discuss. For the next 20 days or so, we must endure hunger and conserve our strength," Leo replied. "Oh, you seem to be growing wiser by the day. Indeed, it is best to accept your fate with humility. If you behave yourself here, life will be a bit more bearable. Should you dare to play tricks, however, you will suffer the consequences." After delivering this warning, Wilg stepped forward and jabbed Leo with a needle. He then secured the door to Leo's cell before moving to Abelo Pizarro to administer the same treatment. Suddenly, Abelo Pizarro launched a kick, catching Wilg off guard and sending him flying through the cell door, crashing against the corridor wall. Nevertheless, Wilg merely dusted himself off, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he returned. Standing at the cell door, Wilg sneered, "Your strength has been significantly curtailed. Such a feeble attack is utterly ineffective against me. However, due to your foolishness, your fasting period has now increased from 1 month to 45 days. I hope you managed to survive. It would sadden me greatly if you perished, for then I would have no one left to torment." After calmly issuing his decree, Wilg instructed his subordinates to lock the door once more and departed. "Damn the Navy. Bring me food. I demand to eat. I want a drink." Abelo Pizarro bellowed in rage. Yet, in the pitch-black depths of Impel down level 6, his voice echoed unanswered through the corridor. As Wilg left, the lights within the infinite hell of level 6 extinguished, enveloping the area in complete darkness, truly rendering it a hellish domain. Undeterred, Abelo Pizarro continued to shout, desperate to attract the attention of the Navy, but no one paid him any heed. As time trickled by, he grew weary of his cries and sank to the ground to rest. At that moment, he noticed Leo's eyelids flutter before slowly opening his eyes. Without hesitation, Abelo Pizarro addressed Leo. "Boy, do you have a way out?" Chapter 117, Regaining Freedom, I shall turn this world upside down. Leo heard the words of Abelo Pizarro, yet chose to disregard them. At this moment, having awakened and regained consciousness, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful surge of information coursing through his mind. Throughout countless days and nights, Leo had tirelessly contemplated and practiced the insights gleaned within the recesses of his mind, continuously deepening his absorption of this newfound ability. Today, he finally succeeded in claiming this force as his own. Simultaneously, Leo came to a profound realization about the nature of this ability he had comprehended. It was neither the power of flames nor that of molten lava, but rather the mastery over temperature itself. Leo possesses the extraordinary ability to alter the temperature of himself, his surroundings, and any objects he touches at will. He can lower their temperature or elevate it as he desires. However, the upper limit of this temperature control remains a mystery to him. Yet, he is already aware of how to orchestrate his escape. At this very moment, as he awakens and the effects of the drugs gradually dissipate, Leo's strength returns little by little. He promptly begins to experiment with his newly acquired power in an attempt to shatter the chains that bind him. These specially crafted chains are remarkably resilient, rendering brute force an ineffective means of breaking them. Leo's method was remarkably simple. He synchronized the reduction of both his own temperature and that of the chains binding him. As he unleashed this ability, the temperature began to drop gradually. -5 degrees Celsius, -10 degrees Celsius, -20 degrees Celsius. When the temperature continued to plummet to a chilling -150 degrees Celsius, at last, the neighboring cell's occupant, Abelo Pizarro, sensed an unusual disturbance. He observed the surface of Rio's body and the chains encircling him displaying signs of freezing. Even the air surrounding Rio transformed into a frozen landscape. The ground, the atmosphere, everything succumbed to the frost. The frigid temperatures spread forth, ice crystals advancing toward his cell. "What are you up to, you rascal?" Abelo Pizarro inquired, his expression a mixture of suspicion and curiosity as he gazed at Rio. Rio paid no heed to his counterpart. As the temperature plummeted to around -200 degrees Celsius, Abelo Pizarro in the adjacent cell, the naval guards at the entrance, and the remaining inmates in the surrounding prison were all rendered immobile, frozen in place. At this juncture, Rio deemed the moment ripe for action. The extreme cold should have compromised the integrity of the chains, rendering them as fragile as mere biscuits. In any case, it was worth a try. Leo began to engage his body. In just a brief moment, the stamina he had painstakingly regained was utterly depleted due to the exertion of this extraordinary ability. Leo's movements were sluggish. Yet, as he had anticipated, with merely a slight motion of his arm, the shackles binding him emitted a sharp crack. Subsequently, the chain shattered into countless fragments. With a gentle shake of his body, Leo shattered all the shackles binding him, which scattered around him like shards of glass. Reclaimed by freedom, Leo's face illuminated with an unmistakable expression of exhilaration. He stretched his limbs with simplicity, when suddenly, his ears perked up, catching the faint sound of footsteps approaching from outside. Leo remained impassive, his body suddenly seeming to dissolve, as if melting, transforming into a chilling aura that merged seamlessly with the frozen ground beneath him. He became utterly one with the surrounding ice crystals. This was merely a tentative experiment for Leo, and he was astonished by its success. It appears that the ability I have comprehended belongs to the elemental domain of nature, allowing my physical form to become ethereal. Moreover, it resembles an enhanced version of the ice fruit combined with the heat fruit. Leo silently pondered within himself. At that moment, the footsteps outside came to a halt 50 meters away. How cold it is. What has transpired here? Why has it suddenly turned so frigid? Moreover, there seemed to be an unsettling silence within the cell. This is bad. Could it be? The voice of Wilger echoed, followed closely by the sound of running footsteps. 2 seconds later, Wilger stood, dumbfounded, less than 30 meters from Leo's cell. He was taken aback by the sight before him. Leo's cell, along with all the adjacent cells, had been entirely encased in ice. The extreme cold emanated from these frozen confines. How could this be? Could it be that Admiral Kazan has arrived? Wilger was aware that Kazan, one of the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, possessed the abilities of the ice fruit, a natural-type devil fruit. Faced with this scene, his first thought was of Kazan. Yet, in the next instant, Wilger was struck by an even greater shock and confusion. For within Leo's cell, he found it utterly vacant. Scattered across the ground were remnants of ice, crystallized to a stark white, barely resembling the form of chains. But they were shattered beyond recognition. The very Leo who had been imprisoned there was nowhere to be found. This revelation sent Wilger into a panic, realizing that Leo had escaped. He hastily retrieved his den mushi, intending to inform Magellan of the situation. However, at that moment, an icy sting of pain shot through his arm. He watched helplessly as his den mushi froze solid, rendered useless. Before Wilger could comprehend the situation, his own body began to succumb to the frost. The biting cold relentlessly sapped his strength, causing his body temperature to plummet. His 2 subordinates behind him were similarly ensnared by the ice. Just as Wilger found himself immobilized, Leo slowly materialized from the ground, transitioning from his icy form back to that of a human. Realizing that Leo was behind this mischief, Wilger, still conscious, was left utterly bewildered. "You, Leo, how do you possess such power? Are you attempting to break free?" Wilger incessantly questioned Leo. Meanwhile, Leo took measured steps toward him. The stamina he had previously expended began to rapidly recover as the effects of the sedative wore off. Leo approached Wilge and retrieved the meal that had been delivered to him from the fallen food container on the ground. The offerings were quite abundant. Without hesitation, he began to indulge in the feast. Once he had consumed all the food, his strength had largely recuperated to approximately 10%. Leo then raised his gaze towards Wilger and remarked, "Although you have previously offended me, I must admit that you have treated me rather well in the past 2 months. Wilger, therefore, I shall spare your life. However, you are correct. I indeed must take my leave from here. Farewell. I am determined to turn this world upside down." After Leo finished speaking, he swaggered his way outside, a scene captured clearly by the surveillance camera positioned above the corridor. Chapter 118. Trimble, Marinvondo. The current director of the city, Magellan, received immediate notification. Upon learning that Leo had successfully escaped from the LV-6 Infinite Hell and was ascending with murderous intent, Magellan dared not delay. He promptly summoned Deputy Director Shiryu, gathering a formidable cohort of elite naval soldiers, preparing to thwart Leo's advance. However, before they could descend into Infinite Hell, Leo had already made his ascent. The two parties encountered each other in the 5th level of the prison. "Leo, what are you planning? Surrender quietly. You cannot escape," Magellan commanded in a grave tone, unleashing a torrent of purple toxic mist. He was poised for action, yet refrained from attacking Leo, not out of reluctance, but out of fear. At that moment, Leo's stamina was continuously replenishing, emanating an aura of sheer terror that instilled profound dread. Even the formidable Magellan felt an overwhelming sense of being completely suppressed, immobilized, and unable to breathe. Beside him, Deputy Director Shiryu was drenched in cold sweat, gripping his famed sword, Raijin, with a slight tremor in his hand. "Finally, I see you all. By the way, can someone bring down some food?" Rio paid no heed to the reactions of Magellan and Shiryu, casually inquiring as if he were greeting an old friend. He was in dire need of replenishing his energy to expedite the recovery of his stamina. "Arrogant fool, return to your cell." Shiryu suddenly drew his sword and swung it fiercely at Rio, an act of tremendous courage. However, as the blade hung in midair, Shiryu was abruptly struck by a chilling aura that swiftly encased his arm in ice. The excruciating, bone-chilling pain penetrated deep into his limb, not only frostbiting his muscles but also reaching the very marrow of his bones. Shiryu's expression transformed into one of terror and agony. What are you? Is this the power of Admiral Akiji?" Shiryu recognized the ability as strikingly similar to the powers of the ice fruit, gazing at Rio in disbelief and shock. "The frigid temperature has not rendered you unconscious? You possess quite a formidable constitution, but how long can you endure? A mere twitch, and your body may shatter instantaneously." Leo smirked with a hint of disdain, utterly uninterested in responding to Shiryu's inquiry. After uttering his words, he turned his gaze towards Magellan. At that moment, Magellan snapped back to reality and initiated his assault. A noxious fog enveloped the air, descending upon Leo like a vast, purple shroud. Simultaneously, 3 serpentine forms of toxic liquid emerged once more from Magellan, reminiscent of his previous attack. He anticipated that Leo would succumb to his venomous onslaught just as he had before. However, this time, in the face of the impending toxic barrage, Leo neither flinched nor retreated. He pressed forward toward Magellan. As he traversed through the miasma and the venomous dragon strikes, Leo materialized before Magellan. In an instant, Magellan's body was ensnared by the chilling grasp of frost. You actually disregarded my toxic assault? How is this possible?" Magellan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Leo. He could never have imagined that after his previous poisoning, Leo had gained an extraordinary understanding and developed an immunity to toxins. At this very moment, that ability was undeniably validated. Indeed, it proved to be remarkably effective. Leo disregarded Magellan and instead retrieved a nearly frostbitten phone bug from his pocket. Magellan was only partially frozen. His upper body and arms remained mobile. Leo handed the din mushi to the other party, instructing, "Call the Navy headquarters." "What on earth do you intend to do, Leo?" Magellan inquired, his expression filled with uncertainty. Seeing Leo's silence, he reluctantly took the din mushi and promptly dialed the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, the din mushi on the desk rang unexpectedly. Sengoku abruptly looked up, stating, "This is Sengoku." Upon connecting, he immediately continued, "Mr. Sengoku, this is Magellan from Impel down." Just as Magellan's voice faded, another voice echoed through the device. "Sengoku, long time no see. I trust you are well." Upon hearing this voice, Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Leo," he exclaimed, staring incredulously at the din mushi. Indeed, the device mirrored Leo's expression, a blend of amusement and mockery. "I see you still remember me. I had thought the world government had erased all traces of my existence from your memory." Rio smirked playfully. "What do you intend to do, Rio?" Sengoku, realizing that Rio had successfully escaped from prison, quickly regained his composure from the initial shock. With a serious expression, he inquired about Rio while discreetly signaling Admiral Tsuru beside him to promptly summon the 3 Marine admirals and Carp. Simultaneously, he instructed Admiral Tsuru to immediately contact Mariewa and report the situation to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Tsuru was well aware of Ryo's formidable reputation and capabilities. The fact that he had escaped from the Impel down prison and even managed to contact Magellan, using the latter's Den Mushi to reach the Marine headquarters, could only signify one thing: Impel down was incapable of containing this man. At that moment, Admiral Tsuru dared not exhibit any hesitation and swiftly set about her tasks. What has become of Magellan and his subordinates? Sengoku questioned, attempting to stabilize Ryo. His concern for his subordinates' safety was genuine. Rest assured, they are not dead yet. However, the Marines at Marineford may not be as fortunate. Just wait patiently there, Sengoku. I shall come to find you shortly. After Leo finished speaking, he chuckled lightly and promptly hung up the phone bug. Watching the call disconnect, Sengoku's expression darkened to an extreme. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the phone bug and directly contacted the 5 elders of Mary Geos. Simultaneously, the 3 admirals of the Navy, who were executing missions outside, and Karp, who was preparing to lead his fleet for routine patrols in the East Sea, received notifications urging them to return to Marineford immediately. The Supreme Commander, Steelbone Kong, reported that Leo had escaped from Impel down and had threatened to come to Marineford for revenge. I fear that his next move may target Mary Geos. Please exercise utmost caution. That man is a force we could not subdue even when Karp and I joined hands, along with the 3 highest combatants. Upon connecting with Steelbone Kong's office in Mary Geos, Sengoku urgently relayed the news. Chapter 119. The destruction operation commences. The sudden news transmitted from Marineford, confirmed by Sengoku's own words, that Leo had escaped from Impel down and vowed to take vengeance on all, caused Steelbone Kong's expression to grow grave. He could not afford to be negligent and immediately reported the information to the 5 elders, who then relayed it to him atop the empty throne. The message traveled through the ranks, and ultimately, Im decided to deploy the Knights of God to sanction Leo. A mere remnant of a pirate dares to threaten our world government. This time, we shall not hold back, eliminate him outright. As for the secret, once Leo is dead, dealing with the others will be quite manageable. Im personally issued this assassination order. Meanwhile, Mary Geos entered a state of heightened alert. On the other side, Marine headquarters at Marineford. After Leo departed from the advancing city, he immediately unleashed the power he had newly comprehended, freezing the ocean to create a straight path to Marineford. Of course, before his departure, he also took the opportunity to test the inverse aspect of his abilities. He raised the temperature, targeting the naval warships moored at the shore. Within a mere second, Leo elevated the temperature of these vessels to 30,000 degrees Celsius. In an instant, the extreme heat caused them to vaporize, vanishing without a trace. The air was permeated with the acrid scent of evaporated metal. Rio continued to elevate the temperature, this time directing his focus towards the seawater. The sizzling sound resonated as the seawater reached its boiling point, generating a copious amount of steam that ascended into the atmosphere. The surrounding temperature surged to nearly 100,000 degrees Celsius. In an instant, the vast ocean enveloping the deep-sea prison was entirely evaporated within mere seconds. Although Rio merely manipulated the seawater, raising its temperature, the terrifyingly high temperatures of the steam still exerted a profound impact on everything nearby. The exterior of the propulsion city, constructed from sea stone, exhibited severe signs of erosion. The main structure warped and distorted. Meanwhile, the colossal sea kings dwelling in the depths were swiftly vaporized. Remarkably, 100,000 degrees Celsius is not the limit. As long as my stamina permits, it appears that I can infinitely control these 2 abilities. However, Leo glanced at his hands. Moments ago, he had elevated the temperature to nearly 100,000 degrees Celsius, and his stamina had been significantly depleted. It was evident that this extraordinary ability was closely linked to his physical strength. The greater his stamina, the more formidable the power of this ability became. Conversely, the more stamina it consumed. Leo no longer squandered time and swiftly made his way towards Marineford. Approximately 5 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. At this moment, Sengoku had ordered Marineford to be on high alert, entering a state of utmost preparedness. Upon witnessing Leo's sudden appearance in the sky, Sengoku immediately commanded the coastal defense cannons surrounding Marineford to open fire. However, in the next instant, these cannons were instantaneously vaporized, along with the naval soldiers stationed nearby, who vanished without a trace. Following this, the naval warships along the coast also mysteriously disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Sengoku, Karp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru were all left utterly astonished by this turn of events. The temperature of the air began to rise. What on earth had he done? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, perplexed. This young man appears significantly more formidable than before. His aura is undeniably beyond our capacity to contend with Karp. Sengoku's expression was grave to the extreme. His powerful observation Haki allowed him to perceive that Leo's strength had surpassed any previous encounters with him. At this moment, Karp experienced a similar sensation. Hearing this, Karp erupted into laughter. Sengoku, that hardly sounds like you. No matter how powerful this boy becomes, we cannot allow him to act recklessly here. Let us go. As Karp's words fell, countless vacuum punches surged towards Leo, accompanied by a fierce armament Haki. Humph. It seems your power has indeed progressed, Karp. Leo sneered disdainfully, engaging in a fierce confrontation. With an equally formidable wave of fist pressure, he clashed against Karp. In this fleeting moment of physical prowess, all of Carp's assaults were shattered, while Leo unleashed an attack reminiscent of meteorite punches, descending upon the entirety of Marineford. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful shockwaves, shaped like colossal fists, struck every corner of Marineford, causing devastation akin to that of artillery fire. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the entire Marineford was engulfed in flames. The earth fractured, buildings were obliterated in an instant, and everything was soon consumed by fire. In the Grand Plaza of Marineford, thousands of naval soldiers were caught in the bombardment. The shattered ground, combined with the astonishing lateral shockwaves, sent everyone tumbling. Even top-tier warriors like Sengoku and Carp found it challenging to maintain their balance. The more pressing danger, however, was the terrifying heat permeating the air, posing an imminent threat to the Navy. Countless soldiers found their garments igniting due to the intense temperature. With cries of anguish and pleas for help, they were rapidly engulfed by flames. Hundreds and thousands of naval soldiers transformed into human torches, rolling about in desperation, their screams echoing through the scene, turning Marineford into a veritable hell on earth. The impact was not limited to ordinary soldiers. Soon, even powerful officers began to suffer from the searing heat. Their uniforms caught fire as well. Though the formidable naval officers could employ Haki to shield themselves from the flames, the heat was a tangible force akin to magical damage, searing every target's flesh, rendering their bodies as hot as molten iron. It appeared that the officers were destined for the same grim fate as the ordinary soldiers. Yet, at that moment, the temperature in Marineford began to plummet unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, the oppressive heat vanished entirely, restoring the temperature to a near-normal level. Following this, an imposing figure descended from the sky, standing before the crowd. He emanated an aura of extreme cold, forming a visible, seemingly insurmountable icy barrier that repelled the intense heat emanating from Leo. The chilling presence created a formidable wall, blocking the onslaught of Leo's terrifying heat, saving countless naval soldiers and officers alike. When everyone discerned the towering figure shielding them, an exhilaration swept through the ranks. Admiral Akiji. He has successfully thwarted that man's attack. What an impressive feat, Admiral Akiji. Remarkable. Now is the time to rally together and take down that brat Leo. This must be the power of the ice fruit. Truly formidable. The naval officers and countless soldiers, having narrowly escaped doom, were invigorated by Akiji's arrival, their confidence soaring. They believed they could now retaliate against Leo, even defeat him. Voices of excitement erupted, yet only a select few top-tier warriors understood that this battle had merely commenced. The confrontation between them and Leo would not conclude so easily. Thus, at that moment, whether it was Akiji, who had just successfully countered Leo's attack, or the vigilant Sakazuki, or Borsellino, alongside Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the hero Carp, every elite warrior bore a grave expression, bracing themselves. Suspended in midair, Leo glanced down, recognizing familiar faces, and couldn't help but smirk. It appeared that you all had not dared to slack off during this time. Your momentum is commendable, Akiji. You have grown stronger since a year ago. However, if this is all you can muster, you are sorely mistaken if you think you can withstand me. With that, Leo launched another offensive against all his targets below. The terrifying heat enveloped Marineford once more, as the air temperature escalated, beginning to melt the glaciers he had conjured. Akiji's expression shifted suddenly. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed even more of his energy to forge a sturdier glacier, further lowering the surrounding temperature. I will not allow you to prevail. Akiji gazed up at Leo, his expression grave. Then come and test that. Leo let out a cold laugh, intensifying his output. The temperature in the air began to rise from 40 to 50,000 degrees Celsius, steadily ascending to 60 and 70,000. Under the extreme heat, the vast expanse of the sky above Marineford started to warp and distort. The glaciers conjured by Akiji began to melt further, releasing hissing white steam that ascended with the thawing ice. As the creator of these glaciers, Akiji's strength was intricately linked to them, bound to his very being. Subjected to Leo's searing temperatures, Akiji felt as if he were ensconced in a furnace, his entire body turning a fiery red. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his body, dripping from his cheeks. Before long, even the surface of his body and the strands of his hair were emanating copious amounts of heat. Despite the excruciating discomfort and the rapid depletion of his stamina, Akiji remained resolute, his gaze unwavering, steadfastly refusing to retreat even a single step. Witnessing this scene, Leo could not help but acknowledge the strength of this individual. Indeed, he had improved significantly compared to a year prior. As Akiji continued to resist, Leo's own stamina began to dwindle at an accelerated pace. Both parties understood that this was now a war of attrition, a test of who could endure the longest. On the Navy's side, the top-tier warriors, sensing the shift in the tide, began to prepare for action. It seems I must once again resort to a sneak attack. Young Leo, your growth over this past year has been astonishing, Carp declared, launching a powerful punch toward Leo. The formidable shockwave, accompanied by the overwhelming presence of Haki, bore down on Leo, exerting significant pressure upon him. I never imagined that despite your age, you would still exhibit such progress, Carp. Among the elderly, you stand out as quite exceptional. It warrants my attention to employ not just a hand, but a mere finger to contend with you. As Leo spoke, he extended a single finger, gently flicking it towards the incoming pressure of the fist attack. In an instant, a wave of force, equal to that of Carp's punch, surged forth, crashing down upon the descending assault. A terrifying aura enveloped the skies above Marineford, creating an astonishing barrier of pressure, invisible and intangible. It instilled a profound dread within every enemy ensnared in its grasp, leaving their spirits shattered and their bodies tormented, feeling the relentless and insurmountable weight pressing upon him. Sakazuki could no longer restrain himself and prepared to strike. Do not allow the refuse of the sea to run rampant. Allow me, Sakazuki, to deal with you. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a torrent of lava-infused punches. It was evident that during this past year, he had diligently honed his skills, showing no signs of complacency. The moment he launched his attack, he posed a significant threat to Leo, though the pressure he exerted was not overwhelming. Leo did not take this lightly. He extended a single finger and gently flicked away all the attacks unleashed by Sakazuki. In an instant, an infinite chill enveloped the shockwave, freezing everything in its path. The air crystallized at a visibly rapid pace, and the surrounding temperature plummeted dramatically. The numerous lava fists released by Sakazuki extinguished one after another amidst a chorus of sizzling sounds. Was it truly possible to confront Sakazuki with merely a finger? Had this young man continued to grow stronger even with an Impel down? Sengoku observed with clarity the process by which Leo dealt with both Garp and Sakazuki. At this moment, he could no longer suppress his urge to intervene and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a golden Buddha, striking toward Leo with a mighty palm. The shockwave, an astonishing wave of force, surged through the air, descending upon Leo. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Leo's body erupted with a brilliant purple-black glow. Not only did he withstand Sengoku's shockwave attack unscathed, but he also turned his head calmly, lowering his gaze towards Sengoku's direction. Locking eyes with Sengoku, Leo offered a slight grin. Your comrades have made commendable progress. But you, Sengoku, could it be that as fleet admiral, your busy duties have led you to neglect your training? Your strength seems to have stagnated compared to a year ago. Leo's words, laden with mockery, coupled with his disdainful expression and his earlier act of withstanding the onslaught from the warlord without a scratch, left the formidable naval warriors utterly astonished. At this moment, upon hearing Leo's remarks, a wave of despondency washed over them all. Chapter 121, yet another assault tactic. In contrast, Warlord himself remained unfazed by Leo's words, maintaining his composure and responding with unyielding calmness. He unleashed a barrage of strikes against Leo, his palm crashing down repeatedly. Although the force of the shockwaves was rather standard in Leo's presence, he was nonetheless compelled to divert a portion of his focus to fend off Warlord's relentless attacks. This left him unable to concentrate fully on dealing with Akiji, Akainu, and Karp. Ah, is it yet again this tiresome tactic? Leo disdainfully curled his lip. He ceased to respond to Sengoku's attacks and, in a sudden movement, dove toward Kazan with the swiftness of a hawk commencing its hunt. A sense of foreboding washed over Kazan as he beheld Leo descending directly upon him, a chilling reminder of mortality. In that moment, despite the presence of countless allies surrounding him, including formidable figures such as Palusolino, Sakazuki, and Garp, Kazan felt utterly alone, as if besieged by an unrelenting tempest. Cold sweat poured down his brow, momentarily paralyzing him in fear, just as it seemed that the entranced Kazan would be struck by Leo's blow. A figure shimmering with golden light appeared by his side. Oh my, how terrifying Leo is! The individual who intervened was none other than Palusolino, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines. Throughout Leo's year of confinement and Impel down, Palusolino had remained steadfast in his training, unwilling to relent for even a moment. In this critical instant, he demonstrated the inherent prowess expected of one of the Marine headquarters' top combatants. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself before his adversary, delivering a swift and precise lightspeed kick toward Leo. The force of the kick struck Leo with astonishing impact, unleashing a tremendous shockwave in the air. Leo's body remained utterly still, radiating a shimmering aura of deep purple-black Haki. He steadfastly withstood the onslaught of Borsalino, who, in turn, was forcefully propelled backward by the recoil of his own attack. Fortunately for Borsalino, his efforts were not in vain. His intervention granted Kazan a precious moment to react. At this juncture, Kazan had fully regained his composure after being momentarily overwhelmed by Leo's imposing presence. In his hand appeared a long, sharp spear, glistening with an icy sheen. The silent frozen spear advanced forward in Kazan's grasp, aimed directly at Leo's heart. Infused with formidable Haki, the icy spear's might rivaled that of the most formidable blades. Should it strike true, Leo, even as a mere mortal, would find himself in grave peril, regardless of any invulnerability. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Leo neither evaded nor shielded himself, allowing Kazan's assault to connect with his body without resistance. Leo's actions were certainly not impulsive or a mere reaction. He had several objectives in mind. Firstly, he aimed to showcase his formidable strength to instill fear in his opponents, thereby affecting their mental state and making them more prone to errors. The second objective was to test his Haki and the current defensive capabilities of his body. He had gained a clearer understanding of his physical strength and the limits of his Haki's defense. He was fully aware of where his limits lay. Furthermore, Leo had a third purpose, to seize this opportunity to further refine his physical defense and enhance the intensity of his Haki. Under the influence of his extraordinary comprehension, there was no better method to augment his power than through real combat. In a split second, a thunderous crash erupted. Kazan's elongated, frozen spear struck Leo with tremendous force, producing a sound akin to mountains collapsing. This noise generated powerful shockwaves that radiated in all directions, even distorting the surrounding air. Nevertheless, Leo remained utterly unmoved. The spectacle left onlookers in awe, unable to believe their eyes. This young man had withstood the assaults of numerous formidable adversaries. Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Kazan, Admiral Borsellino. Even the attacks from Mr. Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku failed to inflict any damage upon him. Incredible! What sort of demon possesses such immense power? Would Marineford be destroyed? Damn it! We are utterly helpless. Witnessing Leo withstand Kazan's onslaught unscathed, while Kazan's frozen spear shattered upon impact, left the remaining high-ranking officers and naval soldiers in Marineford utterly astounded. They exchanged words filled with anxiety regarding their fates and the future of Marineford. Meanwhile, the admirals were exerting every effort to prevent Leo from launching further attacks on the entirety of Marineford. Borsellino, seeing Leo standing firm, swiftly darted behind him and unleashed his signature move, the Agura no Tamashii. A multitude of golden lasers erupted from Borsellino's attack, each powerful enough to pierce through any obstacle in their path. In an instant, all the energy converged upon Leo. At that very moment, a brilliant purplish-black aura enveloped Leo, emanating from his body as if it were overflowing from his very skin. This formidable Haki not only shielded him entirely but also perfectly neutralized Borsellino's Agura no Tamashii. The golden lasers rained down with relentless fury, yet Leo emerged unscathed, immediately launching a counterattack against Borsellino. Agura no Tamashii, I can wield it too. Leo let out a sinister laugh and suddenly appeared before Borsellino. Following this, he mimicked Borsellino's grand gesture of unleashing a powerful move, crossing his arms over his chest. As Leo's words echoed, an array of laser-like attacks surged towards Borsellino, yet these beams were neither golden nor of any other hue. They were entirely composed of a deep, dark purple. Their might was not in the slightest inferior to Borsellino's own. Chapter 122, once again trapped in a 5-to-1 situation. The purple-black laser assaults manifested like countless manifestations of Borsellino's ultimate technique, the Yada no Kagami. In an instant, thousands of these beams materialized, their power rivaling that of Borsellino's own Yada no Kagami. The proximity of both combatants rendered any attempt at evasion futile for Borsellino. In the blink of an eye, all the attacks pierced through his body. Despite having entered his elemental state in the nick of time, Borsellino was still forced back by the onslaught, ultimately spitting blood as he was hurled over 100 meters before gradually coming to a halt. Kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Borsellino gazed warily at Leo in the distance, his expression shrouded in an unprecedented seriousness beneath his sunglasses. This young man had indeed grown tremendously stronger compared to a year ago, although it was not the true Yada no Kagami. The proficiency with which he wielded his Haki was unparalleled and unprecedented. How terrifying, Borsellino pondered, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shock. At that moment, Leo launched an offensive against the remaining naval forces, seizing the opportunity created by the gaps in the defenses of several admirals, including Sengoku and Garp. Leo struck out with a punch aimed at the myriad of naval vice-admirals, rear admirals, and commodores gathered in the square of Marineford. This was no ordinary punch. It was imbued with Leo's formidable Haki and intentionally heightened temperatures that created an overwhelming heat. Though the naval vice-admirals were seasoned warriors, they had never encountered a foe as ruthless and domineering as Leo. Even as they narrowly avoided the impact, the square of Marineford bore the brunt of the devastation. With a thunderous roar, the entire area shattered into fragments. The intense heat, accompanied by shockwaves, ravaged everything in its path. Countless naval soldiers vanished without a trace in the wake of this terrifying assault. Those who managed to escape the onslaught could only watch in horror as their comrades disappeared before their very eyes, their hearts heavy with despair. This was the second time they had witnessed friends, comrades, and even loved ones evaporate before them in the face of such horrifying heat. The psychological toll on any naval officer was immeasurable. What had this monster done? How could they be reduced to nothingness, leaving behind not even a fragment of bone? Damn it. Leo, you have gone too far. What grievance do we hold against you that necessitates such brutality? This is a villain of the highest order, more malevolent and fearsome than any pirate. He must not be allowed to leave here alive. Infuriating. He has slaughtered thousands in an instant. What sort of demon is he? Fear, sorrow, and rage mingled in the hearts of the surviving Navy personnel. Each one clenched their fists, gazing at Leo as if he were a deity of destruction. They were filled with desperation, yet utterly intimidated, none daring to strike first against Leo for fear of becoming the next victim. Just as Leo prepared to unleash another devastating blow, a figure appeared behind him. "Where are you looking, brat?" It was Akainu, who had been waiting for this opportunity. Poised to strike. Seizing the moment Leo was distracted, he unleashed his signature move. A colossal fist of magma, akin to a small mountain, hurtled toward Leo's back. The terrifying heat radiated outward, distorting the air around them and igniting Leo's clothing. Undeterred, Leo slowly turned to face Akainu, his expression unchanged. "Do you seek death as well?" "Very well, Akainu." As the words left his lips, the temperature of the surrounding air began to plummet. The enormous magma fist approached, hissing as steam billowed upward. Its intense heat rapidly quelled. Seeing Akainu step in to alleviate the pressure Leo was exerting, Akiji, who was barely managing to hold his ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly withdrew his powers, halting the draining exertion, and began to recover his strength. After a brief respite, Akiji's stamina rebounded considerably. Meanwhile, Sengoku and Garp continued their relentless assault on Leo, their strategy straightforward. Even the mightiest of Leo's armament Haki is bound to be exhausted at some point. It cannot be infinite. Although he currently possesses an astonishingly powerful armament Haki that allows him to withstand his own attacks, the passage of time will undoubtedly wear him down. Thus, two seasoned elite fighters relentlessly assail Leo with shockwaves and Haki-infused punches, as they anticipated. While their attacks may not pose an immediate threat or inflict significant harm upon Leo, he is nonetheless compelled to divert a portion of his Haki and stamina to counter their onslaught. Consequently, when it comes to confronting Sakazuki, he cannot afford to exert his full strength. Eliminating a top-tier marine combatant like Sakazuki is not a trivial endeavor. What exacerbates the situation is that Borsalino has regained his composure and has now joined the fray against Leo. Simultaneously, Kazan, having recovered some of his stamina, also resumes his assault on Leo. In an instant, Leo finds himself once again besieged by the combined forces of 5 elite marine warriors. Feeling the weight of the pressure intensify, Leo wore an expression of calm indifference. This was not his first encounter with such circumstances. He boldly declared, "Bring it on. You failed to vanquish me last time, and you shall not succeed this time either." As he spoke, an unprecedented surge of formidable energy radiated from him, readying himself to confront the combined assault of 5 elite Navy warriors. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before Akainu with astonishing speed, as swift as lightning, catching him off guard. Chapter 123, Mr. Carp, please fall down first. Confronted by the sudden appearance of Leo, Akainu's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting dramatically. Leo chuckled lightly. "Are you afraid of the darkness?" No sooner had he uttered these words than his fist collided violently with Akainu's face, distorting it instantly and sending his massive form flying backward. However, before Leo could pursue further, the attacks from Carp, Sengoku, Kazan, and Borsalino, the 4 top-tier warriors, rained down upon him, effectively thwarting any advance toward Akainu. It was evident that these 4 elite Navy fighters had developed a remarkable synergy, a marked improvement from a year prior. Thus, even Leo, in the face of their united onslaught, could not afford to be complacent. Reluctantly, he relinquished his pursuit of Akainu and turned his attention to countering the coordinated efforts of the 4 warriors. This time, neither side engaged in idle chatter. It was a battle of speed against speed, strength against strength. Each combatant harbored a singular objective, to utterly defeat the other. The 5 elite Navy warriors, after being repelled by Leo, immediately regrouped and launched their next assault. Regardless of the punches received or the kicks endured, they pressed on undeterred, growing ever more resolute in their resolve. Gradually, Leo's stamina began to wane, and he bore various injuries, though none were life-threatening. Yet, he chose to disregard them. It was not that he was incapable of swiftly healing during battle. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary at this juncture. Activating his self-healing abilities would demand significant energy, and in such circumstances, it was prudent to conserve his strength for combating his adversaries and inflicting serious damage upon them. Moreover, Leo began to sense a troubling pattern among Sengoku, Carp, Akainu, Borsalino, Kazan, and the other Navy generals lurking at the periphery, eager to strike. It seemed that each of their actions concealed an unspoken secret. His instincts warned him that their reckless tactics were intended to keep him occupied. The true purpose behind this strategy remained shrouded in mystery. Were they attempting to buy time? Leo squinted, letting out a cold laugh. In a single swift motion, he thwarted Borsalino's ambush with a powerful punch. "Leo, how dare you invade the pirates' haven of Marineford? To this day, no one has ever left unscathed. Regardless of your existence or your reasons, you will undoubtedly be captured by the Navy once more today. This time, there shall be no opportunity for you to escape." Sengoku's voice resonated loudly in response to Leo. However, his words were clearly intended to distract him. In response, Leo merely scoffed twice, disregarding the other man. He swiftly moved to stand before Garp. "Your attacks are indeed unique, Garp. After enduring your relentless onslaught for so long, I must admit, I feel a twinge of pain. What shall I do? Perhaps I should eliminate you." Upon finishing his words, Leo launched a decisive punch aimed squarely at Carp's forehead. He was not merely jesting or engaging in playful banter. He genuinely felt a twinge of pain. Carp's iron fists were no laughing matter and certainly not merely a fade. After all, he was the man who had previously cornered the Pirate King, Roger, on several occasions. After enduring nearly 10 minutes of relentless assault from Carp, Leo's body began to falter under the strain. If he did not eliminate Carp swiftly, the passage of time would undoubtedly prove detrimental to him. "Ha ha ha, you little brat, your bravado is indeed commensurate with your prowess. Even I must concede that you are the most formidable opponent I have encountered to date. In comparison, both Rox and Roger would be an affront to your capabilities." Carp's laughter boomed. "However, as long as I am here, with breath still in my lungs, I shall not permit you to run amok. Last time, your imprisonment was far too brief. This time, you shall have ample opportunity to reflect upon your misdeeds in your cell." As he laughed, Carp struck with both fists, ready to meet Leo's assault. Leo, undeterred, recognized that Carp's words signified his full readiness for battle and mental preparedness. To hold back against such a man would be the utmost disrespect. With a single punch, Leo distorted the very air around him. Simultaneously, an overwhelming shockwave took shape before Carp, materializing into an immense fist. Carp's eyes narrowed slightly, and he hastily concentrated all his advanced Haki into his arms. Endeavoring to shield himself from Leo's terrifying assault, he was acutely aware that failing to do so would render his hands utterly incapacitated, leaving no room for hope. In a heartbeat, Leo's fist struck with ferocity. The terrifying force of the punch crashed upon Carp's arms like a torrent unleashed from a mountain. Carp's boisterous laughter was abruptly silenced, as a copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth. Simultaneously, his body was propelled backward, as if severed from its strings. Hurtling through the air, Leo swiftly dispatched Carp with a single strike, yet did not immediately pursue, as the circumstances did not permit. Behind him, Sakazuki approached. Consumed by an unparalleled fury, a colossal fist of molten lava, seemingly capable of melting anything in its path, descended upon Leo's back. Reo let out a soft snort as he turned to confront the situation, and once again, the air around him plummeted rapidly. In an instant, the temperature dropped to nearly minus 200 degrees Celsius. All of Sakazuki's attacks were rendered ineffective. The once searingly hot magma fists, capable of melting anything, were now completely frozen. Moreover, even Sakazuki's lava-imbued form began to exhibit signs of freezing. The look in Sakazuki's eyes was one of utter horror. In a frantic effort, he summoned the full extent of his devil fruit powers, desperately trying to escape Reo's control. He understood all too well that if Reo succeeded, his life would be forfeit. Despite possessing one of the most potent natural devil fruits, he knew survival was impossible in temperatures exceeding minus 200 degrees. You fight us in this manner, and your stamina will deplete even more. The shockwave. Sengoku seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack on Reo from behind, loudly pointing out the flaws in Reo's combat style. Chapter 124, Carp's New Mode. Sengoku's shockwaves rained down upon Reo relentlessly. His objective was simple: to divert Reo's attention while simultaneously draining his Haki. Observing Sengoku's actions, Kazan and Palyasolino also joined the fray from different angles, aiming to restrict Reo's movements and prevent him from eliminating Sakazuki. At this moment, Sakazuki was encased in ice. Even with the might of the strongest natural devil fruit, he found it difficult to make an impact. He resembled a mere popsicle, utterly immobilized. It was not that he could not move, but rather that he dared not. In this state, any slight movement would result in his frozen form shattering into pieces. Sakazuki could only hope that others would successfully distract Reo to save him. Otherwise, he would meet his demise here today. Is this truly insurmountable? How utterly tedious. Leo watched as Sakazuki succumbed to his overwhelming power, transforming into an ice pop. With a cold sneer, he turned to confront others. Suddenly, at that very moment, an extraordinarily powerful shockwave surged from the left, striking his body with great force. In an instant, Leo lost his balance and was propelled approximately 10 meters to the right. Stunned by the unexpected attack, Leo was momentarily dazed. Sengoku, Kazan, and Borsalino were equally taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. They swiftly turned their gazes towards the source of the assault, only to see Carp rapidly approaching. Utilizing the Marine 6 styles, Carp? That strike just now exceeded his usual prowess. Sengoku's brow furrowed in concern. Although it was the first time since the battle commenced that they had successfully repelled Leo, this maneuver appeared to have taken a considerable toll on Carp. At that moment, it was evident that a crimson aura enveloped Carp, as if his very blood had ignited in a fiery blaze. The blood, subjected to extreme temperatures, evaporated into red sweat vapor. To put it more bluntly, Carp was sacrificing his life force to unleash combat capabilities that transcended his limits, allowing him to push back Leo, who seemed akin to a war god, with a single blow. However, how long Carp could maintain this state remained a mystery. Should he falter, the remaining four would find themselves in an insurmountable disadvantage, unable to withstand Leo's onslaught. Carp, sir. Kazan too had recognized the gravity of the situation. His expression serious. Oh dear, Carp's condition is unprecedented. He has created a splendid opportunity for us to counterattack that young rascal Leo. No sooner had Borsalino spoken than he appeared behind Leo, lifting his right foot to unleash a lightspeed kick. Sengoku, Kazan, and the others wasted no time and initiated their assault on Leo. At that moment, Leo, still reeling from Carp's unprecedented strike, found himself in a precarious position, besieged by Sengoku, Kazan, and Borsalino. Naturally, his defensive Haki was instinctively activated, absorbing the brunt of the attacks. Seizing the moment of Leo's temporary disadvantage, Sakazuki, having successfully harnessed the power of his devil fruit, began to thaw from the ice encasing him. His body gradually revived, stamina restored, the freezing effect dissipating. You refuse to die here, scum of the sea. Sakazuki roared internally, fueled by rage. Without hesitation, he stealthily approached Leo, preparing to mount a counteroffensive. The brewing power was terrifying, and Leo, besieged from all sides, seemed poised for defeat. At that moment, Carp had returned to the battlefield. Up close, one could feel the overwhelming aura radiating from him, an unprecedented force. Carp resembled a revered war deity, descending from the heavens, and with a commanding fist, he struck down upon the encircled Leo. With a thunderous crash, the air shattered under the speed of Carp's punch. The impact was swift and powerful, landing squarely on Leo. Despite possessing a physique that surpassed even Kaido's, along with formidable Haki defenses, Carp's crimson fist drove Leo downward with tremendous force. At that instant, Leo felt as though he had been struck by a colossal mountain. Dazed and in pain, he experienced a whirlwind of sensations, yet this only ignited his fighting spirit further. If he had previously been toying with these marine powerhouses, facing Carp's astonishing display of strength transformed Leo's demeanor entirely. His eyes glinted with newfound seriousness. He erupted with a ferocious aura, halting his descent. What is this ability, Carp, sir? Leo lifted his gaze towards Carp, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Not only had Sengoku and the others never witnessed Carp in this mode, but even Leo himself had never encountered it before. If one were to quantify the combat prowess within the realm of pirates, Carp's strength in the past could be approximated at a formidable 100 points. Yet, the Carp before him had transcended that initial power, now boasting a minimum of 200 points, signifying that his strength had more than doubled. For an entire year, I have been relentlessly pondering why I was so thoroughly defeated by you. Do not underestimate my resolve, young Leo. Do not presume that you are the sole one evolving with the passage of time. I am, after all, a hero of the Navy. Leo, allow me to showcase the growth I have achieved over this past year. This is a mode specifically developed to counter you, my exclusive transformation. Carp bellowed with laughter. And with a single punch directed at Leo, he unleashed a force that was both immense and heavy. As he drew back his fist, the resulting shockwave was so powerful that even Carp's robust physique swayed backward, revealing an extraordinary recoil. Leo once again failed to evade, and was struck forcefully by this punch. With a thunderous sound, his body plummeted once more, and he once again experienced that agonizing sensation of his bones being shattered. Chapter 125. I must deal with you first. Kapu, emboldened by his advantage, showed no mercy as he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks upon Leo, who was already under duress. His martial prowess was formidable, and now, having activated this entirely new mode, his combat effectiveness surged dramatically, making the power of his strikes truly extraordinary. Each blow he delivered summoned winds and thunder, distorting the very fabric of space and tearing apart both land and sea. After enduring approximately a dozen blows from Carp, Leo felt as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. Despite possessing a robust physique and formidable defensive capabilities afforded by his exceptional armament Haki, he found himself unable to wholly withstand the effects of such damage. In this moment, even Leo had to concede the undeniable strength of Carp's new mode. I acknowledge your prowess, Carp. You truly are a legend of the Navy. At the very moment when Leo discerned the fleeting gap in Carp's attack, he deftly evaded the strike, slipping beyond the reach of his opponent. After a brief adjustment of his breath, a confident smile graced his lips. However, Carp, I imagine this mode of yours comes at a considerable cost, does it not? While I must concede that both your innate talent and the formidable power you exhibit at this very moment are indeed astonishing, I cannot help but wonder, how long can you possibly sustain such a state? Leo gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a sidelong glance at the slightly panting Carp. Despite Carp's earlier fierce display, it was evident to any observant individual that each of his strikes exacted a considerable toll on his body. This strategy was akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. Even now, Carp faced considerable pressure to launch an attack, even if Leo stood motionless. Upon hearing Leo's words, Carp erupted into laughter, dismissing the concern. However, Sengoku on the ground wore an unprecedentedly grave expression, glancing up at Carp. Carp, you have done enough. This young man has already sustained severe injuries. He cannot afford to expend energy on recovery. Release your state. Let us conclude the ensuing battle. With that, Sengoku unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Leo, sending forth a formidable shockwave that swept everything in its path, relentlessly bearing down on Leo. Although Leo had earlier mocked Sengoku for the lack of visible growth in his strength over the past year, it was merely a ploy to undermine Sengoku and the morale of other high-ranking naval officers and formidable warriors. While Sengoku's strength had not seen significant enhancement, his endurance had indeed increased considerably. Despite the apparent inferiority of his attacks compared to those of Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Carp, Sengoku possessed the strongest stamina among these five. His presence was akin to an unfathomable abyss, each strike delivered with unwavering steadiness, a blend of weightiness and a hidden ferocity. Against such a formidable adversary, most would have succumbed long ago. Only a being like Leo could navigate this challenge with apparent ease. Joining Sengoku in a frenzied assault against Leo were Borsalino and Sakazuki, while Kazan lingered at the periphery, poised to strike Leo with a decisive blow. In response to Sengoku's admonition, Carp laughed heartily. When have you ever witnessed me retreating from a formidable foe, Sengoku? The eradication of pirates is my destiny, though I harbor no fondness for the celestial dragons. I shall never ally with pirates. Moreover, if I do not eliminate this young man, I shall remain deeply unsettled. Leo, today I am prepared to lay down my life to ensure you do not leave this place. Carp exclaimed with fervor before launching yet another attack at Leo. Leo could easily evade or disregard the assaults of others, but Carp's onslaught was a different matter entirely. As Carp advanced once more, Leo was compelled to forsake his defenses against the other attackers, turning his full attention to countering Karp's advance. This decision, however, posed a significant risk. To adequately confront Karp's aggression, Leo would need to expend the majority of his Haki and mobilize considerable stamina, thereby diminishing his capacity to defend against the strikes from other formidable foes. In other words, if his defenses faltered, even Sengoku, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan could pose a threat to his safety. The current situation was a precarious stalemate. Unless Leo chose to disengage and retreat, he found himself unwilling to abandon the fray. In that case, I shall first exert every effort to eliminate you, Karp, Leo declared resolutely. When Leo grew fierce, he turned his gaze towards Karp, who was wholeheartedly launching an attack against him. Leo was no naive saint. Although he harbored a slight fondness for Karp, it was hardly substantial. Moreover, in this moment, they were engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Either one would perish, or the other would survive. Reo vanished in a flash from the encirclement of Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan, and the next moment, he appeared before Karp, delivering a powerful kick without hesitation. Karp, sensing the overwhelming force of the strike, felt a chill run down his spine, his expression darkening as he steeled himself. Haha, young Reo, your martial prowess is truly formidable. Karp laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around himself while enveloping his body in a layer of Haki. With a resounding thud, Karp's body was sent flying backward, resembling a kite severed from its string. Mr. Karp, Kazan's expression shifted dramatically. To prevent Reo from inflicting further harm on Karp, he swiftly unleashed the power of his ice devil fruit, encasing Reo in a solid block of ice. On the expansive plaza of Marineford, the observing Navy soldiers were on edge, each of them fearing that Karp might be felled by that kick. After all, they had just witnessed Karp engage in an unprecedented and powerful combat mode at the cost of his own energy. This kid is simply too powerful, it's infuriating, leaving us no opportunity to intervene. We should seek assistance from Mary Geos. Surely the Gorosei will dispatch reinforcements to aid us. If the world government sends help, that young Reo will have no chance of escape today. In Chapter 126, has Reo been defeated? Kazan, determined to prevent Reo from pursuing Karp and causing further damage, utilized the full extent of his powers to freeze Reo completely. Under normal circumstances, an opponent subjected to such freezing would face one of two fates. Either they would be immobilized, unable to move, or their frozen body would shatter upon attempting to act. However, an eerie phenomenon unfolded before everyone's eyes. Despite being encased in ice, Reo continued to move with ease, completely disregarding Kazan's attack. It appeared as though he was impervious to the powers of the ice devil fruit. Moreover, Reo emanated an astonishingly frigid aura, freezing the surrounding air and conjuring a multitude of white ice crystals, which began to spread towards the approaching Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kazan, and Sengoku. Realizing this, Kazan remembered that Reo was far more adept at temperature control than he was. Under Reo's command, temperatures could plummet to absolute zero. They had already witnessed this earlier. Thus, Kazan's ice devil fruit power seemed trivial in comparison. Let an old man handle him, he thought as Reo closed in on the airborne Karp. At that moment, Borsalino stepped forward, crossing his arms to unleash his signature move. Although using such a powerful technique repeatedly drained his stamina, he understood that only his attack could pose a significant threat to Reo. Yasukani no Magatama, Borsalino shouted, launching an assault on Reo. Thousands of golden lasers transformed into countless beams, targeting Reo with unerring precision, overwhelming him in an instant. In a fleeting moment, Reo's frozen form erupted midair, shattering into countless fragments. As the scene unfolded, all Navy officers and soldiers held their breath, their eyes riveted on the falling ice crystal shards. Is he gone? It appears so. That kid was first frozen by Admiral Kazan's ice devil fruit power, then struck by Admiral Borsalino's ultimate attack. Even the mightiest cannot survive such devastation. Excellent. Finally, he has been defeated. Yet the ease of it all felt almost surreal, too simple to truly believe. Regardless, the relief was palpable. Reo had been a terrifying presence. Had it not been for several admirals and Mr. Karp, the situation at Marineford could have turned disastrous. Victory. That young Reo has been dealt with. In the aftermath, the shattered plaza of Marineford bore witness to the remnants of Reo, encased in thick layers of ice, now obliterated by Borsalino's assault. The Navy personnel erupted in exhilaration. Their spirits lifted as they exchanged excited remarks. Even Sengoku, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Kazan, the top-tier warriors, couldn't help but exhale in relief. They had all felt the weight of fear that Reo instilled. Each encounter had left them with an unimaginable burden. Is he truly gone? I had intended to teach him a lesson. Sakazuki scoffed, lighting a cigar as he perched atop a rock. Meanwhile, Borsalino remained in his elemental form, radiating golden light, his gaze sharp with vigilance. Although he had personally dispatched the target, disbelief lingered within him. This was far too simple, too effortless. I can't quite reconcile that it was indeed him. Surely not. My observation Haki cannot sense his presence anymore, Borsalino muttered to himself. And I distinctly captured him with my power. With so many of us watching, he couldn't have escaped our gaze. Kazan, after a moment of contemplation, spoke with newfound conviction. Given that we can no longer sense him, let's assume he was indeed eliminated. Regardless, the battle had reached a conclusion. Reinforcements from Mary Geos would likely not be necessary for the time being. The priority now was to check on Karp's well-being. After finishing his words, Sengoku calmly turned to look in the direction where Karp had just been sent flying, intending to check on Karp's condition. However, at that very moment, as he turned around, Sengoku suddenly froze, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. It was not only him. Around Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, and Kazan were all left in a state of shock. Their expressions grave. Each stood as if facing a formidable enemy, filled with uncertainty. In the vast square of Marineford and its surroundings, countless naval soldiers, who had been engaged in animated discussions, fell silent. At that moment, they too were struck by a profound stillness, each revealing a look of utter astonishment. As if they had laid eyes upon a devil from the depths of hell. Someone could not help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, Sengoku slowly turned around to glance behind him. In that instant, he indeed beheld the man. The one who instilled immeasurable fear and trepidation in their hearts. The man they wished to eliminate without hesitation. Leo. Leo stood unscathed, a playful expression gracing his features as he gazed at Sengoku, who had just turned to face him. With a slight smile, Leo inquired, "Did you just mention that your world government has dispatched reinforcements from Mariewa?" Chapter 127. I must be serious. Upon witnessing Leo's intact presence before them, the naval forces were visibly shaken. The five formidable figures, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Borsalino, and Kazan, exhibited an unprecedented gravity in their expressions. They had just witnessed Leo being utterly obliterated by Borsalino's attack, yet here he stood, completely unharmed. The incongruity of the situation was utterly bewildering. "How did you manage this?" "I was certain I had frozen you solid," Kazan queried, his brow furrowed with disbelief. His question seemed to divert attention from the core issue, hinting at a deliberate attempt to distract Leo. However, Leo remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly. His formidable observation Haki had quietly expanded in all directions. He had anticipated that the Navy headquarters would not engage in battle without preparation. Thus, it was only natural that Mariewa would send powerful reinforcements. As Leo's Haki spread, he indeed sensed several potent auras approaching from the distant sea. Although they were still far away and traveling by ship, their arrival was not imminent. Therefore, Leo felt a sense of security in the moment. Yet, should the forces of the world government truly arrive, the situation would undoubtedly become far more complex. At present, Leo possesses the strength to confront the five formidable adversaries before him without any difficulty. However, should a few more of the elite from the world government arrive, the situation may become precarious. At this moment, Leo smiled confidently, his gaze fixed upon Kazan, locking eyes with him. "It seems your memory is rather lacking. I have already stated that your trivial tricks, the meager power of the ice fruit, are insignificant before me. Kazan, do you truly believe you can harm me or impede my movements?" With a sly and chilling smile, Leo inquired. Upon hearing this, Kazan's expression shifted slightly, his eyes becoming threefold more serious. Meanwhile, Sengoku, positioned to Leo's left, spoke in a grave tone. "We must halt this young man here. Once the members of the Knights of God arrive, we can certainly subdue him together. No matter the cost, we cannot allow Leo to escape before reinforcements arrive." After uttering these words, Sengoku took the initiative and launched an attack against Leo. A shockwave. He struck towards Leo with a powerful palm. The formidable shockwave bore down upon Leo with an overwhelming force. At such close quarters, an ordinary person would surely be sent flying or, at the very least, suffer injuries and spit blood. However, Leo remained utterly unmoved, appearing completely unscathed. As Sengoku made his move, the other top-tier warriors wasted no time, unleashing a torrential assault on Leo in a new round of encirclement. Karp, enveloped in crimson steam, had rallied and returned to the battlefield. At this moment, he delivered a punch aimed at the back of Leo's head, not only with immense power that was almost theatrical, but also with a speed and precision that tore through the very air itself. Rio found himself besieged by four formidable adversaries, utterly outmatched despite his fervent determination. In an unfortunate lapse, he fell prey to Karp's ambush, receiving a devastating blow. With a resounding thud, Rio staggered, nearly propelled forward. Before he could catch his breath, Karp unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes. The sound of booming fists echoed as they mercilessly battered Rio's body and head. Gradually, Karp's onslaught began to propel Rio backwards, reminiscent of a mountain being relentlessly hammered forward by Karp's iron fists. Witnessing Karp's decisive actions, the tide of battle swiftly turned, momentarily suppressing Rio. Instantly, the atmosphere in Marineford buzzed with exhilaration. "Excellent. Vice Admiral Karp has successfully subdued that brat. Let us finish him off with this momentum, Vice Admiral Karp." The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, praising Karp's legendary prowess. "Truly remarkable. The legend of the Navy is well-deserved. Vice Admiral Karp, vanquish that scoundrel." The jubilant voices filled the air, as every naval officer, from the common soldier to the rear admirals and vice admirals, including the top-tier warriors like Sengoku, Pausalino, and Sakazuki, fervently hoped for Carp to decisively defeat Ryo. Yet, these distinguished figures remained vigilant, poised for action, ready to strike should Ryo reveal a critical vulnerability. At that moment, it was undeniable that Ryo's situation was dire. In his blood-red state, Carp's iron fist struck with such weight that each blow felt akin to a colossal hammer crashing down upon him. After enduring dozens of punches in succession, Leo found himself dizzy, his vision clouded with golden stars. Every muscle, bone, and even each cell in his body throbbed with a profound ache. Leo realized that Cap intended to perish alongside him, exhibiting no intention of holding back. With each punch, Cap unleashed his full might. Under such circumstances, if Leo were to withhold his strength, he might very well find himself the one defeated in the ensuing conflict. Leo had no choice but to strike earnestly. Cap, you have forced my hand. If that is the case, then let me show you what I have experienced over the past year and the remarkable growth I have attained. Upon concluding his words, Leo's gaze transformed into an embodiment of piercing sharpness. Subsequently, an unimaginable, unprecedented aura of terror erupted from his being. The armament Haki surged forth as if it were boundless, manifesting into a cataclysmic shockwave of unparalleled might. Coupled with the dual intimidation of Conqueror's Haki, it surged forth towards every target in all directions. In the blink of an eye, across the vast expanse of Marineford's Grand Plaza and the surrounding corners of the island, the surviving Navy soldiers succumbed one after another beneath the overwhelming pressure of Leo's fearsome Conqueror's Haki. The immediate aftermath affected the brigadiers, commanders, and even vice admirals of the Marine headquarters. These pivotal figures, confronted with the sheer terror emanating from Leo's extraordinary Conqueror's Haki, felt an unprecedented weight bearing down upon them. Each individual sensed as if they were crushed beneath the weight of dozens of mountains, experiencing a wave of dizziness. Within mere moments, the brigadiers and commanders found themselves collapsing, their consciousness slipping away into oblivion. In the span of scarcely half a minute,